The man before us is the emperor of Yanqi country. He has a volatile temper and kills without mercy. Princes want to flee when they see him. Ministers want to resign when they meet him. Who would have thought that such a tyrant would be captured by a little ball of flesh? With one go-go, the tyrant's journey of doting on a child began. This little ball of flesh is our little princess from the cold palace. 2 years ago, on a stormy night with thunder and lightning, Consort Ning gave birth after 10 months of pregnancy. However, the newborn princess was deemed an ill omen by the imperial astronomer. Everyone knelt outside the hall, begging the emperor to execute Consort Ning and her daughter to ensure a prosperous reign. In the end, the emperor heeded the minister's advice. Under the pretext of being tainted by ill omens, he executed everyone present that day and banished Consort Ning and her daughter to the cold palace. Afterwards, no one dared to mention Consort Ning and her daughter again. Now, Cha-Cha is 2 years old and still a master at catching fish. On this day, in the cold palace's pond, Cha-Cha happily showed off the fish in her hands. The maid on the shore urgently called out, "Princess, come up quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold." Attracted by a big fish, Cha-Cha prepared to catch another one. With one swift move, she caught the big fish. But when she came up, she found that Sister Xiangcao was gone. Cha-Cha searched for Sister Xiangcao along the way, but found herself lost. Suddenly, she looked ahead. There was a man in gorgeous clothes sitting there. A handsome face suddenly entered Cha-Cha's field of vision. "Wow, this eunuch is so beautiful." She then tiptoed over. Tugging at the emperor's clothes, she called out in a cute voice, "Gong Gong, have you seen my sister Xiangcao?" However, the tyrant picked up Cha-Cha and said, "How dare cats and dogs run wild in my imperial garden?" The eunuch nearby rushed over upon hearing this. He quickly knelt down and explained, "Your Majesty, please forgive us. This child is so small that your servant failed to notice her, thus disturbing your Majesty's rest." In a fit of rage, the tyrant threw Cha-Cha to eunuch Li Yu, saying, "Throw her into the pond for me. You go and receive punishment yourself." Cha-Cha, frightened, kept shouting, "Don't kill me," and struggled in eunuch Li's arms. Suddenly, she jumped to the ground. Standing there, she stared blankly at the tyrant, thinking, "Why is Go-Go angry? Could it be that he's hungry? I'm also in a bad mood when I'm hungry." At this moment, Cha-Cha happily picked up her fishing net and said, "Go-Go, I'll give you this fish." The tyrant looked at Cha-Cha in confusion. Cha-Cha grabbed a big fish and threw it to the tyrant. Eunuch Li opened his mouth to scold Cha-Cha, but he was stopped by the tyrant. He even ordered Eunuch Lin to keep the fish safe. With a cold face, he said, "I'll take this fish, but next time you go fishing, call an adult to accompany you. Otherwise, you might drown." Seeing the tyrant's frightening eyes, Cha-Cha was so scared that she kept backing away, thinking, "Why does it feel like this eunuch is cursing me?" The tyrant reached out his hand, about to ask her name, but Cha-Cha thought the tyrant wanted her fish again. She quickly waved her little hands and said, "Go-Go, this fish is for my mother. I can't give it to you. I'll catch another one for you next time." Just then, Eunuch Lin reminded the tyrant in his ear, "Your Majesty, it's getting late. You still have to discuss official matters with the Minister of Personnel. Later, you still need to pay respects to the Empress Dowager." While the two were talking, Cha-Cha grabbed her fish basket and ran. If she didn't run, Go-Go would take her fish again. Such a fierce and brutal tyrant actually has a cute and adorable girl, like a ball of meat. Worried that Go-Go would take the remaining fish in her basket. While the two were talking, she made a quick getaway. Because she ran too fast, she suddenly tripped over a stone. She started crying. Even though it hurt, she didn't forget to pick up the fish. Cha-Cha, holding the big fish with tears in her eyes, wondered, "Where am I? I'm lost again." Suddenly, she heard Sister Xiangcao's cry for help nearby. At this time, Xiangcao was being used as a target by Prince Xiaoyao. Suddenly, Prince Xiaoyao heard a voice. "You bad person." Cha-Cha was seen pointing at Prince Xiaoyao, saying, "Don't bully my sister Xiangcao." Prince Xiaoyao looked helpless and said, "Where did you come from, little chubby? Disturbing this prince's practice is a serious crime." Xiangcao quickly stepped forward to explain, "Your Highness, if you have any issues, take them out on me. Please don't harm Princess Cha-Cha." Upon hearing Xiangcao call Cha-Cha a princess, Prince Xiaoyao was shocked. He thought, His Majesty only has sons, no daughters. How did a princess suddenly appear? Cha-Cha, hearing Prince Xiaoyao call her little chubby, got very angry. She said in a cute but fierce tone, I'm not a little chubby. I just have a lot of meat. Looking at this adorable ball of meat, Prince Xiaoyao couldn't help but pinch Cha-Cha's face. The little one, in pain, said with teary eyes, Let me go. After letting go, Prince Xiaoyao teased, Little chubby, you really can't take it. Just one pinch, and your face is red. While rubbing her face, Cha-Cha thought to herself, You bad person. You've called me little chubby 3 times in a row. I need to insult you back. At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao gently patted Cha-Cha's head and asked, What are you spacing out about, little chubby? Cha-Cha used all her strength to shout, You annoying stinky pig. As soon as she finished speaking, Prince Xiaoyao picked her up. Staring at Cha-Cha, he asked, What did you call this prince? Even the guards nearby were nervous for Cha-Cha. They thought, oh no, with Prince Xiaoyao's temper, he'll definitely turn this little chubby into a sieve with his arrows. Seeing this, Xiangcao quickly knelt down and begged, Prince Xiaoyao, the princess is still young. Please forgive her this once. At this moment, Cha-Cha clenched her little fists. Entering rage mode, she started hitting Prince Xiaoyao while shouting, You stinky pig, let me go. Unexpectedly, Prince Xiaoyao burst into laughter at Cha-Cha's actions. The people around were shocked. The feared Prince Xiaoyao, who liked to torture people, what's wrong with him today? He didn't even get angry when insulted. Then he gently put Cha-Cha down. Carefully poking Cha-Cha's face, he said, Little chubby, since someone calls you princess, tell me which palace you're from. At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao thought to himself, I've never heard of His Majesty having a daughter. If she's not a princess, I'll put this little chubby in a sack and take her away. After all, such cute little girls are rare in the palace. Cha-Cha said proudly, I'm the little princess from the cold palace. Upon hearing this, Prince Xiaoyao was shocked. So, she was the daughter of Consort Ming, who was banished to the cold palace by His Majesty years ago. So he picked up Cha-Cha again, examining her carefully. If we ignore your chubbiness, you really do look like your mother. This mouth is exactly like His Majesty's. Cha-Cha, holding a fish in her small hand, pointed at Prince Xiaoyao and said, Don't call me fat anymore. I'm just playing at being chubby, unlike you who's so seriously ugly. This prince is one of the 4 most handsome men in the Yanqi dynasty. Little chubby, you'll pay for being so disrespectful to me. Cha-Cha suddenly poked Prince Xiaoyao's nostril and said in a cute voice, I'm not afraid of you at all. The pain made Prince Xiaoyao release Cha-Cha immediately. The guards were so scared they rushed forward to inquire. At this moment, Cha-Cha smugly made a face at Prince Xiaoyao. She grabbed Sister Xiangcao's hand and ran away. This adorable little chubby was actually bullied by a bad guy. To break free from the bad guy's grip, she actually poked the bad guy's nostril. That's how she managed to escape. She pulled her maid sister and ran away in a flash. Back at the cold palace, she quickly started grilling fish for her mother to eat. Cha-Cha even started the fire herself. She ended up looking like a cat with a dirty face. Just then, Consort Ning walked out with her weak body. Cha-Cha hurriedly went to tell her mother that she was grilling fish for her. Consort Ning said with concern, Don't go catching fish in the pond anymore. It's very dangerous. Mother will worry. Cha-Cha said with a pitiful face, Mother is sick. I just wanted to give you fish to eat. Xiangcao chimed in, The little princess has been thinking about catching fish to nourish you. On our way back, just now, we even encountered Prince Xiaoyao. If it weren't for the little princess standing up, I might have fallen victim to Prince Xiaoyao's evil deeds. Consort Ning asked Cha-Cha worriedly, Were you bullied by Prince Xiaoyao? Cha-Cha was seen boasting with a smile. Not only did I scold that bad uncle, I even poked his nostril. Consort Ning was a bit shocked. She couldn't imagine that the feared Prince Xiaoyao would one day have his nostril poked. So she advised Cha-Cha that it's dangerous outside and not to go out often. Stay away from them in the future. Cha-Cha promised her mother and went back to grilling fish. Sitting there, she was still thinking about the fish she gave to Go-Go, wondering if he would grill it to eat. This Go-Go speaks so gently. Unlike that stinky pig who called me a little chubby. Cha-Cha even sighed. How can the difference between people be so big? At this time, the great tyrant was on his way to Xining Palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Halfway there, he encountered Prince Xiaoyao, who was also going to pay respects, but didn't give way to the great tyrant. As a result, Prince Xiaoyao was mocked by the great tyrant. With no choice, he had to let the great tyrant go first. Just then, Prince Xiaoyao saw a eunuch holding a fish. He thought to himself, that little chubby had a fish, and now my royal brother has one too. Is this some kind of women's street fashion? Then the two of them went together to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Prince Xiaoyao teased eunuch Li. Isn't it tiring holding that fish? Why don't you give it to me? I'll hold it for you. Prince Xiaoyao, that's not possible. This fish was given to His Majesty today by a 2-year-old girl at the back mountain. His Majesty cherishes it and has ordered this slave to take good care of it. After hearing eunuch Li's words, Prince Xiaoyao secretly guessed that this 2-year-old girl must be the little chubby. His royal brother had met her, but probably didn't know that the little chubby was his daughter. Then the two of them went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The great tyrant inquired about the Empress Dowager's health. The Empress Dowager, with tears and snot, changed the subject. If I can't hold a granddaughter soon, I'm afraid I won't have many days left. I recently heard a play called Sea King. As long as you keep trying, you're bound to have a granddaughter. From today on, you should visit more concubines. If none of the palace concubines catch your eye, I'll arrange for a selection of new candidates. Prince Xiaoyao teased from the side. Even if Mother Empress wants to hold a granddaughter so badly, you should consider my royal brother's health. What if he doesn't produce a princess and instead wears himself out? At this moment, the great tyrant's face looked a bit unpleasant. He quickly said to the Empress Dowager, if you want to hold a granddaughter, why not urge the third brother more? Maybe he'll be motivated and give you a little granddaughter first. Seeing the great tyrant pass the buck to him, Prince Xiaoyao quickly said he had something to do and left. On his way out, he muttered to himself, my royal brother actually set me up. Well, I'll use his daughter to please the Empress Dowager then, who told him to forget he has a daughter. Do you think Prince Xiaoyao will be conquered by Cha-Cha? This lovable little meatball has actually captured the heart of the feared Prince Xiaoyao. That day, Prince Xiaoyao left Sinang Palace and walked aimlessly. Suddenly, he heard someone using foul language, cursing the little eunuch of the cold palace, complaining about the trouble of delivering food there, and even spitting in the food. Prince Xiaoyao's "You've got some nerve" scared the little eunuch badly. How dare you tamper with the master's food and curse the master? Watch how this prince deals with you. So he ordered people to take the eunuch away and made him eat all the food he had tampered with. Afterwards, Prince Xiaoyao came to Cha-Cha's cold palace. From outside the door, he could hear Cha-Cha playing hide-and-seek. Through the door crack, he saw the little one playing until she ran out of energy, and her stomach started growling. He heard the maid Xiangxiao say, the little princess only drank some soup so her mother could eat more. She told her mother she was full, but has been hungry until now. Prince Xiaoyao thought to himself, this little chubby is actually starving. He quickly ordered his guards to prepare some food. Just then, Cha-Cha heard someone knocking on the door and thought Fan Fan had come. But the person who appeared was Prince Xiaoyao. Cha-Cha pointed at him and said, You're that stinky pig. When Xiangxiao heard Prince Xiaoyao had come, she quickly protected Cha-Cha behind her back. Please, your highness, don't hold grudges against the little one. If you must blame someone, blame this slave. At this time, Consort Lin rushed over upon hearing the news. Xiangxiao, come behind me. Cha-Cha, in Xiangxiao's arms, was still restless. With her big eyes wide open, she pointed at Prince Xiaoyao. Mother, it's this bad uncle who bullied me and Sister Xiangxiao. She righteously said, Stinky pig, I'm the one who poked your nose. Don't you dare bully my mother. The moment Prince Xiaoyao saw Consort Lin, he thought to himself, this woman has been confined in the cold palace for over 2 years, yet she's still graceful and dignified. No wonder my royal brother was so fond of her back then. Then he respectfully said, yesterday, this prince was practicing swordsmanship on the back mountain when I encountered an interesting little chubby baby. So I came here to visit. I hope Consort Lin won't take offense. Consort Lin also politely replied, if Prince Xiaoyao hasn't mistaken, the chubby baby you mentioned is indeed born of me. Her name is Cha-Cha. If she has offended Prince Xiaoyao in any way, I apologize on her behalf. Prince Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, it's all right, it's all right. 2 years ago, my royal brother banished you to the cold palace. I assume you must have received quite unfair treatment these past 2 years. Consort Ning calmly said, I have been banished to the cold palace by His Majesty. The ways of the world, the warmth and coldness of human relationships, I understand them all. I accept all consequences. If there's nothing else, please leave. We don't want to invite trouble. Prince Xiaoyao said with a proud face. Consort, have you ever seen this prince fear anyone in the palace? To be honest, I came here today for the little princess. Then the guard came in to report that the imperial meal was ready. Prince Xiaoyao then arranged a large table of delicious food. He said it was to apologize for offending the little princess yesterday. From now on, the imperial kitchen wouldn't neglect the cold palace's meals. Seeing so much delicious food, Cha-Cha's eyes lit up. She was even drooling. Prince Xiaoyao said indulgently, "Eat up. This is specially prepared for you by me." Cha-Cha turned around and hugged Prince Xiaoyao's neck, giving him a big smooch. Prince Xiaoyao was a bit surprised. What just happened? This little chubby actually kissed me. Smiling, he said to Consort Ning, "This prince likes this child very much. May I take her with me for a couple of days?" Consort Ning thought Cha-Cha was too young and would be shy and wouldn't go with him. But Prince Xiaoyao said, "Uncle has many more snacks there. Cha-Cha could also bring some back." Hearing this, Cha-Cha agreed immediately, thinking she could bring back many snacks for her mother. So Prince Xiaoyao left with Cha-Cha. At this time, Prince Xiaoyao was still immersed in Cha-Cha's sweet kiss. He was feeling quite pleased when he saw Cha-Cha chasing a butterfly and running far away. Prince Xiaoyao came to his senses and realized the little chubby had disappeared. She's a little chubby whose eyes light up at the sight of food. She even dared to pick up snacks from the ground when the great tyrant was angry. After leaving the cold palace, Prince Xiaoyao was so immersed in Cha-Cha's kiss that he didn't watch her closely, and she ran off chasing a butterfly. At this time in the imperial garden, the great tyrant was scolding his ministers because they hadn't completed the tasks he assigned them. Furious, he wanted to kill them all. He even pushed over the table, scattering the snacks on the plates, all over the ground. Just then, the great tyrant heard a voice from afar. "Butterfly, butterfly, wait for me." Cha-Cha was seen chasing the butterfly all the way to the imperial garden. Suddenly seeing the scattered flat cakes on the ground, her eyes lit up. She quickly ran over. While picking them up, Cha-Cha said, "Today I picked fruits, and now there are so many snacks." Everyone around was ignored by Cha-Cha. The great tyrant asked Li Gonggong, "Did something just fly by? Why does it feel so familiar?" Li Gonggong hurried forward to check. "Which palace do you serve in? Don't you know this place is off limits? Trespassing here can get you beheaded." Cha-Cha said disappointedly. These snacks all fell on the ground. Can't Cha-Cha eat them? Indeed, Cha-Cha only had eyes for food. However, the great tyrant thought to himself, "It's that little child who brought me fish. Last time catching fish, this time picking up snacks. How much does this little chubby love to eat?" At this moment, the great tyrant asked Cha-Cha to look up. Cha-Cha turned her head and looked. It was that eunuch. She excitedly danced and shouted, "Eunuch, we meet again." This action terrified the kneeling ministers. Is this chubby child asking to be beheaded? How dare she call His Majesty a eunuch? The great tyrant didn't get angry, but instead showed a hint of joy. He said gently, "You still remember me?" Cha-Cha, while picking up snacks, said, "Because you took one of my fish. I remember it very clearly. So, you want me to return a fish to you?" Cha-Cha pretended to be calm and said, "That would be nice." But in her heart, she was thinking, hurry up, and give me back my fish." Li Gonggong was a bit shocked. His Majesty took his fish, and this child isn't secretly happy about it? Could it be that he really wants His Majesty to compensate him with a fish? The great tyrant said affectionately, "Come here to me." The ministers below were all stunned. In all their years serving the Yanqi dynasty, they had never seen such a smile and affectionate tone from His Majesty. My goodness, this was truly witnessing history. Cha-Cha came to the great tyrant's side, and they looked at each other. Cha-Cha looked at the handsome eunuch before her, thinking, if only he were my uncle. At this moment, the great tyrant suddenly grabbed Cha-Cha's short legs and shook them. The snacks hidden in her pockets fell out with a clatter. After being shaken dizzy, Cha-Cha was put down by the great tyrant. "So how do we account for you taking so many of my snacks?" "The snacks here are the finest delicacies in the world, made by the imperial chefs. Shouldn't that be enough to compensate for your fish?" Cha-Cha waved her chubby hands and said, "The snacks were picked up by Cha-Cha not the eunuch's. The eunuch can't cheat. Then she handed a fruit to the great tyrant. Eunuch Cha-Cha, just pick this over there. It's the tastiest fruit I've ever eaten. I'll give it to you to eat. Li Gong beside them hurriedly said, That's absolutely not allowed. He thought to himself, His Majesty hates sour things the most. Last time, when the Shangxi governor asked His Majesty to taste their special vinegar, this old servant was beaten half to death. This little child probably won't survive. At this moment, the great tyrant picked it up and saw it was a sour plum. Do you think Cha-Cha will be punished by the great tyrant? This little chubby took out a sour plum and gave it to the great tyrant. However, she didn't know that the great tyrant despised sour things the most. Who would have thought that the great tyrant didn't refuse and even accepted the little princess's sour plum? The ministers nearby felt it was unbelievable. The great tyrant said to Cha-Cha, Do you want to trade one sour plum for snacks with me? Cha-Cha thought the great tyrant wanted more of her sour plums and was a bit reluctant. But in the end, she took out another fruit and gave it to the great tyrant. At this moment, the great tyrant saw Cha-Cha's reluctant expression and his eyes welled up with tears. He thought, how much must she love eating to feel that losing one sour plum is like losing the whole world? Then he ordered Li Gong to bring some snacks from the imperial kitchen. Cha-Cha stared at the box full of snacks, her eyes fixed. The great tyrant said to her, These are all yours. Are you happy? Cha-Cha replied, Yes, I'm happy. Can I put the fruits together with them too? As she spoke, she went to pick up the scattered fruits on the ground. But the great tyrant knocked them away. These fruits look very unappetizing. Cha-Cha looked reluctant to throw them away, saying, If we throw them away, Cha-Cha won't have any fruits to eat. Then she picked up the fruits again, carefully putting them back into her pocket. Just then, the great tyrant noticed the little sheep pattern on Cha-Cha's pocket. He thought to himself, could this little one be born in the year of the sheep? That would make her 3 years old now. Come to think of it, I once had a daughter too. If she hadn't been seen as an ill omen for the country, she would be about this age now. Then he gently patted Cha-Cha's head and tenderly said, Little Chubby. When Cha-Cha heard him call her Little Chubby, she instantly became unhappy and loudly said, I'm not a little chubby. After saying that, she lifted her clothes to show the great tyrant her chubby belly, saying, This is just cuteness. Cha-Cha's action completely amused the ministers nearby. They thought, She's so adorable. I want to take her home and raise her. The great tyrant quickly covered Cha-Cha's clothes. He affectionately tapped Cha-Cha's forehead. From now on, don't lift your clothes in front of others. Don't show your belly to anyone, especially men. Understand, our Cha-Cha is just a 3-year-old child. How could she understand things like male-female relationships? The great tyrant picked up Cha-Cha in one swift motion. He then patiently explained to Cha-Cha, a girl's body shouldn't be shown to strange men, including boys. You shouldn't lift your clothes. Your body should be covered by clothes. Do you understand? Cha-Cha covered her eyes with both hands and cutely said, Covered. The great tyrant removed Cha-Cha's hands and said seriously, It's the belly that needs to be covered. The parts covered by clothes shouldn't be exposed. Did you understand everything I said? The ministers below exclaimed, My goodness. His Majesty hates children the most. Even the princes haven't enjoyed such treatment. That look and those actions. Could this be an imposter emperor? His Majesty has always been strict with children. If he found them not studying hard, they'd be punished by kneeling under the scorching sun. He often punishes the princes by making them copy books. But His Majesty seems to make an exception for this little girl. Just then, they heard Cha-Cha happily answer, I understand. Tummy must be covered. The great tyrant poked Cha-Cha's little belly and said, Good that you understand. As a result, Cha-Cha laughed with a goo-goo sound because she was ticklish. At this moment, the great tyrant felt Cha-Cha was too adorable. He couldn't help but poke her again. Suddenly, Cha-Cha frowned. The great tyrant asked worriedly, What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Cha-Cha tugged at the great tyrant's clothes and said in a cute voice, Baba, want Baba? The great tyrant looked confused. What does this mean? What does this little chubby want to do? He is the world's most ruthless tyrant. Yet he can be so doting towards a little foodie chubby, even personally taking her to poop. Just now, Cha-Cha said she wanted Baba. The great tyrant looked confused, not knowing what it meant. A nearby eunuch quickly stepped forward to tell His Majesty that this means the child needs to go to the bathroom. He wanted to take this chance to hold the adorable little chubby. Unexpectedly, the great tyrant gave him a cold look. Then the great tyrant carried Cha-Cha and walked away directly. This intimate action truly shocked the eunuch. "Your Majesty, wake up! Have you ever been this devoted to your own children?" Soon, the great tyrant came out holding Cha-Cha's little hand. He warmly asked Cha-Cha, "Did you poop? Do you feel better now?" However, Cha-Cha shook her head and said no. The great tyrant nervously asked, "What's wrong?" Cha-Cha twisted her little face, patted her belly, and said, "Tummy hungry." Then the great tyrant took Cha-Cha to eat. Meanwhile, at Yangshin Hall, Prince Xiaoyao was still looking for Cha-Cha, the little chubby. As a result, he saw Cha-Cha and the great tyrant heading towards Yangshin Hall. Royal Brother's mood is unpredictable. If the little chubby accidentally angers him, I'm afraid her life might be in danger. It's better to find Mother first and tell her about her granddaughter. After all, Royal Brother still listens to Mother. Cha-Cha saw a table full of delicious food. Her eyes lit up and she started drooling. She was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. "This is delicious. That is delicious too." Even the great tyrant personally fed her. Such an adorable little chubby melted the hearts of the maids nearby. They all wanted to take her home and raise her. Cha-Cha and the great tyrant actually liked the same dish. After just a few bites, a eunuch nearby came to take the dish away. But Cha-Cha quickly grabbed it, saying pitifully, "Go, I still want to eat this." At this moment, the great tyrant waved his hand. He told the eunuch to put the dish down, to let Cha-Cha eat more. The great tyrant actually broke the rule of not more than 3 times. This little bun loves to eat, so what if I abstain for 3 months? This is truly full of love and indulgence. Cha-Cha hugged the great tyrant tightly, saying in an adorably cute voice, "Gong-ong is the best." Just then, the Empress Dowager and Prince Xiaoyao arrived. As soon as the Empress Dowager entered, she asked, "Where's my granddaughter?" Cha-Cha was seen imitating the great tyrant's bow in a proper manner. She kept sneaking glances at his movements. At this time, the Empress Dowager walked straight to Cha-Cha. "Darling, are you my granddaughter? Can you call me Imperial Grandmother?" Cha-Cha called out in her sweet voice. The Empress Dowager really liked this little child in front of her. Just as she picked up Cha-Cha, she heard her stomach growling. Cha-Cha reached out her hand and called, "Gong-ong, I want to eat more." In her heart, she was thinking about all the delicious food and how she wanted to bring some back for her mother. The Empress Dowager thought Cha-Cha was calling the great tyrant dog and reminded him to teach Cha-Cha to call him Father Emperor. At this moment, the emperor looked embarrassed, covering his head and saying, "This little chubby, I met her in the Imperial Garden. I don't know which palace she's from yet. She might be a child from one of the palaces." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager immediately became anxious. "What? Such an adorable little child is not my granddaughter?" She grabbed the great tyrant's shoulder and said, "My son, quickly snatch her over." The Empress Dowager really liked this little chubby. Then, the two of them watched Cha-Cha devouring her food ravenously. The considerate Cha-Cha, after finishing her meal, didn't forget to bring some for her mother. The great tyrant thought to himself, "Who is the little chubby's mother? I feel like this child looks familiar. She looks very similar to someone. Looking at her demeanor and features, I'm reminded of Consort Ling." At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao called out little chubby from the doorway. Cha-Cha was seen running and jumping into Prince Xiaoyao's arms. This scene shocked the great tyrant and the Empress Dowager. The great tyrant quickly asked, "Third brother, what's your relationship with this little one? Why is she so close to you?" Prince Xiaoyao said in a slightly provocative tone, "Of course it's because Cha-Cha likes me. Isn't that right, Cha-Cha?" The little one hugged Prince Xiaoyao's neck, smiling and answering like. Seeing Cha-Cha so intimate with Prince Xiaoyao, the great tyrant actually got angry. When the two brothers' eyes met, sparks seemed to fly. Even Li Gong could see that the great tyrant was jealous. At this time, the great tyrant's face looked a bit unpleasant. "Third brother, could this be your daughter?" To annoy the great tyrant, Prince Xiaoyao said of course. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress Dowager burst into laughter. How could this little child possibly be the third prince's daughter? They don't look alike at all. She looks more like the emperor. Then she picked up Cha-Cha. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was secretly delighted. The most important thing was to have this little child recognize someone. So she asked Cha-Cha, "Which of these two would you like to be your father? Who do you think Cha-Cha will choose as her father?" Here comes the multiple choice question. On one side is the cold and handsome foreign ruler. On the other side is the carefree and slightly mischievous Prince Xiaoyao. Which one would you choose? The Empress Dowager held up Cha-Cha, letting her choose one to be her father. Cha-Cha looked bewildered, not knowing what to do. At this time, the Empress Dowager showed a kind smile. Pointing at the great tyrant, she said, "Would you like him to be your father? He's the emperor, you know." Cha-Cha stared at the great tyrant for a long time, then suddenly blurted out, "Fong Fong Pai," a mispronunciation of emperor. Prince Xiaoyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The emperor farts? This little chubby is too cute. The Empress Dowager picked up some snacks and patiently explained to Cha-Cha, "It's not Fong Pai, fart, it's Huangdi Emperor. Do you like the emperor to be your father?" Cha-Cha always remembered her mother's words, not to call anyone father casually. At this time, the Empress Dowager took a piece of snack and waved it in front of Cha-Cha, tempting this little foodie chubby. "Good girl. If you choose one of these two to be your father, you'll have this many delicious snacks every day." When Cha-Cha heard about delicious snacks, she couldn't help but swallow. She thought, if there are snacks every day, mother can have good food too. Just then Prince Xiaorao saw this trick and thought it was quite good. So he held up a large plate of snacks and said, "I have some too." At this moment, the great tyrant looked nervous, worried that the little chubby would choose Prince Xiaoyao. Cha-Cha was seen staring blankly at the two of them. Suddenly, Cha-Cha stretched out her arms towards the great tyrant. She said to the great tyrant, "Hug, hug." This made the great tyrant a bit shy, but his heart was already pounding. Cha-Cha's action instantly stunned Prince Xiaoyao. This works too? Could this be the legendary power of blood ties? At this time, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but laugh out loud. She handed Cha-Cha to the great tyrant. "Come and hug your little darling." In the great tyrant's arms, Cha-Cha called out "father" in her childish voice. This melted the great tyrant's heart. He thought to himself, "I have so many princes under my knee, and I hear father countless times every day. But today, this one call is so different." The Empress Dowager, seeing such a heartwarming scene, was deeply moved. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that the emperor and the good child were cut from the same cloth. This is truly a granddaughter bestowed by heaven. Prince Xiaoyao, seeing this, almost burst into tears. "My happiness is dead. The little chubby I've been feeding loses everything once she meets her real father." Just then, Cha-Cha yawned and said she was sleepy. In the blink of an eye, Cha-Cha fell asleep in the great tyrant's arms. As the great tyrant turned to leave with Cha-Cha in his arms, he said, "Since the little chubby is asleep, mother and third brother should head back first. Too many people might disturb the child." Prince Xiaoyao's face contorted. Just as he was about to call the great tyrant heartless, the Empress Dowager covered his mouth. "Let me know as soon as my granddaughter wakes up." The great tyrant prepared to put Cha-Cha down, but he found that Cha-Cha was tightly hugging his neck. Eunuch wanted to take this opportunity to hug the adorable little chubby. Unexpectedly, the great tyrant glared at him. This left Eunuch at a loss. So the great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms. He looked at Cha-Cha sleeping with a gentle expression. Eunuch carefully reminded the great tyrant that the Minister of Rights would be coming for an audience soon. Before he could finish, the great tyrant said he wouldn't see anyone today. Then he chased Eunuch out. Frightened, Eunuch quickly closed the door, muttering to himself, "This is the first time His Majesty has neglected his duties since ascending the throne, and it's for a little child." Early the next morning, the great tyrant got up to prepare for court. Suddenly, he found the little chubby was gone. Only a lucky bag embroidered with a little lamb was left. Where do you think Cha-Cha has gone? This little girl had never seen her birth father since she was born. Now she fell asleep in the great tyrant's arms. In her dream, Cha-Cha saw lots of delicious food. She couldn't resist and mistook the great tyrant's chest for a chicken leg. When she woke up, the great tyrant was preparing to go to court, but he found the little chubby was missing. Only a lucky bag with a little lamb was left. The great tyrant ordered a search throughout the palace, but she couldn't be found. In a fit of anger, he wanted to behead everyone. At this time, Eunuch carefully told the great tyrant that besides the main palace, there was one more place, the cold palace. The great tyrant fell silent for a moment, thinking that if so, the little chubby might really be his biological daughter. But she was also seen by the imperial astronomer as a potential threat to the country. At this moment, the great tyrant couldn't think too much. He hurriedly got up and prepared to set out. In the cold palace, Consort Su was speaking sarcastically to Consort Hua. His Majesty is looking for a 3-year-old girl. Everyone in the palace is saying it's Consort Lin's child from the cold palace. Consort Hua said disdainfully, "So what? What trouble can a small child cause?" Then Consort Su began to stir things up. With Consort Lin's skills, if she comes back, she might whisper in His Majesty's ear all night. By then, it would be a loss if it affects the third prince. Consort Hua slammed her teacup on the table. She confidently said, as long as I'm in the harem, Consort Lin won't escape my control, let alone harm my prince. Even if His Majesty is bewitched by Consort Lin, the court officials will protest. I don't believe His Majesty would go against the will of the entire court for Consort Lin. Seeing her provocation worked, Consort Su praised Consort Hua with a smile. Sister is still so wise. At this moment, Consort Su thought to herself, indeed, with just a little push, Consort Hua won't let it go. Let her fight with Consort Lin, and I'll reap the benefits. This is truly full of palace intrigue. Meanwhile, Cha-Cha was chasing butterflies, running and shouting, "Butterfly, wait for me." Then she encountered Prince Xiaoyao, who was looking for her. Cha-Cha pointed at the flying butterfly and said in her childish voice, "Can't catch the flower butterfly." Prince Xiaoyao patted Cha-Cha's head and said, "Let uncle help you catch it." Then he took out a dagger. With a swoosh, he pinned the butterfly to a tree. He brought it over for Cha-Cha to see. The flower butterfly didn't move. Cha-Cha burst into tears, heartbroken. Prince Xiaoyao couldn't console her no matter how he tried. At this moment, the great tyrant and his group were on their way to the cold palace. But they encountered his daughter crying. He pushed Prince Xiaoyao aside, anxiously asked Cha-Cha what happened. "Who bullied you?" "Father Emperor will avenge you right away." The great tyrant saw tears in Cha-Cha's eyes. He felt very distressed and gently held Cha-Cha in his arms. He even ordered people to tie up Prince Xiaoyao. At this time, Cha-Cha, with teary eyes, held the butterfly and said, "Little three, Uncle Prince helped me catch the butterfly. I'm crying because the butterfly died." Prince Xiaoyao said helplessly, "Brother, don't be so impulsive. You tied me up without even understanding what happened. With this way of ruling, how many wrong souls must have died by your hand?" At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao was secretly pleased, thinking, "This little chubby still cares about me." Before the great tyrant could get angry, the little chubby herself clamored to get down. It turned out Cha-Cha wanted to bury her butterfly friend. The great tyrant looked at his delicate daughter. Feeling distressed, he personally helped bury the butterfly. This stunned Eunuch Li and Prince Xiaoyao. Not knowing how the great tyrant would deal with Prince Xiaoyao, it's really difficult to cheer up the little princess. Prince Xiaoyao just wanted to help the little princess catch a butterfly. Unexpectedly, the moment the dagger flew out, the butterfly was pinned to the tree. Cha-Cha burst into loud cries. This scene was coincidentally seen by the passing great tyrant. So in anger, he ordered the guards to tie up Prince Xiaoyao. Kind-hearted Cha-Cha not only set up a tombstone for her butterfly friend, but also clasped her hands and observed a moment of silence for the butterfly. This action was seen by the great tyrant, who felt very pleased. "I actually have such a kind-hearted daughter." At this time, Prince Xiaoyao, who was detained by the guards, urgently asked the great tyrant, "Brother, since everything is clear now, can you ask your guards to release me? It's very painful kneeling like this." Unexpectedly, the great tyrant ordered him to reflect well, but he was not allowed to get up yet. The sensible Cha-Cha didn't forget to plead for Prince Xiaoyao. While patting her little chubby legs, she said, "Little three, Uncle Prince's legs hurt." At this time, the great tyrant, holding Cha-Cha, looked at Prince Xiaoyao and said, "Even my daughter is more sensible than you." Then he gently patted Cha-Cha's little bottom. He said, "It's all right. Come, let's go eat." Cha-Cha, hearing about food, she happily danced with joy. At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao could only watch helplessly as this loving father and daughter left. As night approached, Consort Su happened to pass by the garden and saw Prince Xiaoyao being punished by kneeling. She asked with a puzzled face why this was happening. However, Prince Xiaoyao, with his eyes closed and a straight face, said, "I made my brother's daughter cry. My brother punished me to kneel here and reflect." After hearing this, Consort Su twisted her little face, thinking to herself, "Daughter? That little girl? Indeed, she's the bastard child Consort Lin bore for His Majesty." His Majesty actually publicly humiliated Prince Xiaoyao for his daughter. Then with a smiling face, she said, "This isn't a big deal, is it? I'll go speak to His Majesty right away and ask him to lift your punishment." But Prince Xiaoyao politely declined. "Your Highness need not trouble yourself. I think my brother's punishment is justified. I shouldn't have used a knife so carelessly in front of Cha-Cha." If I had accidentally hurt the little one, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. So kneeling is appropriate. Consort Su was somewhat surprised at this moment. She thought to herself that in the past, whenever Prince Xiaoyao was punished, he would always find a way to vent his anger. What's different today? Could it be that he also knows Consort Ning is about to leave the cold palace, so he doesn't dare offend her mother and daughter? It seems I've underestimated that fox sister's abilities. I must not let that bitch make a comeback. Meanwhile, in Tongxin Palace, the great tyrant actually ordered a large table of delicious food to be prepared. He even personally fed Cha-Cha. Even the maids nearby were whispering. This treatment of being personally fed, even the princes didn't get it. Princess Cha-Cha is the first one. The great tyrant looked at the adorable little guard before him. He thought to himself, soon it will be the annual Golden Melon Banquet. At that time, he would bring the little one along to attend and let her eat to her heart's content. Then he had Li Gonggong arrange for a bath in the Tangge. In the palace, only the emperor had the privilege to bathe in the Tangge. So the great tyrant gently asked Cha-Cha if she was full. Cha-Cha happily patted her belly and said, I'm full. The great tyrant lifted Cha-Cha and said, then let's go take a bath with father. How will Consort Su and Consort Hua treat Consort Ning in the cold palace? Will Cha-Cha's mother be able to leave the cold palace smoothly? Can you imagine such a cruel tyrant actually taking a bath with the adorable little princess? In the Tangge, the great tyrant held Cha-Cha, preparing to bathe. After personally testing the water temperature, he put Cha-Cha down. The little one had never seen such a scene before. Excitedly lifting her little dress, she jumped into the water with a splash. While happily splashing around, she said, this is so much fun. Even the water splashed everywhere. The great tyrant, far from being angry, warmly reminded Cha-Cha to be careful. Cha-Cha even showed the great tyrant her dog paddle technique. The great tyrant applauded with a smile, praising, I didn't know my daughter could dog paddle. You're better than father. Hearing the great tyrant praise her, the little one immediately dove into the water and started swimming again. Cha-Cha was having a great time in the Tangge. After bathing, the great tyrant, worried Cha-Cha might catch a cold, wrapped her in a towel. At this moment, Li Gonggong noticed a sound at the curtain. He angrily shouted, who's there? Get out here! How dare you lurk about? Xiang Cao quickly knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly and explaining, this servant Xiang Cao has no ill intentions. My mistress heard that your majesty had brought the little princess back. Fearing the princess might not know her place, she sent this servant to check. Please spare my life, your majesty. The great tyrant looked at the maid Xiang Cao before him, thinking she looked familiar. He asked Xiang Cao who her mistress was. Xiang Cao, sweating profusely, replied, it's Consort Ning, who was sent to the cold palace 2 years ago. Hearing Consort Ning's name, the great tyrant fell silent for a moment. He coldly asked, besides having you come to check on Cha-Cha, does she have any other business? For example, seeking confirmation that her confinement in the cold palace has been lifted. Xiang Cao shook her head while saying, other than sending this servant to check on Princess Cha-Cha, there was nothing else. At this moment, Cha-Cha was already fast asleep in the great tyrant's arms. The great tyrant was grinding his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, that foolish woman Consort Ning. She can't even seize such a good opportunity. Could it be that she's become addicted to living in the cold palace? Then he angrily told Xiang Cao to inform Consort Ning that Cha-Cha would be personally raised by him from now on and wouldn't return to the cold palace. Your Majesty, Cha-Cha is my lady's life. Without Princess Cha-Cha, it's like taking my lady's life away. Xiang Cao knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for his majesty's mercy. The great tyrant, worried that Cha-Cha might be awakened, shooed Xiang Cao away. Early the next morning, Princess Cha-Cha woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw 2 strangers, so she cautiously shrank back under the covers. The young eunuch told Cha-Cha, His Majesty has gone to court. He specifically instructed us to arrange breakfast as soon as the little princess wakes up. Then we servants will accompany you to play in the imperial garden for a while. The little foodie Cha-Cha quickly agreed when she heard there was food. Then Cha-Cha went out with the 2 young eunuchs. Passing through the garden, Cha-Cha noticed a big brother who looked very much like her father, sleeping next to a rock. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed. She couldn't resist poking his face with her finger, but there was no response. Cha-Cha suddenly remembered that when her butterfly friend was stabbed by third uncle, it also didn't move. Could it be that this big brother was dead? Just as Cha-Cha was telling the 2 young eunuchs that the big brother was dead, Consort Hua happened to be looking for her son, who had skipped his lessons. When she heard that her son was dead, she instantly broke down, picked up her son, and burst into tears. This shocked everyone around. Zhongyan, feeling dizzy from being shaken by Consort Hua, rubbed his head and asked, "Who died?" At this moment, Cha-Cha was happily clapping her hands on the side, saying, "Great, big brother isn't dead." When Zhongyan saw Cha-Cha, his eyes lit up. Where did this little sister come from? She's so cute. Just as he was about to go forward to greet Cha-Cha, Consort Hua grabbed his ear and yelled, "You brat, quickly get back to Yueha Palace." Cha-Cha, seeing the big brother in pain from having his ear pulled, covered her own ears and told him to protect his ears well. Hearing this, Consort Hua stopped in her tracks. She stared at Cha-Cha, thinking to herself, this little girl must be Consort Ning's daughter. Just now, Zhongyan was sleeping, but she saw him. She's so favored now. If she accidentally mentions this in front of His Majesty, it won't be good. Then she prepared to take Cha-Cha to Yueha Palace. Seeing that the two eunuchs were unwilling to let Cha-Cha go, she took out some snacks to tempt Cha-Cha, saying there were even more delicious snacks at Yueha Palace. The little foodie Cha-Cha, hearing about food, couldn't resist and happily danced with joy. Consort Hua ordered her attendants to take Cha-Cha to Yueha Palace. As for the two young eunuchs, she told them to wait there. Watching Cha-Cha's departing figure, the two young eunuchs exchanged glances. It seemed they needed to quickly find someone for help, otherwise the little princess might be in grave danger. Will the innocent Cha-Cha fare well in Consort Hua's hands? If it were you, would you have the heart to harm such an adorable little girl? On this day, Consort Hua wanted to take Cha-Cha to Yueha Palace. She wouldn't let the two young eunuchs follow along. Will Cha-Cha encounter misfortune? In Yueha Palace, little foodie Cha-Cha held snacks with both hands, happily stuffing them in her mouth. However, Consort Hua's purpose was not simply to invite Cha-Cha for snacks, but to prevent Cha-Cha from telling the great Tyrant about the third prince skipping class to sleep. The third prince, looking at the adorable Cha-Cha before him, grew fonder of this little sister the more he looked at her. Just then, Cha-Cha handed a piece of snack to the third prince. In her sweet voice, she said, "Brother, this is for you to eat." The third prince was very surprised. He thought to himself, little sister must like me to give me snacks to eat. So the third prince said to Consort Hua, "Son wants to marry this little sister as his wife." Consort Hua was shocked upon hearing this. This little bitch is indeed like her mother, a troublemaker. In just a moment, she has bewitched my son completely. If they, mother and daughter, are truly released from the cold palace by His Majesty, and the past events are reinvestigated, the consequences would be unimaginable. It might even threaten my Shao clan. Then she slammed her teacup down with a bang. Pointing at Cha-Cha, she yelled angrily, "I don't care how much of your mother's vixen skills you've inherited. Just remember this. Stay away from my prince. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind." After saying this, she ordered someone to throw Cha-Cha out. Fortunately, the third prince protected Cha-Cha behind him. The little one was so scared she trembled, hiding behind her brother and constantly calling for her father. At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao appeared. When Cha-Cha saw little third uncle, it was as if she had found a lifeline. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into Prince Xiaoyao's arms. However, Prince Xiaoyao felt the little one trembling all over and sensed something was wrong. So he questioned Consort Hua about what she had done to Cha-Cha. Consort Hua, who had done something wrong, obviously couldn't tell the truth. She acted as if nothing had happened. What could I do to a little girl? I just warned her not to learn from her mother, who caused trouble in the harem. However, Consort Hua was wondering if Prince Xiaoyao was going to stand up for this little girl. Unexpectedly, Prince Xiaoyao's face turned grim. He said fiercely to Consort Hua, "She's just a 2-year-old child. Consort Hua, your actions are a bit excessive. There's something you need to understand. Cha-Cha calls me uncle, and I truly love her. This little one is not to be trifled with. I don't care what you do in the harem, but one thing is clear. You can't touch Cha-Cha." After saying this, he left gracefully carrying Cha-Cha, leaving behind a Consort Hua full of questions. After Prince Xiaoyao carried Cha-Cha out of Yueha Palace, Cha-Cha softly called out little third uncle in Prince Xiaoyao's arms. Prince Xiaoyao pinched Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks and said, "Don't worry. With uncle here, no one can bully our Cha-Cha." The little one finally smiled. Fortunately, two little eunuchs met Prince Xiaoyao in the imperial garden. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Just then, Cha-Cha planted another big kiss on Prince Xiaoyao's face, happily saying she likes third uncle. Prince Xiaoyao was so happy he could fly. The little chubby kissed me again. Then he asked Cha-Cha why she came out so early in the morning. Where do you want to play? Uncle will take you. The sensible Cha-Cha said she missed her mother and wanted to see her. So Prince Xiaoyao happily agreed to Cha-Cha's request. Leaving behind the two little eunuchs, he took Cha-Cha to the cold palace. When they reached the entrance of the cold palace, the little one eagerly ran inside. After Cha-Cha pushed the door open forcefully, she anxiously ran over to see her mother. Consort Ming had fallen ill with worry because the great tyrant wouldn't let Cha-Cha return to the cold palace. Cha-Cha wiped her mother's tears while saying, "Mother, don't cry. Cha-Cha will go catch fish for mother." Just then, the great tyrant suddenly appeared. He called Cha-Cha's name with a cold face. Cha-Cha tugged at the great tyrant's clothes, saying pitifully, "Mother, mother is sick." What do you think? Will the great tyrant reconcile with Cha-Cha's mother? This great tyrant is so heartless, not letting his own daughter see her mother in the cold palace. On this day, after Prince Xiaoyao rescued Cha-Cha from Yueha Palace, he came to the cold palace together with Cha-Cha. The little one eagerly pushed open the door and ran in. Cha-Cha saw her mother lying ill in bed, her eyes full of tears, feeling very distressed. Just then, the great tyrant arrived. He wanted to take Cha-Cha away and scolded Prince Xiaoyao. "This is all you're doing." Prince Xiaoyao looked helpless, thinking, is it wrong for the little chubby to look for her mother? The great tyrant picked up Cha-Cha, coldly saying, "Come back to Tongxin Palace with me." Just as he was about to leave, Cha-Cha burst into loud cries, calling for her mother in her childish voice. Cha-Cha cried nonstop in the great tyrant's arms, wanting her mother. With no other choice, the great tyrant had to put Cha-Cha down. But he turned and left himself. The little one wiped her tears, thinking to herself that father must be angry. Seeing the little one cry so heartbrokenly, Eunuch Lee handed over a handkerchief, saying softly, "Little princess, please stop crying." Cha-Cha shook Eunuch Lee's arm, saying pitifully, "Eunuch, don't let father be angry." The great tyrant watched Cha-Cha from the side, thinking, am I being too harsh on this child? Cha-Cha cautiously looked at the great tyrant, not daring to speak. What if father is still angry? Suddenly, she burst into tears again. At this moment, the great tyrant reached out, calling Cha-Cha to come over. Cha-Cha happily moved her little short legs, running towards the great tyrant. But in her haste, she tripped over her own feet. The great tyrant felt very distressed seeing Cha-Cha fall to the ground. He quickly went forward to help Cha-Cha up, caringly asking where she was hurt and saying, "Let father take a look." Cha-Cha tremblingly lifted her skirt with both hands, revealing obvious scrape marks on her legs. The great tyrant felt somewhat guilty, wondering how she got hurt so badly. The sensible Cha-Cha quickly waved her hands, saying, "Father, don't worry. Cha-Cha doesn't hurt anymore." The great tyrant looked at Cha-Cha, thinking, the little one is hurt so badly, yet she's still comforting me. Then he quickly ordered someone to bring medicine. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms, gently saying to her, "It's all father's fault." However, Cha-Cha touched the great tyrant's face with her chubby little hands, saying, "Father doesn't need to be sad. It's Cha-Cha who is clumsy. My daughter is not clumsy. My daughter is the smartest in the whole world." Just then, the Empress Dowager arrived. The great tyrant had hurt Cha-Cha. He was afraid of letting the Empress Dowager know. He quickly dodged the Empress Dowager, who came over with medicine to hug her granddaughter. Just then, Eunuch Lee ran in holding the medicine. The Empress Dowager was very surprised. Who was injured and needed the ointment? The Emperor seemed fine and didn't look injured. Could it be that her precious granddaughter was hurt? Let grandmother take a look quickly. The great tyrant turned around, completely ignoring the Empress Dowager. He carried Cha-Cha to the side and then asked Eunuch Lee to bring the medicine over. These two people actually fought over applying medicine to Cha-Cha. As a result, the great tyrant was pushed aside by the Empress Dowager. "Darling, let grandmother apply the medicine for you, okay?" Cha-Cha was stunned seeing the two people fighting over her, and could only agree to let her grandmother do it. The Empress Dowager gently supported Cha-Cha's little chubby head. "Darling, it won't hurt after applying the medicine." At this moment, Cha-Cha's eyes were filled with tears. She recalled the image of her mother applying medicine for her. As a result, a teardrop fell on the back of the Empress Dowager's hand. This made the Empress Dowager a bit flustered, thinking she had hurt the little one. Actually, Cha-Cha was worried about her mother. She just wanted her mother. So when will Cha-Cha be able to see her mother? There's nothing big that my daughter can't solve easily. On this day, the Empress Dowager was applying medicine to Cha-Cha. But this little chubby suddenly started crying. The Empress Dowager thought she had been too rough and hurt Cha-Cha. While slapping her own hand, she said, "It's all grandmother's fault." The little one suddenly threw herself into grandmother's arms. Tears flowed pitifully. "It's not grandmother's fault. Cha-Cha misses mother. Mother is sick. I want to catch fish for mother." The Empress Dowager hugged Cha-Cha lovingly and asked, "Darling, you want to catch fish for your mother? Who is your mother? Which palace is she in?" Cha-Cha wiped her tears and said, "I'm the little princess from the Cold Palace." The Empress Dowager was somewhat shocked. She thought to herself, "Cold Palace? Your consort Lin's daughter? Then you're my own granddaughter." Then she excitedly picked up Cha-Cha and said to the Great Tyrant, "My son, is this really your daughter with consort Lin?" The Great Tyrant calmly said, "Mother, Cha-Cha is indeed my child with consort Lin, but I have banished consort Lin to the Cold Palace, so I'm keeping Cha-Cha by my side to raise her personally." At this moment, the Empress Dowager happily lifted Cha-Cha up. Our Yanshi dynasty finally has a little princess. But Cha-Cha was in tears saying, "I miss mother. I want mother." The Great Tyrant, however, continued to look at the memorials with an unchanged expression. The Empress Dowager held Cha-Cha and earnestly said to the Great Tyrant, "Even if you've brought Cha-Cha over, you still need to give the child time to adjust, right? Can you really bear to see the child suffer like this? If the little one cries herself sick, I absolutely won't forgive you." At this moment, Cha-Cha reached out her hands, calling father in her adorable voice. Hugging Cha-Cha, she threw herself into the Great Tyrant's arms. Pitifully she said, "Father, give mother fish. Cha-Cha won't eat. Cha-Cha will just drink vegetable soup." The Great Tyrant's heart softened. While wiping Cha-Cha's tears, he said, "It's not like I can't afford to raise you. Why drink vegetable soup?" The Great Tyrant then recalled the scene when he first met Cha-Cha. What kind of life has my daughter been living in the Cold Palace? No wonder when he first met her, the little one actually went to catch fish to eat by herself. His daughter loved meat so much, yet the first time they met, she even generously gave him a fish. Then the Great Tyrant seriously asked Cha-Cha, "If I were living in the Cold Palace, would you also give me the fish you caught to eat?" Cha-Cha instantly became vigilant. "Is father trying to trick me out of my fish again?" Seeing Cha-Cha not answering for a long time, the Great Tyrant urgently said, "Quickly answer me." Cha-Cha pouted, looking displeased. As a result, the Great Tyrant pinched her mouth, insisting she speak. The little one shook her head like a rattle drum. "No, no." Seeing this, the Empress Dowager stepped forward and angrily rebuked the Great Tyrant. "Don't bully my granddaughter. Are you still my imperial son?" Cha-Cha, in the Great Tyrant's arms, became puffed up with anger. She said indignantly, "Father is bad. Won't give father fish to eat." The Great Tyrant's heart at this moment felt as if it had been pierced by millions of arrows. Then with a serious face, he said to Cha-Cha, "What are you saying? I agree to let you see your mother, yet you still won't give me fish to eat?" The little one stared with big eyes and asked, "Can I see mother?" Then the Great Tyrant gently held Cha-Cha in his arms. "So will you give me fish to eat?" Cha-Cha hesitated for a moment, then stared at her father for quite a while. Suddenly, she kissed the Great Tyrant. Cha-Cha's mood instantly cleared up like the sky after rain. The Great Tyrant was also overjoyed. He picked up Cha-Cha and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Cold Palace to see mother." When the Great Tyrant and his entourage were heading to the Cold Palace, they happened to be seen by Consort Su. Who knows what trouble Consort Su will stir up again? When Consort Hua and Consort Su meet, what kind of trouble will they cause? As the Great Tyrant and his group were heading to the Cold Palace, they were seen by Consort Su. She quickly ran to the Moon Harmony Palace to stir up trouble. She told Consort Hua, "His Majesty is going to lift Consort Lin's confinement in the Cold Palace." Upon hearing this, Consort Hua immediately became unsettled. These two were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Meanwhile, as the Great Tyrant brought Cha-Cha to the Cold Palace entrance, Cha-Cha suddenly jumped down. She ran impatiently into Consort Lin's arms. Eunuchly was about to step forward to interrupt, but was stopped by the Great Tyrant. Seeing this, Consort Lin hurriedly came forward to bow to the Great Tyrant. The Great Tyrant thought to himself, "She's clearly sick, yet she comes out like this. When will this woman learn to take care of herself?" The Great Tyrant said coldly to Lin Fei, "Rise." Then he went straight into the Cold Palace. Cha-Cha happily held Lin Fei's hand. "Mother, let's go in to find father." Seeing the two walk and chatting and laughing, the great tyrant felt somewhat jealous. How could such a warm scene not include him? He quickly called Cha-Cha to his side. Seeing Cha-Cha unwilling to let go of Consort Lin's hand, he tempted Cha-Cha with food. "Be good and come here. Father will give you meat to eat." At this moment, Consort Lin felt somewhat warmed. His Majesty was willing to acknowledge Cha-Cha as his daughter. Cha-Cha sat on the great tyrant's lap and said happily, "Mother, come over too." Consort Lin was still lost in the scene of the great tyrant acknowledging Cha-Cha as his daughter, somewhat dazed. Suddenly, the great tyrant slapped the table. He said sternly, "My daughter is calling you over. Can't you hear?" Consort Lin looked at the great tyrant in surprise, somewhat at a loss. At this moment, the great tyrant was thinking to himself, "Does this woman take me for a ghost or a plague? How dare she stay so far away?" Cha-Cha, sensing the atmosphere was off, pinched the great tyrant's face and said seriously, "Father, you can't yell at mother. Father and mother should be nice. Mother loves Cha-Cha. Father should love mother and Cha-Cha." The great tyrant didn't expect a child could say such things. He lifted Cha-Cha and asked seriously, "Who taught you to say these things? Your mother?" At this moment, the great tyrant secretly rejoiced. As expected of my daughter, she really knows what to say. He then glanced at Consort Lin. Consort Lin was clearly a bit flustered. The atmosphere at this moment was somewhat delicate. Before things could progress further, noisy sounds came from outside. The great tyrant angrily asked who was making a commotion outside. Consort Hua and Consort Su were seen entering and kneeling to pay their respects. The great tyrant, with a displeased face, asked, "Why have you come here? Did you inquire about my schedule, specifically to intercept me?" Seeing the other two consorts arrive, Consort Lin thought to herself, "This is good. His Majesty won't stay too long. If he continues to stay here, my heart won't be able to remain firm." At this time, Consort Hua spoke up, saying she had something to tell the great tyrant. She even put on a pitiful act, saying she didn't want to speak while kneeling. But she was coldly rejected by the emperor. The tactless Consort Hua continued to ask. 3 years ago, the imperial astronomer determined that Consort Ning and her daughter were an ill omen, harmful to the country's fortune. If you lift Consort Ning's confinement in the cold palace, aren't you afraid of angering the civil and military officials? What if they protest out of sympathy? How could the great tyrant allow Consort Hua's provocation? He angrily rebuked, "Insolence! Since when is it your turn to teach me how to rule?" This frightened Consort Hua into kowtowing repeatedly. At this moment, Cha-Cha covered her ears and thought, "Father is angry. He's yelling at people again." But he gave Cha-Cha snacks. Consort Su was quite clever, kneeling there without a word. Whether it was Consort Hua or Consort Ning, whoever fell, she would benefit as a bystander. At this time, Cha-Cha jumped down. She bravely stood in front of Consort Hua and said to the great tyrant, "Don't scold. Don't scold her." She gave Cha-Cha snacks. "Don't scold her." Consort Hua, looking at the kind-hearted Cha-Cha before her, thought to herself, "Is this little one pleading for me because I gave her snacks before?" But even if His Majesty dotes on her, would he listen to a child who can't even speak clearly? But the great tyrant actually let the two rise. Consort Hua was somewhat incredulous. His Majesty actually listened to this child's words. If so, this child cannot be allowed to stay. Consort Su had instigated Consort Hua to come to the cold palace to prevent the great tyrant from lifting Consort Ning's confinement order. Unexpectedly, Consort Hua actually brought up the civil and military officials to pressure the great tyrant. This angered the great tyrant. "Since when is it your turn to lecture me?" Just as Consort Hua thought she was done for, our Princess Cha-Cha stepped in front of her, pleading on her behalf. Consort Hua couldn't believe that His Majesty would actually listen to Cha-Cha's persuasion and let them both rise to speak. But while they may be spared from death, they couldn't escape punishment. The great tyrant punished them to go fishing in the Imperial Garden Pond. Hearing such a punishment, Consort Hua was instantly shocked. Consort Su, worried the great tyrant might change his mind, quickly pulled Consort Hua away from the pond. Consort Hua was fishing with a resentful look on her face. She kept blaming Consort Su beside her. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been punished. Seeing Consort Su's pitiful expression, Consort Hua, annoyed, told her to leave quickly. She told her to go back and think carefully about how to win back His Majesty's heart from the cold palace. However, at this moment, not only had Consort Hua failed to catch any fish, but she also tripped over a stone kicked by Consort Su. Her foot slipped, and with a splash, she fell into the pond. Worse still, she couldn't swim at all. Even the two young eunuchs accompanying her were landlubbers, helpless on the shore, sweating profusely in panic. At this moment, Princess Cha-Cha jumped into the pond. Using all her strength, she pushed Consort Hua towards the shore. Consort Hua was clearly shocked, wondering what was behind her. Fortunately, they made it to shore successfully. The two young eunuchs quickly asked if she was all right. Just as she was about to get angry, she heard laughter coming from the pond. Then she learned from the young eunuchs that Princess Cha-Cha had saved her. At this moment, Cha-Cha suddenly emerged from the water, holding a big fish in her arms, happily coming ashore. Consort Hua looked at Cha-Cha in surprise, realizing it was indeed this little one who had saved her. Xiangxiao, seeing this, quickly came forward to greet them. After wrapping Cha-Cha in a towel, worried that Consort Hua might cause trouble, she prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Consort Hua said, "Stop." She stated that she wasn't an ungrateful person. She would ask the best chefs from the imperial kitchen to come and repay Cha-Cha for saving her life. At this point, Cha-Cha tilted her head and asked, "What gratitude?" The maid Xiangxiao quickly explained to Cha-Cha that Consort Hua wanted to treat her to the most delicious fish. The little one, hearing there was food, became excited and raised both hands saying, "Want, want, want, want." Seeing Cha-Cha's adorably silly behavior, Consort Hua thought to herself, "No wonder His Majesty likes this child. She's just too cute." Suddenly, Cha-Cha blurted out, "But..." Consort Hua looked nervous. But what? This originally malicious woman, because the little princess had saved her, actually wanted to treat the little princess to a fish feast. The little princess not only agreed, but suddenly added that one fish wouldn't be enough. Before Consort Hua and Xiangxiao could react, Cha-Cha was seen running towards the pond on her little legs. Just before jumping into the pond, she turned back to say to the people on shore, "Cha-Cha will go catch more fish." In no time, Cha-Cha had caught another big fish. Watching the pure and adorable Cha-Cha before her, Consort Hua couldn't help but sigh. This child is quite interesting. Xiangxiao was about to wrap Cha-Cha in a towel, but Consort Hua took it from her, saying, "Let me do it." With an awkward smile, she wiped Cha-Cha dry, saying, "Dry off and you won't get sick." This action surprised the nearby eunuchs and Xiangxiao. Then she took Cha-Cha's hand and walked back to the cold palace together. However, in Tongxing Palace, the great tyrant learned from Eunuch Li that Consort Hua had returned to the cold palace, and she had brought Princess Cha-Cha with her. Instantly, the great tyrant couldn't sit still anymore. He decided to go to the cold palace, saying, "I want to see what trick Consort Hua is up to." Just as the great tyrant arrived at the entrance of the cold palace, he heard Consort Hua inside saying, "Throw it down hard for me, don't be gentle." The great tyrant suddenly pushed open the door and saw Consort Hua with Princess Cha-Cha. He shouted angrily, "How dare you? Put down my daughter!" Cha-Cha, seeing her father had arrived, was very happy. She hugged the great tyrant's leg, nuzzling back and forth. As a result, she was picked up by the great tyrant for a full inspection. Only after seeing that Cha-Cha was unharmed did he put her down. The little one's eyes were spinning, and she said dizzily, "Father, Cha-Cha feels so dizzy." The great tyrant quickly picked up Cha-Cha and asked Consort Hua, "How did you bully her just now? I'll make it right for you." The little one pointed at the fire nearby and happily said, "Fish, fish." Consort Hua couldn't believe that in the great tyrant's eyes, she was such a vicious woman. Just as she was about to explain, the great tyrant angrily told her to shut up. Consort Hua was too scared to speak. Eunuch Lin quickly explained, "The little princess is your majesty's heart and soul. If you throw the little princess down hard, aren't you throwing down your majesty's heart and face as well?" Consort Hua was at a loss for words. She really couldn't explain. At this moment, Consort Hua felt like millions of alpacas were galloping through her mind. How should I explain? Who am I? Where am I? Just then, Consort Ning appeared. She quickly came forward to explain to the great tyrant, "Sister and Cha-Cha caught many fat fish today. We were preparing to have a fish feast for lunch. The great tyrant observed for a moment, then said, "A misunderstanding. Then what was that about throwing my daughter down hard?" Consort Hua, with tears in her eyes, explained to the great tyrant, "Your servant was talking about throwing the fish down hard." At this point, the great tyrant recalled that Cha-Cha had been pointing at the fish hot pot earlier. Now he realized he had misunderstood. It's just that this great tyrant was too protective of his child. Who would have thought that this supreme ruler would be jealous of his own daughter? One moment he was furiously accusing Consort Hua of hurting Cha-Cha. The next moment he was pretending to be calm, saying it was just a joke to lighten the mood. The great tyrant's joke almost cost Consort Hua her life. At this time, the great tyrant with a red face said, "Is this fish feast ready? My daughter is almost starving to death." The two women glanced at each other and giggled secretly. They decided not to expose him. Soon, the fish feast began. Looking at the big pot of fish hot pot, little foodie Cha-Cha's eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, Consort Ning took out a scarf to put on Cha-Cha. The great tyrant beside her was a bit shocked. This little sheep pattern was the same as the one Cha-Cha wore before. It seems these were all embroidered by Consort Ning herself. Soon, little foodie Cha-Cha had already started eating. The great tyrant thought that after Consort Ning finished feeding Cha-Cha, she should serve him food. Then he would coldly refuse. At this point, the great tyrant had already imagined the scene. He was just waiting for Consort Ning to serve him food. However, what was completely unexpected was that Consort Ning actually put the food she had picked up in her own mouth. The great tyrant's ferocious expression was too cute. Next, Consort Ning and Consort Hua fed Cha-Cha fish balls and fish slices respectively. The great tyrant was clearly being ignored. He was instantly choked with anger. Not one of them noticed that I'm still hungry. They become so unruly. If I don't manage them properly, what will become of the proper order? Just then, Eunuch Lin came to report that the matter His Majesty had asked him to investigate earlier had some leads. The person had been apprehended and was waiting outside for punishment. After the great tyrant came out, he learned from the guards that a bracelet had been found. Looking at the bracelet in his hand, the great tyrant asked how a small eunuch could have a woman's item. The material and craftsmanship didn't seem like something ordinary people could afford. Hearing the great tyrant speak like this, the small eunuch was so scared that he quickly confessed the origin of the bracelet. It was forcibly given to him by Consort Su's maid, with the purpose of inquiring about His Majesty taking the little princess to the cold palace. After hearing this, the great tyrant was furious. Consort Su even dared to bribe people around him. He then ordered the small eunuch to be taken away and beheaded immediately. Meanwhile, the bracelet in his hand was crushed to pieces by the great tyrant. Afterwards, he arranged for Eunuch Lin to thoroughly investigate Consort Su. The scene changes, and it's already evening. The great tyrant was about to take the well-fed Cha-Cha for a walk. At this moment, Consort Hua pulled Consort Ning along to catch up, saying, "Your Majesty, your servants will go with you." The great tyrant, holding Cha-Cha, was counting stars by the pond. Then he suddenly grabbed Consort Ning's hand. "Why are you so far from me? Am I going to eat you?" Then with a cold look, he said to Consort Hua, "You've already eaten. Go back to your Yueha palace." But Consort Hua shamelessly said, "I quite like your family of 3. Why don't we 4 be together?" Upon hearing this, the great tyrant was also quite helpless. Even more frustrating was that Eunuch Lin came to report that Prince Xiaoyao had urgent matters to discuss. These two are really too much. They have to come and disturb my family of 3 at this time. What's the highest level of a foodie? That would of course be our Princess Cha-Cha. She could even mistake gold beads for sugar balls. In the evening, the great tyrant was enjoying time with his family of 3, but was interrupted by the sudden visit of Prince Xiaoyao, breaking the childlike atmosphere. In the hall, the great tyrant impatiently dismissed Prince Xiaoyao. "Don't set your sights on my daughter. Stop wasting words. What brings you to the palace so late at night?" Prince Xiaoyao said seriously, "I indeed came for Cha-Cha." "Royal brother, you surely haven't forgotten about the imperial astronomer's calculation of Consort Ning and her daughter's fate 3 years ago? Today, outside the palace, I happened to see that imperial astronomer's attendant and Consort Ning's father discussing this matter again. That attendant claimed someone wanted to know about Cha-Cha and her mother's fate. I felt it was a serious matter, so I hurried to the palace to report." At this point, the great tyrant recalled that day 3 years ago when the imperial astronomer declared Cha-Cha a disaster to the ministers. He even preferred to sentence consort Ming and her daughter to death. To save their lives, the great tyrant had no choice but to banish them to the cold palace. My daughter and I have only been reunited for a few days, and someone has already set their sights on her. There must be something fishy going on. Then the great tyrant instructed Prince Xiaoyao to investigate secretly. I want to see who has the guts of a leopard to target my daughter. Just then, Eunuch Lin came to remind that the Empress Dowager had instructed that tomorrow was the horseback archery competition for the princes. Due to busy state affairs, he shouldn't forget. The great tyrant's lips curled into a slight smile, saying that tomorrow he could take Cha-Cha to see it. The little one would surely like it. The next day, the great tyrant brought Cha-Cha to the competition venue. The princes bowed to their father one after another. But the great tyrant's attention was all on Cha-Cha. He kept comforting Cha-Cha in his arms from time to time. Cha-Cha suddenly took a liking to the golden beads on the great tyrant's head. She suddenly grabbed one down and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Why isn't it sweet? And she couldn't even bite it. The great tyrant wasn't angry at all. Instead, he lovingly poked Cha-Cha's little nose, saying, "You little glutton, you want sugar balls, don't you?" Then he called, "Eunuch Lin, go bring all the sugar balls here." The princes were all left aside. The crown prince, seeing this scene, became angry immediately. Where did this little lowborn come from? How dare she monopolize Father Emperor's attention? I was waiting to show off in front of Father Emperor. At this moment, the third prince, who had just woken up, noticed Cha-Cha. "Isn't that my wife?" Then with eyes shining, he started waving and greeting. Cha-Cha quickly recognized her little brother too. The third prince happily called out, "Wife." The great tyrant instantly became displeased. He beckoned him over with a finger. "You brat, what did you call her?" The third prince scratched his head and said, "Wife, can your son marry this little sister as my wife?" Cha-Cha looked at him in confusion. "What, washing clothes?" At this moment, the great tyrant thought to himself, "This brat, does he even know what he's saying?" Cha-Cha is his own sister, never having seen such an adorably naive third prince before. Not only did he call Cha-Cha his wife on his own, but he even dared to do it in front of the great tyrant, and asked to marry Cha-Cha to him. The great tyrant instantly became displeased. "What else do you want?" The third prince eagerly said, "Your son came today to ask for your blessing for the marriage. We can discuss other matters later." Just then, Eunuch Lin arrived with a large bowl of sugar balls. The little foodie Cha-Cha stared at the bowl full of sugar balls. Unconsciously swallowing, she said, "Father, I want." Hearing Cha-Cha call the great tyrant father, the third prince couldn't help but exclaim, "She's even calling him father already. I didn't expect little sister to be so eager to marry me." At this moment, the great tyrant teasingly asked, "So you want to take a wife?" The third prince, with a blushing face, indicated, "Just this little sister." This shocked Eunuch Lin beside them. "Third prince, do you know what you're saying?" However, the great tyrant told him that Cha-Cha was his own sister. The third prince just opened his mouth to say, "Own sister, then I still want dash." Suddenly realizing, the third prince was as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. His mind went blank. What did Father Emperor just say about own sister? Only to see Cha-Cha hugging the great tyrant's neck saying, "This is my father." She then called out to the third prince in her childish voice, "Brother." At this moment, the third prince's heart shattered. He directly sat down on the ground. "Such an adorable sister is actually my own?" Cha-Cha saw that her brother had fallen. She hurriedly went forward to comfort him, even stuffing a sugar ball into her brother's mouth. Looking at such an adorably naive Cha-Cha, the third prince could only accept reality. "Sister it is, then." He stood up and hugged Cha-Cha, happily saying, "From now on, I'm also a brother who has a sister to dote on." At this moment, the great tyrant snatched Cha-Cha back. He angrily rebuked, "Enough! Are you done? I came here to test your horsemanship and archery. Quickly get back to the training ground." Cha-Cha cheered loudly from the side, "Go, brother!" At this moment, the third prince thought to himself, "I can't embarrass myself in front of my sister." However, unexpectedly, his first arrow missed the bullseye. He tried again, but still didn't hit the center. The third prince quietly muttered, just missed it." The great tyrant, watching the third prince on the training ground, felt somewhat gratified. This boy had never cared about studying before, but now he's different from before. He knows not to give up. Just then, it was the crown prince's turn. He also shot 2 arrows, neither hitting the bullseye. However, the great tyrant knew that the crown prince always had too strong a desire to win, so he was more prone to make mistakes. At this time, the prime minister He Lancy beside them made some sarcastic remarks. I heard that the crown prince was both wise and brave, but it seems he's nothing special. And this third prince is truly as rumored, like a rice bag. None of the princes hit the target. They're really disappointing your majesty's efforts." This was too much for Cha-Cha to bear. She quickly climbed down from the great tyrant. She ran towards the prime minister, fiercely standing on his table. Pointing at the prime minister's nose, she said, "Let me tell you, you ugly bad egg, Cha-Cha's brothers are the best in the world." Our little princess actually got angry because this old man mocked her brothers. She fiercely stood on the table, pointing at him and shouting loudly, "You big bad guy! Cha-Cha's brothers are all the best in the world." Faced with Cha-Cha's angry shouts, Prime Minister He Lancy instantly stood up. "Little child, speaking without restraint. I am a loyal minister of Yin. Chi, how dare you insult me? Shut your mouth immediately." Hearing this, the great tyrant was instantly enraged. He quickly pulled Cha-Cha into his arms. "Cha-Cha is my young daughter. She has never heard a harsh word. My dear minister, today you dare to scold my daughter? Indeed, you are a loyal minister of Yin Qi. In a few more days, are you going to scold me and the Empress Dowager as well?" Hearing this, the prime minister broke out in a cold sweat, trembling in fear. "The emperor has long been dissatisfied with me. I can't give him any more excuses because of this." He quickly knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, and started flattering the great tyrant. Although the princess is young, she's as capable as any man. She truly has your majesty's demeanor. The great tyrant said sternly, "Today at this archery field, the sun must be scorching. Yet everyone else is fine. Only you seem to have lost your mind. Perhaps you're tired from overwork. Why don't we have someone escort Minister Helan back home to rest? You don't need to come out for a while." The other ministers were too scared to make a sound. Helancy, that old fox, was done for this time. At this moment, the great tyrant turned to look at the training ground. The archery competition continues. Show your skills. Don't let others look down on you. Not long after, Cha-Cha fell fast asleep. The great tyrant instructed eunuchly, "The princess is tired. I'll take her back first to discuss matters. After it's over, let the children return on their own." Eunuchly carefully asked if they were returning to Tongshin Palace or going to Consort Ming's place. The great tyrant was extremely irritated at this moment. Returning to Tongshin Palace meant he'd have to review documents. The petitioner then said to go directly to the Cold Palace. Arriving outside the Cold Palace, the great tyrant specifically instructed eunuchly not to announce their arrival to avoid waking the little princess. Just as they reached the door, Consort Hua's voice came from inside. She was actually letting Consort Ning and her daughter move to her place. She even said it was close to the pond behind the mountain, and she could take Cha-Cha and the three of them to fish and grill fish to eat. The great tyrant's face instantly changed. "You, Consort Hua, not only interfere with our family of three, but you dare to steal my woman and daughter." Furiously pushing the door open, he said, "Consort Hua, what are you doing here?" Consort Hua was clearly a bit guilty. Just as she was about to explain, Cha-Cha made a sound. The great tyrant angrily rebuked Consort Hua. "Shut up, you're disturbing my daughter." Consort Ming stepped forward to take Cha-Cha, but was mercilessly rejected by the great tyrant. "I'll do it myself." The great tyrant gently covered Cha-Cha with a blanket. In her sleep, Cha-Cha was seen sucking her little hand. This was truly a little foodie, eating even while asleep. As soon as the great tyrant came out, he saw Consort Hua still trying to persuade Consort Ning. He grabbed Consort Hua's hand and angrily rebuked, "You've come to the Cold Palace to interfere multiple times. What exactly are your intentions?" Consort Hua hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty misunderstands. I didn't come to interfere. I just wanted to give Consort Ning and her daughter a home. Seeing them living in the Cold Palace, I really feel sorry for them." The great tyrant glared at her fiercely. "Since when is it your turn to give them a home in this harem?" Consort Hua was instantly terrified. It seemed he had a point. At this moment, the great tyrant took Consort Ning's hand and instructed, "Li Yu, immediately clean up Consort Ning's original Tingzhu Palace and let the consort and Cha-Cha move back there." Eunuchly happily replied that he would go do it right away. Consort Hua was seen squatting there, not knowing what to do. Never had she seen such a vicious woman, actually wanting to team up with the crown prince to eliminate Consort Ning and her daughter. Just now, the great tyrant ordered eunuchly to clean up Tingzhu Palace and let Consort Ning and her daughter move back. Learning that His Majesty had lifted Consort Ning's confinement order, Consort Su couldn't sit still. She was so angry that she smashed the teacup in her hand. She hurriedly ran to He Palace to confront Consort Hua. But on the way, she encountered the crown prince. A thought flashed through her mind. This crown prince didn't perform well in yesterday's riding and archery competition. Coming to the palace today, he must be trying to please his majesty, worried that his position as heir apparent isn't secure. She then took the initiative to greet the crown prince. After exchanging pleasantries, she began to sow discord. I heard that his majesty has rekindled his love for consort Ning and her daughter. During yesterday's riding and archery competition, he didn't pay much attention to the princess. His heart was all on Cha-Cha, born to consort Ning. The crown prince became angry just hearing Cha-Cha's name. He thought to himself, I am the high and mighty crown prince of the Yanqi dynasty. Father's love and favor should all be mine alone. Seeing the crown prince's displeased expression, Consort Su continued to add fuel to the fire. Now that his majesty has lifted the confinement order for consort Ning and her daughter, if this continues, I'm afraid he will neglect state affairs. At this point, the crown prince stated that he would absolutely not allow consort Ning and her daughter to continue bewitching his father. Seeing the crown prince speak this way, Consort Su proposed to join forces with him to eliminate consort Ning and her daughter from the harem. The crown prince coldly smiled. Consort Su, I'm afraid this was your purpose in stopping me all along. I am the crown prince of the current dynasty. What makes you think I would help you? Hearing the crown prince's question, Consort Su answered directly, because I have no heir, I can be utterly loyal to your highness, assisting you as the crown prince and clearing all obstacles on your path to the throne. Seeing this, the crown prince asked Consort Su to state her conditions. Consort Su touched her belly, hinting, this is all I want. The crown prince was a bit panicked. You want an heir? He worried internally. If he joined forces with Consort Su to scheme against his father, it might work out fine if successful. But if it failed, his father's wrath would be unimaginable. Seeing the crown prince's hesitation, Consort Su quickly assured him, Your Highness need not worry about getting burned. I will take the lead. You just need to provide support. Even if I have a child, it won't threaten your highness's position. After she finished, the crown prince bowed respectfully. Then I'll trouble you with this, consort. Both Consort Su and the crown prince had their own plans. The crown prince had long planned to plant his own people in the harem. Now that Consort Su had come to him, they both got what they wanted and joined forces. Later, the crown prince went to Tongshin Palace. He presented some exquisite desserts to the great tyrant. At this moment, the great tyrant's first thought was of Cha-Cha. She always liked sweet foods. He thought it would be nice to bring some for her to try. The little one would surely be happy. So the great tyrant prepared to have the crown prince bring the desserts along to visit Cha-Cha at Tingzhu Palace. The crown prince agreed on the surface, but inside he was seething with hatred. I am the crown prince, yet I'm being sent to see a little girl. If this continues, he might even give her the throne. That little girl absolutely cannot be allowed to benefit from this. Just as the great tyrant and crown prince arrived at the entrance of Tingzhu Palace, they saw Consort Hua and the third prince sneakily peeking inside at the door. The great tyrant angrily shouted, What are you two doing? Consort Hua and her son were startled. The crown prince immediately stepped forward to reprimand them. As a consort and prince, how dare you engage in such indecent behavior as peeping? Quickly apologized to Father Emperor. Inwardly, the crown prince was delighted, thinking, such impropriety. Surely father will punish them now. Consort Hua hurriedly explained to His Majesty, This is all a misunderstanding. We originally came to visit Consort Ming and Cha-Cha. But when we arrived, we found Cha-Cha napping in the hammock. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully and looking so adorable, we didn't have the heart to disturb her sleep. That's why we were peeking at the door. Hearing that Cha-Cha was asleep in the hammock, the great tyrant couldn't resist taking a peek himself. As expected of my daughter, even her sleeping posture resembles mine. The crown prince stood expressionless nearby, thinking to himself, Father truly has eyes only for that little girl. Damn it, I must eliminate consort Ning and her daughter. The little princess was just taking a nap, yet these people at the door were fighting to peek at her. Just moments ago, the great tyrant had caught Consort Hua and her son peeking at Tingzhu Palace. Who would have thought that one moment he was scolding them, and the next he was peeking himself? Because our adorable little princess was napping in the courtyard. Her cute sleeping posture was simply melting everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the door opened. Xiang Sao poked her head out, thoroughly embarrassing the group of peepers. Xiang Sao, looking embarrassed, explained that Consort Ning had heard noises outside and sent him to check. He didn't expect to disturb His Majesty and Consort Hua. Just then, Princess Cha-Cha yawned. She had woken up, seeing the great tyrant at the door. She reached out her little hands, adorably calling Dada, hug, 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 hug. However, the great tyrant, with a serious face, expressed concern. This hammock is too high. Be careful not to fall. But Cha-Cha pointed at the distant roof, saying, that's high. Cha-Cha wants to climb. The great tyrant lovingly stroked Cha-Cha's face. You're still little. You can't climb high places. When you grow up, Daddy will take you horseback riding and archery, and climb even higher places, okay? The crown prince witnessed this scene, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth in anger. So young, yet already acting cute and clever, just knowing how to monopolize Father Emperor. Clearly a troublemaker. However, at this moment, the third prince happily waved his hand, calling out, sister. Cha-Cha was also very happy to see her brother. She jumped down directly and ran towards the third prince. This delighted the third prince. Unexpectedly, Cha-Cha pounced towards the desserts the crown prince had brought. At this point, the crown prince snatched away the dessert box with disgust, saying, this is not for you to eat. Cha-Cha was disappointed, and her eyes filled with tears, about to cry. The third prince, in a fit of anger, rushed forward to grab the desserts, saying, it's just a few desserts. If sister wants to eat, let her eat. Then he happily held Cha-Cha's hand and said, come on, sister, brother will take you over there to eat. The crown prince immediately became nervous, anxiously telling the great tyrant, Father Emperor, these are desserts I specially prepared for you. How can they be wasted so casually? The great tyrant became angry at once, coldly replying, it was I who allowed her to eat. Are you accusing me of wasting your desserts? Seeing the great tyrant's anger, the crown prince quickly knelt down to apologize. Consort Ning, seeing this, came forward to persuade the great tyrant. The crown prince also has good intentions. Cha-Cha has indeed eaten too much today. She then told Cha-Cha to quickly return the desserts to her crown prince brother. The little one held the dessert box with both hands and said to the crown prince, brother, I'm sorry. Cha-Cha only ate one. Here's the rest back. The crown prince snatched back the box with a look of disgust. At this time, Consort Ning smiled and educated Cha-Cha. You ate your brother's desserts. What should you say to your brother? Cha-Cha then came to the crown prince's side and obediently said thank you to him. Seeing the crown prince turn his head away, Consort Ning pointed at the great tyrant and said to Cha-Cha, then go and ask Father Emperor not to blame your brother, okay? Cha-Cha immediately went to ask Daddy not to scold her brother. Out of love for Cha-Cha, the great tyrant coldly said, fine, take your desserts and leave. I don't want to see you for a while. He then sent Consort Hua and her son away as well. At this moment, the great tyrant sighed inwardly. Finally, some peace and quiet. Suddenly, he saw Xiang Sao running and shouting, Princess, please put on your clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold. The little one shouted, hot, don't want to wear. Consort Ming hurriedly called Cha-Cha to her side. She felt Cha-Cha's forehead and realized Cha-Cha had a fever. The great tyrant anxiously ordered to quickly summon the imperial physician. Why on earth was this little princess running around wearing only her undershirt, shouting that it was hot and she didn't want to wear clothes? Seeing this, Consort Ming quickly came forward to check. She found that Cha-Cha's forehead was very hot. The great tyrant anxiously ordered someone to summon the imperial physician. After a careful examination by the imperial physician, he said that Cha-Cha wasn't actually feverish, but had accidentally ingested a sedative, causing this reaction. The great tyrant was shocked to hear this. How could my daughter have ingested a sedative? The physician, wiping his sweat, said he couldn't be mistaken in his diagnosis. Tonight, they must continuously wipe the little princess's body with cool water to lower her temperature and later administer medicine. By tomorrow morning, she should return to normal. Seeing Cha-Cha in such discomfort, the great tyrant urgently asked the physician if she would truly recover. The physician quickly explained that the cause of the little princess's persistent high fever was an aphrodisiac in the chamber that increased impulses. Hearing this, the great tyrant and Consort Ning exchanged surprised glances. After the physician left, Consort Ning sat by Cha-Cha's bed, wondering who could have wanted to harm Cha-Cha. The great tyrant was also speculating. From what he knew of Consort Ning, it couldn't have been her doing. With so many people in Tingzhu Palace, how did only Cha-Cha accidentally ingest it? Then the great tyrant approached Consort Ning. After analyzing together, they realized that the only thing Cha-Cha ate alone was the dessert brought by the crown prince. No wonder the crown prince was so nervous when Cha-Cha ate the dessert. But why would the crown prince want to drug me? Could someone be behind this? He then ordered Eunuch Li to investigate the crown prince. Meanwhile, Cha-Cha was still very uncomfortable. Xiang Cao suggested Consort Ning rest while he took care of Cha-Cha, but Consort Ning couldn't bear to leave. Just then, the handkerchief in Consort Ning's hand was suddenly taken away. Seeing the great tyrant standing beside her, she unconsciously stepped back. The great tyrant said he was only here for Cha-Cha, not for her. But inwardly he thought, this woman is still avoiding me. Just then, Eunuch Li entered with the medicine. The great tyrant personally began to feed Cha-Cha the medicine. As soon as the little one smelled the medicine, she immediately shrank back, saying, so scary, don't want it. The great tyrant patiently tried to persuade her. Then Cha-Cha took the medicine, looking at him with tears in her eyes. But in her heart, she thought, although it smells bad, if I drink the medicine, Daddy and Mommy won't worry about Cha-Cha anymore, right? Then she gulped it all down in one go. This little one is so understanding. Seeing the great tyrant so doting and caring towards Cha-Cha, Consort Ming felt comforted. She carefully said to the great tyrant, it's getting late. Your Majesty should return to Tongxin Palace to rest. The great tyrant was silent for a moment. After putting Cha-Cha down, he came over to question Consort Ning. Every concubine in the palace longs for me daily. Yet you want me to leave? Consort Ning stammered and stepped back. But the great tyrant pulled her into his arms. Why are you so resistant to me? I just want to take care of Cha-Cha with you. If Cha-Cha doesn't wake up, I won't leave. If you don't want to see me, you can go to the side chamber. Just as the great tyrant was lamenting that, as an emperor, he couldn't win the true heart of the woman he loved most, Eunuch Li came to report that the Minister of Personnel, the Chief Censor, and the officials from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau were all kneeling outside the palace gate, requesting an audience with His Majesty. What were they doing here in the middle of the night? This little princess was so unlucky. Not only was she schemed against by villains, but she was also beaten by evil people. Due to accidentally ingesting a poisonous substance, she had a persistent high fever. Just as the great tyrant was worrying about this, Eunuch Li suddenly came to report that a group of ministers were kneeling outside the palace, urgently seeking an audience with His Majesty. It turned out these ministers, led by Zhu Buyun, were begging the great tyrant to execute Consort Ming and her daughter. The great tyrant, upon seeing this, coldly smiled. You want me to execute my own wife and daughter? One minister stepped forward and said, Master Shiqiong from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau calculated 3 years ago that Consort Ning and her daughter's fate clashes with our Yanqi now that Consort Ning has regained favor. Our Yanqi is in grave danger. After listening, the great tyrant glanced at Shiqiong and asked, Beloved official Shi, didn't I say back then that whoever dared to leak information about Consort Ning and her daughter would be executed without mercy? Shiqiong, terrified, quickly explained that he didn't leak the information. It was after Consort Ning regained favor that everyone knew, and the entire court had seen the little princess. At this moment, the great tyrant smiled slightly. It seems you gentlemen truly care about our Yanqi and think of the people in everything you do. But the great tyrant understood in his heart that Shiqiong must be problematic. First, the third prince met him outside the palace, privately meeting Consort Ming's father. Now he was instigating the ministers to come and ask him to deal with Consort Ning and her daughter. For an outside official to target Consort Ning and her daughter so much, there must be someone else behind this. The great tyrant then ordered all the ministers, except for Shiqiong, to be thrown into the imperial prison. Afterwards, the great tyrant commanded Shiqiong to go back and calculate the little princess's fate again. If I'm not satisfied with the results you come up with, your head might find a new place to rest. However, the great tyrant's purpose in keeping Shiqiong was to let him lead to the person behind the scenes. As expected, Shiqiong indeed sought out the maid of the mastermind behind this, looking for a way to save his life. The maid became agitated at once. You took the money to do the job initially. Now you're abandoning it halfway. Do you think my mistress is easy to bully? The Astronomical Bureau official anxiously grabbed the maid's collar. How dare a little servant like you threaten me? I'm not the only one involved in this. Neither Consort Shu nor Consort Hua can wash their hands clean of this. All of this was observed by the guards hiding nearby. Indeed, it was all fabricated by them. His Majesty truly had foresight. In Tongxin Palace, Eunuch Li reported to the Great Tyrant. This thorough investigation has revealed that it was indeed Shi Qiong colluding with the harem concubines to fabricate this. This matter involves not only Consort Shu, but also Consort Hua. The Great Tyrant looks serious about this matter. There are many in the harem plotting against Consort Ming and her daughter. This time, we must kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, intimidate the 6 palaces, and establish a dangerous situation for Cha-Cha and her mother. On the other side, the third prince was digging a hole, preparing to destroy the evidence of the exam papers. At this moment, Cha-Cha suddenly appeared behind him. "Little brother, what are you doing?" The little foodie Cha-Cha thought her brother was burying some delicacies and eagerly asked, "Is it delicious?" Just then, the crown prince appeared. He immediately mocked the third prince. "Oh, third brother is burning his exam papers again? You can't even answer a single question. Aren't you being too childish? Do you think burning them will make you score 100 or 200? Seeing this, Cha-Cha quickly stood in front of the third prince to protect him. "You're not allowed to bully my brother." This infuriated the crown prince. "How dare you, you little wretch? Fine, I won't bully him. I'll bully you instead." Saying this, he raised his hand and slapped Cha-Cha. The little one couldn't withstand his force and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing his sister being hit, the third prince raised his fist and struck at the crown prince. As a result, the crown prince ordered his attendants to restrain the third prince. These dog servants were truly obedient. They immediately rushed towards the third prince. Cha-Cha cried on the side, shouting, "You bad people, let go of my brother." Unexpectedly, the crown prince grabbed Cha-Cha's collar. He raised his hand fiercely and said, "Let's see who will protect you now." Just then, a young man appeared and kicked the crown prince away, saying, "Bullying a little girl, what kind of skill is that? You, the noble crown prince of Yanqi, you're truly shameless." This arrogant crown prince of Yanqi was actually beaten by a suddenly appeared young man. Surprisingly, the crown prince still arrogantly questioned, "Where did you come from, you wild boy? How dare you?" The distinguished-looking young man crossed his arms and said, "I'm a wild boy." Just then, a eunuch ran over anxiously and said, "Oh my, your highness the crown prince, why are you here? The Empress Dowager is waiting for you." This shocked both of them. "Who is this crown prince then?" The eunuch laughed awkwardly and said, "This is Crown Prince Murong-ing from the northern Xia dynasty. The Golden Melon Feast is about to begin. Crown Prince Murong just arrived in Yanqi Valley today. The Empress Dowager is waiting to receive him." At this moment, the third prince's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Is he the one who defeated the invincible northern Xia at the age of 7 and took soul power at the age of 9? Murong-ing? The crown prince's heart was now full of hostility, but he was also afraid of being scolded by his father for this incident. So he waved his hand and said, "It's just a small misunderstanding. Since you're a guest from afar, serve him well." Then the crown prince made an excuse that he had something to do. He hurriedly left. However, the crown prince harbored resentment in his heart and was determined to find an opportunity for revenge. At this time, little Princess Cha-Cha sweetly thanked the young brother for saving her. Looking at such an adorable little meatball, Murong-ing couldn't help but pinch Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks. Seeing that Cha-Cha's hand was injured, he even helped bandage Cha-Cha's wound, instructing the little one not to get it wet for a few days. Cha-Cha happily thanked the young brother. Murong-ing pinched Cha-Cha's chubby face again. He caringly said, "Little meatball, if bad people bully you and there's no one around to protect you, run as far away as you can. Then go tell someone who can protect you to help you get back at them. Remember that? Okay." Cha-Cha smiled and nodded, seeming to understand, but not quite. Just then, the third prince suddenly flashed between them, shielding Cha-Cha behind him. He shouted loudly, "I've been tolerating you for a long time. Even if you're the Northern Xia Crown Prince and save my sister, you can't just touch my sister's face." Murong-ing laughed. "Your sister? Then where were you when others were about to hit her earlier?" The third prince's features scrunched up in frustration. Little Princess Cha-Cha hugged the third prince tightly and explained to Murong-ing, "Brother is very good to Cha-Cha. brother just couldn't win the fight. Murong laughed heartily, saying, "You're right, little meatball." He then told Cha-Cha that he would be in Yanxi for a while, so if anyone bullies her, she should come find him. The third prince now felt a great sense of crisis. He held Cha-Cha's hand and said, "Don't listen to him. If anyone bullies you, third brother will protect you. Third brother will practice hard." As the third prince led Cha-Cha away, soon the little one's stomach started to growl. Then he took Cha-Cha to the imperial kitchen. The little foodie Cha-Cha ate while saying, "Delicious, delicious." In no time at all, she had cleared all the snacks on the plate. As the sun was about to set, the third prince carried Cha-Cha back to Tingzhu Palace. Upon learning that the crown prince had bullied Cha-Cha, Consort Hua rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the crown prince and seek justice for Cha-Cha. Never had she seen an emperor so doting on his daughter. Just now, when Consort Hua learned that Cha-Cha was bullied by the crown prince, she angrily prepared to go to the Eastern Palace to confront the crown prince and seek justice for Cha-Cha. However, as she passed through the imperial garden, she was called out by the great tyrant from behind. At this moment, the great tyrant recalled what Uniquely had said that day about Consort Su colluding with Shi Qiong and Consort Hua being involved as well. Staring at Consort Hua for a moment, he wondered why she was heading to the Eastern Palace. Could she be the one colluding with the crown prince? He then reprimanded her, saying that as a consort of the harem, the crown prince's Eastern Palace was just ahead. The crown prince's mother should avoid suspicion, as he is the heir apparent to the throne. Hearing the great tyrant's words, Consort Hua was shocked. Could it be that he thought she was conspiring with the crown prince to usurp the throne? What did his majesty take her for? So she spoke up, saying, "Your servant came to the Eastern Palace only to investigate. Today at the Imperial Academy, the crown prince injured Cha-Cha. Is it not allowed for your servant to seek justice for the little princess?" Upon hearing that his daughter was injured, the great tyrant became very worried and immediately inquired about Cha-Cha's condition. Consort Hua, with a pained expression, stated that the little princess had injured her hand. Such a small child must be in terrible pain. The great tyrant thought to himself that Consort Hua wouldn't dare lie to him. It seemed that Chongjing had indeed hurt Cha-Cha, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that she might use this opportunity to cause trouble. After all, her hands weren't clean either. Then, the great tyrant ordered Uniquely to send someone to escort Consort Hua back, and then to summon the crown prince to Tingzhu Palace. At this moment, he set off. As soon as the great tyrant entered Tingzhu Palace, he eagerly asked about Cha-Cha's condition. The little one waved her small hand, smiling at the great tyrant and saying it didn't hurt anymore. It didn't hurt anymore, but the great tyrant was still very worried. At this time, Consort Hua stepped forward and said she had already checked Cha-Cha's injury. It was just a small scrape and would heal in a few days. The daughter-doting great tyrant, holding Cha-Cha, said to Consort Ning with an unhappy face, "Injured is injured. As her mother, how can you be so dismissive? Do you even care about her at all?" Seeing Consort Ning remain silent, the great tyrant said coldly, "It's a good thing she has a father to seek justice for her." The great tyrant asked Cha-Cha seriously, "Who hurt you?" Before Cha-Cha could answer, Consort Ning stepped forward to interrupt the conversation. Knowing that this matter involved the crown prince, she didn't want it to escalate. She said to the great tyrant, "It was just children playing rough. Please, your majesty, don't pursue this matter." The great tyrant became angry upon hearing this. "I was asking Cha-Cha, your daughter is injured, and you don't even want to know the reason? Are you really her mother? Don't you feel sorry for her?" This emperor was truly a daughter-obsessed maniac. Upon learning that his daughter was hurt by the crown prince, he angrily ordered Uniquely to summon the crown prince for questioning. The great tyrant then rushed to Tingzhu Palace to check on Cha-Cha. Consort Ning, considering that this matter involved the crown prince and not wanting to make a big fuss, stated that Cha-Cha was fine. But she was rebuked by the great tyrant for not caring about her own daughter. He insisted on seeking justice for Cha-Cha, but he didn't realize that Consort Ning was doing all this for his sake. Then Uniquely came to report that the crown prince was not in the Eastern Palace. He was probably outside the palace, and someone had been sent to fetch him. Meanwhile, the summoned crown prince was drinking with the imperial astronomer Shi Qiong. He wanted the imperial astronomer to explain something to him. If there's a person you really dislike, but others like them very much, even doting on them excessively, what could be the reason? Upon hearing this, Qing Tian Sword thought to himself, "I've heard that the crown prince doesn't get along with Princess Cha-Cha. Could he be referring to that little princess? If we could win over the crown prince to join us against Yunfei and her mother, our chances of success would be even greater. Then Shi Qiong stroked his beard and began to deceive the crown prince. This humble servant has heard of an ancient Miao technique that can greatly confuse people's minds. Perhaps someone close to you has been cursed. Just as the crown prince was surprised to hear about the curse, someone suddenly came to report that His Majesty had summoned him to Tingzhou Palace. At this moment, the crown prince's face darkened. Father is looking for me at this time? It must be that little girl tattling to father. Before parting with Shi Qiong, the crown prince instructed Shi Qiong to think of a solution, saying he would need to trouble Master Shi more in the future. Shi Qiong expressed that it would be an honor to help ease the crown prince's worries. Soon after, the crown prince arrived at Tingzhou Palace. After paying respects to the great tyrant, he secretly thought, "Little liar, it's not so easy to scheme against me." The great tyrant asked him with a serious face, "Why did you push your sister? Is this how an older brother should behave?" At this moment, the crown prince didn't admit his fault, but instead turned the tables, saying that Cha-Cha was unsupervised in the harem and had run to the Imperial Academy. That place is where I and the other royal children study. How can she barge in and disrupt the education of Yin Qi's future pillars? As her older brother, I must discipline her strictly. Consort Ning was shocked to hear this. The crown prince had clearly hurt Cha-Cha, yet he was now accusing her of disrupting the prince's studies. The great tyrant's face darkened at this moment. "So, I have wronged you?" Just then, a burst of laughter suddenly came from a distant rooftop. I've never seen such a shameless crown prince. When the great tyrant questioned him about hurting Cha-Cha, not only did he not admit his mistake, but he even turned the tables, claiming that Cha-Cha was disrupting the students' classes. He said he was just helping to discipline her. The great tyrant's face darkened immediately. "So you're saying I've wronged you?" Just then, a burst of laughter was heard. Murong-ing was seen sitting on the eaves, loudly mocking the crown prince for not only bullying the weak, but also talking nonsense. "Indeed shameless," she said. Then with a leap, she gracefully landed on the ground. She then came forward, introduced herself, and paid respects to the great tyrant. Cha-Cha called out "little brother" in her childish voice, while the crown prince thought to himself, "Why has this guy come?" Not knowing the circumstances, the great tyrant angrily rebuked Murong-ing, "Trespassing into my Yin Qi's harem. How bold!" Murong-ing calmly stated that she was here to be a witness for the princess. The great tyrant now had a cold expression. "What witness? What does this have to do with you?" However, at this moment, Cha-Cha ran towards Murong-ing, happily calling out "little brother." Murong-ing picked up Cha-Cha, poking her chubby cheeks and saying, "Little dumpling, tell your father, didn't I save you?" Cha-Cha waved her little hand and said, "Yes, brother, even bandaged my wound." Murong-ing smiled and said, "Little dumpling, you're so good. So you're the little princess of Yin Qi? Luckily I came in time, or you would have been bullied again." Then Murong-ing, holding Cha-Cha, solemnly told the great tyrant, "I saw with my own eyes the crown prince of Yin Qi bullying this little dumpling. Not only did he push her down, but he was about to kick her." Then, pointing at the crown prince, she said, "If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable." The crown prince panicked and hurriedly tried to explain to the great tyrant, but was rebuked and told to step aside. Then he beckoned Cha-Cha to come to him. The little one trotted over on her chubby legs. The great tyrant asked Cha-Cha why she went to the Imperial Academy. He learned that Cha-Cha had gone to pick up her third brother after school. To save some face for the crown prince, the great tyrant initially wanted to dismiss Murong-ing. But Murong-ing stated that as a witness, with rewards and punishments still unclear, he couldn't leave. Otherwise, this Yin Qi crown prince would again spout nonsense and wrongly accuse the little dumpling. Seeing Murong-ing unmoved, the great tyrant angrily hugged Cha-Cha, preparing to leave. "If you won't go, I'll go. No need for the Northernwood crown prince to worry. I will give Cha-Cha justice myself. Moreover, our Yin Qi harem is strict. The wall-climbing crown prince is new here and unfamiliar with palace rules." At this point, the great tyrant secretly felt jealous. "He dares to call my daughter little dumpling and climb over the wall into the harem. Could he be eyeing Cha-Cha? Dream on." He then ordered people to escort Murong-ing back to the guest house and to learn Yin Qi palace rules along the way. With no choice, Murong Ing had to leave. Cha-Cha said in her childish voice, "Little big brother, don't make daddy angry. Let's play again next time." Hearing Cha-Cha's words, Murong Ing recalled his father's warning that the Yanqi emperor was moody and hard to approach. It seemed true. He then promised Cha-Cha to play together next time. When bidding farewell to the great tyrant, Murong Ing thought to himself, "I'm not a pushover either. If he won't let me climb the wall to play with little dumpling, I'll just come to see him often. What can he do?" Afterward, the great tyrant began to scold the crown prince. Unexpectedly, he still refused to admit his mistake. As a result, the great tyrant angrily slammed the table. He berated, "As the heir to the throne, you're so petty. You still dare to quibble even now." The crown prince was instantly frightened and trembling. Father Emperor actually publicly scolded him for this little girl. At this moment, Cha-Cha covered her ears with both hands, looking scared. She was then picked up by the great tyrant, who gently said, "Be good, don't be afraid." At this point, the crown prince's face twisted, instantly burning with rage. This crown prince lost control on the spot to compete for favor with Cha-Cha. Just now, when the great tyrant publicly scolded the crown prince, Princess Cha-Cha was so scared that she covered her ears with both hands. But the great tyrant gently picked up Cha-Cha to comfort her. This infuriated the crown prince, standing nearby. Instantly enraged and humiliated, he shouted, "I did push her on purpose. I just can't stand her. I am the crown prince. Yet Father Emperor gives all his love to her." The great tyrant was a bit surprised. "She's just a little girl, while you are the crown prince." The crown prince became even more angry, yelling, "Why does Father Emperor scold me in front of so many people for her sake? What did I do wrong?" The great tyrant said sternly, "Then let me tell you what you did wrong. You bullied your younger sister first, then twisted black and white. You're already the crown prince, yet still compete for favor with your siblings. All your thoughts are on crooked paths. You even dare to accuse me of being unfair." The arrogant crown prince still showed defiance. The great tyrant directly questioned him. "Who instructed you to send those desserts earlier? What trick did you play? What was your purpose?" The crown prince was shocked. Father Emperor didn't even eat those desserts, yet he knew there was an aphrodisiac inside. "No, I can't admit it. Otherwise, Father Emperor will surely strip me of my crown prince title." He then started to act pitifully, saying Father Emperor was just venting anger for his sister, wasting his filial piety. "You favor consort Ning and her daughters so much. Have you forgotten the astrologer's calculation 3 years ago? They should have been executed." Before he finished speaking, the great tyrant raised his hand and slapped him. He angrily rebuked, "As my eldest son, I had high hopes for you. I carefully nurtured you, always being strict with my words, only because I want to entrust the country to you in the future. I must temper your character. You're still young and may not understand, but you've corrupted your character. You even compete for favor with your sister. You've truly disappointed me." Then he punished the crown prince with the big board and ordered him to go back to the Eastern Palace. "By my decree, you're not allowed to come out and embarrass yourself." The crown prince was about to leave angrily when consort Ning called him back, asking him to apologize to Cha-Cha. The crown prince scornfully replied, "You want me to apologize to her? No way. I am the crown prince. Only Father Emperor can punish me. Since when do women in the harem get to order me around?" Consort Ming held Cha-Cha in front of her and said, "As Cha-Cha's mother, whoever bullies my daughter, I must seek justice for her." Then she said sternly, "You must apologize to her." At this moment, the great tyrant glanced at Consort Ning, thinking to himself, "This is how a mother of my daughter should behave." Then he pulled Consort Ning into his arms. Consort Ning is right. As an older brother, you should naturally apologize and make amends for your mistakes. He was left speechless at this point. He had no choice but to apologize obediently, but he was still unconvinced inside. He would surely seek revenge for today's humiliation in the future. It's really one wave after another. Just yesterday, the great tyrant punished the crown prince for Cha-Cha. Early this morning, Consort Shu rushed to Yuhi Palace in a hurry. Consort Hua, with sleepy eyes, asked, "It's barely dawn. What urgent matter brings you here at this hour?" Consort Shu nervously said, "Sister, how can you still sleep? Last night, His Majesty scolded even the crown prince for consort Ning and her daughter. He not only reprimanded him, but also punished Jingzhu. Hearing this, Consort Hua defended them, saying he deserved it. As the crown prince and older brother, he bullied Cha-Cha and even pushed the little one to injury. It's unforgivable. Consort Shu, now displeased, grabbed Consort Hua's arm and said, "Sister, you're speaking up for that girl now? Have you forgotten that 3 years ago, you and I bribed Shi Qiong to frame Consort Ning and send them to the cold palace?" At this moment, Consort Hua broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Indeed, Cha-Cha and Sister Ning suffered for 3 years in the cold palace because of me." Then she angrily said to Consort Shu, "If His Majesty wants to redress their case now, you and I might not even keep our positions." She then shook off Consort Shu's hand and loudly scolded, "I haven't lost my mind yet. It's only you who came to remind me. If you're afraid His Majesty will dig up old accounts and you can't protect yourself, just go back to your Danquan Palace and keep your mouth shut." Seeing Consort Hua's tone change, Consort Shu quickly apologized, saying she was only worried that her sister might be confused momentarily and wanted to kindly remind her. "We still need to plan carefully about this Consort Ning and her daughter. We absolutely cannot let them continue to bewitch His Majesty like this." Consort Hua angrily rebuked, "What I do is none of your business to command. You may leave." However, at this time, Consort Shu was still scheming in her heart. We're in the same boat. You're dreaming if you think you can escape." Watching Consort Shu's retreating figure, Consort Hua pondered, 3 years ago, I harbored ill intentions and made a big mistake. I will admit to it myself. It seems that Consort Shu is still not giving up, wanting to eliminate Cha-Cha and Sister Ning. I can't make the same mistake again. If you ask who's the best at being jealous, it's definitely our great tyrant Mo Yunyuan. Just now, Prince Xiao Yao brought gifts to visit Cha-Cha. The little one immediately ran towards him with a flying hug. Prince Xiao Yao picked her up high, saying, "Oh my, little chubby, you've gotten fatter again." Hearing this, Cha-Cha turned her head away and huffed, "I'm not a little chubby." Prince Xiao Yao laughed awkwardly. Okay, our Cha-Cha is not a little chubby. She's a little princess." Then he caringly asked about Cha-Cha's injury. He also brought out a bunch of toys to cheer Cha-Cha up. Afterwards, Cha-Cha happily played with the rattle Prince Xiao Yao gave her, making tinkling sounds. Just then, Father King, the great tyrant, came in with a ball. Cha-Cha immediately showed off to her father. "Daddy, look what Uncle Xiao Yao gave me. Look at this rattle Uncle Xiao Yao gave me." The great tyrant took the rattle from Cha-Cha's hand and gave her his ball instead. "It's just a rattle, nothing special. Daddy brought you a ball." The little one watched as the ball bounced on the ground with a thud. Happily clapping, she said, "It's so much fun." What the great tyrant didn't expect was that the carefree prince brought a mask close to Cha-Cha's face. "Look, can you still recognize your royal uncle?" As a result, the great tyrant snatched Cha-Cha away, then gave the carefree prince a punch. "This is my daughter causing trouble. You shouldn't come to the harem anymore." The carefree prince was quite helpless. "You're being too petty." But Chen Emperor really had something to report. But Shi Qiong is becoming more unruly. A few days ago, he even got together with Chong Jing. The great tyrant indicated that he knew about these matters in the palace. The witness testimony was already there, just lacking physical evidence. He then arranged for the carefree prince to handle matters outside the palace. At this moment, the carefree prince had a smile on his face, thinking, "Finally, I can avenge the little chubby one." Soon it was noon. Consort Ming brought some fruits. It wouldn't be good to only give them to Cha-Cha. "Your Majesty, carefree prince, please have some fruits." Then she handed the small bag full of fruits to Cha-Cha. In no time, the bag full of grapes was all eaten by Cha-Cha. The little one, looking unsatisfied, held up the small bag and looked inside. "Where are the grapes?" She then turned to you and said in a childish voice, "Mother, they're all gone." Consort Ming smiled and poked Cha-Cha's little belly, saying, "Why don't you ask your little tummy how many grapes it ate today?" The little one followed her mother's hand, lowered her head, and touched her own belly. Her clothes were stretched out by this little tummy. Then she looked at others. Instantly, she showed an embarrassed and surprised expression. "Oh my, they don't have little tummies. Only I have one." She picked up the little lamb pouch, shyly tied it on her face, and started crying woo. At this time, the carefree prince laughed like a pig. Cha-Cha angrily shouted, "Stop laughing." Just then, Xiaoxiao came to report that lunch was ready. The carefree prince, upon hearing this, expressed his desire to stay for lunch. But he was angrily rebuked by the jealous great tyrant. You've already mooched off my fruits, and now you want to mooch off my lunch? Go take care of your official business first. After saying this, he left carrying Cha-Cha. These two were fighting in the street over the right of succession. Just now, the carefree prince was driven out of the main hall by the great tyrant. Then he brought along Shi Qiong from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau with the September sword. The carefree prince then said that the Empress Dowager had found him a princess consort he didn't like, but he couldn't refuse. So he had to ask the Imperial Astronomer for help. After all, he had calculated for Consort Ning and her daughter before. Shi Qiong was startled upon hearing Consort Ning's name. But the carefree prince said, if Master Shi could do the same, saying that this prince is a lone star of misfortune and easily bullied, that woman would surely be scared away. This way, my royal brother and mother should have no way to force it. Shi Qiong, hearing it was about his own affairs, relaxed his guard. He raised his wine cup and drank freely, even agreeing to help with this matter. Seeing Shi Qiong drain his cup in one go, the carefree prince began to strike while the iron was hot. This wine is said to be a one-cup knockout. I think he'll soon be spilling the truth. Then he asked Shi Qiong, I suppose Master Shi has done this kind of thing many times before? Shi Qiong, already feeling the effects of the alcohol, chuckled and said, entrusted by others, loyal to others, right? The carefree prince quickly asked him, who entrusted you to frame Consort Ning and her daughter? At this point, Shi Qiong's face was flushed red. Under the influence of alcohol, he spilled everything about how Consort Hua and Consort Shu bribed him to frame Consort Ning and her daughter. Soon after, Shi Qiong passed out drunk. The carefree prince ordered people to take care of everything. With the evidence in hand, he left gracefully. Just as he walked out of the inn, he heard the guard say that the third prince and Murong Ying were fighting up ahead. Chongjing had always been compared to Murong Ying since childhood, but he always fell short in every aspect. The two would argue every time they met. What were they fighting about this time? Then he stepped forward and pulled the two apart. As members of the royal family, how improper to be fighting in the street. Then he tapped Chongyen's little head and asked, what happened? Chongyen explained that he was looking for some folk toys for his sister. But then he met this guy who said the things he bought for his sister were too stupid and that he would make his sister become stupid. He got angry, and that's why he started fighting. Murong Ying stood nearby with his hands on his hips and said, what I said, was I wrong? You're not only stupid, but also weak. You can't even win a fight. The infuriated Chongyen and Murong Ying came together again, ready to fight once more. As a result, they both got punched by the carefree prince, who scolded them. You two little brats, if you want to fight, go to the training grounds in the palace. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Afterwards, the two agreed to have a duel at the training grounds. What could possibly make our little foodie princess refuse to eat? In the Tingzhu Palace, Xiangxiao came walking with a tray of tea snacks. The great Dao Jun gently picked up a piece of lotus pastry and offered it to Cha-Cha. But the little one said she didn't want to eat. Seeing his daughter's unusual behavior, the great tyrant asked Consort Ning why Cha-Cha wasn't eating today. Was she feeling unwell? Consort Ning chuckled and said, Cha-Cha ate all the grapes sent from the imperial kitchen today. Oh, and for lunch she also ate a piece of lamb, 2 chicken wings, 3 pieces of braised pork, plus a bowl of beef soup and a tofu. She's really full now. Look at her little belly if you don't believe me. At this moment, Cha-Cha was holding her chubby tummy, feeling secretly worried. The great Dao Jun glanced at the fat on Cha-Cha's belly and thought to himself. He only noticed that she didn't eat as much as usual at lunch today, but he didn't realize her little belly had become so prominent. Cha-Cha now recalled the scene of her father giving her the lotus pastry. She thought if she secretly ate a bite, it should be fine, right? Father loves me so much, he wouldn't dislike me just because my little belly got bigger. As a result, Consort Ning and the great tyrant exchanged glances. They both thought in their hearts that they couldn't let her eat so much anymore. After thinking for a moment, the great tyrant said that Cha-Cha's little belly was indeed a bit big, darling, and she couldn't eat like this anymore. Cha-Cha froze instantly upon hearing this, even dropping the snack in her hand. Oh no, even father has started to dislike me now. At this time, Consort Ning also reminded her, from now on, eat only as much as we give you. You can't eat more. The little one felt extremely upset. Both father and mother won't let her eat anymore. then she could only drink some water. After finishing a bowl of water, Cha-Cha said she wouldn't eat anymore and wanted to go play. Looking at her own round shadow, Cha-Cha's eyes welled up with tears of sadness. This little belly bulging out really did seem a bit uncomfortable. Xianxia saw that Cha-Cha was a bit unhappy. Upon asking, she learned that it was because Cha-Cha had eaten too much and her stomach was bloated. Then she suggested that Cha-Cha move around more. That way her stomach wouldn't feel bloated. Cha-Cha nodded seriously in agreement. Then Cha-Cha was seen performing on her own, spinning 3 circles left, 3 circles right. Eavo, wiggle, instantly covered in sweat. Cha-Cha looked down at her little belly. Why was this ring of fat still there? To get rid of the fat on her little belly, our little princess really went to great lengths, even starting to exercise. But it seemed to have no effect. Just as the little one was feeling troubled about this, the third prince came. He happily told Cha-Cha that he had brought many toys. But Cha-Cha was dejected and unhappy. The third prince quickly asked her why she wasn't happy. Had someone bullied her? Cha-Cha lifted her clothes, revealing her round and chubby little belly. With a pitiful face, she said it was little Chubby who bullied her. The third prince froze instantly, pointing at Cha-Cha's belly and saying, "Is it him bullying you?" Cha-Cha's eyes welled up with tears as she said pitifully, "Yes, it's him." At this moment, Xianxia came over. She smiled and explained to the third prince that the little princess had eaten too much today. Her stomach was bloated and she was digesting food here. After exercising for half a day, the chubbiness still hadn't decreased. After hearing this, the third prince looked at Cha-Cha. It seemed that she indeed had a bit too much chubbiness. Then he patted Cha-Cha's head and said, "I'm going to teach Murong-ing a lesson later. That arrogant fellow. Why don't you come with me? Maybe when you see Murong-ing getting beaten up by me, your little tummy will feel better right away." Cha-Cha happily agreed to go with her third brother. Shortly after, the third prince took Cha-Cha to the training ground. Seeing Murong-ing sitting calmly on the high railing, he said disdainfully to the third prince, "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." His gaze went straight to Cha-Cha, thinking how good it was that Cha-Cha had come too. The third prince quickly shielded Cha-Cha behind him. "What are you so arrogant about? Don't think I'm afraid of you. But why are you looking at my sister?" At this moment, the third prince was actually panicking inside. Murong-ing glared and said, "You really don't know your limits. Wait until I'm done with you. Then you can play happily with Sister Cha-Cha." Then the two of them locked eyes, sparks flying. As a result, the third prince couldn't take it anymore. "Were you cross-eyed in your past life?" Seeing her brother's uncomfortable expression, Cha-Cha anxiously asked. At this time, Murong-ing jumped down from above, calling Cha-Cha's name. The third prince pulled Cha-Cha over and said, "Sister, be careful of that idiot." Murong-ing immediately asked back, "Who are you calling an idiot?" The third prince replied confidently, "I'm calling you an idiot." But he was immediately KO'd by Murong-ing's next words, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Why am I always the one losing?" The princes of 2 countries were actually jealous over a little girl. Just now, the third prince was outmaneuvered by Murong-ing, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. To save face, he pretended to be calm in front of Cha-Cha. "Don't worry, sister. Your brother hasn't shown his true strength yet." Seeing that her third brother was fine, Cha-Cha happily clapped and said, "Brother, I'm glad you're okay." At this moment, Murong-ing patted Cha-Cha's head and said, "Little dumpling, do you remember me?" Cha-Cha adorably replied to him, "I remember, the little brother who climbed over the wall." Hearing this, Murong-ing was delighted and said to Cha-Cha, "My name is Murong-ing." Just by hearing the name, you know he must be a perfect match, right? "Come on, little dumpling, call me Brother Murong." Cha-Cha obediently called him Brother Murong. This melted Murong-ing's heart. Such an adorable little dumpling. If only I could take her back to the north. The third prince shouted angrily from the side, "Don't talk nonsense. How dare you flirt with my sister right in front of me? Do you think I'm dead?" The overprotective third prince hugged Cha-Cha tightly. "Murong-ing, don't you dare have any designs on my sister Cha-Cha." Then he told Cha-Cha, "Don't be fooled by this guy. He said earlier that playing with rattles is for idiots. You love playing with them. He was insulting you. Let's not play with him." The little one seemed to understand and nodded. At this point, Murong-ing said with a double standard, "Stop stirring up trouble here. When you play with rattles, it's idiotic. But when Cha-Cha plays with them, it's adorable." The third prince was clearly at a loss for words against Murong-ing. But Murong-ing's thoughts were all on Cha-Cha. He thought to himself, "With this guy around, I can't play happily with Cha-Cha." Then he asked the third prince, "Didn't you call me here for a competition?" I'm ready. Are you still up for it? The third prince replied, Of course. I can't let my sister get chubby. Then he sent Cha-Cha to the side. Be good and wait here for brother. Watch how brother teaches him a lesson. Watch how I teach him a lesson. The third prince was now ready to face the challenge. Murong-ing clenched his fists and lunged towards him. Just as the third prince was about to make his move, Murong-ing dodged, and the two of them brushed past each other. Murong-ing ran behind the third prince, picked up Cha-Cha, and taunted, You fool, you fell for it. No matter how much the third prince shouted and cursed behind him, Murong-ing paid no attention and ran off with Cha-Cha in a flash. The third prince immediately felt something was wrong. Oh no, that guy's taken my sister away. Just then, a stern voice came from behind the third prince. What are you standing here for? This third prince really was useless at everything. Not only did he lose the staring contest to Murong-ing, but he also lost Princess Cha-Cha. Just now, when the third prince lost Cha-Cha and was standing there at a loss, the great tyrant arrived. He had intended to watch the two princes compete, but unexpectedly learned that Princess Cha-Cha had been taken away by Murong-ing. In a fit of anger, he ordered all the imperial guards to search. Meanwhile, Murong-ing was happily carrying Cha-Cha, preparing to leave the palace. However, on the other side, everything had turned into chaos. Murong-ing had just walked a short distance when he saw the figure of Prince Xiao Yao ahead. Before he could react, Cha-Cha in his arms became extremely excited, raising both hands and shouting loudly, Little third uncle. Murong-ing broke out in a cold sweat. Prince Xiao Yao looked over, somewhat surprised. How did Cha-Cha end up with Murong-ing? When did his royal brother allow outsiders to take care of Cha-Cha? Cha-Cha said with a big smile, Little third uncle, Brother Murong said he'd take me out to play. At this moment, Murong-ing was panicking inside. If she were to interfere, it would be troublesome. Just then, the sound of imperial guards searching could be heard. Prince Xiao Yao asked Murong-ing where he was taking Cha-Cha, and if he had informed his majesty. Murong-ing arrogantly replied, Where I go is none of Prince Xiao Yao's business. Are you trying to block my way? Before he could finish speaking, Prince Xiao Yao gave him a flying kick. How dare you be so disrespectful in front of me? I'll teach you a lesson right here. Cha-Cha waved her little hands anxiously, saying, Little third uncle, no fighting, no fighting. Let's go out to play. However, the commotion also alerted the imperial guards. Prince Xiao Yao sensed they were about to be discovered, so he released Murong-ing from his grip. Thinking that Cha-Cha wanted to go out and play so badly, he decided to go along with it and tease his royal brother in the process. Then he grabbed Murong-ing's hand and said, You brat, I'll help you. I also want to take Cha-Cha out of the palace to play. Besides, without me, can you alone defeat so many imperial guards? Murong-ing agreed on the surface, but remained wary of Prince Xiao Yao inside. After all, he was the great tyrant's man. He hurriedly picked up Cha-Cha, preparing to sneak out of the palace. Prince Xiao Yao didn't forget to throw Cha-Cha's embroidered shoes on the ground, thinking to himself that if his royal brother saw this, he would surely be even more anxious. When passing through the palace gate, they were stopped by guards for inspection. Fortunately, they managed to leave the palace without incident. Only then did Prince Xiao Yao lift the curtain of the sedan chair to let them out. Cha-Cha said obediently, Little third uncle. Cha-Cha didn't speak or move. Did I win? It turned out that Prince Xiao Yao had played a game with Cha-Cha earlier, seeing who could stay still and quiet in the sedan chair. Cha-Cha won, so Prince Xiao Yao had to buy her something delicious. Cha-Cha, leaving the palace for the first time, was very happy to see the lively scenes outside. Her eyes lit up when she saw the food on the street. At this moment, Prince Xiao Yao also turned on Murong-ing, pushing him away, and wanted to take Cha-Cha to taste the delicacies outside the palace. Prince Xiao Yao felt quite smug at this point. He thought his royal brother must be frantic in the palace. Just thinking about it was satisfying. Meanwhile, in the palace, the imperial guards presented Cha-Cha's shoes to the great tyrant. The great tyrant angrily slammed the table, berating them as useless. After searching for so long, they only found a pair of shoes. He ordered them to search every inch of ground to find the little princess. Otherwise, he would have all their heads. The woman before him, knowing her daughter had been taken, broke down in tears, crying uncontrollably. Just now, the imperial guards had searched the entire palace, only to find a pair of Cha-Cha's embroidered shoes. This greatly distressed Consort Ning. The great tyrant, seeing Consort Ning's heartbroken state, felt very pained. They had been searching in the palace for several hours without success. It seemed Cha-Cha had likely been taken out of the palace by Murong-Ying. He then instructed Li Gong to prepare a set of casual clothes and bring more people. He would personally go out of the palace to find his daughter. Upon hearing this, Consort Ning immediately knelt down, begging the great tyrant to take her along. Just then, Consort Hua rushed in urgently. As soon as she entered, she grasped Consort Ning's hands, saying it was all her fault for not educating her son well, who couldn't even watch over Cha-Cha. The great tyrant, now extremely anxious, pulled Consort Hua's hands away, scolding that he and Consort Ning were going out to find Cha-Cha and had no time to listen to her nonsense. He told her to leave immediately. Consort Hua, also desperate, begged the great tyrant to take her along to search for Cha-Cha. The great tyrant thought for a moment. If he brought her along, she could take care of Consort Ning. So he agreed but told her to stay close to Consort Ning. As they were riding in the carriage towards the palace gates, they heard someone report that the little princess had been spotted in the largest restaurant in the capital. Meanwhile, Cha-Cha was happily eating. The two men beside her were competing to serve her food. Their eyes were shooting sparks at each other. Cha-Cha just ate that dish. You're just an outsider. What right do you have to feed my niece? As the two were arguing, Cha-Cha reached over and stuffed all the food they were holding into her mouth. Adults have to choose, but can children have it all? After gorging herself, the little one patted her belly, saying with satisfaction that she was full. Then Murong-Ying eagerly took Cha-Cha's hand, saying, "Brother will take you out to play." At this moment, Prince Xiao Yao grabbed Cha-Cha's other hand, saying gently, "Cha-Cha, where do you want to go? Uncle will take you." Both men glared at each other, neither willing to let go. Only Cha-Cha's exclamation of "I need to go" brought them back to reality. They thought, never mind, as long as Cha-Cha is happy. Just as they were about to take Cha-Cha out to play, they heard a rush of footsteps from upstairs, accompanied by shouts of "Catch that thief." Before Murong-Ying could react, he was pushed aside by the thief. Then they were scattered by the people rushing down. Cha-Cha was so frightened that she covered her ears with both hands, repeatedly calling for little third uncle. The restaurant instantly became chaotic, with shouts of catching the thief everywhere. In the midst of the chaos, Cha-Cha hid under a table in fear. She cried out for her father and mother, wanting to be held. At this moment, someone was slowly approaching Princess Cha-Cha. The little one thought it was her royal uncle, but the person who appeared was Ning Chaochun, Consort Ming's father. He crouched down and tentatively approached Cha-Cha, saying, "Come out, I'm your maternal grandfather." The little one had never seen her grandfather before and started crying loudly in fear. At this point, Ning Chaochun covered her mouth and coldly said, "Don't cry." Then he put on a fake benevolent act, saying, "I'm your mother's father. I won't hurt you. Come home with grandfather quickly." Cha-Cha shook her head vigorously in fear. She wanted to find her little third royal uncle. Seeing that Cha-Cha wasn't easily fooled, Ning Chaochun told her that grandfather would take her to find her mother. Hearing about finding her mother, the little one let her guard down. Then she crawled out from under the table. And so, in the midst of the chaos, Cha-Cha was taken away by Ning Chaochun. One has to wonder, is this old man really a good person? Never have I seen such a vicious old man. Seeing Consort Ning favored by the emperor, he set his sights on Cha-Cha. Just now, in the chaos, Cha-Cha was taken away by Consort Ning's father, Lin Chaochun. Coincidentally, they brushed past the arriving great tyrant. The great tyrant rushed in, calling out anxiously, but he only saw Prince Xiao Yao and Murong-Ying. The great tyrant scanned the area, but couldn't see Cha-Cha. In a fit of anger, he grabbed Prince Xiao Yao's collar and angrily asked, "Where's Cha-Cha?" Prince Xiao Yao was clearly at a loss. Murong-Ying quickly stepped forward to explain that there had been an accident in the restaurant and Cha-Cha had disappeared. Consort Ning, who was nearby, fainted upon hearing that Cha-Cha was missing, collapsing onto Consort Hua. At this moment, the great tyrant was furious. He lifted Murong-Ying and said, "You took my daughter out of the palace without permission. If anything happens to her, I won't spare you or the entire northern Xia dynasty." Seeing this, Prince Xiao Yao quickly stated that he had learned that Cha-Cha was taken away by a middle-aged man. The man's build and appearance seemed to resemble Ning Chaochun. The great tyrant and Consort Ning were shocked to hear Ning Chaochun's name. In his urgency, the great tyrant took Consort Ning's hand and was about to rush to the Ning residence. Consort Ning hesitated at this point. Unknown to others, after Consort Ning was banished to the Cold Palace, Ning Chaochun, fearing he might be implicated, had completely cut off contact with her. The great tyrant noticed Consort Ning's concerns. He assured her that everything would be fine with him there, and she needn't worry. Meanwhile, at the Ning residence, Cha-Cha looked around tearfully, asking, "Where's mother? I want my mother." Then Ning Chaochun grabbed Cha-Cha and warned her, "Your mother will come sooner or later. Listen carefully. If anyone asks how you ended up with me, you say you followed me and wouldn't let go. It wasn't me who took you away. Do you understand?" At this moment, Cha-Cha looked at this unfamiliar and unpleasant grandfather she had never seen before with a confused expression. Then Ning Chaochun shouted again, "Do you understand?" Cha-Cha was clearly frightened and said pitifully, "I don't like you." Ning Chaochun smirked and said, "You don't like me? I'm still your grandfather. Come on, call me grandfather." Cha-Cha resolutely turned her head away, thinking to herself, "I won't pay attention to him. I won't talk to him." Then she saw some pastries on the table, and her eyes lit up instantly. She picked up a pastry and started eating heartily, thinking, I'm ignoring you." Just then, Lin Fei's mother arrived and asked where they had picked up such a wild girl. Lin Chaochun stroked his beard, smiling as he said, "This is your daughter's daughter. Now she and her mother are greatly favored by His Majesty. The success or failure of our family depends on this." Ning's mother looked at Cha-Cha with disdain. "Is this little glutton it? My family snacks are not for you to waste." With a slap, she knocked the snack out of Cha-Cha's hand. Cha-Cha clutched her arm in pain, staring at her with big, watery eyes. Unexpectedly, Ning's mother grabbed her little face, saying fiercely, "You dare glare at me? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes?" Yin Chaochun sipped his tea on the side, saying, "Be gentle. I'm counting on this little girl for promotion and wealth." However, at this moment, Cha-Cha pointed at Ning's mother and shouted loudly, "You are a big bad person. I don't like you. I'm not afraid of you either." The little one stood on the stool with her hands on her hips, pointing fiercely at the two. "You ugly little scum, and you laughable evil thing." Cha-Cha didn't forget to make faces to mock them. This infuriated Ning's mother. She raised her hand to strike Cha-Cha, threatening to tear her mouth. Let's just say, this Ning father and mother are really detestable. At this moment, Cha-Cha was in a critical situation. Could she wait for the great tyrant and Consort Ning to come and save her? Is this grandmother a real-life version of Nanny Rome? At the slightest provocation, she wants to hit a 2-year-old child. This Ning father and mother are truly worthy of being called wolf grandparents. Wolf grandmother indeed. The vicious grandmother threatened to tear Cha-Cha's mouth. The little one ran while cursing at her, but she was still caught. At this critical moment, a voice shouted stop from afar. Cha-Cha narrowly escaped. The lifeline finally appeared. Consort Ning was seen approaching angrily. Cha-Cha was very happy to see her mother. She flew straight into Consort Ning's arms. Consort Ning gave Cha-Cha a thorough check. Cha-Cha smiled and told Consort Ning, "Mother, don't worry. I'm fine. I just missed you." Seeing Cha-Cha was all right, Consort Ning finally relaxed. At this moment, Ning's father coldly said, "She's my granddaughter. Coming back with me won't make her lose a piece of flesh, will it?" Ning's mother added sarcastically, "That's right. You're acting as if we're so terrifying. You're being too cautious. She's not made of tofu. Will she fall apart if we touch her?" Consort Ning looked at her parents thoughtfully. She had just heard Cha-Cha cursing at them. If it wasn't too much, Cha-Cha would never be so impolite. Cha-Cha had never met them before. How could she have come back with them? At this time, Cha-Cha pointed at Ning's parents and said to Consort Ning, "Mother, I didn't come back with them. He said he would help me find my mother and then brought me back." This statement angered Ning's parents. They shouted, "You little girl, what nonsense are you and your mother talking about? Look at the good daughter you've raised, telling lies already." Consort Ning didn't expect these old folks could lay hands on Cha-Cha. They must have some purpose. Then she retorted, "I am the consort personally appointed by His Majesty. By rank, you should address me as consort, shouldn't you?" The old couple was shocked upon hearing this. They looked at each other, thinking, is this still that obedient and docile girl? She dares to speak to us like this? At this moment, Ning's mother pointed fiercely at Consort Ning. "What did you just say? What did you tell us to call you? Say it again." Ning's mother actually scolded Consort Ning for being unfilial and forgetful. Seeing these two bad people talking to her mother like that, Cha-Cha put her hands on her hips and bravely scolded them. "You're not allowed to scold my mother, you two ugly little scumbags." Consort Ming was touched to see Cha-Cha protecting her like this. Then she coldly said to her parents, "Indeed, you have raised me. But don't forget, 3 years ago when I was in trouble, didn't you already cut ties with me? Besides, I'm no longer part of your Lin family. I hope Mr. Ning and Mrs. Ning will show some self-respect." Hearing Consort Ning speak like this, Mrs. Ning was stunned. She didn't expect her daughter to be so tough now, and worried about losing her connection to Consort Ning. She immediately changed her attitude, putting on a smiling face. "Consort Ning, please don't misunderstand. The situation at the restaurant was chaotic at that time. The little princess was panicked and insisted on following me. For the princess's safety, I had no choice but to bring her back." At this moment, Mr. Ning was constantly gesturing to Mrs. Ning behind him. Mrs. Ning immediately started acting, crying and saying, "After all, we are your parents. How can you be so heartless?" At this time, the clever Cha-Cha spoke up. She secretly told Consort Ning not to fall for it, saying everything they said was fake. Liars will be exposed. Mr. and Mrs. Ning's act was so poor that even a child could see through it. Consort Ning questioned her parents again. "If I were to fall from grace again, would you still speak to me in this tone? I'm afraid you would publicly declare that you don't have me as a daughter again. It's better not to have such parents. I will never set foot in this place again." Then she picked up Cha-Cha and turned to leave. The old couple was left speechless, standing there in shock. Guess how the great tyrant will deal with Mr. and Mrs. Ning? Never seen such a domineering consort before. For her daughter, she even dared to scold these despicable parents. It's better not to have such self-serving parents. Then Consort Ning took Cha-Cha and turned to leave. Afterwards, with Consort Ning's permission, the great tyrant demoted Mr. and Mrs. Ning Chaochan to commoners and banned them from entering the city. Just as the great tyrant was about to leave the Ning residence with Consort Ning and Cha-Cha, he saw 3 anxious people rushing towards them. They surrounded Cha-Cha and Consort Ning all at once. The great tyrant felt as if he was isolated, thinking to himself, "These annoying people." Then he grabbed Murong Ying's ear with one hand and the carefree prince's collar with the other. He said fiercely to them, "You two, go back immediately. Otherwise, I'll punish you for losing the princess." Then the guards stopped the carefree prince and Murong Ying. They could only watch as the great tyrant left with Cha-Cha and the others. At this moment, both of them knew very well that it was their fault for losing Cha-Cha. To avoid angering the great tyrant further, it was better not to provoke him. In the carriage, the great tyrant held Cha-Cha and caringly instructed her that in the future, except for father and mother, she was not allowed to leave the palace with anyone else. Consort Ming also warned Cha-Cha with a worried face, "You can't do this again in the future. Your father and I were so worried." The little one looked at her mother blankly and said, "Cha-Cha knows she was wrong. It won't happen again." To ease the awkward atmosphere, Consort Hua took out a bag, saying she had just ordered some local snacks. She had already tried them and brought them out for Cha-Cha to taste. Cha-Cha was very happy to see so many delicious treats. So Consort Hua took out a pastry that wasn't available in the palace and handed it to Cha-Cha. The little one took it and was about to eat when she saw her own round little belly. Her hand suddenly stopped. This little belly that had just disappeared. Then she put the pastry down. Holding back tears that were about to flow, she said, "I'd better not eat it for now." Consort Ming and Consort Hua were suddenly startled. They quickly asked Cha-Cha if she was feeling unwell somewhere. Then the great tyrant picked up a meat skewer. "If you don't like that one, how about this? Daddy will give you this to eat." Cha-Cha quickly crossed her hands, indicating she didn't want it. "My little tummy at noon had just disappeared. Little third uncle already took me to eat. If I eat again, my little tummy will come back. I don't want to eat." The 3 of them burst into laughter. So that's what it was. The case was solved. At this moment, Cha-Cha stretched out her hands and said to Consort Ning, "Mother, I want a little bag to put them in. To eat tomorrow." The great tyrant laughed and said, "Indeed, you're my little foodie." Consort Ning smiled and explained to the great tyrant, "Your Majesty, please don't laugh at her. In the past, she could barely eat anything in a month in the cold palace. Cha-Cha is used to saving good food for when she's hungry." The great tyrant expressed that it was all his fault for letting the mother and daughter suffer. Then he held Cha-Cha tightly in his arms. "You are my daughter, my Ancie's princess. If you want to eat anything, just tell Daddy. Daddy will provide plenty." At this time, Consort Hua showed a hint of guilt on the side. If it weren't for her momentary confusion, Cha-Cha and Consort Ning wouldn't have suffered so much in the cold palace. She owed them. Consort Ming noticed Consort Hua was lost in thought and approached to ask. Unexpectedly, Consort Hua said that her sister and Cha-Cha's ordeal in the cold palace was all because of her. Consort Ming was instantly shocked. "Sister, what are you saying?" Then Consort Hua confessed to the great tyrant. 3 years ago, when Cha-Cha was born, she was worried that Consort Ming would gain more favor. So she bribed Shi Qiong from the Imperial Astrology Bureau to fabricate that Consort Ming and her daughter were ill-fated stars, which led to her sister and Cha-Cha being sent to the cold palace. "I have committed such a grave error. I request your Majesty to punish me." After hearing this, the great tyrant's face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect her to reveal the truth herself. What was her purpose? Was she truly remorseful? Consort Hua admitting to framing Consort Ming and her daughter at this moment. How would the great tyrant punish her? Would Consort Hua lose her life? This little princess is really good at being coquettish. Just now, the great tyrant learned the truth about the framing of Consort Ning 3 years ago from Consort Hua's mouth. Cha-Cha saw her father's face darken. She thought, "Oh no, Daddy's going to get angry again." She quickly held the great tyrant's hand. "Daddy, don't be angry, don't be angry." Looking at his adorable daughter, how could the great tyrant still be angry? So he asked Cha-Cha, "What do you think? Brother's mother did something wrong. Cha-Cha, how should we punish her?" This question stumped the little one. She didn't understand adult matters, let alone what Consort Hua had done wrong. Then she reached out her hand to Consort Ning for help. Consort Ning picked up Cha-Cha and said to Consort Hua, "Sister, since I entered the palace, I have only focused on serving His Majesty. I never thought about competing for favor. You went to great lengths to frame me and Cha-Cha. For the past 3 years, this little one has lived on days when she couldn't eat enough." Consort Hua felt deeply remorseful and expressed her apologies to Consort Ning and Cha-Cha. Although Consort Ning harbored resentment, those things were in the past. If Consort Hua dared to scheme against her and Cha-Cha again in the future, she would not let it go easily. At the same time, Consort Ning declared that as a consort in the harem, she was not incapable of those dirty tactics. She just hadn't stooped to that level before. Upon hearing this, Consort Hua was shocked. She had originally thought Consort Ning was a weak person, but she realized she had misjudged her. Over these 3 years, she had matured. Even without His Majesty's deliberate protection, she could live very well. At this moment, Cha-Cha stared with her big, Maybelline eyes, thinking to herself that she had never seen her mother like this before. Cha-Cha must protect her mother. Then she stood in front of Consort Ning, shouting at Consort Hua, "You're not allowed to bully my mother." Consort Hua now had tears in her eyes. She told Cha-Cha that she would never bully her and her mother again. For the rest of her life, she would be content just to see Cha-Cha and Chongyin grow up safely. Cha-Cha's mind flashed with images of Brother Chongyin, and she mumbled her brother's name. Then she rubbed her head and said, "Brother Chongyin is very good, so his mother should be a good person too." The little one's words hit the mark. At this point, the great tyrant picked Cha-Cha up. He agreed with Cha-Cha, saying that Consort Hua had been in the palace for years. Although she was arrogant, her nature wasn't truly evil. She was just competitive and had been instigated. Consort Hua lowered her head in silence. But in her heart, she thought, if it were usual times, His Majesty would have already flown into a rage. Today, he's remained calm until now. "I fear my life won't last much longer." Then the great tyrant told her that for such a grave mistake, whether she lived or died depended on her performance. "You're not the only one who colluded with Shi Qiong. There's also Consort Shu. The bribes you gave to Shi Qiong have long been in my hands. I just didn't expect you to confess voluntarily." To Consort Hua's surprise, His Majesty had known about these things all along. The great tyrant, considering Consort Hua's genuine love for Cha-Cha, was willing to give her a chance to redeem herself. He told her to return to the palace without making a fuss. When the great tyrant called for her to come forward, she should then publicly disclose this matter. Consort Hua was still somewhat worried, wondering if His Majesty would really let her off. The great tyrant smiled and reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be of use soon enough." Then the great tyrant held Consort Ning's hand and said, "I will definitely get justice for you." The group returned to the palace very late. The great tyrant reluctantly parted from Consort Ning and Cha-Cha. But watching the great tyrant's departing figure, Consort Ning was a bit worried. It was already very late, and if His Majesty went back to Tongxin Hall, it would take even more time. Then, with a blushing face, she said to the great tyrant, "Your Majesty, why don't you stay here tonight?" At this moment, one was relieved to be able to stay, while the other worried that His Majesty wouldn't stay. It seems these two have finally reconciled. So when will the truth about Consort Ming's false accusation be revealed? And what use does the great tyrant have for Consort Hua? Let's discuss in the comments. What could make the great tyrant so anxious? Just now, Consort Ning blushed as she invited the great tyrant to stay. Not only did the great tyrant not refuse, but he also eagerly picked up Consort Ning. Li Gonggong witnessed this scene and felt very pleased. Now the consort and His Majesty have truly reconciled. The great tyrant held Consort Ning in his arms and called out, "Wan Wan." Consort Ning looked at the great tyrant in surprise. His Majesty still remembered her maiden name. The great tyrant looked tenderly at the woman he loved before him. "I have always remembered your maiden name, my beloved. 3 years ago, I didn't even give you a chance to explain before sending you and Cha-Cha to the Cold Palace. You must have hated me in your heart." Consort Ning certainly had harbored hatred, but as time passed, she came to understand. Ever since she entered the palace, she had been deeply favored by the great tyrant. Rather than constantly guarding against the overt and covert attacks of ill-intentioned people, the Cold Palace was somewhat safer. Moreover, she had Cha-Cha. Although they suffered some hardships, they had endured these 3 years. At this moment, the great tyrant embraced Consort Ning tightly, vowing that from now on, every day, he would ensure Cha-Cha and Consort Ning were safe and happy. Just as the two were getting intimate and about to do something naughty, Cha-Cha suddenly burst in, saying in her baby voice, "Sleepy, sleepy, mommy hug." This startled the two. Consort Ning pushed the great tyrant 10 meters away and said, "Cha-Cha, why are you here?" Xiangsao hurriedly came over, calling out, "Cha-Cha, come back here." As a result, the little one flew straight into Consort Ming's arms, calling for her mother with sleepy eyes. Left with no choice, the great tyrant had to send Xiangsao away. Cha-Cha wouldn't sleep well with both of them there. Cha-Cha fell asleep in Consort Ming's arms. Consort Ming had just covered Cha-Cha with a blanket. But the next second, Cha-Cha kicked it off with her feet, mumbling in her sleep, her little belly exposed. "Doesn't this look exactly like how you slept when you were little?" Cha-Cha finally slept peacefully. Then the great tyrant took Consort Ming to the side hall. That's right, they went to exercise. Early the next morning, Li Gonggong and Xiangsao were staring at each other outside the door. His Majesty and the consort had both risen late today. Their exercise must have been quite intense. At this time, Cha-Cha walked out groggily with one bare foot, saying, "Good morning, doggy." "Good morning, sister." Seeing Cha-Cha barefoot, Li Gonggong quickly picked her up. But Cha-Cha told Li Gonggong that mother and father were still sleeping, so she got up by herself. Cha-Cha was hungry. Then Xiangsao helped Cha-Cha wash up and get dressed, and also arrange breakfast. In her sleep, Consort Ning faintly heard Cha-Cha's voice and reached out to comfort her, saying, "Cha-Cha, mother is here." But the great tyrant grabbed Consort Ning's hand. The next second, she suddenly woke up. The great tyrant gently stroked Consort Ning's head, saying, "Wan Wan, did I scare you?" It was then that Consort Ning came to her senses. She had stayed overnight, and His Majesty and Cha-Cha hadn't slept with her. Suddenly, Consort Ning said to the great tyrant, "Oh no, I'm afraid your Majesty has missed the morning court session." The great tyrant affectionately poked Consort Ning's nose and said, "It's all right. Li will convey my verbal orders to appease the court officials. Besides, I have more important matters today." Can you guess what important matters he meant? Due to their intense exercise, not only did they wake up late, but they were also caught in bed by their daughter. It was utterly embarrassing. Seeing the two come out, Cha-Cha quickly came forward to greet them. The great tyrant gently pinched Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks and said, Cha-Cha, be good. Have breakfast with your mother. Father needs to go see your brother Chongjing. Upon hearing brother Chongjing, Cha-Cha instantly recalled the previous scene. Oh no, they're gonna argue again. So Cha-Cha quickly waved at the great tyrant. Father, don't argue with brother. Don't get angry, okay? The great tyrant warmly hugged Cha-Cha. He told her not to worry, that father wouldn't argue with brother. Consort Ning, worried that Cha-Cha might delay the great tyrant, quickly took Cha-Cha from him. At this moment, the scene of the family of three together looked quite heartwarming. After the great tyrant left, Xiangxiao took Cha-Cha to change clothes. But after Cha-Cha changed, Xiangxiao had a shocked expression. Why is this dress so difficult to put on today? At this point, Cha-Cha pinched her protruding little belly. She said sadly, "It's all meat." Then she suddenly burst into tears. Xiangxiao quickly came forward to comfort the little princess. "You're still growing. It's normal to gain some weight. Besides, this dress was made by your mother last year, so it's natural that it's a bit small now." Cha-Cha clenched her fists, determined to lose weight. To cheer up the little princess, Xiangxiao offered to accompany her for a run in the Imperial Garden. Xiangxiao cheered for Cha-Cha from behind while the little one ran huffing and puffing in front. Just then, they ran into Murong Yun coming from the opposite direction. "Cha-Cha, what are you running for here?" Then he gently poked Cha-Cha's nose with his fingers, saying, "I was planning to come see you early, but your father was here. I had to wait until he left. It's not that I'm afraid of him. I just didn't want to put you in a difficult position." After explaining, he snapped his fingers. Then a guard brought over a box of candied haws. At this moment, Cha-Cha's eyes lit up at the sight of the candied haws. She thought to herself, "Wow, delicious food I've never tried before." After hesitating for a moment about the tasty treat, she quickly waved her little hands, saying, No, it's not Brother Murong's fault." Murong Yin looked confused, thinking Cha-Cha was still angry with him. But Cha-Cha told him it was because she wanted to lose weight, so she couldn't eat it. She wasn't angry with him. Hearing this, Murong Yin laughed and said he would accompany Cha-Cha on her run. So Murong Yin held Cha-Cha's hand, and the two walked along chatting and laughing. The scene was so sweet that even the maids nearby exclaimed. They looked just like the golden boy and jade girl beside the Queen Mother of the West. Suddenly, the doting demon Chongjing ran over, angrily shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could my sister possibly be the golden boy and jade girl with Murong Yun? Get out of my way!" He stepped forward, grabbed Cha-Cha's hand, and was about to take her away. "Let's not play with her. She lost you yesterday." However, Cha-Cha's other hand was still firmly held by Murong Yun. "Why are you everywhere? Cha-Cha has already forgiven me. It's none of your business." The little one was caught in the middle, feeling quite troubled. It's unclear how Cha-Cha will resolve this impending conflict. How adorable the little princess must be, able to defuse such a tense situation with just one sentence. The third prince and Murong Yun were about to fight again over Cha-Cha. But our adorable Cha-Cha, in her sweet baby voice, said to her third brother, "Can we run together with Brother Murong?" Seeing his sister so cute, Chongjing couldn't refuse. Both sides smiled and agreed. Although Murong Yun on the side somewhat despised this foolish prince, he endured it because Cha-Cha liked him. Then, Cha-Cha happily ran off holding the hands of both brothers. This made the nervous maids on the side smile happily. Even Consort Su sighed, saying these children were so adorable. That Murong boy was there too. His Majesty should be arriving soon, right? Consort Ming shook her head, saying His Majesty is the ruler of a country. Of course, dealing with state affairs takes priority. However, at this moment, Consort Ming was worried. By now, His Majesty should have arrived at the Eastern Palace. Hopefully, he won't argue with the Crown Prince again. At the Eastern Palace, seeing that the Crown Prince had been behaving these past few days, the great tyrant got straight to the point and asked him, "Who exactly instructed you to send those drug pastries to me?" The Crown Prince instantly felt terrified. He quickly said it was because Consort Su hadn't seen His Majesty for days, so she asked him to help deliver the pastries to His Majesty. To protect his position as Crown Prince, he didn't tell the truth. He kept kowtowing to the great tyrant, admitting his mistake, saying he agreed because of a moment of weakness and had no idea the pastries had been tampered with. Hearing it was Consort Su again, the great tyrant told the Crown Prince to get up. The Crown Prince, appearing very sincere, said he had been reflecting these past few days. As an older brother, he indeed shouldn't have quarreled with his younger sister. The great tyrant, however, knew better. On the surface, the crown prince kept talking about reflection, but he dared not look him in the eye. His heart was not in it. Then, to make amends to Cha-Cha, the crown prince specially ordered some gifts to be prepared. The great tyrant, while getting up, said, "Your sister is still young. She's not interested in these jewelry. If you truly care, find her some good food and toys. She'll surely be happy. It's good that you can repent. I'll return to the palace now." Seeing how much the great tyrant valued Cha-Cha, the crown prince thought it best to go along with his majesty and not provoke him. The most important thing now was to protect his position as crown prince. As the great tyrant walked out, he was still thinking to himself that Chongjing claimed to be reflecting, but his words and actions didn't match. He was just going through the motions. How did the relationship between father and son come to this? Suddenly, he thought of the adorable Cha-Cha. He decided to go see his daughter first. Arriving at the Imperial Garden, he saw several people chatting idly. The great tyrant thought they were slacking off, but Li Gongong informed him that Cha-Cha was there too. He decided to go over and take a look. At this moment, the great tyrant suddenly widened his eyes. He angrily shouted at Murong-ing to let go of his daughter immediately. Just then, Cha-Cha happily ran over calling father. The great tyrant picked up Cha-Cha, and without even looking at Murong-ing, he pointed and said, "Cha-Cha, remember to stay away from this person. Be careful he doesn't lose you again. By the way, what were you all doing?" Cha-Cha replied pitifully, "I'm too fat. I need to get rid of my little belly. Otherwise, I won't be able to wear mother's pretty dresses anymore." The great tyrant lovingly poked Cha-Cha's nose and said, "My daughter doesn't need to do that. We should treat our flesh as part of our body. Don't think about how to get rid of it." Cha-Cha looked confused, not understanding her father's meaning. This great tyrant really dotes on his daughter. Will Cha-Cha's weight loss plan continue? How fortunate to have such a domineering emperor as a father. The little princess was troubled because she couldn't fit in her dresses due to her plumpness. However, the great tyrant waved his hand and declared, "Immediately convey my imperial decree. Order the palace seamstresses to make all of the little princess's dresses for the next 2 years." The great tyrant also warmly told Cha-Cha, "You're still growing. Every bit of flesh has its reason for existing." So Cha-Cha decided not to lose weight anymore. Even if she's a little chubby, she wants to be a chubby girl where every bit of flesh has a reason to exist. Upon hearing this, Consort Hua and Xiang Sao on the side were delighted, exclaiming that Cha-Cha said it well. Just then, Murong-ing handed Cha-Cha a pastry, saying, "That's right. Quickly eat it up." But the doting third prince immediately knocked it away. He hugged Cha-Cha and said with a smile, "Sister, eat your brother's. This one tastes better." Murong-ing couldn't tolerate Chongjing's behavior. He snatched back the pastry in her hand. He growled fiercely, "These pastries are all mine. You don't get any." This frightened Cha-Cha. She looked at them pitifully and said, "If you two are like this, I won't get to eat any either." Chongjing aggressively declared, "Murong-ing, you scared my sister. I'm doing you a favor by taking your things. Cha-Cha is my sister. What right do you have to feed her?" Murong-ing held Cha-Cha's hand and said, "Because Cha-Cha calls me Brother Murong. I've claimed this little sister. Why can't I feed her?" The two glared at each other, sparks flying. It seemed they were about to fight again. As they were arguing, the great tyrant appeared. "Both of you, shut up." He immediately gave them both a smack on the arm. Then he pulled Cha-Cha aside. "Cha-Cha, be good. Don't eat things from outsiders. If you want to eat something, father will order the imperial kitchen to prepare it." Then he turned to Murong-ing with a serious face and said, "You, a foreign man, repeatedly trespassing in my Yanqi harem. Is this how things are done in northern Xia?" Then the great tyrant ordered Liu to throw Murong-ing out. However, Murong-ing interrupted the great tyrant's words. "I entered the palace as a representative of northern Xia to discuss matters regarding the Golden Melon Feast." The great tyrant didn't humor him at all. The Golden Melon Feast matters have already been entrusted to Xing Buchu. Since that's the case, then let someone take you to the Ministry of Rites to discuss properly. Murong-ing was dumbfounded at this point, discussing with those long-winded old men, who knows how long it would take. At this moment, Chongjing gleefully pointed at Murong-ing and laughed out loud. "Murong-ing, you'd better go quickly." Murong-ing thought angrily to himself, "Young master, I won't go. I don't believe he'll really dare to throw me out." Just then, the great tyrant spoke up. Chongjing, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to share some of my burdens. You go with Murong-ing to the Ministry of Rights to sit in. Chongjing's awkward expression could carve out a two-bedroom apartment. Murong-ing laughed on the side. Serves you right. That's what you get for being so smug. Cha-Cha looked at her two brothers with a puzzled expression. Why did they both become unhappy? Then she said seriously to them, Brothers, listen to father. After you finish your work, we can play together. Then she held out her pinky finger to make a pinky promise with them. These two were both somewhat displeased, with murderous looks in their eyes. But seeing such an adorable Cha-Cha, they couldn't refuse her. Do you still play with the people you made pinky promises with when you were little? What could make a 3-year-old child so desperate to climb over a wall? Just now, the great tyrant ordered Chongjing to go with Murong-ing to the Ministry of Rights to discuss matters regarding the Golden Melon Feast. Cha-Cha made a pinky promise with her two brothers to play together after they finished their work. These two, not giving in to each other, ran straight to the Ministry of Rights. Both wanted to quickly deal with those old officials so they could return soon to play with Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha warmly reminded them from behind, Brothers, be careful. Don't fall. The next second, Chongjing was sent flying by Murong-ying's punch. Get out of my way. Young master can't be bothered with you now. I want to quickly deal with those long-winded old men at the Ministry of Rights so I can come back to Cha-Cha sooner. The two ran off in a flash. Only a confused Cha-Cha was left behind. Are my brothers fighting again? Meanwhile, the great tyrant told Consort Hua to return to her palace and wait for his visit. Consort Hua agreed, but wondered to herself what it could be about. After Consort Hua left, the family of 3 was together again. The great tyrant prepared to take Cha-Cha and Consort Ning back to the palace. He instructed Consort Ning to keep a close eye on Cha-Cha and not let her run out to play. He told the mother and daughter not to make a sound no matter what they heard. Consort Ning was full of questions, but she suddenly remembered the great tyrant's previous promise to seek justice for her. So she decided not to ask too much. The emperor must have his plans. Then Consort Ning assured the great tyrant that she would definitely keep a close eye on Cha-Cha. Before they knew it, the sun had set. Cha-Cha sat alone at the door, staring at the darkening sky. I promised Brother Murong and third brother to wait for them in the Imperial Garden to play together. But when will they come back? Then Cha-Cha was seen walking towards the outside, mumbling, Mother said that we must keep our promises. Suddenly, Xiang Cao called out from behind, Little princess, His Majesty said that you and the consort cannot leave the palace today. This startled Cha-Cha. She looked worried and said, But I promised my brothers. Xiang Cao offered to play with Cha-Cha, but the little one turned away disappointedly. No need, no need. I'll play by myself. Cha-Cha stood in the courtyard, racking her brains on how to get out. Just then, thieves caught her eye. She suddenly thought of Brother Murong's roof-walking method, and so this scene unfolded. Cha-Cha actually became a wall climber. Just as she was about to climb up, she slipped back down to the ground. Cha-Cha was already exhausted, but she was still huffing and puffing as she moved a stool, preparing to climb again. She was determined to climb over. Just as Cha-Cha was about to make it over, Eunuch Li arrived, saying His Majesty wanted Consort Ning to go to the Empress Dowager's palace immediately. Before he could finish speaking, Eunuch Li saw Cha-Cha climbing the wall. He was so shocked that he dropped the Rui scepter in his hand. He quickly went to get Cha-Cha down. At this moment, Consort Ning came out. Cha-Cha, what are you doing on the wall? The little one was clearly a bit scared. She said pitifully to Consort Ning, I promised third brother and Brother Murong to wait for them. They said they'd keep their word, but father won't let me go out. Consort Ning told Cha-Cha to wait in the palace for a while. After she saw His Majesty, she would ask when Cha-Cha could go out. The little one happily agreed. Then Consort Ning went to the Empress Dowager's palace. As soon as she entered, she saw this scene. What was going on here? Consort Ming finally waited for the day to clear her name. As soon as she entered the Empress Dowager's palace, she saw Consort Shu and Shi Qiong tied up. Consort Ming had just greeted the great tyrant and the Empress Dowager. Consort Shu on the side was shouting like a madwoman. You vile woman! It's all you! It's you taking revenge on me! The great tyrant, worried that Consort Ning would be frightened, comforted her and scolded Consort Shu. You colluded with an outside official to frame Consort Ning. How dare you now falsely accuse her again? She has no grudge against you. Fear was written all over Consort Shu's face. Your Majesty, she's here to take revenge on me. The great tyrant kicked her flying several meters. She stammered, No, she's here to take revenge on Shi Qiong. In her panic, Consort Shu was still lying. She claimed that 3 years ago, it was the Imperial Astrology Bureau that said Consort Ning was an ill-fated star, which led to her being sent to the Cold Palace by His Majesty. Now that she was freed, of course she wanted revenge. Consort Shu insisted she was innocently implicated. Shi Qiong on the side couldn't stay calm. "You Consort Shu, how can you throw all the blame on me alone?" So he kowtowed and admitted his guilt. Shi Qiong said that 3 years ago, it was Consort Shu and Consort Hua who approached him, asking him to falsely accuse Consort Ming of being an ill-fated star. He only agreed because he was bewitched. Upon hearing this, Consort Shu was extremely anxious. "This is complete nonsense. Consort Hua, how can you just watch him slander us?" In her mind, she thought, "If you don't help me, neither of us will escape. Let's die together." However, at this moment, Consort Hua not only didn't help her, but revealed the truth. "It was indeed you and I who instructed Shi Qiong to frame Sister Consort Ning, causing her and Cha-Cha to be banished to the Cold Palace." Hearing Consort Hua speak like this, Consort Shu was terrified and speechless. Could it be that Consort Hua didn't care about her life anymore? At this moment, the Great Tyrant kicked her down again. "Do you still not admit your guilt?" Then the Great Tyrant said seriously, "Even without Consort Hua as a witness today, I have other evidence to convict you. Why do you think I summoned you to the Empress Dowager's palace?" The carefree prince revealed the situation. He had already obtained Shi Qiong's confession, and even the evidence of Consort Shu bribing Shi Qiong had been presented to His Majesty early on. "You shouldn't keep resisting. Also, didn't you meet Shi Qiong before coming to the Empress Dowager's palace? He wanted to ask you for some travel money. As a result, you two started arguing. Coincidentally, His Majesty appeared at that time. Are you still wondering why only you are tied up? Because I disguised myself as Shi Qiong, so neither of you could escape." So the Great Tyrant stood up and said to the Empress Dowager, "Mother, Consort Shu colluded with an outside official to frame Consort Ning. I have decided to execute Consort Shu and Shi Qiong. I will abolish her position in the harem." The Empress Dowager said this was appropriate, but asked, "What about Consort Hua? How do you plan to deal with her?" Seeing Consort Hua's worried expression, the Great Emperor believed that Consort Hua had shown self-reflection first and had the merit of reporting others. Moreover, she truly loved Cha-Cha, and Chongyin was still young. It wouldn't be good for him to lose his birth mother. So he spared Consort Hua from the death penalty, stripped her of her title, and demoted her to a commoner. After everything was handled in an orderly manner, the Great Emperor gently looked into Consort Ming's teary eyes. "I've finally fulfilled my promise to you. Let's go see our daughter." "Well, I thought you had forgotten about Cha-Cha." Even Prince Xiao Yao sighed. Brother can be so mushy at times. Just then, Cha-Cha suddenly threw herself into Consort Ming's arms. Xiang Cao, who was following behind, quickly explained that the little princess was worried because the consort hadn't returned to the palace, so she came over. The Great Tyrant affectionately poked Cha-Cha's little nose. "It's all right, Cha-Cha. Daddy has finally dealt with the bad people who bullied you and your mother." The little one was very understanding. She said, "Thank you, Daddy," and even gave him a kiss. Seeing this, Prince Xiao Yao moved closer, pointing at his own face and saying, "Cha-Cha, Uncle also helped a lot. Give Uncle a kiss too." But he was scolded by the Great Tyrant. This scene delighted the Empress Dowager. She quickly called out, "Good granddaughter, come to grandmother." Holding Cha-Cha, she asked the Great Tyrant, "The Golden Melon competition is about to begin. At that time, princes from various countries will compete on the arena. Who will our Yinche royal family send to fight? We must not lose face for our Yinche." However, the Great Tyrant was somewhat worried at this moment. Recalling the prince's previous contempt, it was unbearable. Embarrassed, he was sweating profusely. "Chongjing has been confined by me. Now, only Chongyin is left." The Great Tyrant felt increasingly uneasy as he thought about it. Even the Great Tyrant has moments of uncertainty. Just now, the Empress Dowager asked the Great Tyrant who our Yinche would send to compete in the Golden Melon competition. The Great Tyrant was instantly embarrassed by the question. Recalling the prince's previous competition, it was unbearable enough. Now Chongjing has been confined by him. Thinking about Chongyin, the Great Tyrant felt completely uneasy. With no other choice, he had to entrust the important task to Chongjing and Chongyin. In the Tongxin Hall, the Great Tyrant stated, "As members of the royal family, you two must assist the Ministry of Rights in handling all matters. Chongjing, I've specially lifted your confinement for this golden melon competition. As the elder brother and crown prince, you should set an example for Chongyin." Hearing his father speak like this, Chongjing thought to himself that he had just been released from confinement, so he must obey his father's words at this time. Then he respectfully stated that he would not disappoint his father and would follow all of his instructions. The great emperor could clearly see that Chongjing wasn't putting his heart into it. He was slightly angry, but still reminded them both to prepare well for Mingyue's arena competition and not to lose face for our Yanche. After the two princes left, the great emperor pondered alone. This Chongjing still doesn't understand. It's not about doing whatever I tell him to do. What I want to see is him knowing what he should do on his own. Well, let's deal with it after the Golden Melon competition. Soon it was time for the Golden Melon competition. It was now Chongjing and Chongyin's turn to compete. At this time, Cha-Cha was in the great Tyrant's arms, fiddling with a pomegranate. The scene shifted to the competition arena, where Murong-ing kicked someone, sending them flying several meters. Murong-ing didn't forget to turn back and boast to Cha-Cha, "Look, brother Murong won." While waiting for Cha-Cha to praise him, he thought to himself about taking Cha-Cha back to the north as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Princess Cha-Cha was engrossed with the pomegranate in her hands and didn't pay any attention to Murong-ing. At this moment, Murong-ing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He never thought he would lose to a pomegranate in his lifetime. While he was in a daze, Chongyin asked him if he was going to continue fighting. This brought him back to reality. He said he would continue fighting and asked who would go first. The people below fell silent for a moment. Chongyin said fiercely that he would go first. However, Chongjing had his own little plan in mind. Murong-ying's kung fu was extraordinary. He was evenly matched with her. Let her fight a few more rounds to exhaust her energy. Then his chances of winning would be higher. Murong-ing seemed to be somewhat physically exhausted. She wiped her sweat and took a deep breath. Then she immediately began to spar with Chongyin. As a result, Chongyin was defeated by Murong-ing in one strike. This worried the great tyrant and the Empress Dowager below terribly. At the same time, Cha-Cha also split open the pomegranate in her hand. The little one didn't pay any attention to the competition on the stage. At this moment, she was overjoyed just to be able to eat the pomegranate. Chongyuan could be heard crying out in pain. Cha-Cha looked up and saw that her third brother had fallen. She immediately threw away the pomegranate in her hand. She ran towards her third brother with her short legs, completely ignoring Murong-yun, who was calling her. She anxiously asked her brother if he was okay. Chongyuan said he was used to falling. It was just a bit embarrassing. Seeing that her third brother was fine, she felt relieved. At this time, Chongjing walked up, saying he was going to compete with the Murong prince. Murong-ing saw Chongjing blocking her way. Seeing Cha-Cha reaching out her hand, she made a move. Chongjing decisively dodged it. In his heart, he was still mocking Chongyin for being a useless person. Even in a relay battle, he could wear down Murong-ing. He was knocked down so quickly. At this time, Chongjing glanced at the great tyrant's position, thinking that if he lost, Father Emperor would surely be angry. Not only would he be punished, but even his position as crown prince would be in jeopardy. Murong-ing raised her fist high at this moment and shouted, "Fight me! You dare to be distracted? Take this!" Then she directly knocked Chongjing off the stage, rolling out dozens of meters away. Cha-Cha hurriedly came forward and asked, "Big brother, are you okay? Let Cha-Cha help you up." Chongjing got up while saying he was fine, but in his heart, he was thinking, "I yelled at him so loudly before, yet he still calls me big brother." At this moment, he felt somewhat guilty. Just then, Murong-ing walked to the edge of the stage and happily said to Cha-Cha, "Cha-Cha, I won again. You see, no one can beat me. Even your Yanchi crown prince was defeated by me. I've avenged you now." However, Cha-Cha looked at Murong-ing with puffed cheeks, secretly thinking to herself, Murong brother knocked away third brother, and then knocked away big brother. That's too much. Murong-ing didn't notice at all that Cha-Cha was a bit displeased. She was still shouting on the stage, "Who's next?" The people below all said forget it, better not go up there to get beaten. Just then, Princess Cha-Cha put one hand on her hip and pointed at Murong-yun on the stage with the other, saying in a cute but fierce voice, "I want to compete with you." This little foodie chubby, only 3 years old, actually wanted to avenge her brothers. Cha-Cha pointed at Murong-ing on the stage with a cute, fierce look. "I want to compete with you." Murong-ing was shocked to hear this. "You want to compete with me?" At this time, Chongjing nearby grabbed Cha-Cha. "Stop fooling around." However, Cha-Cha turned back confidently, patting her chest and saying, "Brother, I'm here to avenge you." Then, Cha-Cha walked with a proud and majestic stride. This princess is coming. Meanwhile, Consort Ning on the viewing stand couldn't sit still. She said she wanted to bring the mischievous Cha-Cha back, but she was gently pulled back by the great tyrant. Our daughter is very courageous. How could she be mischievous? Let her go. This little one, barely taller than the stage, stood there thinking, the stage is so high. How can I get up there? Just then, Murong-ing reached out her hand. I'll pull you up. The little one reached out her hand, indicating okay. But she quickly withdrew her hand, saying with an embarrassed face, No, you're my opponent. I can't let you help me. Murong-ing looked at the adorable Cha-Cha below and was delighted. The little one is quite particular. Then how will you come up to compete with me? Cha-Cha pointed below and said, Listen, I've climbed bamboo walls before. I'm not afraid of this. Then she used all her strength. Finally, she managed to pull herself up with both hands. Fortunately, Chongyin arrived in time to help her. Otherwise, the situation would have been awkward. Seeing Cha-Cha come up, Murong-ing quickly came forward to greet her. The little one, having exerted too much effort earlier, sat down on her bottom. Panting, she waved her hands saying, Wait a moment. I'm a bit tired. This little dumpling was just too cute. Then Murong-ing sat down beside Cha-Cha, patting her little head and asking, Well, Cha-Cha, think about what you want to compete with me in. The little one cupped her chin with both hands, thinking hard. Murong-ing suggested, Since you're tired, why don't we compete in meditation right here? Let's see who falls asleep first, okay? Cha-Cha rejected with a look of disdain. There was no way she would sleep now. Suddenly, Cha-Cha remembered the pomegranate from earlier. She immediately stood up and said to Murong-ing, Let's have a pomegranate eating contest. See who finishes first. Murong-ing was surprised at the mention of pomegranate, but eventually agreed. Then the two sat cross-legged, each holding a pomegranate. Chongyin cheered from below. Cha-Cha, go for it. Cha-Cha held the pomegranate, full of confidence. Just as the competition drum sounded, Cha-Cha struggled with the pomegranate, thinking to herself, I must win. Luckily, she managed to break it open. So Cha-Cha started to exert herself, eating vigorously. Murong-ing, watching Cha-Cha beside her, couldn't help but marvel. It's surprising. Cha-Cha is so young, yet her competitive spirit is so strong. One wonders if Cha-Cha will ultimately win the competition. The little princess was trying so hard. She even ate the pomegranate seeds without spitting them out. This full display of competitive spirit delighted the great tyrant. He remarked that Cha-Cha, at such a young age, already knew how to play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses much better than her brothers. Consort Ming beside him also smiled with satisfaction. Murong-ing, looking at Cha-Cha before her, couldn't help but think, the little one wants so badly to win for Yanqi, I should definitely cooperate. It's not shameful to lose to one's own wife-to-be. Cha-Cha looked at Murong-ing, who had already opened her pomegranate. Anxiously, she quickly buried her head and started eating again. Murong-ing concernedly asked, Cha-Cha, do you want to take a break? The little one, while gnawing on the pomegranate, raised her hand to signal, Don't talk, let's continue the competition. Murong-ing smiled and said, All right, whatever you say. Actually, Murong-ing knew very well that she could smash the pomegranate to pieces with one palm strike. But for Cha-Cha's sake, she had to peel it piece by piece, then eat the seeds one by one to let Cha-Cha win the competition. Murong-ing happily watched Cha-Cha before her, finding her more and more adorable and likable. However, when Cha-Cha looked up, she was shocked. Oh my goodness, I've finished mine, but Brother Murong still has more than half left. Just then the drum sounded. The competition was over. Princess Cha-Cha finished eating a whole pomegranate first. Princess Cha-Cha won. The little one was extremely happy. Even Murong-ing applauded for her from the side. But then Cha-Cha suddenly sat down and made whimpering sounds. Murong-ing worriedly held up Cha-Cha's little head. What's wrong? Let me see quickly. The little one's face was all red and her cheeks were puffed up. She whimpered for a while. She suddenly turned into a pea pod and spat out a bunch of pomegranate seeds at Murong-ing. After coughing a few times, she finally felt much better. Murong-ing quickly patted Cha-Cha's back a few times. You ate too fast. She choked. Then he picked up Cha-Cha and jumped off the stage. Come on, Brother Murong will take you to drink some water. But Cha-Cha was snatched away by the sister-doting maniac. Don't hug my sister. With no choice, Murong-ing had to order Xiang Cao, quickly go get some water. Meanwhile, the great tyrant and consort Ning also anxiously walked over. What's wrong with Cha-Cha? Come to Father Emperor. The The little one pounced towards the great tyrant and proudly said, "Father, mother, I won." The great tyrant's face was full of doting affection. As expected of my daughter, the princess of Yin Qi should be brave like this. At the same time, he conferred the title of guardian princess to Cha-Cha. The little one didn't understand what the title meant. She directly called out to Chongjing, "Third brother, I won." Chongjing immediately gave a thumbs up, praising Cha-Cha as the best. However, in his heart, he was thinking, "It's because I'm such a useless brother. I couldn't win on the stage, so I had to let my sister go up." Then he looked at Murong Ying. If I could be as skilled as him, I could protect my sister. This look made Murong Ying uncomfortable. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Chongjing took a deep breath. He bowed to Murong Ying, expressing that he wanted to learn martial arts from him and asked to be his disciple. This action startled Murong Ying. He was surprised, mouth agape. "What the hell do you mean? Could former enemies now become master and disciple?" The sister-doting maniac third prince shocked everyone by asking Murong Ying to teach him martial arts for the little princess. Just now, Chongjing actually bowed to Murong Ying, expressing his desire to learn from him. This really surprised Murong Ying, who was standing nearby. "What?" Chongjing firmly said, "I want to become your disciple." Murong Ying was shocked. "Are you sure you're serious?" Chongjing, blushing, pointed at himself. "Of course I'm sure. Are you afraid that after I learn your skills, you won't be able to show off in front of Sister Cha-Cha anymore?" Murong Ying, covering his mouth to hide his laughter, waved his hand and said, "If you want to learn from me, it's still too early. Since you want to be my disciple, first call me master and let me hear it." To learn martial arts and protect his sister, Chongjing had to blush and call out master. Seeing Chongjing actually call him master, Murong Ying pondered. Used to seeing his mischievous side, this new behavior was hard to handle. So Murong Ying agreed. "But the martial arts I teach have high-intensity training. Don't give up halfway and run away." Chongjing happily said he definitely wouldn't run away. At this time, Cha-Cha saw that the two weren't fighting and happily ran over. She pulled Chongjing and Murong Ying's hands together. Third brother and brother Murong aren't fighting. Even the great tyrant on the side. Chongjing finally had the appearance a prince should have. Chongjing's action really scared Consort Shu. She grabbed Consort Ning and asked, "Sister, what's wrong with Chongjing? Has he been possessed by something dirty? I need to find a priest to check on him." Consort Ning told her with an embarrassed face. Chongjing knows he's on camera now. This is clearly a good thing. However, at this moment, the great tyrant pulled Consort Ning over and shouted at Consort Hua, "Where did you come from again? What nonsense are you talking about? How could my son be such a common thing?" Then he pulled Chongjing to his side and praised him. This scene was witnessed by the crown prince. He felt somewhat disappointed. Father's attitude towards third brother is better than before. Is it because I didn't win against Murong Ling? At this time, Eunuch Li came to report, "Your Majesty, the public banquet is ready." The great tyrant happily picked up Cha-Cha and walked. "Father will take you to eat something delicious." Everyone sat at the banquet waiting for the meal. However, our Princess Cha-Cha was drooling and looking around. "What smells so good?" Then she ran straight to Prince Xiao Yao's table. Prince Xiao Yao was overjoyed. Cha-Cha came to find third uncle. But Cha-Cha's eyes were fixed on the dishes on his table, not paying attention to what he was saying at all. She directly hugged a large plate of meat, happily shouting, "Eating meat." Prince Xiao Yao really wanted to cry at this moment. This prince is not even worth a plate of meat. Indeed, in a foodie's eyes, there's only delicious food. She directly put a big piece of meat into her mouth, very satisfied. The great tyrant saw this and quickly ordered Eunuch Li to note down what dish it was. Then he also instructed Eunuch Li to have the imperial kitchen create more new dishes for the little princess to taste. Then, the great tyrant picked up a piece of meat. "Cha-Cha, come here to father. Father has already ordered people to create more new dishes. In a few days, we'll eat them on the boat during the Golden Melon Feast ceremony." The little one, adorably cute, asked in the great tyrant's arms, "Father, what's a boat? Is it very big?" The great tyrant, with a doting face, poked Cha-Cha's little face and said, "Of course it's very big. At that time, father will take you on a tour on the big boat." "Great!" Cha-Cha was full of joy, looking forward to riding on the big boat. Days later, a huge steamship slowly passed through the moat. People on both banks lined up to welcome them. On the boat, the great tyrant held Cha-Cha in one arm, and embraced consort Ning with the other. The scene was truly warm and happy. Cha-Cha, look, this is Father's world. In the future, it will also be Cha-Cha's world. These words made the people around secretly wonder. Could it be that His Majesty wants to pass the throne to the little princess? There has never been a female emperor in history. Then the great tyrant looked tenderly at consort Ning and said, "You and Cha-Cha are the most important things in my life. There's a prosperous world out there and compassion in my arms. That's enough for me." These words instantly made consort Ning's face blush. Could it be that His Majesty is going to make consort Ning the empress? Never had the great tyrant been seen so happy. At the Golden Melon Feast, the whole country celebrated together. The great tyrant happily held Princess Cha-Cha in one arm and embraced consort Ning with the other. Cha-Cha saw the fireworks in the sky and was very happy, exclaiming, "So beautiful." But at the moment when the fireworks dissipated, the little one was somewhat disappointed. But the next second she was attracted by something else. She bounced over, wanting to touch it. At this moment, Prince Xiao Yao came over with a rattle drum. "Cha-Cha, come to Uncle. Uncle brought your favorite rattle." At the same time, Consort Hua came with a large plate of snacks, saying affectionately, "Cha-Cha, I have snacks here. Come and eat." Before Cha-Cha could walk over, Murong Ing appeared, ready to make the first move. She grabbed Cha-Cha's hand. She said she would take her to the shore to set off her favorite fireworks. As a result, Cha-Cha was surrounded by these people and felt a bit dizzy. However, this scene was fully captured by the great tyrant. He instantly became jealous and shouted at the three, "Don't crowd around my daughter so tightly. Let Cha-Cha go wherever she wants." Cha-Cha, however, picked up the rattle drum and played with it. Suddenly, the river water caught Cha-Cha's eye. Pointing at herself curiously, she said, "There's a Cha-Cha here, and there's also a Cha-Cha there." Everyone saw Cha-Cha alone by the side of the boat and hurriedly called out, "Cha-Cha, be careful." The great tyrant quickly picked up Cha-Cha, worriedly telling her, "It's dangerous here. You can't stand here." This scene was praised by the surrounding people, calling the little princess a lucky charm. The great tyrant and Cha-Cha waved to the people on the shore. However, the great tyrant was thinking to himself, "Well said, my daughter is indeed a lucky charm." The people on the shore shouted in unison, "Long live your majesty! Long live the princess!" So the great tyrant instructed Eunuch Li to prepare sky lanterns. He wanted to reward the people. Then, he and consort Ning wrote their wishes on the sky lanterns together. And together they released the sky lanterns with peace and prosperity and happy family written on them. Cha-Cha said happily on the side, "Father and Mother's lanterns are so beautiful." But the next second, she felt sad. "I want to release one too, but I can't write." Murong quickly came forward with a sky lantern and asked Cha-Cha, "What's your wish?" "I'll write it for you." At this time, Chongjing also brought a lantern. "Cha-Cha, look. Brother can write here too. It's too crowded here. Let's go to the stern to release lanterns." The little one happily agreed. Then the three of them went to the stern. At this time, Cha-Cha rubbed her head, saying she had many wishes and didn't know which one to write. Chongjing and Murong instantly said in unison, "Write the most important one." So Cha-Cha released the sky lantern with her wish written on it. She was muttering, "I wish to always have endless meat to eat." Suddenly, Cha-Cha saw the sky lanterns in the distance and thought, "How come the more I look at it, the more it looks like the peanuts father wrapped?" Indeed, in a foodie's eyes, there's only food. Murong thought Cha-Cha wanted to eat peanuts, so she prepared to go get some for her. How could Chongjing miss such an opportunity to please? So, the two disappeared from Cha-Cha's sight at lightning speed. Cha-Cha could only wait there alone for her brothers. Suddenly, there seemed to be some movement behind her. Cha-Cha happily thought her brothers had returned. But the next second, she was pushed by a big hand. The little one fell into the moat. Can Cha-Cha be safely rescued? This 3-year-old little princess was waiting alone for her brothers. Unexpectedly, she was pushed by someone with ill intentions. Just as Cha-Cha was pushed down, she was still thinking about her father and mother. So she gathered her strength and started to hold her breath. While swimming, she thought, "I've never lost when catching fish in the Imperial Garden. I'm not afraid now." Suddenly, Cha-Cha saw a big koi fish swimming past her. At the same time, people on the boat discovered that the little princess had fallen into the water. The great tyrant and consort Ning were instantly shocked. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and save the little princess." In panic, the great tyrant shouted towards the water, "Cha-Cha, hold on. Daddy's coming to save you. Before the great tyrant could jump down, Eunuch Lee grabbed him tightly. Your Majesty, you can't go down. As a result, he was angrily scolded by the great tyrant. Get out of my way. At this moment, the two who went to get peanuts returned. Hearing everyone shouting princess, they realized something terrible had happened. Cha-Cha had fallen into the water. They saw one of Cha-Cha's embroidered shoes floating on the water surface. Murong-ing immediately threw the plate on the ground. She leaped into the water without hesitation. Chong-yin, who was following behind, also wanted to go down to save Cha-Cha. But he was stopped by the crown prince. Don't be foolish. You can't swim. You'll only be sending yourself to death. Then the crown prince jumped into the water without a word. This action shocked the great tyrant and Chong-yin. Crown prince brother? Doesn't he hate Cha-Cha? Murong-ing and the crown prince anxiously searched for Cha-Cha. The moat water was ice cold and pitch black. Even if Cha-Cha was a good swimmer, she would be scared. Cha-Cha must be okay. On the boat, Consort Ning's eyes were full of tears, extremely worried. Just then, someone spotted Cha-Cha in the distance. They saw the little one holding a lotus flower, being pulled to the surface by a big koi fish. Everyone exclaimed. The little princess was actually pulled up by a koi fish. The little princess is truly a blessed child. Our Yenche has received heaven's protection. Cha-Cha happily waved to the great tyrant and Consort Ning on the boat. After confirming it was his daughter, the great tyrant excitedly ordered people to quickly bring the little princess back. On the other side, Murong-ing swam desperately towards Cha-Cha. He would only be at ease after rescuing Cha-Cha. Don't be afraid, Cha-Cha. Brother will take you up now. After safely coming up, the crown prince quickly asked Chong-yin to bring a cloak. Then everyone gathered around. The great tyrant's anxious heart finally calmed down. Cha-Cha cried, I'm cold, in the great tyrant's arms. He quickly carried her into the cabin. He also summoned the imperial physician to examine Cha-Cha. The great tyrant anxiously asked about the diagnosis. The physician said the princess only caught a chill. If she drinks the ginger soup he prepared immediately, there will be no major issues. Eunuch Lee quickly brought the ginger soup to feed Cha-Cha. But the great tyrant took it over, wanting to feed Cha-Cha himself. At this moment, the great tyrant was like a super dad. Cha-Cha, be good. Take a sip. One sip and you won't catch a cold. Cha-Cha suddenly smelled a strange odor. She instantly covered her mouth with both hands, refusing. Having no choice, the great tyrant could only coax her. Good daughter, just take one sip, okay? Seeing Cha-Cha still unwilling to drink, Consort Ming came over. Your Majesty, let me try. Taking the ginger soup, she patted Cha-Cha's head and said, Cha-Cha caught a chill. If you don't drink it tonight, it will be worse tomorrow. Then she whispered to Cha-Cha, if it gets worse, you'll have to drink medicine that's even more bitter than ginger soup. By then, you won't even be able to eat meat. At this moment, Cha-Cha looked at Consort Ming seriously. I can't even eat meat anymore? Who exactly pushed Cha-Cha down? Feeding medicine to children is really difficult. Consort Ming held the ginger soup and told Cha-Cha, you can only eat meat after drinking this. The little one, just to be able to eat her favorite meat, was prepared to take a sip. But the next second, she smelled the unpleasant odor. She decisively blocked the ginger soup Consort Ning was offering. Father, mother, Cha-Cha won't drink medicine. With no choice, the great tyrant had to come forward to persuade. If drinking medicine could be substituted, Daddy would definitely drink it for you. But Daddy can't replace you. Cha-Cha, be good. Pinch your nose and gulp it down in one go. At this moment, the great tyrant was about to pinch Cha-Cha's nose. The little one kept dodging backward, shouting no. Consort Ming was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty, why don't we have the Imperial Kitchen make some sweet fermented rice soup? The great tyrant thought this was a good idea. He immediately ordered Eunuch Lee to instruct the Imperial Kitchen to make and send a bowl of sweet soup. At this time, Cha-Cha pushed down the great tyrant's outstretched hand, indicating she wanted 2 bowls. The great tyrant lovingly stroked Cha-Cha's little head. Yes, yes, 2 bowls it is. While waiting for the sweet soup, Consort Ming tried to feed Cha-Cha again. But she couldn't fool this little one, who once again refused to drink the ginger soup. Fortunately, Eunuch Lee really did bring the sweet soup. Cha-Cha started acting coquettishly in the great tyrant's arms, wanting her father to feed her. So the great tyrant put Cha-Cha down. Holding the sweet soup, he said, Cha-Cha, how about Daddy feeds you a spoonful of sweet soup first, then you drink a spoonful of ginger soup, okay? Cha-Cha sat there, pouting her little mouth, seeming unwilling. Then the great tyrant racked his brains and came up with a good idea. He suggested a competition with Cha-Cha. 1 spoonful for Cha-Cha, 1 for Daddy, to see who could finish 2 bowls of soup first. The little one instantly agreed, and so this scene unfolded. The great tyrant pretended to lift his bowl, while watching Cha-Cha gulp down a big mouthful. To win the competition, she even picked up the spoon and started drinking the ginger soup. With this trickery, in no time, all 3 bowls were empty. Consort Ning happily said, "Our Cha-Cha wins." The little one joyfully jumped up and down. The great tyrant and Consort Ning exchanged glances, thinking, finally, she drank it. At this moment, Cha-Cha suddenly felt her nose itching. As a result, she let out a big sneeze. See, ginger soup can dispel cold. It's driven out the snot bug, hasn't it? Consort Ning karingli vipet tatos mot corners. Then the great tyrant tentatively asked Cha-Cha, "Tell Daddy, how did you fall in?" The little one, patting her own back, said, "Someone patted Cha-Cha's back, and Cha-Cha fell in." Hearing this, the great tyrant flew into a rage. "Someone dared to push my daughter down? I absolutely won't let them off lightly." Then the great tyrant ordered Eunuch Li to immediately interrogate everyone on the boat, find out who pushed Cha-Cha into the water, and throw that person overboard directly. Upon hearing the news, Murong Ying and Chong Yin were shocked. Someone had pushed Cha-Cha. At this time, the crown prince stepped forward and said, "Father, it's been a while since sister fell into the water. The culprit might have already taken advantage of the chaos to leave. Why don't we pretend not to know for now, and bring everyone on the boat back to the palace for careful questioning? This way, we won't alert the culprit." The great tyrant thought Chong Yin's suggestion made sense, so he decided to follow it. He turned around with a gloomy face and asked, "Why was Cha-Cha alone at the stern of the boat? Not even a single attendant with her?" Murong Yin and Chong Yin quickly admitted their fault. "We took Cha-Cha to the stern. Cha-Cha wanted to eat peanuts, so we both went to get them. That's when Cha-Cha was left alone. We failed to look after our little sister properly." Before they finished speaking, the crown prince suddenly knelt down. "Father Emperor, this matter is mainly my fault. I failed to take good care of my sister. As her elder brother, I cannot escape blame. I request Father Emperor to remove my position as crown prince." The great tyrant asked him with a serious face, "Have you thought this through? You won't regret it." The crown prince said firmly, "Your son will not regret it." At this moment, the great tyrant felt a hint of comfort in his heart, but outwardly agreed to his request. Then he ordered everyone to return to the palace immediately for a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, in a house on the shore, a woman stood by the window, observing everything. From behind her came a reproachful voice. "Why did you push that little girl into the water?" At this moment, the woman turned around and said, "I want to destroy everything and everyone the emperor likes." "Who told her to go against you?" Minister Heelan Ci said to the woman, "Don't be so impulsive in the future. It wasn't easy for me to get you into the palace. Besides, now is the time we need you." It turned out that this woman was actually a noble consort in the palace. What exactly were these two plotting? The seemingly peaceful palace was hiding turbulent undercurrents. After the golden melon ceremony ended, the great tyrant ordered the palace to rest, but he was secretly investigating the culprit behind the little princess's fall into the water. On this day in the imperial garden, Cha-Cha was running and eagerly saying, "Pick fruits, eat fruits." Following behind her, Murong Ying and Chong Yin reminded her, "Little star, whatever fruit you want to eat, your brothers will pick it for you." Suddenly, the little one stopped in her tracks. She was attracted by a small white creature lying in the grass. Cha-Cha thought it was a cat, so she crouched down and patted its head with her hand. At this moment, Chong Yin, with a nervous face, pointed and shouted, "What is that thing?" "Cha-Cha, put it down quickly. Don't let it bite you." But Cha-Cha made a shushing gesture. "Third brother, be quiet. The kitty is sleeping. We can't wake it up." Murong Yin came over to look and told Cha-Cha, "This isn't a cat. It's a fox, and it's injured." The little fox raised its head, looking pitifully at them. Cha-Cha was touched by its appearance. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll save you." Then she gently cradled the little fox in her arms. She turned and told her brothers, "Let's go back." The scene changed, and they were back in the hall. As soon as she entered, Cha-Cha urgently called out, "Mother, help!" This startled Consort Ning and Consort Hua terribly, and they quickly asked Cha-Cha what was wrong. The little one holding the fox said in an adorably sweet voice, "He's hurt. Please save him quickly." When Consort Ming and the others saw that it wasn't Cha-Cha who was hurt, they finally relaxed their worried hearts. Then they proceeded to treat the little fox's wound. Looking at the snow-white little fox before her, Cha-Cha exclaimed how beautiful it was. Consort Hua remarked that the little fox looked familiar, suddenly remembering that Consort Hui also had one. Then Consort Ning quickly asked Cha-Cha where she had found it. The little one said it was in the Imperial Garden. The little fox was injured and looked pitiful, so she brought it back. So Consort Ning patted Cha-Cha's head and said, "Cha-Cha, you're a good girl. When you find something that belongs to someone else, you should return it to the owner. We've already treated its wound. Shouldn't we return it to its owner now?" Cha-Cha was very reluctant to part with it, but she agreed with Consort Ning. Mother had taught her to be a good child who returns lost items. Afterwards, Consort Ning took Cha-Cha to Consort Hui's palace. After Consort Hui greeted Consort Ning and exchanged pleasantries, Consort Ning expressed that this sudden visit was indeed an intrusion. It was because her daughter had found Consort Hui's little fox in the Imperial Garden and specially brought it back. Then Cha-Cha's eyes welled up with tears. She handed the little fox to Consort Hui. Cha-Cha reluctantly bid farewell to the little fox, saying, "Little fox, you've found your owner now. Don't run around and hurt yourself again." Seeing how much Cha-Cha liked the fox, Consort Hui said, "How about I give it to you?" Cha-Cha's eyes immediately lit up. "Really?" Hearing this, Consort Ning quickly waved her hands. "Sister Hui, how could we accept such a precious gift?" But Consort Hui told her not to refuse. "This little fox and the princess are fated. I believe the princess will take good care of it." Cha-Cha, hearing this, quickly said, "I will definitely take good care of the little fox." Since that was the case, Consort Ning could only thank Consort Hui and prepared to leave with Cha-Cha. The little one was thinking to herself at this moment, "The noble consort speaks so gently and is so kind." Unexpectedly, after Consort Ning left with Cha-Cha, Consort Hui revealed a coquettish face and sneered, "How could that man have such a stupid daughter?" However, on their way back, Cha-Cha and Consort Ning saw Murong Ing being chased by someone. Cha-Cha was startled. Why are they trying to catch Brother Murong? The little princess was too brave. Seeing Murong Ing being chased, she immediately shielded Murong Ing behind her without a second thought, shouting loudly, "Who are you? Don't you dare catch my brother Murong!" Murong Ing applauded from behind. Cha-Cha is so righteous. The northern guards nearby told Cha-Cha that they were here to persuade His Highness to return to his country soon, not to catch him. The little one asked in confusion, "What does return to his country mean?" Consort Ning quickly stepped forward to explain to her that return to his country means letting him go home. His home is not here, and his father and mother must miss him. When Cha-Cha heard that Brother Murong had to go home, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Fortunately, Murong Ing found a perfect excuse. He stated that although the Golden Melon ceremony had ended, he had accepted the third prince of Yen Qi as his disciple. He should at least teach him some real kung fu before leaving. Otherwise, people might think that northerners don't keep their word. Seeing the guards speechless, Murong Ing told them to leave quickly. After all, this was the Yen Qi palace. Then Murong Ing prepared to take Cha-Cha to play. But Cha-Cha proudly patted her little fox, excitedly saying, "I want to go find father and show him my little fox." Hearing this, Murong Ing broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Her father seems to dislike me very much. I'd better not go and embarrass myself." Then he patted Cha-Cha's little head gently and said, "Then Cha-Cha, you go find your father first. Brother Murong will wait for you at the bamboo pavilion. When you come back, we'll feed the little fox together at Tongshin Hall." As soon as Consort Ning and Cha-Cha reached the entrance, they saw Uniquely coming towards them. Cha-Cha eagerly told him, "I have a pet now. It's a little fox. I want to show it to father." Uniquely first congratulated the little princess on her new pet, then said that His Majesty was currently reviewing memorials. He wasn't seeing anyone. Cha-Cha was very disappointed that she couldn't see her father. But the little one had a persistent heart. She prepared to wait here until the great tyrant finished his work to show him. As a result, Uniquely informed her that there were many memorials today. Consort Ning had to persuade Cha-Cha to return to the bamboo pavilion with her. They could come back when her father was free. Shortly after, Cha-Cha came back. At this time, Murong-Ying and Xiangxiao were making a hammock for Cha-Cha. However, Cha-Cha was sad because her father was busy and couldn't play with her. The next second, she saw the hammock. She was very happy. A child's happiness is just that simple. Accompanied by Murong-Ying, Cha-Cha lay down on it holding her little fox. Not long after, the little one suddenly felt sleepy. After yawning a few times, she fell asleep. Murong-Ying, worried that the little fox might wake Cha-Cha up, took it away. Suddenly feeling the sunlight was too strong. He looked up and found it quite dazzling. Then, Murong-Ying used a fan to shield Cha-Cha from the sunlight. Soon after, the great tyrant arrived. As soon as he entered, he called out Cha-Cha's name. The little one slowly opened her eyes, thinking it was her father's voice. She was very happy when she turned and saw her father. Do you think the great tyrant will like Cha-Cha's little fox? The great tyrant is about to explode. Just now, when Cha-Cha saw her father coming, she fell off the hammock as she turned. This really worried the great tyrant. At the critical moment, a big hand appeared and caught Cha-Cha. Murong-Ying held Cha-Cha and said warmly, "Don't be afraid, Cha-Cha. Brother is here." The little one saw that it was Brother Murong who caught her, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she threw herself into Murong-Ying's arms, showing her affection for her brother. Brother had pulled Cha-Cha out of the river last time, and now he saved Cha-Cha again. Murong-Ying pinched Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks and promised that whenever she was in danger, Brother would definitely protect her. At this moment, the great tyrant could no longer control his killing intent. He directly snatched Cha-Cha back. He angrily rebuked Murong-Ying. "What kind of behavior is this? Men and women should keep their distance. Don't you know that?" Murong-Ying calmly asked back, "If that's the case, Your Majesty, you're also a man. Why can you do it, but I can't?" The great tyrant was furious upon hearing this. He pointed at Murong-Ying's forehead and shouted, "I am her father. How dare you compare yourself to me?" At this time, Murong-Ying pointed at himself and said righteously, "Well, I'm Cha-Cha's lifesaver." Just like that, the two of them started a fierce, eye-to-eye battle, jealous over Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha, seeing the situation wasn't good, anxiously waved her little hand, saying, "No fighting, no fighting." Murong-Ying then gently patted Cha-Cha's head. "Don't worry, brother won't argue with your father. He doesn't like me, so I'll leave. Brother will come play with you next time." But Murong-Ying's eyes revealed great reluctance. After Murong-Ying left, the great tyrant instructed Cha-Cha not to play with that ill-mannered boy. At this moment, Cha-Cha was thinking, "Brother Murong is very nice. He even saved me. Why doesn't father like him?" But the little one was completely unaware of the great tyrant's thoughts. "How could I let that pig dig up the precious cabbage I've been carefully nurturing?" Then the great tyrant asked Cha-Cha, "Didn't you say you had a little fox to show Daddy?" Cha-Cha then realized that the little fox beside her was gone. In her anxious moment, Consort Ning came over holding the little fox. "You just fell asleep, and the little fox was playing by itself for a while." Cha-Cha excitedly held up the little fox. "Daddy, I have a pet now. The imperial consort gave it to me." The great tyrant was shocked upon hearing this. "A fox? Foxes can fly. She's been sick and rarely comes out to see anyone. How could she still give you a fox?" Consort Ming quickly explained the origin of the little fox. "If your majesty thinks it's inappropriate, we can send it back." Seeing how much Cha-Cha loved the little fox, the great tyrant said it was fine, as long as Cha-Cha liked it. The little one hugged the fox happily and said, "Daddy, Mommy, look, the little fox likes me too." The great tyrant picked up Cha-Cha, saying affectionately, "Our daughter is so lively and adorable. Who wouldn't like her?" Then he looked at her seriously. "Cha-Cha, listen. Although the little fox is cute, it's still a wild animal. It can bite. Be careful." Cha-Cha happily agreed. Then she went out to play with the little fox. However, at this moment, Consort Ning saw the great tyrant looking worried and asked, "Your servant sees that your majesty seems troubled. Has something difficult happened that concerns you so?" Although the great tyrant looked tired, he still smiled at Lin Fei and said, "Wanwan always understands me best. It's just that recently, in the capital, many citizens have fallen ill with a strange disease. All the doctors are at a loss. Only a Taoist priest who claims to be a reincarnated immortal seems to know." Consort Ming was shocked upon hearing this. What reincarnated immortal? This Taoist priest must be a fraud. The great tyrant was also aware of this. But the citizens who sought medicine at his temple were indeed cured. What's going on here? Suddenly, Cha-Cha's ouch interrupted their conversation. They saw Cha-Cha fall to the ground with a thud. This worried the great tyrant and consort Ning terribly. They quickly asked what was wrong. The little one, holding her rumbling tummy, stammered and couldn't speak clearly. What do you think is wrong with Cha-Cha? What bad thoughts could the little princess have? She just wanted something to eat. The great tyrant and consort Ning looked at each other and smiled, realizing that Cha-Cha was just hungry. Consort Ming then said she would go get some snacks. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms, saying he would take her to eat something delicious. The little one immediately cheered up. She didn't forget to offer some snacks to the great tyrant. Daddy, you eat too. This gesture touched the old father deeply. Our daughter is so young, yet she already knows how to be filial to her father. The happy time between father and daughter is always short. Soon after, the annoying Prince Xiao Yao arrived. The great tyrant's face immediately darkened. What business do you have with me again? Prince Xiao Yao said he indeed had something to discuss. The strange disease in the capital has been worrying royal brother, hasn't it? I've received information that the Taoist priest not only demands money for treating people, but also requires them to offer a 3-year-old child. In just these few days, many young children in the capital have been sent to the temple and are still missing. The great tyrant was shocked to hear this. Such a thing is happening? Come with me to Tongxin Hall immediately to discuss this in detail. So consort Ning took Cha-Cha, telling her that daddy and uncle had important matters to attend to, and that mommy would play with her later. The little one was reluctant, but agreed. The great tyrant warmly explained to Cha-Cha, Daddy wants to stay with you too, but the people in the capital need Daddy more right now, to help them solve their problems. Once Daddy finishes with this, I'll come to be with you. Then she patted Cha-Cha's little head and left. The little one was left alone there, mumbling about Daddy and little three. Imperial Uncle had all left. Again, only Cha-Cha and Mother were left. So boring. Just then, Cha-Cha heard someone calling her name. She turned around and looked. It turned out to be Consort Hui, who had arrived. My chest has been feeling heavy today, so I came out for a walk. I thought of the little princess, so I came over. I hope Consort Ming doesn't mind my sudden visit. Cha-Cha, standing nearby, said adorably, Consort Hui, did you miss the little fox? I'll go bring the little fox for Consort Hui to see. Then Consort Ming arranged for Consort Hui to sit in the pavilion. Consort Hui, appearing frail on the surface, inquired, When I came just now, I saw His Majesty and Prince Xiao Yao hurriedly leaving. It startled me. I thought something had happened. Consort Ming lowered her head, looking worried, and said, Indeed, there have been some unsettling matters recently that are causing His Majesty great concern. Immediately after, Consort Hui probed, I detest a prosperous nation and peaceful world. What else could be troubling His Majesty? Suddenly, Cha-Cha popped up between the two, holding up her little fox, saying, Little fox, look, Consort Hui has come to see you. Consort Hui stroked the little fox, saying, The little fox is fortunate to be with the princess. Cha-Cha happily boasted, Not only do I like him, but Daddy and Mommy like him too. It's a pity Daddy has important matters and can't always play with Cha-Cha. He has to treat the common people's illnesses. Hearing this, Consort Hui's eyes lit up. Now she could inquire further. She quickly asked, Illness? Is there a strange disease in the capital? The little one, unaware that Consort Hui was fishing for information, said sadly, Yes, many people in the capital have caught a strange disease. Daddy has to help treat them, but Cha-Cha can't help Daddy. Then Consort Hui, with a fake smile, began to flatter Cha-Cha. Who says the princess can't help His Majesty? Just seeing the princess makes His Majesty happy. The princess is like a little sun in the sky, dispersing the storms around His Majesty. So princess, you should be happy. When His Majesty sees you, he'll be even happier. Cha-Cha was a bit confused by the praise, but being a child, how could she understand adult thoughts? She just hugged the little fox happily and said, Cha-Cha wants to make Daddy very happy. Who would have thought that Consort Hui was thinking to herself, I just said a few nonsense words and she laughs like this. She's as stupid as a pig, just like her father. She believes everything others say. Getting so much information from this girl's mouth isn't a wasted trip. I wonder what Consort Hui is really up to. How much does the little princess love to play? Eagerly hoping Consort Hui would play with her. Who would have thought that although Consort Hui was smiling, she was actually very disgusted with our Cha-Cha. This little girl takes an inch and runs a mile. How annoying. Consort Ning quickly stepped forward to tell Cha-Cha, Consort Hui isn't feeling well. Be good and don't bother her. Left with no choice, Consort Hui had to say with a forced smile, "It's all right." The little one suddenly thought of a good idea. She wanted to race with the little fox and have Consort Hui be the judge. This way, she wouldn't have to walk around. So, Cha-Cha began racing with the little fox. Just then, Consort Hua and Chongyin arrived carrying some snacks. About to collide with the oncoming Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha shouted, "Third brother, get out of the way quickly!" But she was still blocked by Chongyin. The little fox was seen leaping over. Cha-Cha sighed helplessly. "I lost." So Consort Hua picked up Cha-Cha and asked what she was doing. Cha-Cha, adorably gesturing, said, "I was racing with the little fox. I was just a tiny bit away from winning." At this time, Chongyin came over holding the little fox. "Such a small thing beat our Cha-Cha? I don't believe it. Come, Cha-Cha, third brother will help you compete with the little fox in something else." To cheer up Cha-Cha, Consort Hua said she would also play with Cha-Cha. Then she saw Consort Hui was also there, so she greeted her. Consort Hui looked embarrassed. She didn't expect Consort Hua to come. Then she made an excuse to leave, saying she needed to go take medicine. Then they started playing a face-drawing game. Each person found something for the little fox to jump over. If it didn't jump over, they would draw circles on their face with a brush. All three of their faces were eventually drawn on. Cha-Cha then hugged the little fox sympathetically. It was too tired and couldn't play anymore. Suddenly, they heard someone calling Cha-Cha's name. The three turned around. It turned out to be Murong-ing bringing some snacks. When she saw their faces, Murong-ing was instantly shocked. She accidentally stepped on a tile. With a thud, she fell down. Cha-Cha was very worried and quickly ran over to ask Brother Murong if he was hurt. She even picked up Murong-ying's hand and blew on it. Murong-ying pretended to be calm and said she was fine. Then she handed Cha-Cha a box of braised meat. The little one was overjoyed. She had meat to eat again. Watching Cha-Cha eat big mouthfuls, Murong-ying said to her, "I'm afraid your father will be angry if he sees me again, so I changed into these clothes. What did you draw on your faces?" Cha-Cha told her while eating that it was from making the little fox jump high. If the fox couldn't jump over, they would draw on their faces. This amused Murong-ing greatly. Then Murong-ing seriously asked Chongyin, "Where is your yamen? Quickly go and have them arrest the Taoist priest." Chongyin looked confused. "What Taoist priest?" Murong-ing explained that on her way to buy braised meat, she saw a Taoist priest sprinkle a packet of white powder into a well. She found it suspicious and secretly followed him. He ended up throwing it into 3 wells. At this moment, Consort Ning suddenly recalled her previous conversation with the great tyrant. Could it be that this Taoist priest was the divine doctor the emperor mentioned? So she quickly ordered Xiangzhao to go invite his majesty. Upon hearing this, Murong-ing felt uneasy. Why invite the emperor again? Would she still be able to watch Cha-Cha eat meat? Come quickly to look after your precious little cabbage. Murong-ing is here again. Just now, after learning about the matter, Consort Ning had ordered someone to inform the great tyrant. While waiting, these people played together with Cha-Cha. Seeing it was getting late, Murong-ing planned to leave before the great tyrant arrived to avoid putting Cha-Cha in a difficult position. Just then, the great tyrant arrived. Murong-ing covered her face, acting as if she couldn't be seen. She had a look of, "If you can't see me, I'm fine." But the great tyrant recognized her at a glance. He walked over, pointing at her and questioning Murong-ing. "Why are you here again, boy? You're a foreign man from another country, repeatedly entering my Yanqi harem. What are you trying to do? And dressed like this?" At this moment, the great tyrant's whole body was emanating anger. He wanted to tear Murong-ing apart on the spot. Seeing this, Consort Ning quickly raised her head to persuade his majesty to calm down. Crown Prince Murong came to bring Cha-Cha some food. The great tyrant was shocked when he saw Consort Ning's face. "Oh my goodness! What the hell?" Then Consort Hua and Chongyin also said that Murong-ing came to bring Cha-Cha food. The great tyrant's face suddenly darkened. I guess he's about to explode. Indeed. He then scolded Consort Hua and Chongyin. "Look at yourselves. What kind of behavior is this? You've completely lost the face of the royal family." Fortunately, Cha-Cha ran over, calling out "Father" in her sweet voice. She stared blankly at the great tyrant. "Father, don't scold, don't scold." The great tyrant sighed in frustration. How could Cha-Cha be like this too? He quickly squatted down, touching Cha-Cha's face, telling her not to play with them anymore. They were all corrupting his precious daughter. Although the great tyrant was angry, looking at his adorable daughter, he couldn't help but think to himself that even with something drawn on her face, Cha-Cha was still cuter than others, truly worthy of being his daughter. The little one gestured while telling the great tyrant. They were playing with me and the little fox, having a jumping competition. Whoever lost had a draw on their face. The great tyrant felt helpless. Cha-Cha quickly explained to him, "We were having fun, not making trouble. Father, don't yell at Consort Hua and third brother." The little one seemed to suddenly remember something. As she was about to run off, she told the great tyrant, "Father, wait a moment." Then she picked up the braised meat Morong-in had given her. Brother Morong said this meat is the best in the capital. Cha-Cha struggled for a while, then handed the braised meat to the great tyrant. "Father, it's meat too. Very delicious." Although the little one was reluctantly parting with it, she still defended Morong-in. Brother Morong was afraid you'd be angry. That's why he wore the hook's clothes. The great tyrant was speechless. Looking at Cha-Cha before him, he thought to himself, "This little one is trying to explain to me. I must have scared her quite badly." Cha-Cha carefully said, "Father, please don't be angry anymore, okay?" So, the great tyrant gave Cha-Cha an affectionate head bump. "All right, Father understands. Father is not angry anymore. Since it's for Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha should eat more of it, to grow more meat." Then the little one seriously told the great tyrant, "Brother Morong saw a Taoist priest." The great tyrant was shocked. Could it be that self-proclaimed immortal Taoist? At this moment, Consort Ning spoke up. "It seems Crown Prince Morong saw a Taoist priest putting something into a well. Your servant thought of the recent epidemic in the capital and felt it was a serious matter, so I asked your majesty to come." The great tyrant sternly questioned Morong-in. "What exactly did you see?" Morong-in, seeing the great tyrant's unfriendly attitude, directly turned his head and said he didn't see anything. Cha-Cha, in the great tyrant's arms, worried they might argue again, quickly waved her little hands and said, "Brother Morong, tell father quickly." Morong-in had to obediently follow Cha-Cha's words. Recalling what happened, he said, "Today when I went to buy braised meat for Cha-Cha, afraid it would get cold, I used lightness kung fu. Just as I leaped onto a tree, I saw a Taoist priest looking around before sprinkling a package of white powder into the well water. Then he ran away. I found it strange, so I secretly followed him. I discovered he had done this to 3 wells. Later, I was in a hurry to bring Cha-Cha the braised meat, so I didn't follow anymore. But I remember what the Taoist looked like. I plan to let your eunuchs know. The officials should pay attention to this." Hearing this, the great tyrant realized why the capital's citizens were falling ill. This was to induce the people to push the responsibility onto the officials. This matter would make people think the emperor doesn't care about the people's voices. If the citizens were to be misled and turn against the government, it would surely lead to disaster. A mere Taoist priest wouldn't go to such lengths for money. I fear there's someone controlling him from behind the scenes. This is a serious matter. I will personally leave the palace to capture him." Hearing the great tyrant's words, everyone was shocked. His Majesty was going to personally arrest someone? Cha-Cha, not wanting to be left out, also wanted to go with her father to catch the bad guys. Do you think the great tyrant would let his precious daughter go? A 3-year-old child wanted to go with her father to catch criminals. This shocked everyone. How could the great tyrant let his precious daughter leave the palace to catch criminals? What an absurd idea. It was absolutely not allowed. Cha-Cha looked at the great tyrant with confusion. Then why can father go, but Cha-Cha can't? The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms and patiently said, "Cha-Cha, be good. Dealing with bad people is father's job. Let your mother clean your face first, okay?" The little one seriously pounded her chest and said, "Father, didn't you say I'm the princess protector of the nation? Of course I should protect everyone and help father catch bad guys." Upon hearing this, the great emperor laughed instantly. "My Cha-Cha indeed has the demeanor of a princess. So young, yet already concerned about the people. Should father take you along?" The great emperor's no immediately upset Cha-Cha. Why does father always treat me like a child? I want to catch bad guys. If father doesn't agree, then I'll find a new father. This little ancestor truly doesn't let adults have peace of mind. She even gestured to Chongyin nearby, asking him to help plead her case. Receiving his sister's message, Chongyin stepped forward without hesitation, saying, "Father Emperor, sister is right. As children of such a wise ruler like you, we naturally should bear the responsibility of seeking welfare for the people. Please allow your son to take sister along to expose that Taoist plot." Upon hearing this, Cha-Cha immediately clapped and cheered. Brother said it so well. Even Consort Hua, as the strict mother, was moved to tears. The great emperor, however, sternly told him to stop, stating it was absolutely not allowed. At this point, Cha-Cha unleashed her ultimate skill, crying loudly, "I want to go out of the palace to catch bad guys right now." How could the great emperor watch his daughter cry so hard? He quickly tried to console her. Cha-Cha, don't cry. Father is worried about your safety. What if bad people outside hurt you? How about waiting until you're older? Meanwhile, Consort Ming took Cha-Cha into her arms and also tried to persuade her. Your father is thinking about your safety. If you keep crying like this, it will break your father's heart. The little one sobbed, saying, if I can't catch bad guys, I'll be heartbroken too. The great tyrant looked at Cha-Cha silently, thinking, making my daughter cry like this, I'm really not being a good father. How can a child endure crying so much? So he softened, patting Cha-Cha's little head and said, all right, father understands. Since Cha-Cha wants to catch bad guys, you can go with father. The little one instantly perked up. Great, father agreed to take me. Then she rushed towards third brother Chong Yin at the speed of light. Father agreed to let us go catch bad guys together. The little one was overjoyed. At the same time, Murong Ying and Chong Yin both expressed that they would protect Cha-Cha. Consort Ming, however, looked worriedly at the great tyrant. Your Majesty, are you really going to take Cha-Cha along? The great tyrant held Consort Ming's hand and said, I'm afraid if I don't agree, Cha-Cha might cry all night. Let's appease her first. When it's time to secretly leave the palace to catch the Taoist, we'll find a way to fool her. At this moment, Chong Yin came over to ask the great tyrant when they would go out to catch bad guys. Murong Ying chimed in, I can lend you the people I brought from the north to help protect Cha-Cha and catch bad guys together. The great tyrant, annoyed by their chatter, suddenly burst out in anger. What's all this about? Why are you two still here? Get out quickly. Seeing this, Cha-Cha hurriedly came forward. Third brother, Brother Murong, you should go back now. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Otherwise, father will get angry again. The two of them had no choice but to obediently listen to Cha-Cha. Watching them leave, the great tyrant sighed. Finally, it's quiet. By now, it was already late in the night. After Cha-Cha's bath, the little one strongly insisted on sleeping with father and mother. Children's happiness is so simple. Cha-Cha was overjoyed because she changed into a pretty belly band. She even raised her little hands to show off to the great tyrant. The great tyrant warmly praised his daughter. Cha-Cha looks good in anything. The great tyrant even wanted to personally put Cha-Cha to sleep. Then the family of three lay down. Cha-Cha said, it's so nice to have both father and mother here. You insisted Cha-Cha lie down properly and pull back her little feet. The little one made a cute face and said, I don't want to. The great tyrant, looking at his adorable daughter, smiled and thought she could sleep however she wanted. Lin Fei worried that the great tyrant was spoiling Cha-Cha too much. The great tyrant hugged Cha-Cha and said, my precious daughter should of course be pampered. Then Cha-Cha asked the great tyrant to sing her a nursery rhyme. This stumped the great tyrant. I don't know how, he said. Fortunately, Consort Ning stepped in. How about mother tells you yesterday's story? But Cha-Cha, with an adorably blank face, wanted her father to tell the story. So the great tyrant began telling Cha-Cha. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain, there was a temple. In the temple, there was an old monk. Before long, Cha-Cha was sound asleep. The great tyrant looked at Cha-Cha awkwardly, thinking his story was so boring that it put his daughter to sleep. Yun Fei told him that the purpose of storytelling was to help her fall asleep. The great tyrant finally understood. Looking at his sleeping daughter, he sighed, it's good to have Cha-Cha. No matter how many worries I have during the day, seeing my daughter clears the sky after rain. As long as she can be with me every day, it's enough. Yun Fei spoke up, Your Majesty, have you ever thought about the day when Cha-Cha grows up? The great tyrant heard this and sat up excitedly. Impossible, there will never be such a day. I will never allow Cha-Cha to leave my side. At the same time, Consort Ning also sat up. What if Cha-Cha grows up, likes a boy, or has her own life to pursue? The great tyrant suddenly remembered the scene of Murong Ying and Cha-Cha. He instantly became furious, wanting to tear Murong Ying apart. He angrily shouted, no! If Cha-Cha really likes a boy in the future, let the boy be adopted into our family. My daughter can't leave me. The great tyrant's outburst suddenly woke up the sleeping Cha-Cha, who mumbled something. The great tyrant immediately covered his mouth. Consort Ming soothed Cha-Cha. The little one fell back asleep. At this moment, the great tyrant held Consort Ming's hand. Wan, Thank you for giving me such an adorable daughter. My Wanwan is so good, satisfying me in every way. The sleepy consort Ming blushed. Your Majesty, be careful not to wake Cha-Cha again. I've already had Li Yu take Cha-Cha to the Sky Palace. We won't disturb her. Early the next morning, while they were still asleep, the great tyrant suddenly heard Cha-Cha's voice. He sat up and saw the little one by the bed. Full of questions, Cha-Cha asked, I clearly slept with father and mother. Why weren't you here when I woke up? The great tyrant looked extremely awkward, stammering, because father and mother were afraid of waking you. The little one, with her big eyes, asked again, Cha-Cha wears a belly band when sleeping. Why doesn't father wear one? The great tyrant had never been so embarrassed. Just now, Cha-Cha came to the great tyrant's bedside and bombarded him with 10 questions. When she asked why father doesn't wear a belly band when sleeping, the great tyrant's face instantly turned red. He froze, recalling last night's scene with Consort Ning. He gave an awkward smile. He told Cha-Cha, be good, wait for father outside. Father will take you out to play. Don't wake your mother. She needs to rest well because she's tired. The adorably innocent Cha-Cha had another big question mark above her head. Isn't mother already sleeping soundly? How can she still be tired? The great tyrant was utterly speechless at Cha-Cha's questions. With no other choice, he said that mother's body was weak, so father was teaching her to strengthen it. That's why she was tired. The little one's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She asked again, how does father teach mother to strengthen her body? Cha-Cha wants to see too. At this moment, the great tyrant wished he could disappear on the spot. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Gong called from outside the door. Little princess, where are you? This old servant just brought meat pies from the imperial kitchen for your breakfast. Hearing this, Cha-Cha quickly replied that she was going to eat meat pies. The great tyrant finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, Cha-Cha asked the great tyrant if he wanted to join. The great tyrant firmly refused this troublesome little one. Then Cha-Cha went out to eat the meat pies. Not long after, the great tyrant also came out. Cha-Cha ran towards him with her short legs. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms and said sternly, no running while eating. The little one cuddled up to him affectionately. After eating the last bite of the meat pie, Cha-Cha began her soul-searching questions again. Father, where's mother? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Is mother still very tired? The great tyrant was instantly speechless. Li Gong and Xiangsao nearby pretended. We didn't hear anything at all. Cha-Cha soon finished her meat pie. The great tyrant didn't want Cha-Cha to disturb Consort Ming's rest, so he decided to take her to play in the imperial garden. Cha-Cha held her little fox's paw, walking and talking to it. If you like coming here to play too, I'll bring you again tomorrow. But tomorrow I have to go catch bad guys with father. I'll bring you after we're done, okay? The great tyrant, walking behind, saw Cha-Cha talking to herself and quickly came forward to ask what she was saying. Cha-Cha said she was telling the little fox that after catching bad guys with father, she would bring it out to play every day. Hearing that Cha-Cha still remembered about catching bad guys, the great tyrant changed the subject, saying that as long as Cha-Cha wanted, she could bring the little fox out to play anytime. But Cha-Cha persisted in asking father, when are we going to catch bad guys? Just then, there was a cracking sound from behind. The great tyrant angrily shouted, who dares to eavesdrop on the imperial princess's conversation? Then the great tyrant personally went to check. He saw Consort Hui kneeling on the ground with a thud. The great tyrant questioned with a puzzled face, what are you doing here? What's your purpose in eavesdropping on our conversation? Consort Hui looked very aggrieved and said she wasn't eavesdropping. She just wanted to bring clothes for the little princess's fox. Seeing your majesty and the little princess playing happily, this servant was afraid of disturbing and didn't dare to speak up. This servant didn't mean to. Please forgive me, your majesty. Before the great tyrant could speak, Cha-Cha ran over. She greeted Consort Hui and asked if she was hurt. Cha-Cha shouted at the great tyrant, telling him to quickly help Consort Hui up. Completely unaware of the danger, Cha-Cha even asked the great tyrant to apologize to Consort Hui. The great tyrant looked helpless, thinking, how does my daughter have no sense of caution at all? The little princess actually asked the great tyrant to apologize to Consort Hui. Seeing the great tyrant unmoved, the little one had to apologize to Consort Hui on behalf of her father. At this moment, Consort Hui's heart was in her throat. How could there be a reason for the emperor to apologize to her? Originally, she came to gather information under the pretext of bringing clothes for Cha-Cha's little fox. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by the great tyrant. Left with no choice, she had to kneel and beg for forgiveness. The great tyrant, seeing this, was very impatient. He told her to put down the clothes and leave immediately. What the great tyrant didn't expect was that his daughter had been won over by a little fox, and even asked him to apologize to Consort Hui. But Cha-Cha thought Consort Hui was very nice. Not only did she give her the little fox, but she also made clothes for it by hand. Then, Cha-Cha seriously scolded the great tyrant, saying, "Father, you can't always scold people directly. You need to ask clearly first. Moreover, Mother said that if you wrongly accuse someone, you should apologize." After hearing this, the great tyrant was helpless. He asked Cha-Cha worriedly, "Did your mother only tell you these things?" The little one's face instantly turned red. She smiled and said, Yes. Mother said we should be upright." The great tyrant felt worried. He thought to himself that Wanwan had been framed before, yet she still taught Cha-Cha to be so honest. This won't do. He needs to teach Cha-Cha to be cautious of others. Although she has protection, there are many people with different intentions in the palace. One must be careful. It seems he really needs to take her out of the palace to see the world. It's easier to learn in places where good and bad are mixed. Then the little fox successfully changed its clothes. Cha-Cha happily praised how good the little fox looked. After that, the great tyrant took Cha-Cha's hand. He told her that they were going to find her big brother and third brother to discuss leaving the palace. You can come along and listen too. The little one was overjoyed to hear that she could leave the palace to catch bad guys, dancing with excitement. She took the great tyrant's hand and said eagerly, "Father, let's go quickly." However, Consort Hui hadn't left just now, and she had seen everything. She immediately used a flying pigeon to send the news of the great tyrant leaving the palace to Helansi. In Hongxing Hall, the great tyrant assigned tasks to Chongjing and Chongyin. During the time he's not in the palace, Chongjing will be in charge of monitoring, while Chongyin will accompany him to catch the bad guys. Hearing this, Chongjing immediately expressed his unwillingness. "Father, if you want to catch the culprits, let me go with you." Third brother's martial arts might not be enough to protect sister. Although Chongjing felt that what he said might upset his third brother, as the elder brother, he couldn't let his younger siblings be in danger. At this moment, Chongyin spoke up. "Father is taking me out and leaving big brother behind because I'm just a useless person who can't govern the country. Father trusts big brother so much. Big brother, are you really not understanding, or are you just making fun of me?" "Third brother, I don't mean that. As your elder brother, I can't let you take risks." Seeing the two arguing endlessly, the great tyrant quickly stopped them. "Both of you shut up. I made up my mind. You two just obey. Now get out quickly." At the same time, the great tyrant was also very pleased. These two boys have made a lot of progress lately. At this moment, Cha-Cha was suddenly full of questions. Why did father tell her brothers to get out again? Her brothers didn't do anything wrong. Why was father angry again? Let's just say, what's going on in Cha-Cha's head? How come she can't keep up with the rhythm? The little princess was once again confused by the adult's behavior. Just now, when the great tyrant saw Chongjing and Chongyin arguing endlessly, he shouted at them to shut up. However, our Cha-Cha had a puzzled look on her face. Why did father suddenly get angry? Does he not like her brothers? The great tyrant explained that he scolded her brothers because they needed to be disciplined, not because he didn't like them. Then he taught Cha-Cha that whether she's happy or unhappy, she shouldn't show it on her face, but keep it in her heart. Don't let others see it. However, Cha-Cha didn't understand this. She thought, then how would people know if she's happy or not? The great tyrant felt a bit awkward, knowing his words were hard to understand. He told Cha-Cha to just remember it for now. She would understand when she grows up. He said he had many more principles to teach her in the future. The little one heard this and felt like this principle seemed very serious. The great tyrant poked Cha-Cha's forehead gently. He said, "The principles your brothers learned were all taught by me too, so you need to learn as well." Cha-Cha agreed, seeming to understand, but not quite. But she wondered, father scolds her brothers when teaching them, so would he scold her too when teaching her? Then the great tyrant gently told Cha-Cha, "You're so well-behaved, how could I bear to scold you?" Then the great tyrant seriously instructed Cha-Cha that in a few days when he takes her out of the palace, she mustn't tell her mother about catching bad guys. Cha-Cha immediately refused when she heard this. She said she couldn't lie to her mother. She's a good child. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha's hand and said, "Catching bad guys is very dangerous. Think about it, Cha-Cha. Wouldn't your mother worry if she knew? What if she doesn't let you go?" Cha-Cha was caught in a dilemma. Mother said lying isn't what good children do. She can't lie to her mother. But Cha-Cha also wants to go catch bad guys. What should she do? Seeing Cha-Cha so conflicted, the great tyrant had to patiently explain to her that a white lie doesn't make her a bad child. Cha-Cha felt reassured, as if she had taken a pill of comfort. She reached out her hand to Pinky Promise, saying just this once, never again after this. The great tyrant made a pinky promise with Cha-Cha. He told her to say she's going to Third Uncle's mansion when the time comes, and not to give it away. He would have Third Uncle come personally to pick her up. Then the great tyrant asked if Cha-Cha was afraid, since catching bad guys this time would be very dangerous. Cha-Cha showed no fear. She said she's not afraid. With father and brother there, they would not only protect her, but also catch the bad guys. The great tyrant hugged Cha-Cha contentedly, praising her. As expected of my daughter, so brave and resolute. A few days later, King Xiaoyao came to Tingzhu Palace as scheduled to pick up Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha also said goodbye to her mother as agreed beforehand. The little one silently apologized to her mother in her heart. Cha-Cha lied to you. It won't happen again, I promise. Then King Xiaoyao took Cha-Cha and left. Soon, the two of them joined the great tyrant and the others. Everyone was here. The great tyrant ordered them to set off. At this moment, Chongyin quickly waved his hands, saying they were still missing one person. Just as the great tyrant was puzzled, Murong Ying appeared. Of course, some were happy, some were worried. The great tyrant asked coldly, "Who told you to come?" Seeing this, Chongyin quickly stepped forward to explain, "Father, it was your son who invited him to help." However, the great tyrant showed no appreciation. "Thank you for your enthusiasm, Crown Prince Murong. But this is Yan Qi's business. There's no need for you to worry about it. Please go back." How could Murong Ying be persuaded to leave just like that? "I've already come here. There's no way you can make me leave." It's unclear whether the great tyrant would agree to let him go. His own wife was going to catch bad guys. How could Murong Ying not follow? Just now, the great tyrant told Murong Ying with a serious face, "You should go back." Murong Ying pointed at himself and said, "I'm not leaving." Cha-Cha, worried they might start arguing, quickly grabbed Murong Ying's hand. Murong Ying immediately changed to a smiling face and asked, "What's wrong, Cha-Cha?" The little one thought to herself, "I can't let father and brother Murong argue." He had to ask him to help take care of the little fox in the palace. Let Murong Ying wait for her return. Murong Ying was stunned for a moment when he heard this. The next second, he smiled and said he would listen to Cha-Cha. Actually, he had already thought of a better idea. Then he instructed Chongyin to protect Cha-Cha well. "Master still has 3 unbeatable techniques to teach you. Come with me." Watching the two happily walk away, Cha-Cha said behind them that she wanted to learn too. Hearing this, Murong Ying secretly rejoiced. He knew Cha-Cha was a curious baby. "If I say this, she will definitely follow along." Cha-Cha and Chongyin asked in unison, "What technique will definitely win in a fight?" Murong Ying put his arm around Chongyin's neck and whispered to him, "Your father brought so many people. How could it be your turn to fight? Remember, if you can't win, just run." Chongyin was instantly speechless. "You're too tricky." Then Murong Ying pulled Cha-Cha over. "You and your father go first. I'll go get your little fox, then secretly protect you." Cha-Cha looked at him worriedly. What if Brother Murong and father meet and start arguing? "Don't worry, brother won't put Cha-Cha in a difficult position. Go with your father quickly. We'll meet outside." A group of people were hurrying out in a carriage. Cha-Cha kept peeking out with her little head, secretly checking. Has Brother Murong gotten the little fox? Is he following us? The great tyrant saw this and quickly asked Cha-Cha, "What are you looking at? Why you keep looking outside on the road?" The little one nervously rubbed her legs. "It's really fun outside the palace." The carefree king nearby said that Cha-Cha rarely goes out. No wonder she finds it fresh. The little one was now extremely nervous, worried that the great tyrant would discover her little secret. So she took out the snacks from her pocket. A foodie never forgets about food, no matter when or where. Fortunately, they were all attracted by Cha-Cha's snacks. The little one finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, father shouldn't ask me anymore. I wonder if Brother Murong has caught up with me. At this time, the great tyrant asked the carefree king, "Have the living arrangements for these months been settled?" The carefree king said, "Don't worry, I've already booked the best and near that Taoist temple. It's just ahead." Soon, the guard came forward to report, "Your Majesty, we've arrived." The great tyrant heard this and thought there was a situation. Then the carefree king got off the carriage first to check. He saw Murong Ying holding the little fox squatting at the entrance of the inn. "Carefree king, we meet again." The carefree king was very shocked. "How are you here?" Murong-ing said smugly. Out for a walk. This one has already been booked by me. I paid double the price. Murong-ing was deliberately going against the Great Tyrant. This old Murong-ing actually intercepted the inn where the Great Tyrant and his group were supposed to stay. If the Great Tyrant agrees to let him join in catching the Taoist, then they can stay at this inn freely. The Great Tyrant looked at Murong-ing, thinking, it's him again. He really is like a ghost that won't go away. Huh, you dare to threaten me? I fear threats the least. Just then, Cha-Cha waved her little hand from the carriage, happily calling out, Brother Murong. This finally broke the deadlock between the two. Murong-ing quickly came forward to tell Cha-Cha, I brought your little fox. The Great Tyrant beside them coldly told Cha-Cha to sit back down. He wanted to take Cha-Cha to stay somewhere else. He thought to himself, it's just an inn. There are so many within a few miles. I don't believe I can't shake off this annoying little Ling. What the Great Tyrant didn't expect was that Murong-ing had already arranged for guards to book all the inns in the surrounding area. At this moment, a gurgling sound came from the carriage, surprising everyone. Cha-Cha was seen covering her little tummy with her hands. Father, are we going somewhere else? Is it far? I'm so hungry. The Great Tyrant felt shocked. Didn't you just eat some snacks? That was just a snack. I still need to eat a proper meal. And we've been sitting in the carriage for so long. My bottom hurts. The Great Tyrant was in a dilemma. I'm used to sitting in carriages and forgot about Cha-Cha. If we continue in the carriage, I'm afraid Cha-Cha will suffer again. Seeing this, Murong-ing quickly added, Cha-Cha is so pitiful, hungry and tired, and can't rest properly. Then he pulled Chong-yin aside and whispered, I've already ordered food. I guarantee Cha-Cha will like it. Hurry and take Cha-Cha inside. And so Cha-Cha was led into the inn by the two of them. Murong-ing immediately instructed the waiter, quickly bring up the food I ordered for the young master. Then immediately go and prepare the best room. The Great Tyrant looked angrily at Murong-ing, feeling that this brat was doing it on purpose. Cha-Cha noticed that Father was unhappy, so she asked, Father, is it okay? The little one waited expectantly for Father's answer. Looking at his daughter, the Great Tyrant had no choice but to compromise reluctantly. Cha-Cha, be good. Go eat first. After you finish eating, Father will take you. Before he could finish, a commotion came from outside. The living immortal is seeing patience. Hurry, hurry. The Great Tyrant looked outside and thought there must be something fishy going on. Then he asked the waiter what they were doing. He learned from him that it was an immortal Taoist master. The consultation time was at this hour every day, so everyone was queuing up waiting. The Great Tyrant and the carefree king exchanged glances. Could it be the Taoist we're looking for? The Great Tyrant decided to let the carefree king stay behind to watch Chong-yin and Cha-Cha. He wanted to take some people to investigate. However, at this moment, Cha-Cha grabbed the Great Tyrant's sleeve. Father, where are you going? The Great Tyrant told her that Taoist is nearby, so Father is going to take a look. You be good and eat first. Cha-Cha said she wanted to go too. Catching bad guys is more important than eating. I can endure it. The Great Tyrant sighed helplessly. If they delayed any longer, they might miss the Taoist's so-called consultation. So he decided to take Cha-Cha and the others along. They saw a crowd of commoners kneeling in front of the gate. They were chanting in unison, Long live the living immortal. This scene truly shocked the Great Tyrant and his group. They wondered what kind of plot this could be. Cha-Cha was indeed a curious baby. Seeing everyone kneeling and worshipping a Taoist, she asked with a puzzled face, Father, why are they kowtowing to someone who looks like an octopus monster? The Great Tyrant comforted Cha-Cha, saying, We're here today to help them deal with the big bad guy, because they've all been tricked by this bad uncle. Cha-Cha said, Then we must really teach this big bad guy a lesson. Even the little fox in her arms made in a woo sound in agreement. At that moment, a woman in the crowd shouted, Living immortal! Help! My son is only 3 years old. He fell ill a few days ago and hasn't eaten anything for several days. Please save him. When the Taoist heard it was a 3-year-old child, he quickly asked the woman to bring the child to him. The Taoist then randomly chanted some spells over the child. Then he said, I have received a message from the heavenly gods. They are willing to take this child to the immortal realm. You can go home now. The woman was panicked and felt it was a lie. Before she could speak, the Taoist said sternly, "What? Don't you want this child to ascend to heaven instead of suffering in the mortal world with you?" At this time, several people behind the woman started to join in. "Don't be foolish. The living immortal has already taken several children to the immortal realm. We wish we could send our children too, but we can't." With no choice, the woman tearfully agreed. Then the Taoist announced that the consultation for today was over and told everyone to come back tomorrow. The woman left reluctantly. At this moment, the great tyrant clenched his fists. Watching everything unfold, he was furious. In broad daylight, they dare to use the god's name to kidnap children. Do they think there's no law in Yanxi? Cha-Cha beside him was also angry. "Father, quickly catch him." The carefree king hurriedly held Cha-Cha back. "We can't act rashly. First, it might alert them. Second, the common people don't know the truth, and it might cause public resentment. We must have sufficient evidence first." The little one listened with a confused face. "Then what should we do?" Suddenly, the little fox jumped out of Cha-Cha's arms. It ran towards the Taoist temple. Cha-Cha stumbled after it. Unexpectedly, the carefree king picked her up. "It's dangerous. Don't chase it. It's just a fox." Cha-Cha struggled. "I want my little fox." The great tyrant roared, "Put my daughter down immediately." Murong-ing quickly comforted Cha-Cha. "I'll buy you another one later." Chongyan also chimed in. "Third brother will buy you one too." The little one burst into tears. "Buying another one won't be this little fox. I want this one. I should protect him." The carefree king was instantly embarrassed and handed Cha-Cha to the great tyrant. He told Cha-Cha he would find the little fox. Murong-ing said he wanted to go too, but was rejected by the carefree king. "You'd better stay here to protect Cha-Cha." At this time, Cha-Cha stopped crying and thanked third uncle, reminding him to be careful. As soon as the carefree king entered the temple, he saw the Taoist chasing away the little fox. The carefree king politely waved to stop the Taoist. "This is our pet. It suddenly ran in and disturbed your meditation." "Oh, it's your pet. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." The Taoist looked at the carefree king carefully. This person had a noble aura and was dressed lavishly. He must be either rich or powerful. The carefree king held the little fox in his arms and said, "Since that's the case, we won't bother you anymore." Before leaving, he looked around. As soon as the carefree king went out, Cha-Cha ran over happily calling for the little fox. The moment the Taoist saw Cha-Cha, he had a thought. Such an adorable chubby baby. If I sell her, I could pay off my gambling debts. I can't let them leave. Then he followed them out. He called out to the carefree king with ill intentions. This Taoist, who looked like an octopus, became timid upon seeing Cha-Cha. He hurriedly went forward and called out to the carefree king. The carefree king was very surprised, not knowing what else the Taoist wanted. The Taoist stroked his beard and made up a story. "Although we've just met, I can see that your forehead is darkened. Your life is in danger, and you don't have long to live. As a monk, I am compassionate and can't bear to see you suffer from unexpected misfortune." The carefree king thought to himself, "I'll play along and see what he's up to." So he pretended to be shocked and asked if what the Taoist said was true. "With such divine powers, could you be the famous living immortal of the capital?" Hearing this, the Taoist thought the carefree king had taken the bait. He secretly rejoiced and confirmed that he was indeed the one. He then said, "If you believe what I say, let this poor monk examine your fate in detail to find the source affecting your destiny." The carefree king agreed, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, Taoist." Cha-Cha worriedly tugged at the carefree king's clothes. The carefree king told her to go find her father first, as he had something to take care of. Just then, Murong-ing and Chongyan ran over. The carefree king asked them to take Cha-Cha back, saying he'd return soon and not to worry. Watching the carefree king leave with the Taoist, Cha-Cha's eyes welled up with tears. How did the octopus capture little third uncle? Murong-ing quickly comforted Cha-Cha. "Don't worry. We'll stay here. If anything happens, we'll rush in to save him." Cha-Cha had to agree and wait for little third uncle to return. The sun was about to set, but the carefree king hadn't returned. Cha-Cha kept looking ahead, wondering why little third uncle hadn't come out yet. She was very worried. She anxiously asked Murong-ing, "Brother, let's go save little third uncle." The great tyrant quickly came forward to comfort Cha-Cha. telling her not to worry. But Cha-Cha thought that since little third uncle had been gone for so long, he must be in danger. She blamed herself, saying it was her fault for not watching the little fox properly. The great tyrant tried to persuade Cha-Cha. Chongyin pointed in the distance and said, "Cha-Cha, don't worry. Look, third uncle is coming out." Cha-Cha instantly became excited, with tears of joy streaming down her face. She flew into the carefree king's arms, crying and asking if the octopus had bullied him. Seeing Cha-Cha so worried about him, the carefree king was very happy. He said no one could bully him. At this time, the great tyrant came forward and asked if he had found anything in the temple. The carefree king said with a gloomy face, "This Taoist is not only a fraud but also a human trafficker. There are many large wooden boxes in his temple, with holes the size of teacups drilled into them." Hearing this, the great tyrant deduced that the missing children must be locked in those boxes. The carefree king told the great tyrant that he had arranged to meet the Taoist at a city tavern in 2 days to receive some talismans. If they planned well, they could catch him red-handed. So the great tyrant decided to dispatch more people from the palace. They would return to the inn to carefully plan the layout. They must catch this scourge. Cha-Cha said she wanted to help too, but she scratched her head and said embarrassedly, "I'll make sure the little fox behaves and doesn't run off again." The great tyrant held his sensible daughter in his arms and said, "Good girl, no one blames you. Let's go back with father." However, in the palace, noble consort was eating lychees with consort Ning and consort Hua in a listening bamboo palace. Consort Ning thanked them both for their company. At this moment, noble consort maliciously stirred up trouble, saying there was something she didn't know whether to say or not. Consort Ning said to speak freely, but it was about Cha-Cha's news. As a result, noble consort told consort Ning that Cha-Cha didn't leave the palace to go to the carefree king's mansion, but to catch a Taoist priest. Consort Ning was very shocked to hear this. She even dropped the lychee in her hand. Looking dazed, she prepared to go to the Tongshin Hall to ask for clarification. Consort Hua quickly advised that even if she went to ask His Majesty, the people around him wouldn't tell her. To find out where Cha-Cha went, they could only go and see for themselves. So consort Ning decided to leave the palace herself to find her daughter. This woman was too wicked. She actually told consort Ning the truth about Cha-Cha leaving the palace. Upon learning that Cha-Cha left the palace to catch a Taoist priest, consort Ning, as Cha-Cha's mother, couldn't sit still. She wanted to leave the palace to find Cha-Cha. Since it was a serious offense for consorts to leave the palace without permission, she didn't want to implicate consort Hua, so she decided to go alone. At this time, consort Hua held consort Ning's hand. She said warmly, "Sister, how can I be at ease if you go alone? Cha-Cha is our treasure. I'm also concerned about her safety. So let's go together. We can look after each other." At the same time, consort Hua reminded noble consort, "We are leaving quietly this time. Noble consort sister, you must keep your mouth shut. You know my temper and methods." Consort Hui beside them was also very sensible. She immediately stated, "Today, we were just appreciating flowers and drinking tea with the 2 sisters. The wind was too strong just now. I don't know what the sisters said." Consort Hua praised consort Hui for being so understanding, saying she wouldn't treat her poorly in the future. So consort Hua decided to stay overnight at the listening bamboo palace to plan well for tomorrow's departure from the palace. Noble consort then pretended to care, saying, "2 sisters, you must be very careful." However, she was actually scheming in her heart, packaging you 2 and sending you under Elancey's nose. This way, I'll have leverage to threaten that dog emperor. At night, consort Ning tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She wondered where Cha-Cha was now, and if she was sleeping well. Seeing this, consort Hua quickly advised, "Sister, don't worry too much. At least His Majesty is there. He won't let anything happen to our treasure. Rest well, so you'll have energy to find Cha-Cha tomorrow." On the other side, Cha-Cha also couldn't sleep because it was her first time away from her mother. Looking at his daughter before him, the great tyrant thought to himself, Cha-Cha has always been with her mother since she was little. It's her first time away, while one must be feeling very uncomfortable too. So he asked Cha-Cha what her mother usually did to comfort her when she couldn't sleep before. The little one suddenly kicked off her blanket. She raised both hands towards the great tyrant, indicating that her mother would hug her. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms, telling her to treat him as her mother to comfort her to sleep. But the little one suddenly felt something was not right. She looked up and asked the great tyrant, "Mother, it's soft and fragrant here. Why isn't father soft?" This made the great tyrant speechless. He stammered, This, you'll know when you're older." He quickly changed the subject and asked what else her mother would do besides hugging her. Cha-Cha said her mother would sing nursery rhymes to her. This stumped the great tyrant again. Looking embarrassed, he said, "How about this? Father will recite a passage from the Analects for you." Cha-Cha happily agreed, curious about what the Analects were. The great tyrant then began reciting the Analects. "Is it not pleasant to learn with a constant perseverance and application? Is it not delightful to have friends coming from distant quarters?" At this point, Cha-Cha was already feeling dizzy from listening. What was this? A spell? Then Cha-Cha started pretending to be asleep. The great tyrant thought Cha-Cha had fallen asleep, so he put her on the bed and tucked her in. He decided to go discuss catching the spy with King Xiaoyao. After blowing out the candle, he left the dark room. Cha-Cha opened her eyes at this moment. It's so dark, she's scared. Why did father leave? Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. Cha-Cha fearfully shrank into the blanket. Is father coming back? At that moment, the door was pushed open. A mysterious person entered Cha-Cha's room. "Come on, tell me, were you scared the first time you slept alone as a child?" Just now, Cha-Cha was alone in the room, already scared, when suddenly hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Cha-Cha was so frightened she shrank into the blanket. At that moment, the door was pushed open and a mysterious person walked in. Cha-Cha hid under the blanket, covering her mouth with her hands, afraid to make a sound. She wondered if it was father coming back, but why wasn't he saying anything? The mysterious person placed a package beside Cha-Cha's bed. Cha-Cha trembled with fear, wondering if a bad person had come in. Then the mysterious person patted Cha-Cha through the blanket. The little one was almost crying from fear, thinking, "Please don't kill me." But then she heard the person speak. "Why is Cha-Cha shaking so much? Are you cold?" Hearing such a familiar voice, Cha-Cha carefully peeked out from under the blanket. It turned out to be Murong-Ying. After Murong-Ying lit the candle, Cha-Cha, touching her little heart, said, "You really scared me. I thought it was a bad person. The inn isn't as nice as the palace. It's a bit shabby. I was afraid you'd be cold at night, so I brought you a blanket. I thought you were asleep, so I tried to be quiet, afraid of waking you up. I saw your father leave, so I came, to avoid arguing with him and putting you in a difficult position. By the way, why aren't you asleep yet?" Cha-Cha suddenly became sad. Murong-Ying guessed that Cha-Cha was missing her mother and was also scared of being alone. The little one nodded pitifully. Murong-Ying felt that he should stay to keep Cha-Cha company and help her fall asleep. But Cha-Cha said she couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. Murong-Ying said lovingly, "You don't need to try hard to sleep. It just means you're not tired yet. The stars are brightest tonight. Let's go count stars, shall we?" Cha-Cha was a bit worried at this point, but father will be upset if he comes back and doesn't see me. So Murong-Ying whispered to Cha-Cha, "Your father is discussing important matters with your uncle. He won't be back so soon." Then Cha-Cha immediately agreed. Then Murong-Ying took Cha-Cha too. Cha-Cha was overjoyed to see the sky full of stars. She said her mother had told her that every star has a name. She pointed at the stars in the sky and said, "That one is called Yuheng, that one is Yawang, and there's Tianshu." Murong-Ying was pleasantly surprised. "Wow, Cha-Cha knows so much." Cha-Cha smiled softly and proudly said, "My mother told me all of this." Then the two of them started counting stars. 1, 2, 3, 56, 57, counting and counting. Cha-Cha fell asleep. The little one even started sleep-talking in Murong-Ying's arms. "Mother, this candy is delicious. You should try some too." Murong-Ying secretly rejoiced. As expected of Cha-Cha, even in her dreams, it's all about food. Afterwards, Murong-Ying carried the sleeping Cha-Cha back to her room and tucked her in. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. Oh no, her father was back. He quickly blew out the candle and hid under the bed. At this moment, the great tyrant had already walked in. Am I seeing things? Wasn't the light on just now? Seeing Cha-Cha sleeping so soundly, he didn't think much of it, afraid of waking her up. So the great tyrant also prepared to sleep. At this time, Murong-Ying under the bed was getting anxious. No way, he's going to sleep? When can I get out? After some time, Murong-Ying thought the great tyrant must be asleep, so he carefully crawled out from under the bed. Unexpectedly, the great tyrant suddenly woke up. He reached out his big hand fiercely to grab Murong-Ying. This old Murong-Ying Ying was actually discovered by the great Tyrant. He had originally thought he could leave after putting Cha-Cha to sleep. But before he could leave, the great Tyrant returned. With no choice, Ying had to hide under the bed. After some time, Ying thought the great Tyrant was asleep, so he carefully crawled out from under the bed, tiptoeing. But the great Tyrant woke up. He reached out to grab Ying. Luckily, Ying dodged in time and wasn't caught. At this moment, Ying quickly went to light the candle. He turned his head and hurriedly shouted, "It's me!" When the great Tyrant saw him, he became even angrier. "You brat! How dare you sneak into my and Cha-Cha's room in the middle of the night? I've overlooked your many unreasonable behaviors because of your young age, but now you're getting too bold." The great Tyrant was about to get closer to Ying. At this moment, Cha-Cha made a soft sound behind them. The great Tyrant quickly told Ying to go outside, not to wake up his daughter. Ying, whose collar was being grabbed, was about to speak when the great Tyrant shut him up. "Be quiet. Don't disturb Cha-Cha's good dream." As the two were at a standstill, Cha-Cha called out, "Father," startling both of them. Cha-Cha was seen rubbing her eyes and saying, "Father, hug me." So the great Tyrant quickly ran to her side. "Be good, Cha-Cha. Father is here." Then he embraced Cha-Cha. Ying on the side felt this was a good opportunity to sneak away. He then ran off, saying, "Cha-Cha, I'm going back first." The great Tyrant was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Cha-Cha. The furious great Tyrant had to comfort his daughter to sleep first, planning to deal with that brat tomorrow. Soon, Cha-Cha fell asleep again. In the great Tyrant's arms, she even sleep-talked, "Wait for father to come back. Brother Ying, don't leave, okay?" Cha-Cha is scared alone. The sleepy great Tyrant was instantly awakened. Glancing at the blanket on the table, the great Tyrant suddenly realized. It seemed that after he left, Cha-Cha woke up and Ying, that stinky boy, came to help him look after Cha-Cha. But why was his daughter dreaming about that stinky boy even in her sleep? This won't do. At this moment, the great Tyrant thought of Consort Ning. Surely Wanwan must be missing Cha-Cha by now too. Once things are settled, he'll bring her out as well. Take her and Cha-Cha to have some fun together. However, early the next morning, eager to leave the palace to find their daughter, Consort Ming and Consort Hua put on scary clothes. They planned to sneak out of the palace during the guard's shift change. Just as they reached the gate, they were stopped by the guards. "Halt! Who goes there? Leaving the palace at this hour? Do you have your tokens?" The two immediately became extremely nervous. What tokens? What should they do now? Could they really leave the palace smoothly? To leave the palace, these two women had gone to great lengths, even dressing up in scary clothes. They had planned to slip out during the guard's shift change. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by the guards, who asked them to show their tokens. Consort Hua pretended to be calm and coughed. Then she scolded loudly, "I'm going out on business with people from Yuhi Palace. Do I still need a token?" She then began to intimidate the guards. "You want a token? Fine. I'll go back and report this to Consort Hua to get the token. If this delays Her Highness's business, I wonder if you'll be able to keep your position." Hearing this, the guard became frightened. Consort Hua was not someone to be trifled with. Her father was the great general guarding the border, the head of all military officials. She was also close to the emperor's beloved consort Yun. It wouldn't be wise to offend Yuhi Palace. Thinking this, he quickly let the two pass. Then the two came to the carefree king's mansion. But Cha-Cha wasn't there at all. It seemed Cha-Cha had really gone with them to catch the culprit. Just as they were about to leave, they were blocked by a sedan chair in front. Consort Hua was about to start cursing, but then she saw Heelan Ci step out of the sedan chair, hypocritically asking why they were out like this. With no choice, Consort Ning had to tell him that the emperor was visiting the common people and had brought them along. "We're dressed like this for convenience. It's just that there were many people earlier, and we got separated from His Majesty." Heelan Ci knew their true intentions, but he tried every way to take them away, because he knew that the carefree king and His Majesty had already discovered that Taoist priest and were meeting at a tavern. There might be a problem. Having these two in his hands would help him deal with them later. Just as they entered the tavern, the great Tyrant and his group also appeared. The carefree king felt it was still early and wanted to take Cha-Cha for a walk nearby. The little one was very happy, seeing all the delicious food and fun things. She pulled Ying, pointing at a rattle drum, saying, "Brother, I have one of these too." Then Ying, without a second thought, took out money to buy one for Cha-Cha. But Cha-Cha told him she didn't want it because mother said not to waste. Ying, with a smile, told Cha-Cha, "How is this wasting? This is called stockpiling. What if the original one breaks or gets lost? We'll play with one and store one. Cha-Cha thought it made sense, so she accepted it. Afterwards, Cha-Cha was attracted by a rabbit doll nearby. The shopkeeper thought Cha-Cha was cute and prepared to give her one for free. But Cha-Cha withdrew her outstretched hand, saying, No, we can't take advantage. Then Murong-ing took out his money pouch. Don't worry, Cha-Cha. The money you should give. Brother will definitely not give less. At this moment, Chong-yin suddenly popped up. I've already bought all these for Cha-Cha long ago. Do you still need to? Just because of buying these things. You mocked me back then, saying these are for idiots to play with. Murong-ing quickly came forward and covered Chong-yin's mouth. Chong-yin removed Murong-ying's hand and continued. Cha-Cha, Murong-ing said before that those who play with these are idiots. Cha-Cha looked confused and asked what an idiot was. Chong-yin, being restrained by Murong-ing, shouted, It means fool stupid. At this moment, Cha-Cha seriously questioned Brother Murong. Did you really say that? Frightened, Murong-ing quickly came forward to explain. That's because Brother didn't know Chong-yin bought them for you. So before he could finish, Cha-Cha angrily shouted at him, Brother, you're too much. This old boy Murong-ing, in front of his wife, instantly turned into a coward. Faced with Cha-Cha's questioning, he was at a loss. Before he could explain, Cha-Cha pointed at him and said, You stand still. We're keeping our distance. The people nearby became spectators, thinking there would surely be a big drama soon. At this time, Chong-yin seriously said, Explanation is just a cover-up. Don't even think about lying, you little rascal. But Murong-ing looked particularly nervous. After struggling for a moment, he sincerely said, Cha-Cha, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have casually mocked Chong-yin. This sudden apology shocked Chong-yin greatly. Am I seeing things? This guy actually knows how to apologize? Cha-Cha stared blankly at Murong-ing, feeling like he really knew he was wrong. Then she seriously asked, So will Brother Murong think I'm stupid? Murong-ing quickly answered, No, of course not. Our Cha-Cha is not stupid at all. Cha-Cha will always be the cutest, smartest, and most obedient little sister in Brother's heart. The little one beamed with joy at the praise and immediately forgave Murong-ing. The people nearby who were ready to watch the drama were instantly shocked. She forgave him just like that? This guy got off too easy. The great Tyrant, who didn't get to see any drama, helplessly tapped Chong-yin's head. What are you still standing there for? Quickly take your sister into the tavern. That Taoist priest will be here soon. Inside the tavern, Heelan Ci's spy reported that the emperor and his group were heading towards the tavern. Heelan Ci hurriedly asked Consort Ning and Consort Hua to go upstairs to lure them. As soon as they entered, Cha-Cha saw a familiar figure on the stairs. She thought, Is that Mother? Why is Mother wearing strange clothes? So she ran over with her little short legs. But when she reached the bottom of the stairs, there was no one there. At this time, Chong-yin came over to ask Cha-Cha what was wrong and reminded her not to run around. Cha-Cha pointed at the stairs and said, I just saw Mother. Mother was wearing strange clothes. Chong-yin said disbelievingly, How could Consort Ming possibly be here? You must have seen wrong. But Cha-Cha still insisted she saw her mother. Chong-yin comforted her warmly. Be good. Once we catch the bad guys today, we can go back and see your mother. Then he prepared to take Cha-Cha to their private room. Cha-Cha kept looking back. That person really looked like Mother. But how could there be someone who looks just like Mother? Just as the two reached the room's doorway, they heard arguing inside. Opening the door to check the commotion, they saw Murong-ing and the great Tyrant arguing again. Cha-Cha quickly came forward to ask what was wrong. Brother Murong. Murong-ing glanced at the clothes on the table and said awkwardly, Your father wants me to wear women's clothing. I refuse to do it. At this moment, Cha-Cha ran to the great Tyrant father and asked, Why is this? The great Tyrant patted Cha-Cha's head and said, Of course, it's to divert the bad guys' attention. This way it's easier to catch them. The carefree king added from the side, After a few drinks and with beautiful company, it won't take long for them to let their guard down. But we don't have any beauties now. So Prince Murong and Chong-yin, you'll have to sacrifice your appearance. The two young men immediately expressed their refusal. However, at this moment, in Cha-Cha's mind, an image of the two in women's clothing appeared. She thought, Why don't brothers want to wear girls' clothes? Being a girl is so nice. Then Cha-Cha put her hands together, begging the two brothers to wear it, wanting to satisfy her curiosity. The two awkwardly glanced at each other. Then they grabbed the clothes and ran out, saying, All right, no problem. By now, an instant sticks time had passed. Cha-Cha couldn't wait to see how her brothers looked in women's clothing. At this time, a graceful figure figure appeared from behind the curtain. Cha-Cha was stunned, exclaiming, "Ah!" The two young men in women's clothing were surprisingly stunning. Even the great tyrant's eyes lit up. Cha-Cha quickly exclaimed, "So beautiful!" At the same time, the carefree king also praised repeatedly, "Very good. This should be enough to fool the old Taoist." At this moment, Cha-Cha turned back to ask her father, "Brothers are so beautiful. Will I be as beautiful as them when I grow up?" The great tyrant said somewhat seriously, "When Cha-Cha grows up, she'll definitely be more beautiful than her brothers." In his heart, he secretly rejoiced. Don't they know who I am? With Wanwans and my excellent genes, it would be hard not to be beautiful. Murong-ing was quite speechless upon hearing this. He angrily shouted, "I'm not doing this. When that Taoist comes, I'll just cut him down with my sword." Then he violently threw the shawl on his body to the ground. Unexpectedly, two prop balls also fell down with it. This made Murong-ing very embarrassed. Seeing this, Cha-Cha quickly asked Murong-ing to squat down. She used her hands to push the props back to Murong-ing, but they both fell down again. At this time, Cha-Cha pointed at the props and said, "Brother, so you're a little glutton, secretly hiding oranges to eat." Murong-ing was instantly dumbfounded. My cool big brother image in Cha-Cha's heart is completely ruined. Chongyin was snickering on the side. By now, an incense stick's time had passed. That Taoist should be arriving soon. After everyone finished preparing, the great tyrant took Cha-Cha to the next room to listen in. At this time, the Taoist had already seated himself between Murong-ing and Chongyin. The carefree king expressed willingness to donate 1,000 taels of silver to his temple. He also instructed the two beauties to pour wine for the Taoist. The Taoist took the opportunity to grab Murong-ing's hand, saying, "Little beauty, how old are you, my dear?" This disgusted Murong-ing so much that he immediately kicked the Taoist, shouting, "Pervert!" The old Taoist was quite shocked, wondering why this girl's voice was so deep. Seeing this, the carefree king quickly explained, "Please forgive her, Taoist. She's a warrior maiden from my household. Her voice was affected by an illness in her youth. It's a bit unpleasant to hear. Do you like frontier dances, Taoist?" Then he ordered the two beauties to quickly dance for the Taoist. The two's wild, awkward dancing was truly unbearable to watch. To prevent any slip-ups, the carefree king quickly changed the subject. "Taoist, with such divine powers, why confine yourself to a small temple?" The Taoist replied smugly, "Young man, you don't understand. Though my temple is small, we want for nothing." The carefree king, intrigued, asked, "I've heard you treat illnesses for the common people without charging any money. Why is that?" The old Taoist, slightly tipsy, stroked his beard and said, "Who needs money? These children are the money." Upon hearing this, the carefree king knew what this Taoist was up to. Even the great tyrant in the next room was angered by these words, thinking, "This scum is selling those children." Since this beast had admitted it himself, they could have the guards lying in wait to arrest him when he leaves. At this moment, Cha-Cha, peering through the door crack, saw her brothers awkwardly dancing and asked her father confusedly, "What's wrong with brothers? Are they not feeling well?" The great tyrant assured her that the brothers were fine, just dancing. Their dancing was truly awful to behold. The great tyrant was about to take Cha-Cha elsewhere for a walk. But Cha-Cha didn't want to leave. She wanted to go back and watch her brothers dance. So the little one came up with a plan. She told the great tyrant she needed to pee, and he wanted to take her. She quickly refused, saying, "No, I'm a little girl. Father is a man. You can't take me to pee. Cha-Cha will go by herself." Hearing this, the great tyrant had no choice but to let Cha-Cha go alone, reminding her not to wander off. The little one's plan succeeded, and she hurried back to watch her brothers dance. Passing by a room, she heard a familiar voice and thought, "That's Consort Hua's voice." Then she pushed open the door. Inside were indeed Consort Hua and her mother. At this moment, He-Lancy turned around and glared fiercely at Cha-Cha, thinking, "This little brat actually discovered us." Cha-Cha had really found her mother. She had initially planned to use the excuse of going to pee to watch her brothers dance. But passing by the adjacent room, she heard familiar voices inside. Cha-Cha pushed open the door. It was indeed her mother and Consort Hua. Consort Ning anxiously asked Cha-Cha, "Why are you here? Where's your father?" Consort Hua beside her also asked worriedly, "Why are you alone?" At this moment, Cha-Cha recalled her promise to her father. Father said not to let mother worry, and especially not to let this bad egg know. So she said, "Father took me to play with third uncle. Third uncle brought us here to eat delicious food." Hearing this, Consort Hua inquired, "But we went to the carefree king's mansion." Before she could finish, Consort Ning slightly shook her head, indicating that it's better not to let this Lancy know about His Majesty's whereabouts. At the same time, Cha-Cha told Consort Ming that father was also here. If mother didn't believe her, she could go ask father. At this moment, Lancy seemed to realize something. She asked suspiciously, "Didn't you two just say that His Majesty brought you here? From the looks of it, it seems you two really left the palace on your own. If that's the case, this old minister cannot let you two leave." Hearing the bad egg say this, Cha-Cha couldn't take it anymore. She pointed at Lancy and shouted, "You bad egg! What right do you have to stop me and mother from finding father?" Lancy didn't take Cha-Cha seriously at all. She even scolded Cha-Cha. "Although you have a noble status, this old minister is a pillar of the state. You've been repeatedly disrespectful." Before she could finish, accompanied by a Cha-Cha, the door was pushed open. The great tyrant had arrived. Everyone quickly knelt down to pay their respects. The great tyrant was surprised to see the consorts dressed like this. At this moment, Lancy hurriedly came forward to report. This old minister encountered the two consorts dressed like this on the street. It was inappropriate, so to avoid public embarrassment, I brought them here. I was about to send someone to inform your majesty, but unexpectedly met you here. The great tyrant simply replied, "The old minister is very considerate." But Lancy didn't stop there. "Although your majesty greatly favors the consorts, everything should have its limits. One must cultivate oneself and manage the family to govern the country and the world. Moreover, too much of anything is as bad as too little." The great tyrant was very annoyed upon hearing this. "Minister are you teaching me how to do things? I brought my two beloved consorts out of the palace in disguise to observe the people's conditions. We accidentally got separated. Wei Guozheng is anxiously searching for them. So it turns out Minister He has detained them. They're dressed like this for convenience. Does Minister He have any more advice?" Lancy wanted to speak but held back, only thinking to herself, "Weren't they here to catch the Taoist? I wonder if they caught him or not." At this moment, the two consorts were secretly delighted. His Majesty's explanation matched theirs perfectly. This is what they call being in sync. Cha-Cha was seen tugging at the great tyrant's sleeve, complaining, "Father, this bad egg wouldn't let mother and me find you. She even scolded my brothers earlier." Hearing this, Lancy quickly apologized. "Princess, please calm down. This old minister didn't know. Please forgive me, your majesty." The great tyrant immediately said, "This is not your fault, minister. Why don't you join me for a meal?" Lancy felt it wasn't appropriate to stay and left, citing other matters to attend to. But after Lancy left, Consort Ning anxiously asked the great tyrant, "What exactly did you take Cha-Cha out of the palace for? Was it really for some Taoist? Cha-Cha is so young." Before Consort Ning could finish, the great tyrant angrily interrupted her. "Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Look at yourselves now. What kind of behavior is this?" Consort Ming quickly shielded Consort Hua, saying it was all her idea because she was so worried about Cha-Cha. At this moment, Cha-Cha stepped forward. "Father, don't yell at mother." The great tyrant looked helpless and quickly explained to his daughter, "Father didn't. Father is just worried about your mother. It's very dangerous for them to be like this." Then, Cha-Cha told Consort Ming the truth. It's all Cha-Cha's fault. Cha-Cha wanted to catch bad people with father. Father didn't want mother to worry, so he said we were going to third uncle's house. Cha-Cha knows she was wrong. The little one bowed and said, "Please don't be angry anymore, everyone." Seeing her daughter being so understanding, Consort Ming told Cha-Cha never to lie to her again, as she would worry. At the same time, the great tyrant hugged Cha-Cha and said it was father's fault, not Cha-Cha's. Cha-Cha immediately said happily, "Then can everyone not be angry anymore? After we catch the Taoist, we'll all go back together. Consort Hua, third brother, and little third uncle are catching that Taoist." Third brother even wore a young lady's skirt. Hearing this, Consort Hua was surprised. Even she, as his mother, had never seen her son in women's clothing. Then, the great tyrant asked Cha-Cha to take Consort Hua to quietly go see the three towers. He had something to say to Consort Ming. Cha-Cha and Consort Hua walked out, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Consort Hua was knocked unconscious by a stick from behind. Cha-Cha was about to scream. The fallen consort Hua's mouth was covered by a pair of large hands. Cha-Cha was actually kidnapped by the mysterious person. Unexpectedly, the mysterious person turned out to be the Taoist they were trying to catch. It turns out that the Taoist, taking advantage of the opportunity, had encountered Helancy outside. Helancy informed him that it was a trap and told him to leave quickly, and that their people were all around. So while escaping, the Taoist took Cha-Cha along with him. The Taoist brought Cha-Cha to an alley. By now, the Taoist was sweating profusely, wondering who that man really was. Unexpectedly, Cha-Cha and the sack started struggling, crying and calling for her father and mother. The Taoist impatiently untied the rope, angrily scolding, "What's good about this?" He grabbed Cha-Cha fiercely, asking who that third young master really was. Although Cha-Cha's eyes were filled with tears, she wasn't afraid. "I won't tell you. You're a bad person, a big bad guy. I'm not afraid of you." She even slapped the Taoist. The Taoist quickly covered his face in pain. Cha-Cha was thrown to the ground. The little one took the chance to run away, but the Taoist caught up quickly. As he reached out to grab Cha-Cha, she bit him hard. The Taoist was furious. He directly covered Cha-Cha's mouth and hit her. Then he threw Cha-Cha over his shoulder. Cha-Cha cried out in despair. However, the Taoist was secretly pleased. Luckily, he encountered this chubby kid while escaping. This trip wasn't a total loss, and so Cha-Cha was carried away by the Taoist. Suddenly, a bag slipped out of Cha-Cha's arms. The clever Cha-Cha suddenly had an idea, so she threw the candy on the road. "This way, Father will definitely find me. Father will find me when he sees the candy." Cha-Cha started throwing the sesame candies from the bag one by one onto the ground, leaving clues for the Great Tyrant and others all the way. At this moment, the Great Tyrant in the restaurant also discovered the unconscious consort. Xiao Yao Wang searched the entire restaurant but couldn't find Cha-Cha, and even that Taoist was gone. Murong Ing also rushed there hurriedly. He heard that a waiter's clothes had just been stolen from the restaurant. The Great Tyrant felt displeased immediately. Oh no, that Taoist must have escaped, and he took Cha-Cha. Then he ordered troops to surround the Taoist's hideout. He wanted to find Cha-Cha himself. He told Chong Yin to stay behind and take care of his mother. Murong Ing, upon hearing this, said he wanted to go too. Arriving on the street, they split up to search. Just as Murong Ing was silently praying for Cha-Cha's safety, his foot was cut by something on the ground. Looking down, he saw it was sesame candy. It's uncertain if they can discover the clues left by Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha was actually kidnapped by the Taoist. Fortunately, Murong Ing discovered the clues left by Cha-Cha. When the Great Tyrant saw the scattered candy on the ground, he recalled the sesame candy Cha-Cha had shared with everyone in the carriage on their way here. At the same time, the carefree king also recognized it as the candy Cha-Cha had eaten. At this moment, Murong Ing excitedly said, "This must be a hint left by Cha-Cha. Let's follow the sesame candy." The Great Tyrant thought for a moment and confirmed it was left by Cha-Cha, so he decided to split up. The Great Tyrant would personally go find Cha-Cha, while the carefree king should immediately lead people to the Taoist temple. He emphasized again that he must personally go to find his daughter. Murong Ing said he would also go with the Great Tyrant to find Cha-Cha. So the two of them set off together to search. Following the clues, Cha-Cha and the two men arrived at a riverside. But Murong Ing suddenly noticed the sesame candy had disappeared. The Great Tyrant realized Cha-Cha's sesame candy was limited. After scattering it all this way, it must have run out. He didn't know what to do. However, Murong Ing thought Cha-Cha might be nearby, which is why she stopped scattering candy. He decided to split up and search the area. At this time, a boat in the distance caught Murong Ying's eye. Indeed, there were people transporting boxes on the boat. The boxes were indeed filled with children. The Taoist hurriedly said there were 16 children in total, asking about the promised 200 taels. He urged the leader Dada to quickly hand over the silver. As the Taoist left with the money, he reminded them to watch the little girl carefully, saying she was valuable goods. Cha-Cha was now locked in a cage, not knowing where she was at all. Looking at the bag in her hand, she thought, the sesame candy is almost gone. What should I do? At this moment, leader Dada was attracted by the cute Cha-Cha and asked her name. But Cha-Cha, immersed in thinking of a plan, didn't respond to leader Dada's words at all. Unexpectedly, leader Dada started counting while drawing his sword. "Little child, is this wooden box uncomfortable?" Before Cha-Cha could react, the wooden box was instantly split open. Cha-Cha was so scared she started trembling. Leader Dada picked up Cha-Cha with a kind face. "Little child, come with me into the cabin. The king has been wanting a daughter." Cha-Cha struggled desperately. "Let me go. I don't know you." Leader Dada patted Cha-Cha's head, saying, "Be good, little child. Don't be afraid. I'll give you candy." Hearing about candy, Cha-Cha quickly had an idea and said she wanted sesame candy. Leader Dada was delighted. "What's sesame candy?" Cha-Cha said, "Put me down. I'll show you." So Leader Dada put Cha-Cha down. Cha-Cha poured the sesame candy into her palm. As she reached out to show Leader Dada, she suddenly blew hard. The sesame candy crumbs made Leader Dada unable to open his eyes. Cha-Cha took the chance to quickly escape. She ran to the edge of the boat, just about to jump down. She was caught by Leader Dada. Cha-Cha had been sold to the Tatars by the Taoist. The little one tried to escape, but was caught again by the Tatar leader. On the shore, the great Tyrant and Murong-ing searched for a long time, but couldn't find Cha-Cha. Just as the two were extremely anxious, the carefree king returned. He said he had been to the Taoist temple. The Taoist had escaped, but someone saw a few Tatars carrying boxes to the dock. So I rushed over here. "Have you found Cha-Cha?" The great Tyrant said anxiously. "No, Cha-Cha's sesame candy trail ended here." So the carefree king ordered his men to split up and search for the little princess along the road from here. Just then a loud set sail was heard from the dock. The carefree king was shocked to see the wooden boxes on the shore. He quickly ordered everyone to stop that ship. The guards swarmed up and quickly intercepted the ship. Then the great Tyrant and others also came aboard. The carefree king pointed at the wooden boxes and said, "That old scoundrel put the children from the common people in the bottom of the boxes. Now it seems he sold them to these Tatars." The great Tyrant was very angry when he heard this. "How dare they sell my daughter?" Suddenly Cha-Cha's voice was heard. "Father, little third uncle." They saw Leader Dada holding Cha-Cha, along with a group of people appearing. "Who are you to dare stop my ship?" At this moment, Cha-Cha pointed at Leader Dada and said, "My father and my uncle are here to catch you bad guys." At the same time, a guard nearby held up a token and shouted, "How dare you? Kneel before his majesty." Leader Dada was very confused. "What majesty? The Yanqi emperor?" The great Tyrant spoke sternly. "You dare to kidnap my Yanqi princess on Yanqi soil? Are you tired of living?" Leader Dada's face turned pale as he looked at Cha-Cha. "Princess? What princess?" The little one said fiercely, "I am the Yanqi princess. That's my father." At this moment, the Tatar leader was already trembling with fear. "That Taoist dared to sell the princess to me? He's trying to get me killed. I've heard this Yanqi emperor kills people like flies." Thinking of this, Leader Dada quickly bowed and apologized. "Your Majesty, please calm down. We truly didn't know we offended the little princess. Please forgive us." Cha-Cha was angrily shouting in her heart. "Then why don't you let me go quickly?" Not only did Leader Dada not release Cha-Cha, he even tried to threaten the great Tyrant. "As long as you let us safely sail away from the capital, I promise to return the little princess safely." The great Tyrant's face changed instantly. He said sternly, "Negotiating terms with me? You're not worthy." Before he finished speaking, Murong-ing couldn't hold back anymore and raised his 10-meter-long sword. With a swoosh, he swung it towards Leader Dada. Leader Dada still had the mind to ask who he was. Then Murong-ing decisively snatched Cha-Cha back. Holding Cha-Cha tightly, he coldly replied, "Murong-ing, the Northern Xia Crown Prince." Then he quickly comforted Cha-Cha. "Don't be afraid. Brother is here to save you." So he quickly handed Cha-Cha to the great Tyrant. At the same time, Leader Dada was also subdued. Before Cha-Cha could reach the great Tyrant's arms, suddenly an arrow shot towards Cha-Cha. Murong-ing quickly sliced the arrow with his sword. Instantly, countless arrows came flying. Cha-Cha was so scared she started crying loudly. The great Tyrant quickly took Cha-Cha from Murong-ing's hands. The great Tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms. He thought to himself, "Do these Tatars have accomplices? Or is someone trying to put me in mortal danger?" Thinking of this, the great Tyrant suddenly saw a sword flying towards Cha-Cha. So he quickly raised his hand to protect Cha-Cha in his arms. As a result, the great Tyrant was grazed by the sword. Completely disregarding himself, he hurriedly asked Cha-Cha, "Quick, let father check if you're hurt." Cha-Cha said she was fine. Suddenly seeing the great Tyrant's sleeve covered in blood, Cha-Cha anxiously said, "Father, you're bleeding." Cha-Cha was very worried seeing her father injured. Crying, she asked the great Tyrant, "Father, does it hurt?" The great Tyrant said he wasn't in pain. "Cha-Cha, be good and come home with father." The little one thought to herself, "Father must be in a lot of pain," and warmly blew on the great tyrant's wound. At this moment, Murong-ing turned back and told the great tyrant to quickly take Cha-Cha ashore. At the same time, the carefree king ordered the guards to protect his majesty and the little princess immediately. So the great tyrant quickly took Cha-Cha onto a small boat. By now, the sword attacks had stopped. Murong-ing thought this was his chance. Then he quickly ran towards Leader Dada. He subdued him in one move. "Is this what they call catch the thief king first?" Murong-ing shouted. "Everyone stop!" Then all the Tatars were controlled. Murong-ing angrily scolded Leader Dada. "You've got some nerve, daring to shoot arrows." Leader Dada, with a terrified face, said, "The swords weren't from us." Murong-ing spat at him and ordered people to take him away. Cha-Cha watched worriedly as her father bandaged his wound. The great tyrant had just told Cha-Cha he wasn't in pain. He told Cha-Cha not to worry. But the next second, the carefree king used too much force, causing the great tyrant to howl in pain. Cha-Cha immediately felt heartbroken. She quickly told little third uncle to stop and said she would bandage her father herself. The little one was seen carefully tying the bandage for the great tyrant. At this time, a guard came to report, "We want to search for the person who threw the sword, but unfortunately couldn't find them. We only found this corpse." The great tyrant looked and said, "Isn't this the Taoist?" He thought, if he had been nearby all along, even if he died, it should have been from an arrow. But this wound, could it be that someone wanted to silence him? He then instructed the carefree king, "Don't spread the news of the Taoist's death for now. Just say we've caught the person and returned all the kidnapped children to their homes. Post the news of the Taoist kidnapping children on the city walls. As for those Tatars, hang them on the city walls too." The carefree king agreed to do it immediately. He also said he would quickly investigate the cause of the Taoist's death. Then the great tyrant took Cha-Cha to find Yunfei. In the restaurant, Consort Hua sat restlessly as if she had lost her soul. "Sister, it's all my fault. I didn't watch Cha-Cha closely." Yunfei said this couldn't be blamed on his sister. Before he could finish, they heard Cha-Cha calling mother. The little one was seen rushing towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei hugged Cha-Cha tightly, saying, "Quick, let mother see if they hurt you." "Ha, how could she be hurt?" Our Cha-Cha even gave the Taoist a slap. Seeing Cha-Cha return, Consort Hua finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Cha-Cha spoke up, "I'm fine, but father is injured." Consort Hua anxiously asked, "Your Majesty?" Cha-Cha turned around, about to call out, "Father, why hasn't your father come in yet?" Just then, the great tyrant appeared, hiding something behind his back. Lin Fei hurriedly came forward, concerned. The great tyrant held her hand and said, "It's just a small wound. Don't worry, Lady Wang. This time, we were lucky Cha-Cha was so clever. If it were an ordinary child who was kidnapped, they would have been scared to tears by now." Our Cha-Cha remained calm in the face of danger and knew to scatter sesame candy to leave a trail. Hearing this, Consort Hua and He Chongyin also began to praise, "Our Cha-Cha is so smart. She's amazing." Cha-Cha suddenly remembered about the lanterns. "Oh, because I didn't know where the bad egg was taking me, so I scattered the sesame candy." Then she said pitifully, "Now there's only a little bit left, not enough for me to eat." The great tyrant handed a package to Cha-Cha. "Cha-Cha is so smart, father must reward her. This sesame candy was just bought for you. From now on, there will be sesame candy in the palace every day." The little one was overjoyed. She ate and said, "Delicious, so delicious." Then the great tyrant proudly pointed at himself and said, "My daughter is indeed intelligent and courageous." Unexpectedly, he suddenly pulled at his wound, causing the great tyrant to wince in pain. Consort Ning, beside him, remarked that even Cha-Cha was more composed than his majesty now. The great tyrant coughed and said, "Cha-Cha is now 3 years old, the right age to begin her education. She's so intelligent. Let her go to the Imperial Academy and study with the princes." Everyone looked on in disbelief. They had never seen a princess enter the Imperial Academy for schooling. Just now, the great tyrant held Consort Ming's hand and said seriously, "Cha-Cha is now 3 years old, the right age to begin her education. She's so intelligent. Let her go to the Imperial Academy and study with the princes." Everyone looked on in disbelief. In our Yin dynasty, there has never been a precedent for a princess to enter the Imperial Academy. The great tyrant quickly told Consort Ming, "I'm not lying to you." Cha-Cha, completely unaware, asked innocently, "Father, what is school?" The great tyrant patiently explained to Cha-Cha, School is where Cha-Cha can become smarter and more capable. The little one heard this and was instantly filled with anticipation. Wow, I want to go to school. At this moment, Chongyin excitedly lifted Cha-Cha up. Great, from now on, third brother can go to and from school with you every day. We can see each other every day. Chongyin was so excited that he ignored the dizzy Cha-Cha. Seeing this, the great tyrant snatched Cha-Cha away. You brat, let's quickly head back to the palace. The group boarded the carriage to return to the palace. At this time, the carefree king recalled the scene when he first met Cha-Cha and couldn't help but sigh. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, our little chubby is already old enough to go to school. Hearing the third prince call her little chubby again, Cha-Cha instantly got angry. I'm not little chubby. The carefree king quickly hugged Cha-Cha, comforting her. All right, our Cha-Cha is not fat, not little chubby. Looking at Cha-Cha, the carefree king began to reminisce again. In a few more years, when Cha-Cha grows up, she'll be getting married. Hearing this, Murong suddenly became interested and confidently said, when Cha-Cha grows up, she will definitely be the crown princess of our northern Xia dynasty. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately gave him looks that could kill. The carefree king pointed at Murong Ying's nose and said, Boy, do you think you can beat us? How dare you have improper thoughts about Cha-Cha? The great tyrant beside him coldly said, Tomorrow, you will get out of here and go back to your northern Xia. The overprotective brother also didn't back down. He declared that his sister was his. If you dare to have designs on my sister, I'll put a manure bucket over your head. Murong was stunned. How could this be? Are you bullying me because there are more of you? Then the great tyrant began to educate Cha-Cha. Be good. In the future, you must keep your eyes open. You must stay away from ill-intentioned, sinister fellows like Murong. At this moment, Murong was at a loss for words. How am I sinister? The great Taoist lord continued with an embarrassed face, reckless and without any manners. Cha-Cha must not marry someone like this in the future. Before Murong could react, he was given a punch in the eye. Seeing Murong being hit, Cha-Cha quickly asked her brother if it hurt. However, at this moment, even if it was painful, Murong had completely forgotten about it. Because Cha-Cha was concerned about him, that alone was enough. He was determined in his heart that Cha-Cha was so good, he must make her his queen. Then, seeing the fierce looks on the faces of the others, he thought to himself that these people were troublesome. This matter would require careful planning. He could only use his wits. Then the group returned to the palace. Consort Ning, worried that the great tyrant was too tired, advised him to rest well. The great tyrant handed Cha-Cha to Consort Ning, saying he still had official business to attend to and would come to have tea with her tomorrow. The little one didn't forget to remind the great tyrant father again to listen to mother. Sleep well, okay? The great tyrant happily agreed. Afterwards, the great tyrant ordered Li Yu to quietly spread news outside, saying that the emperor had already caught the assassin at the dock and locked him in the dungeon. The great tyrant looked up at the starry sky. I want to see if the person behind us will still take action. In the palace, Consort Ming was smelling something. Cha-Cha curiously asked what she was doing. Lin Fei patted Cha-Cha's head and said Cha-Cha was going to school. Mother is embroidering a bigger cloth bag for Cha-Cha to carry books and writing materials. The little one danced with joy. Great, thank you, Mother. At this moment, she was full of endless curiosity about school, wondering if it would be fun. Cha-Cha finally welcomed the long-awaited first day of school. Early in the morning, Consort Ning reminded her to be good and study hard, then gave her the cloth bag she had personally sewn. The little one happily accepted the bag and agreed. At this time, Chongyin's voice came from afar. Cha-Cha, third brother is here to take you to school. Hurry up, the teacher dislikes tardiness the most. After saying goodbye to her mother, Cha-Cha went to school with Chongyin. Chongyin also assured Consort Ning that he would take good care of Cha-Cha. Then the two siblings went to school hand in hand. Chongyin asked Cha-Cha, your bag looks quite heavy. Let Xiao Hengzi and the others carry it for you. Hearing this, Cha-Cha firmly refused. No. Then she secretly opened the bag to show Chongyin. It was actually full of snacks. Indeed, a foodie's world is all about delicious food. The little one also told Chongyin that she had packed it herself and no one else could take it. But I can share with third brother. Chongyin silently gave a thumbs up, indicating it was impressive. The two then continued on their way to school. Soon they arrived at the school and greeted the teacher. The teacher gave Cha-Cha new textbooks and assigned her a seat. Cha-Cha happily accepted the books and sat down together with Chongyin. The teacher told them that the first lesson was to learn the three-character classic. This man's nature at birth is good completely confused Cha-Cha. She was so sleepy. Just as the teacher was reciting, if the child will not learn, the mother breaks her weaving shuttle. Cha-Cha fell asleep directly. The teacher shouted, "Little princess!" Cha-Cha was startled awake and quickly said, "I wasn't sleeping." The teacher pointed to the book, asking Cha-Cha to recite the next line after, "If the child will not learn." This stumped Cha-Cha on her first day of school. Seeing this, Chongyin quickly gave her a hint. Chongyin took a feather and snapped it with a pop. Cha-Cha understood it meant break. Then Chongyin imitated a little chicken, making cluck-cluck sounds. The clever Cha-Cha immediately guessed it was chicken. Chongyin continued gesturing, pointing at his nose and making grunting sounds. Cha-Cha decisively recognized this as pig. Then she immediately raised her hand and told the teacher, "I know, it's break chicken pearl." The teacher was speechless. Sweat dripped from his forehead. "In all my years, I've never seen such cheating." Next was arithmetic class. They were to learn the abacus. When Cha-Cha picked up the abacus, she was very excited. "This is fun." Looking at the beads on it, she suddenly thought of the cloth bag she brought. So she observed for a moment. When the teacher wasn't looking, she secretly took out a grape and started eating. Feeling it wasn't enough, Cha-Cha prepared to sneak another one. Just as she was about to put the grape in her mouth, she was caught by the teacher. Frightened, she instantly curled up into a ball, wondering how the teacher would punish her. Cha-Cha was caught eating during class. The teacher was very angry and sternly called out, "Little princess." Cha-Cha thought, "Oh no, I'm in trouble." Then the teacher began to scold Cha-Cha. Before the teacher could finish, Chongyin deliberately coughed loudly beside them. The teacher's attention was indeed diverted by Chongyin. He angrily asked Chongyin what was wrong. Chongyin said his throat was uncomfortable. He took the chance to signal Cha-Cha to quickly eat the grape. In her haste, Cha-Cha swallowed the grape whole. As a result, it got stuck in her throat. Chongyin quickly called for someone to bring water. He watched worriedly as Cha-Cha drank the water. He also carefully patted her back. Then with a gulp, Cha-Cha successfully swallowed the grape. Only then did Chongyin let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that Cha-Cha was fine, the teacher tapped the desk to continue the lesson. He informed Cha-Cha that eating during class was not allowed. Cha-Cha finally understood that she couldn't eat during class. Then the teacher gave them a problem to solve using the abacus. On the paper, it was written, "There is an unknown number of objects. When counted in threes, 2 remain. When counted in fives, 3 remain. When counted in sevens, 2 remain. How many objects are there?" After looking at it, Cha-Cha's eyes were spinning. "What is this?" So she took the paper with the question to ask for help. "Brother Chongyin, I can't do this." Chongyin awkwardly scratched his head, indicating he couldn't do it either. "Can you guys do it? Let's discuss in the comments section." At this time, the teacher saw the two discussing something and sternly said, "No talking to each other." The two had no choice but to pretend to be calm and fiddle with their abacuses. Cha-Cha looked dejected, not knowing what to do. Since she couldn't figure it out anyway, she just randomly moved the beads on the abacus. Not long after, the teacher saw Cha-Cha's abacus and was very surprised. "Little princess, what are you calculating?" It turned out that Cha-Cha had arranged the beads on the abacus very neatly. One might think Cha-Cha had OCD if they didn't know better. Unexpectedly, Cha-Cha replied without thinking, "This is a lamb kebab." Upon hearing this, the teacher was so angry he almost coughed up blood. "Your Majesty, I need to talk to you about the princess's education." As the dismissal bell rang, Cha-Cha's first day of school finally ended. Seeing the great Tyrant and consort Ning, Cha-Cha happily waved her hand. The great Tyrant quickly came forward to ask Cha-Cha, "How was your first day of school?" Cha-Cha sighed, but hesitated to speak. At this moment, the teacher, looking as pitiful as a 100-year-old child, rushed towards the great Tyrant and began to complain to the great Tyrant. Consort Ning, standing nearby, immediately asked Cha-Cha, "Did you misbehave at the Imperial Academy? How did you upset the teacher so much?" Cha-Cha looked particularly aggrieved. "Mother, school is so hard." Then she looked at Consort Ning with pleading eyes. "Can I not go to school anymore?" Cha-Cha had gone to school full of joy, but returned feeling gloomy. When she came out after school and saw Consort Ming, she pitifully threw herself into Consort Ming's arms. In a childish voice, she said, "I don't want to go to school. I don't want to grow up either." Consort Ming anxiously asked Cha-Cha, Did you misbehave and get scolded by the teacher? Cha-Cha didn't answer, only saying that she just didn't want to go to school anymore. Seeing this, Chong-yin, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to explain. We are all young saplings. Saplings need to grow in places with abundant sunlight. Look at the classrooms in the Imperial Academy. Day after day, year after year, there's no fun at all. How can saplings grow well? Without enough sunlight, they naturally can't grow properly. If they can't grow properly, won't the future of our Yin dynasty also be in danger? Chong-yin's words made Cha-Cha happy. She expressed her agreement with her brother's statement. Just as the siblings were high-fiving and cheering, the great tyrant came over and angrily scolded Chong-yin. What nonsense are you talking about? Chong-yin, with an embarrassed face, said he could explain. Before Chong-yin could open his mouth to quibble, the great tyrant gave him a punch, angrily telling him to get lost. Just as Consort Ming was about to speak, the great tyrant told her he knew everything and they should talk about it when they got back. After returning, the great tyrant told Consort Ming everything the teacher had said. Consort Ming even had someone prepare a plate of grapes. The little one was drooling at the sight of the grapes. Just as she was about to reach for them, a stern voice suddenly called out, "Cha-Cha, line up with your brother." Cha-Cha immediately turned into a stone pillar. Cha-Cha had no choice but to obediently do as told. In her heart, she wondered what was wrong with her mother. Why was she suddenly so serious? At this time, Chong-yin whispered in Cha-Cha's ear, "Sister, for not going to school, for not doing math problems, this time we must persist to the end." Then the two of them even pinky promised. Consort Ning and the great tyrant exchanged glances, indicating that everything was for their daughter. Then Consort Ning said with a serious face, "After our discussion, we have decided to allow you a 10-day vacation." Upon hearing this, the siblings were instantly overjoyed. At this time, Consort Ning continued, "But there is one condition." The two were shocked. How could there be a condition? The great tyrant told them. "The condition is that you two cannot leave your respective residences. Meals, apart from the standard, cannot be added to. Strictly follow the configuration of 3 meals a day, with 2 vegetables and 1 meat dish." After hearing this, the two were so disappointed their jaws almost dropped. The great tyrant repeated, "If you want to go out to play or want extra food, it's not impossible." The two thought there was hope, but the great tyrant continued, "As long as you can recite the content in the textbooks during the vacation, or solve the problems the teacher left for you, everything is negotiable." At this point, the siblings were completely disappointed. It turned out they still had to study. Then they encouraged each other, saying they would deal with it when the vacation started. Early the next morning, Cha-Cha was happily eating chicken. Then she pointed at the dishes on the table and said, "I'll eat this too." Meat. Consort Ning nearby told Xiang Cao to remove all the meat. Cha-Cha, with tears in her eyes, pitifully said, "Mother, I'm not full yet." Consort Ning calmly said, "All right, you can only eat 1 meat dish per meal. Since you've eaten chicken legs, you can't eat other meat." However, internally she was struggling. For Cha-Cha to study well, she couldn't be soft-hearted. Cha-Cha had no choice but to agree. She thought to herself, "When father comes, I'll ask him. Father will give me some." But even when the sun had set, the great tyrant hadn't come. On the other side, the great tyrant was also very pained for Cha-Cha. "For your studies, father can't come to see you now." He deliberately sent Consort Ning to tell Cha-Cha it was time to sleep. The little one tugged at her mother's clothes, excitedly asking, "If I study, will I get to eat meat?" Consort Ning smiled and nodded. Then Cha-Cha decisively picked up a book and started reading. For meat, she would study. The little foodie actually started burning the midnight oil to study, just to be able to eat meat. She was reading the 3-character classic, stumbling over the words. Xiang Cao, seeing this, felt very sorry for her and asked Consort Ning to give Cha-Cha some meat. Consort Ning didn't compromise and explained the truth. She wanted Cha-Cha to understand that if she doesn't endure the hardships of studying now, she will inevitably face the hardships of life in the future. While the two were talking, Cha-Cha had already fallen into a deep sleep. Consort Ming quickly picked up Cha-Cha, preparing to take her back to the sleeping palace. As a result, the little one dreamed of a table full of delicious food. In her sleep, she opened her mouth and said, eat meat. Then she took a bite on Consort Ming's wrist. It's just to say, how much does this child crave meat? The old mother endured the pain without making any sound, afraid of waking up the little one. Just as Consort Ning came out carrying Cha-Cha, she saw the Great Tyrant. Consort Ning asked him why he came so late. The Great Tyrant, who hadn't seen his daughter all day, couldn't put his mind at ease. You didn't allow me to come during the day, afraid I'd soften and give Cha-Cha meat to eat, so I could only come at this time. Then he asked Consort Ming how the little one had been all day, if she had been fussy. Consort Ming happily replied that she hadn't been fussy at all, just a bit too greedy. She's also willing to study now. At this time, the Great Tyrant said to the sleeping Cha-Cha, "Your mother has put a lot of thought into this. You must be good, study well. Father will give you as much meat as you want." The little one was still immersed in her food dream at this moment. Not only was there a smile on her face, but she was also muttering chicken leg in her sleep. Then they took Cha-Cha back to the sleeping palace. However, in the imperial garden, a young eunuch suddenly heard a strange noise. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Consort Hui. Consort Hui put on a pitiful look and said, "I couldn't sleep and came out for a walk. Unexpectedly, I fell and twisted my ankle." She quickly extended her hand, asking the young eunuch to help her up. As soon as the young eunuch touched Consort Hui's hand, his eyes instantly turned white. He fell to the ground immediately. Consort Hui's expression turned fierce, and she said viciously, "That's what you get for meddling." Then she threw the body into a nearby well. She thought to herself that she couldn't be discovered again. She had to quickly handle the matter Lord Heelan had instructed. It wouldn't work today, so she'd have to think of another way. Early the next morning, the Great Tyrant and Consort Ning were awakened by Cha-Cha's reading voice. The two quickly tidied up and went out to check. Xiangcao said that as soon as it was dawn, Cha-Cha got up on her own to study. The two were very happy to see Cha-Cha's change. But Consort Ning suddenly noticed something off about Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha's gaze was blank. Her eyes weren't actually looking at the book. Consort Ning quickly went forward to ask what was wrong, but Cha-Cha didn't respond as if she couldn't hear her mother speaking. Cha-Cha's gaze was blank from trying so hard to study. Lin Fei worriedly asked if she was feeling unwell somewhere. Cha-Cha replied, "I'm comfortable, I'm studying." Then she turned back and continued reading. At this time, the Great Tyrant came forward to persuade Consort Ning. "It's rare for Cha-Cha to want to study. Isn't this good? Let's not disturb her." But as a mother, Consort Ning felt that something wasn't quite right with Cha-Cha. The Great Tyrant comforted her with a doting face. "When our daughter doesn't study, you get angry. Now that she's studying, you think something's wrong. Poor Cha-Cha." Consort Ning sighed and said, "Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Look how diligent Cha-Cha is, so absorbed in her studies." 3 days later, Cha-Cha was still studying hard. Seeing that Cha-Cha had been studying seriously these past few days, Consort Ming specially asked Xiangcao to prepare some meat for Cha-Cha. Who would have thought that Cha-Cha wouldn't even look at it, and even shooed Xiangcao away, telling her not to disturb her studies. Xiangcao was shocked upon hearing this. She ran while shouting, "Your Highness, it's terrible. The princess won't even eat meat." Then Consort Ning came over with food, trying to persuade Cha-Cha to take a break. The little one said, "No, I don't like studying." Xiangcao asked Consort Ning in panic, "What should we do?" These past few days, the princess has been reading until exhausted, then sleeping. When she wakes up, she continues reading. She's even eating less. Then Consort Ning brought a large bowl of meat to Cha-Cha. The little one completely ignored it. Seeing this, Consort Ming had to ask Xiangcao to quickly go fetch His Majesty. The Great Tyrant rushed in anxiously and immediately asked about Cha-Cha. "What's wrong with her?" At this moment, Consort Hua's voice came from behind. She was seen nervously pulling Chongyan along. The Great Tyrant asked them sternly, "What are you doing here?" "It's because of this naughty boy. I have something to ask." Before Consort Hua could finish, Consort Ming saw Cha-Cha's condition. This shocked Consort Hua. "How is Cha-Cha like this too?" Consort Hua anxiously grabbed Consort Ming's hand. "Did Cha-Cha's symptoms start 3 days ago?" Consort Ming was surprised. "How did you know, sister?" Then Consort Hua told her to look at Chongyan. Chongyan's gaze while reading was also blank. The Great Tyrant quickly asked, "Why is Chongyan like this too?" "I don't know why. This child suddenly started clinging to his books and won't let go. Could he be possessed by a demon?" Just then Cha-Cha spoke up. "Consort Hua, please speak more quietly. I need to study seriously." At the same time, Chongyin walked over to Cha-Cha, wanted to study with her. Consort Hua anxiously pointed at the siblings. Oh no, oh no, look at what's happened to them. Seeing this, the great tyrant quickly came forward and took the books from their hands. No more studying today. Cha-Cha insisted she wanted to continue studying. Why are you taking my textbook away? Give it back to me quickly. Chongyin chimed in. That's right, my sister, and I still need to study hard. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms and said warmly, Father will take you to the Imperial Garden to play first, then we'll go eat meat. We can come back to study later, okay? Cha-Cha firmly refused. I just want to study. I'll study while eating too. This frightened the great tyrant. He hurriedly called for Li Yu to quickly summon the imperial physician. Faced with Cha-Cha's sudden obsession with studying, the great tyrant was very worried. He even called Yu Yiwei to examine Cha-Cha. During the examination, Cha-Cha still wouldn't let go of her book. The great tyrant anxiously asked about the results. However, the imperial physician reported to the great tyrant with an embarrassed face. The little princess is just overthinking. It seems to be caused by heavy schoolwork and worries. There's nothing seriously wrong. He also pointed at Chongyin, indicating that the third prince was in the same condition. The great tyrant thought it was just due to too much academic pressure. So he took the book from Cha-Cha's hand. Cha-Cha, be good. Let's stop reading. Father will take you out to play. Just then, Chongyin secretly made a gesture to Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha then started shouting, Father, why are you taking my book away again? I still want to study. Chongyin also took the opportunity to join in. That's right, my sister, and I still need to study hard. However, this scene was all observed by Consort Ning. Then the great tyrant said to Cha-Cha, Eating is eating, studying is studying. It's almost lunchtime now. You can't hold your textbook while eating. The great tyrant asked them to put down their textbooks and go eat together. At this moment, the two exchanged a knowing glance. They said in unison, No. Want to study? We'll study even while eating. Even if you take away our textbooks, you can't stop us from studying. Hearing this, Consort Hua became extremely anxious. She quickly asked His Majesty what to do. The great tyrant expressed his helplessness. Consort Ning, however, stared intently at the two, thinking to herself that these two little ones were indeed acting strange. Cha-Cha felt uncomfortable under Consort Ning's gaze. Why is mother looking at me? Is there something on my face? Then Consort Ming said to them, Since you love studying so much that you don't even want to eat, let me test you then. As soon as she said this, both of them looked guilty. At this point, the great tyrant stepped in to speak for them. Look, the children are like this. Let's not test them. Consort Ming confidently waved her finger and said, Your Majesty, just leave them to me. I know what's wrong with them. Cha-Cha looked pitifully at Chongyin, thinking, Brother, why isn't this plan working anymore? Chongyin had a dejected look as he glanced at Cha-Cha, signaling her to be quiet, while feeling extremely anxious inside. Seeing their reactions, Consort Ming understood. They were indeed up to mischief. Cha-Cha had only been to school for one day, and now she was fussing about not wanting to go. How could she suddenly become so obsessed with studying that she forgot to eat? Then Consort Ming prepared to test them. What's the next line after people at birth are naturally good? Their natures are similar, but their habits make them different? Lin Fei first asked Chongyin to answer, but Chongyin hesitated for a long time and couldn't answer. He even got a scolding from Consort Hua. You naughty boy, haven't you been studying this all these days? How come you don't know the next line? Lin Fei glanced at the great tyrant, thinking, Your Majesty, you should understand now, right? The great tyrant also realized something was amiss. Lin Fei then asked Cha-Cha to answer. The little one felt she was about to be exposed. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach and started crying out in pain. The great tyrant rushed forward in concern. Cha-Cha, what's wrong? The little one cried, saying it hurt a lot and that she couldn't study now. In her mind, she was calculating, if I say my tummy hurts, mother won't test me, right? If she doesn't test me, I won't be exposed. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei asked with a smile, Does your tummy really hurt that much? Cha-Cha stammered, Yes, it hurts a lot. But in her heart, she thought, Mother's smile is so scary now. Lin Fei went to pick up Cha-Cha, saying, Then mother will help you find a way to make it stop hurting. Seeing Lin Fei's smiling face, Cha-Cha felt at a loss. Cha-Cha had actually pretended to have a stomachache to avoid Lin Fei's test. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei didn't expose her on the spot. Instead, she ordered Xiang Cao to call back the imperial physician, saying Cha-Cha was sick and needed another examination. Cha-Cha panicked when she heard this. Why call the physician again? Then Lin Fei deliberately said, "All right, I remember the Imperial Pharmacy has a very bitter medicine that's most effective for stomach aches. Quickly send someone to fetch it." Cha-Cha was terrified now. She covered her mouth, insisting, "I really am sick." Unexpectedly, Consort Ning also smiled and scared her, saying, "But seeing how badly Cha-Cha is hurting, medicine might not be enough. The physician once mentioned a kind of acupuncture treatment. Those long needles stuck into your little bottom will make you feel better in no time." She even gestured to show the length of the needles. Cha-Cha immediately imagined the scene and felt terrible. She cried out, "No, no." Then she quickly ran away, saying, "I don't want medicine and I don't want needles in my bottom." She then hid in a corner, shivering. Consort Ming continued to say, "Our Cha-Cha has a stomachache. We should have the imperial physician come to examine her. Otherwise, mother will be worried." Cha-Cha quickly shouted, "I'm not in pain anymore. Really, I'm not in pain." Chongyin felt sorry for Cha-Cha and stood up to explain, "Don't trouble my sister anymore. It was all my idea. I said we should pretend to be obsessed with studying so you wouldn't make us go to school." At the same time, Cha-Cha also knelt down, admitting her mistake. The great tyrant was very angry upon hearing this. He sternly questioned Chongyin, "You're not studying well yourself, and you're also leading Cha-Cha astray? When did you come up with this bad idea?" Seeing the great tyrant angry, Cha-Cha quickly pleaded for her brother. "Father, it was because Cha-Cha was too tired from school that I asked brother for help. Brother said mother and father would never agree to let me quit school. That's why we came up with this idea at the Imperial Academy." The great tyrant looked at his daughter Cha-Cha with sympathy. "Darling, father knows Cha-Cha is a good child." Then Consort Ning said, "Since you're willing to admit your mistakes, it shows you have the heart to change. Tonight, you'll face the wall and reflect. If this happens again, I will punish you severely." At this point, Consort Hua couldn't control herself. She pinched Chongyin's cheeks, saying, "This time it's all Chongyin's fault. Just punish him." Cha-Cha was influenced by him. The overprotective great tyrant also agreed. Consort Ming, however, said calmly, "They both made the mistake, so of course they should both be punished." Then the siblings obediently went to stand as punishment. Standing there, Chongyin said, "Sister, you don't need to accompany me. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. I can take the punishment alone." The little one held Chongyin's hand, saying, "If we're punished, we'll be punished together." Then she said with a guilty face, "If it wasn't for me not wanting to go to school, brother wouldn't have come up with the idea to act. It's all because I don't like studying." Chongyin didn't blame Cha-Cha. Instead, he held her hand. He comforted her. "Brother is a man. Standing here for a while won't hurt. You're still young. Listen to your brother. Go rest." Then the little one suddenly realized, "Brother, let's go to school tomorrow. I won't fall asleep in class, and I won't eat snacks anymore." Chongyin smiled and agreed. "Cha-Cha, we must show those teachers who think we're hopeless that even we underachievers can turn defeat into victory one day." The next day on the way to school, Cha-Cha met Murong Ying running towards her. He asked with concern if she had been unwell these past few days. Cha-Cha said she was fine and that she wanted to study hard now. So Murong Ying decided to walk Cha-Cha to school. The two were chatting and laughing on their way to the classroom. Suddenly someone shouted, "Oh no! How quick!" Murong Ying quickly asked what had happened. Then he walked in the direction the maid was pointing. He saw well. As he got closer, Murong Ying was shocked. Cha-Cha, following behind, curiously asked, "Brother Murong, what's wrong?" Murong Ying was about to stop her, but it was too late. Cha-Cha had already poked her head over and saw the scene in the well. She was instantly frightened and burst into loud crying. Cha-Cha was so scared by what she saw in the well that she started wailing. Murong Ying held Cha-Cha in his arms, feeling sorry for her. He ordered Xiao Deng to quickly go inform the great tyrant. He wanted to take Cha-Cha back to Tingzhu Palace first. The great tyrant, who rushed over upon hearing the news, saw his precious daughter so frightened and felt very distressed. He quickly comforted Cha-Cha, saying, "Father has already sent people to handle it. It won't scare Cha-Cha anymore." Cha-Cha, with tears in her eyes, called out to her father. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha tightly in his arms. "Be good. For this period, Cha-Cha, you'll stay with your mother to recover. We won't go to school for now." At this time, Xiansao brought over a calming soup. Consort Lin prepared to feed it to Cha-Cha herself. While feeding the little one, she said, "Cha-Cha, be good. Drink this, and you won't be afraid anymore." Cha-Cha obediently started drinking. She had barely taken a few sips when Liu came to report that noble consort was here. With a fake concerned look, she said she heard Cha-Cha was frightened and came specially to visit. Then the sensible Cha-Cha even greeted her. But noble consort Huey's eyes weren't even on Cha-Cha. Under the pretext of concern, she was actually here to gather information. She even took Consort Ning's hand, asking why Cha-Cha was so frightened. Consort Ning expressed thanks for her sister's concern, but said His Majesty doesn't want this matter mentioned again. Then noble consort Hui started talking nonsense, saying the palace is protected by auspicious spirits. How could there be any unclean things? With no choice, Consort Ning had to explain to her. A body from who knows where, so swollen that the face was unrecognizable. Wearing only undergarments, it's unknown which palace it served in. People have been sent to investigate. Noble consort Hui, with a feigned shocked expression, said, "So it's a corpse with an unrecognizable face." "Sister, don't worry. I have some calming and energy-boosting supplements in my palace. I'll send someone to deliver them to Cha-Cha later." Consort Ning, completely unaware, could only thank noble consort Hui for her concern. However, at this moment, noble consort Hui was secretly relieved. Since the face was unrecognizable, nothing could be found out for now. "I'm still safe." Then she said she wouldn't disturb them, accompanying Cha-Cha, and hurriedly left. The great tyrant was now coaxing Cha-Cha to sleep. "Be good, sleep for a while. When you wake up, you'll forget about it." The little one obediently closed her eyes. But suddenly Cha-Cha opened her eyes and said, "As soon as I close my eyes, I can see it." "No, I don't want to close my eyes." Consort Ming, holding Cha-Cha, was at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Murong Ying said he had an idea. At the same time, he took off the amulet he was wearing around his neck. While putting it on Cha-Cha, he said, "Cha-Cha, this is the amulet my father and mother gave me. I've worn it since I was born. It wards off all evil. If you wear it, you won't be afraid of anything." Cha-Cha held the amulet tightly with both hands. "Thank you, Brother Murong." The great tyrant, standing nearby, had a gloomy expression. Just as he was about to scold this brat, Consort Ming stopped him. "Your Majesty, look, this is the Crown Prince's sincere intention. Moreover, that pendant is made from ground rhinoceros horn, which is best for calming nerves. It's good for Cha-Cha to wear it for now, isn't it?" For his daughter's sake, the great tyrant had to endure. Then Murong Ying started comforting Cha-Cha, asking if she remembered counting stars with him at the inn. He told Cha-Cha to close her eyes and see if there were little stars again. The little one closed her eyes, counting with a smile on her face. 1, 2, 3. As she counted, Cha-Cha drifted off to sleep. Seeing Murong Ying lull Cha-Cha to sleep, Consort Ning also breathed a sigh of relief. She expressed her gratitude to Murong Ying in person. Faced with Consort Ning's gratitude, Murong Ying became flustered. With a blushing face, he hurriedly said, "Consort Ning, there's no need for thanks. It's because I didn't take good care of Cha-Cha." Before Murong Ying could finish speaking, the great tyrant grabbed his ear. He coldly scolded, "Enough. Cha-Cha is asleep. I need to thoroughly investigate how such a thing happened in the palace. You come with me to Tongshin Hall. I have questions for you." At this moment, Murong Ying was thinking to himself, "You, Emperor Yanshi, how can you be so ungrateful? I still want to stay with Cha-Cha." After a while, Cha-Cha woke up. Consort Lin quickly asked if she slept well and if anything was uncomfortable. The little one, however, asked with a puzzled face, "Where's father?" Consort Lin told her that father had returned to Tongshin Hall. Cha-Cha said she wanted to find father and tell him that she wasn't scared anymore. She was better now. So the two of them came to the entrance of Tongshin Hall. Li Yu informed them that His Majesty had just summoned Lord Heelan and was in a meeting. When Cha-Cha heard Lord Heelan, images immediately appeared in her mind. How could that bad egg be there too? At the same time, Cha-Cha showed a worried expression. Then, ignoring Consort Lin's attempts to stop her, she marched determinedly towards Tongshin Hall, thinking, "That bad guy will bully father. I must protect father." Cha-Cha wanted to go see father. But when she arrived at the entrance of Tongshin Hall, Li Gong informed her that His Majesty was discussing state affairs with Lord Heelan. When Cha-Cha heard it was that bad egg again, she worried he might bully father. So she came to the door to secretly observe everything happening inside. She saw Heelan CI advising the great tyrant, "Your love for Consort Ning and the princess should have limits. Such strange events happening in the palace now. How do we know it's not a warning from heaven?" After hearing this, The great tyrant immediately retorted, "Your Excellency's intelligence is indeed quick. You seem to know more about palace affairs than I do." Helan Ci quickly expressed that he only had the emperor and the country in his heart. At this point, the great tyrant gave a cold laugh. "As long as your excellency has the country in his heart, that's good. As for whether you have me in your heart, I don't insist." Helan Ci was about to stand up and explain when Cha-Cha, who was peeking from outside, misunderstood that he was going to do something to father. Just as she was about to push the door open, a hand stopped her. The little one was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Who? It turned out to be Consort Ning, who shook her head and covered Cha-Cha's mouth with her hand. She hugged her and said, "Be good, don't make a sound." Then she carried Cha-Cha away. Cha-Cha asked Consort Ning with a puzzled face, "Mother, why did you bring me out?" Consort Ning told Cha-Cha, "You can't listen to father discussing state affairs. Do you understand?" But the little one said she was worried about father because that bad egg was there and might be mean to father. Consort Ning stroked Cha-Cha's head and said, "This is the palace. Your father is the emperor. He won't be in danger, Cha-Cha." Cha-Cha was very confused. If father is the emperor and doesn't like that bad egg, why does he still let him into the palace? Can't father just ignore him? At this point, Consort Ning smiled and told her, "It's precisely because your father is the emperor that he can't act that way." Cha-Cha sighed helplessly. "So even the emperor can't do whatever he wants." Then Consort Ning took Cha-Cha back to the hall. As the sun was setting in the west, Cha-Cha was playing with a ball when she heard her father's voice from behind. The little one happily called out, "Daddy," while instantly abandoning the ball in her hands. Then she directly threw herself into the great tyrant's embrace. The great tyrant quickly asked Cha-Cha if she was still scared and if she was feeling better. Cha-Cha clenched her little fists and told her daddy, "I'm not scared anymore. I slept for a long time in the afternoon. I'm better now." The great tyrant then asked Cha-Cha what she did after waking up. The little one counted on her fingers, saying, "Ate meat, played with the ball." Before she could finish, Cha-Cha grabbed the great tyrant's hand and asked, "Did that bad egg hurt Daddy?" The great tyrant heard this and looked puzzled, asking, "What bad egg?" Cha-Cha gestured while explaining, "The bad egg who was mean to Daddy and brother." Then, the great tyrant asked Cha-Cha how she knew he had met him. The little one said she had gone to find Daddy after waking up and saw Daddy talking to the bad egg. Mother said not to peek, so she came back. The great tyrant was very happy, realizing Cha-Cha had come to find him. But the little one said seriously, "I originally wanted to tell Daddy I was better, but when I saw that bad egg there, I was afraid he would hurt Daddy." The great tyrant hugged Cha-Cha tightly, saying, "My daughter has grown up and knows to protect Daddy. Helping Daddy. If Cha-Cha really wants to help Daddy, she should study hard and learn to help Daddy govern the country when she grows up." Hearing the great tyrant say this, Cha-Cha clenched her little fists again and happily said, "I'll go to school tomorrow. I want to help Daddy." The next day, on Cha-Cha's way back from school, two palace maids were discussing the corpse in the well ahead, saying they heard there were ghosts in the palace. They were scolded by Xiaodengzi. "What nonsense are you talking about? Go back to your duties quickly." Cha-Cha was very curious about what they were saying and asked, "What are ghosts?" Xiaodengzi quickly explained, "It's nothing, princess. Don't listen to their nonsense." But just then, Cha-Cha suddenly stopped in her tracks. She saw a blue flame by the well. Cha-Cha was instantly shocked, pointing at the flame and stuttering. That. One moment, the maids were discussing the corpse in the well. The next, our Cha-Cha saw the unusual sight at the well's mouth. The little one was so scared she couldn't speak. As Xiaozhua picked up Cha-Cha, the blue flame was also approaching them. They were so frightened that they ran away with Cha-Cha in their arms. After running a few steps, they bumped into Murong-Ing, who was coming towards them. Murong-Ing, who was knocked down, had a pained expression and said, "Who is it who bumped into Little-Ing?" At this moment, the dazed Cha-Cha spoke up, "Brother Murong, it's me." When Murong-Ing saw it was Cha-Cha, he forgot about the pain and anxiously asked, "What happened to you? Who bullied you? I'll go get revenge for you." The little one pitifully threw herself into Murong-Ying's arms, with tears in her eyes, saying, "The ghost fire wants to eat me." Murong-Ying then asked the two attendants, "Speak quickly. What exactly happened?" Xiaodengzi and Xiaozhua stammered, pointing towards the well. "Prince Murong, over there. There's a ghost over there." After listening, Murong-Ing wasn't afraid and said, "How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Let's go take a look. Cha-Cha grabbed Murong Ying's clothes, not letting him go. Murong Ying immediately comforted her. Don't be afraid. Even if there are ghosts, if they dare to bully you, your brother will dare to catch them. At this moment, Murong Ying understood in his heart that someone must be playing tricks. So they came to the well, and there was still a blue flame flickering. Xiaodengzi was trembling with fear. Ah, the ghost is right there. Cha-Cha was so scared that she quickly covered her eyes with her hands, peeking carefully through her fingers at the situation in front of her. However, at this moment, Murong Ying laughed, expressing disdain as he said, "Just this." Then he handed Cha-Cha to Xiaodengzi, saying, "Brother Murong will catch it for you." He then squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. Then he walked straight towards the ghost fire. The people behind were amazed. Cha-Cha even waved her hand urgently, telling him to come back quickly. Murong Ying directly sprinkled the sand on the lotus root. Instantly, the fire went out, and at the same time, the flame disappeared. Cha-Cha said with a surprised face, "The ghost fire is gone." Then Murong Ying went back to take Cha-Cha, saying, "This isn't ghost fire. It's called spirit fire. After a person or animal dies, their body emits a special substance. It has a very low ignition point and is very light. If it encounters wind, it can easily cause people to mistake it for an ominous sign. A body was found here yesterday, so there was spirit fire." After listening, Cha-Cha looked at him with admiration. Brother Murong is so amazing. He's not even afraid of ghosts. Then Murong Ying prepared to take Cha-Cha to tell the great tyrant about this, to prevent anyone from causing trouble. When they arrived at Tongxin Hall, they were told by Li Gongong that His Majesty was examining the corpse with the guards in the corner, so they shouldn't go in yet. Hearing this, Murong Ying handed Cha-Cha to Li Gongong. He said he would go in to take a look first. The little one reminded him, "Brother Murong, don't argue with Daddy, okay?" Murong Ying agreed and then left. He quickly arrived at the place where the body was being examined. As soon as he entered, he heard the guard report that no wounds were found. At this moment, the great tyrant looked up and saw Murong Ying. "You brat, this isn't a place for you to barge in. Get out quickly." Murong Ying scoffed. If it wasn't for Cha-Cha, I wouldn't even come here." When the great tyrant heard Cha-Cha's name, he quickly asked what happened to her. At this point, Murong Ying stepped forward and said, "Someone in the palace is up to no good. They're using this corpse to create trouble, making spirit fire. People outside are panicking." Cha-Cha was scared too. Luckily, she met me. After hearing what Murong Ying said about what had just happened, the great tyrant immediately ordered that they must find out the cause of this eunuch's death today. However, after examining for a long time, they couldn't find any external wound marks on the body. Suddenly, the deceased's neck caught Murong Ying's eye. He immediately shouted, "He died from poison. Look at this bruise." But the coroner thought it was just a normal bruise from impact. Then Murong Ying told them, "There's a type of external poison in the western regions. When someone is poisoned, this kind of bruise appears around the wound. There's no such poison in Dianxi, so you haven't seen it. Quickly look again. The wound is right at the bruise." The coroner, half believing and half doubting, examined around the bruise again. Indeed, they found the wound. Following Murong Ying's hint, the coroner carefully examined around the bruise once more. They indeed found traces of a needle mark. It seems this young eunuch was killed by a poison needle. Looking at the corpse, the great tyrant thought to himself, so it was a poison needle. The perpetrator seems to be quite cunning. Almost all the embroiderers in the palace have needles. If we were to investigate, it would take quite some effort. Then, the great tyrant ordered to find the culprit as soon as possible, no matter what. However, Murong Ying, standing beside him, said smugly, "If it wasn't for me, how long would it have taken you to find this?" As a result, the great tyrant completely ignored her and ordered everyone to leave. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Murong Ying turned to leave, saying, "Forget it, I'll go play with Cha-Cha instead." But she was stopped by the great tyrant. He flung Murong Ying aside and rushed out like a child, calling, "Where's Cha-Cha? Come to Daddy quickly." Hearing this, Li Gongong quickly responded that the princess was with him. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms, asking worriedly if she was scared again in the imperial garden today. Cha-Cha didn't answer her father because she saw Murong Ying behind him. She happily called out, "Brother Murong, She even bragged to the great tyrant, "Brother Murong is so amazing. Brother Murong, can he catch ghosts too?" Seeing his daughter praising Murong so much, the great tyrant was very unhappy. To hide his embarrassment, he quickly patted Cha-Cha's head and said, "Let's go. Daddy will take you back to Mommy." As they left, Cha-Cha said goodbye to Murong. "Brother Murong, I'm going to find Mommy." Murong was so angry that he almost coughed up blood, thinking, "How can you treat me like this?" Soon it was time to rest. Cha-Cha, with her chin in her hands, said, "Daddy said he would keep me company, but he and Mommy aren't playing with me again." Hearing this, Xiangcao came forward and asked the little princess, "Why aren't you sleeping yet? Are you hungry or thirsty? I'll prepare something for you." The little one sat up and asked Xiangcao seriously, "Isn't Mommy coming to sleep with me?" Xiangcao told Cha-Cha that Consort Ming was with His Majesty, dealing with important matters. Cha-Cha was confused. Important matters? Is it state affairs? Hearing this, Xiangcao smiled awkwardly and said, "Sort of." But in her heart, she thought, "Our master will soon have another little princess or prince. This can also be considered state affairs." At this moment, Cha-Cha suddenly recalled her encounter with Lord Elan. She thought, "That bad egg seems to always argue with Daddy because of me. If that bad egg didn't dislike me, would he stop bothering Daddy?" Thinking of this, Cha-Cha turned to ask Xiangcao, "How can I make people not dislike me?" Xiangcao was surprised. How could anyone dislike the little princess? Cha-Cha insisted, "What should I do then?" Then she said seriously, "Daddy knows too. That person also bullies Daddy, so I need to find a way." Xiangcao was shocked. There's such a thing? Who in the world would dare to do that? She quickly comforted Cha-Cha. "Little princess, did you have a nightmare? Don't worry too much. This is the palace. No one can threaten the little princess and His Majesty's safety. I'll stay here and watch over you while you sleep." But Cha-Cha said angrily, "I want to figure it out myself." Suddenly, the little one clenched her fists, saying she had thought of a solution. She ran out barefoot, saying, "I want to tell Daddy and Mommy." Before Xiangcao could react, Cha-Cha had already run out. By now, Cha-Cha had arrived at Consort Ming's door. Seeing Cha-Cha dressed so lightly, Li Gongong quickly reached out to hold her. But the little one asked Li Gongong, "Are my daddy and mommy inside? Have they finished their important business?" Hearing this, Li Gongong broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, unable to answer. Just as he was about to explain to Cha-Cha, he saw her walking straight towards the door. Cha-Cha reached out to push the door open. Li Gongong beside her broke out in a cold sweat and immediately shouted, "Princess, you can't." The little princess was planning to tell her mother about the good idea she had thought of. Arriving at her mother's door, she encountered Li Gongong. Cha-Cha asked him if Daddy and Mommy had finished their important business. As she said this, the little one was about to push the door open, frightening Li Gongong into a cold sweat. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "Princess, you can't." But the little one insisted she had something very important to tell her mother. At this moment, Li Gongong was sweating profusely. Fortunately, he managed to stop Cha-Cha. He told Cha-Cha to come back when it's daylight. At this time, Xiangcao also hurriedly came over. "Princess, let's go back. I'll tell you a story." "Okay." The little one looked puzzled. "Mommy isn't asleep either, so why can't I go in?" Xiangcao and Li Gongong looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Just then, the door opened, and the great tyrant walked out wearing his robe. Frightened, the two quickly knelt down. "Your Majesty." They thought, "It's over. His Majesty is going to be angry again." Cha-Cha was very happy to see her father. However, the great tyrant saw that Cha-Cha was barefoot. He quickly picked Cha-Cha up. "How did you come out dressed like this? What if you catch a cold?" The little one tried to look inside and asked her father, "Is Mommy in there too?" Hearing this, the great tyrant asked Cha-Cha, "Do you miss your mother?" The little one nodded, saying yes. So the great tyrant took Cha-Cha inside to find Consort Ming. Consort Ming was disheveled at this time, her face blushing. When Cha-Cha saw her, she wanted to rush over, but the great tyrant caught her back with one hand. "Come to Daddy. Don't bother your mother." Then the great tyrant put a blanket on Cha-Cha and reminded her, "Don't do this in the future. It's too cold to come out like this." The little one smiled and said she understood. Suddenly, the little one turned her head and asked Sister Xiangcao, "You said earlier that Daddy and Mommy were doing something very important. Have they finished now?" Consort Ming was embarrassed by Cha-Cha's question. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands and stammered, "Yes, it was official business." Cha-Cha was full of questions. What exactly was this official business? The great tyrant and Consort Ming were both speechless. Fortunately, innocent Cha-Cha broke the awkwardness. Were you secretly eating meat? Then she looked back and forth between them. Did you really eat meat behind my back? Cha-Cha was drooling as she asked the great tyrant. Is all the meat gone? Is there any left? The great tyrant broke out in a cold sweat. He explained to Cha-Cha, if we were eating meat, how could Daddy not tell Cha-Cha? Daddy and Mommy really had very important business. The little one became curious again. What exactly was it? Consort Ming, standing beside them, pinched Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks and said, It's very late. Cha-Cha should go to sleep. Then the little one asked Consort Ming to hold her, saying she had something to tell her. Consort Ming put Cha-Cha in bed and told her, We can talk about it tomorrow. It's time for Cha-Cha to sleep. Soon, the little one fell asleep. The great tyrant and Consort Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Early the next morning, Cha-Cha woke up. While rubbing her eyes, she thought that Daddy had gone to court again. Just as she was about to ask her mother, she saw the wound on Consort Ming's shoulder. Cha-Cha instantly felt heartbroken. Oh no, Mommy is hurt. So she prepared to get out of bed to find a solution. Just then, Consort Ming woke up. She quickly asked Cha-Cha where she was going in such a hurry. The little one said seriously, Mother, don't be afraid. I'm going to get a doctor for you. After applying medicine, it won't hurt anymore. Hearing this, Consort Ming felt embarrassed. She hurriedly beckoned Cha-Cha to come back. Cha-Cha saw the bruise on her mother's shoulder and thought she was injured. She quickly got out of bed, preparing to get a doctor for Consort Ming. At this moment, Consort Ming woke up. She asked Cha-Cha where she was going in such a hurry. The little one said she was going to get a doctor for her. After applying medicine, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Lin Fei felt embarrassed and quickly called Cha-Cha to come back. The little one warmly touched Lin Fei's forehead. But Mother is sick. When you're sick, you have to drink very bitter medicine. Cha-Cha doesn't want Mother to be sick. Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm not sick. But Cha-Cha noticed that Lin Fei looked a bit tired. Then, poking her own little chin, she asked, Is it because you and Father did important things last night that you're so tired? Consort Ming was instantly extremely embarrassed. She asked nervously, Who taught you these words? Do you know what important things are? At this moment, she was panicking inside. Did Cha-Cha see something? Or did His Majesty say something? The little one waved her hands and said, I don't know. Father didn't tell me either. So Consort Ning gently stroked Cha-Cha's face and said, Be good. Mother will get up now and have breakfast with you. Then Cha-Cha started eating her breakfast heartily. Consort Ning was wiping the crumbs from her mouth. Just then, the voices of noble Consort Hui and Chong Yen were heard. Cha-Cha was very happy to see Chong Yen. Chong Yen told her that although it was a holiday today, they should still read some books together. The little one froze when she heard about reading. Chong Yen sweetly told Cha-Cha, Fathers always reward children who perform well in annual exams. Brother Chongjin has received many rewards. Let's try to get Father Emperor's reward too. At this moment, Cha-Cha's mind was full of delicious food. She decisively said, Okay, I want rewards. I want lots of meat. So the two siblings started reading books in a proper manner. Chong Yen praised Cha-Cha, saying she was reading so fluently now. That's great. The little one also picked up an abacus and said to Chong Yen, I can use this too. Cha-Cha was seen skillfully manipulating the abacus beads. Chong Yen gave Cha-Cha a thumbs up, saying, Sister is simply my pride. At this moment, a voice came from the front. Cha-Cha has become so capable. It turned out to be Murong-ing who had arrived. Chong Yen was a bit surprised to see Murong-ing. At this time, Xiangcao spoke up, Crown Prince Murong has been here for a while. Seeing the princess and the third prince reading, I didn't announce his arrival. Cha-Cha looked at Murong-ing in front of her, thinking that brother seemed strange today. Then she ran to Murong-ing and asked, Brother, what's wrong with you? Murong-ing bent down and gently stroked Cha-Cha's face, saying, It's nothing. It's just that brother has to. Before he could finish, the sister-obsessed Chong Yen rushed over. You're trying to make a move on my sister again, aren't you? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you can forget about the idea of becoming my brother-in-law. But Murong-ing gave Chong Yen a bombshell. He roared, Disciple, is this how you treat your master? I have something important to tell Cha-Cha. I don't want to waste time with you. Time replayed. Covering his head, he retorted, Master-disciple relationship is one thing. Cha-Cha is my sister. I can't let you keep harassing her. This is a matter of principle. Murong-ing was speechless. He picked up Cha-Cha and ran away. But in his heart, he was thinking, if we can't see each other for a long time, will Cha-Cha still remember me? Will Cha-Cha have new brothers she gets to know in the future? At this moment, Cha-Cha called out Brother Murong several times. Can you put me down? Murong Ying, who was immersed in thought, finally stopped. He quickly apologized to Cha-Cha. Brother was in a hurry. That's why I ran with you. The little one innocently asked him, is brother taking me to play in the Imperial Garden again? At this moment, Murong Ying held both of Cha-Cha's hands and said seriously, Cha-Cha, brother has something very important to tell you. She thought, what big thing could it be? Cha-Cha was very confused. How come brother also had something important to say? Murong Ying gently stroked Cha-Cha's head and said, Cha-Cha, the first time brother Murong met you was in this Imperial Garden. At that time, I was thinking, how could there be such an adorable little dumpling? I will never forget it in my life. So, during the time I'm not here, Cha-Cha, please don't forget me, okay? Cha-Cha was a bit shocked. Why won't brother be here? Murong Ying hugged Cha-Cha and said, because brother has to leave. I have to return to my own country. At this moment, Murong Ying's eyes were full of reluctance. If it weren't for Father Emperor and Mother Empress issuing 3 edicts, and if I don't go back, they'll arrange a marriage for me, I wouldn't go back at all. The little one was still a bit sad. Then brother won't be able to play with me anymore. Then she hugged Murong Ying's neck, tears welling up in her eyes. Then Murong Ying asked Cha-Cha, when brother is gone, will you miss me? The little one answered without hesitation, I will miss you. Hearing this answer, Murong Ying was overjoyed. As expected of brother's favorite Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha patted Murong Ying's shoulder and said, but will brother be gone for a long time? I'm afraid I'll forget if it's too long. Murong Ying was stunned for a moment. It's okay. Brother likes honest people. But Cha-Cha was panicking inside. I need to come back quickly. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Then he asked Cha-Cha, brother, do you still have the rhinoceros horn I gave you last time? The little one nodded, indicating she had it with her. She even took the rhinoceros horn out of her pocket. Do you want me to return it to brother? Murong Ying quickly held Cha-Cha's hand. No need, no need. What I gave you is yours. Now that brother is leaving, I'll give you another gift. Saying this, he took something out from his clothes. Cha-Cha, look. The little one was very happy when she saw it. I know this is a whistle. Murong Ying picked up the whistle and told Cha-Cha. There's even a name engraved on it. This is my name, Murong Ying Cha-Cha. Remember it, okay? The little one read it out word by word. Murong Ying Cha-Cha. She also told him she remembered. Murong Ying held Cha-Cha's hands and said, it's okay if you don't remember brother. As long as Cha-Cha can see this whistle every day, it's like brother is with you. Little foodie Cha-Cha looked at the whistle in front of her, but thought of spring rolls. In a foodie's world, delicious things can appear anywhere. So Murong Ying took the whistle. He reminded Cha-Cha to remember, whenever there's danger, she must blow this whistle hard, just like how brother blows it. Do you remember? Hearing the sound of the whistle, Cha-Cha was excited and reached out to take it. Murong Ying asked again if she remembered. The little one eagerly blew it right away, then happily told Murong Ying that she remembered. At this moment, Murong Ying held Cha-Cha in his arms. You must wait for brother. When brother becomes emperor, I will definitely make you my empress. I promise. Cha-Cha nodded, seeming to half understand. Then Murong Ying picked up Cha-Cha. Let's go. Brother will take you back. Your mother must be worried. Maybe your father is there too. So he took Cha-Cha to the door and left by himself. However, in the listening bamboo palace, these people were being scolded by the great tyrant. That brat Murong Ying took my daughter away again. What are you all doing? Why didn't you go look for her? Seeing this, Ming Fei quickly came forward to persuade. It's all right, your majesty. Prince Murong has no ill intentions towards Cha-Cha and has saved her several times. The great tyrant angrily said, that's not okay. Then he ordered Liu, from today on, whenever Murong Ying enters the palace, report to me immediately. Just then, Cha-Cha pushed open the door calling, Father, Mother, I'm back. When everyone saw Cha-Cha, they were shocked and quickly asked her, what happened? Did that Murong Ying bully you? Cha-Cha looked particularly dejected. Brother, he's going home. He said he'll marry me as his empress in the future. I wonder when Murong brother will come back. Cha-Cha was sad to know Murong Ying was leaving. Then the great tyrant picked up Cha-Cha and asked who was leaving. The little one, with tears in her eyes, said Murong brother. He said he's going back to his home. Hearing that Murong Ying was leaving, the great tyrant was very happy. Good riddance. However, Chong Yuan spoke up. He's about to leave, yet still wants to marry sister as his empress. The great tyrant then remembered what Cha-Cha had just said, and his expression changed instantly. He roared, that little brat, about to leave and still trying to take away my daughter. Cha-Cha said, Father is so scary now. I want to find mother. So Ning Fei took Cha-Cha. She warmly asked, "What's wrong, Cha-Cha? Is it because brother is leaving and you'll miss him?" The little one looked at Ning Fei seriously. "Brother said he'll come back, but I don't know when." At this time, Chong also scratched his head and said, "Actually, I don't really want Murong Ying to leave either. Suddenly not having someone to argue with, I'm not used to it." Upon hearing this, the great tyrant immediately gave Chong Yuan a punch. "Then you can leave with him." The already angry great tyrant ordered Li Gong, "Deliver my decree now. Expel the Northern Xia delegation from the capital immediately." Seeing this, Ming Fei quickly came forward to persuade, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Our country has always been on good terms with Northern Xia. Your Majesty cannot expel the delegation without reason." The great tyrant insisted, "The Northern Xia prince lured my princess. I didn't tie him to the city gate, which is already giving enough face to Northern Xia." Ming Fei quickly grabbed the great tyrant's hand. "Prince Murong is not a bad child. He has saved Cha-Cha before. In Cha-Cha's heart, he's the same as others, which is understandable. It was originally a matter between children. If elders get involved, it might not be good." The great tyrant was very helpless. "Since that's the case, we can't control other people's children. We can only watch our own daughter. As long as Murong Ying doesn't leave Yanxi, Cha-Cha is not allowed to go out, to prevent that brat from corrupting my daughter." When Cha-Cha heard this, she cried and said, "I don't want to. I don't want to. I want to go out and play." The great tyrant quickly came forward to comfort his precious daughter. "Daddy is doing this for your own good. When Murong Ying is completely gone, Cha-Cha can go wherever she wants. Daddy will take you. Don't cry anymore." At this moment, Ning Fei gestured to Cha-Cha. "Cha-Cha, be good. Don't argue with Daddy. He's in a bad mood right now." The little one was kicking stones in the courtyard, thinking, "I still want to see brother off. What should I do? Daddy won't let me go out." A few days later, it was time for Murong Ying to leave. Sitting on horseback, Murong Ying thought to himself, "Cha-Cha should come to see me off, right?" Then he ordered the troops to stop. He couldn't leave before Cha-Cha came. Otherwise, Cha-Cha would be sad. However, in the listening bamboo palace, Cha-Cha was holding the whistle tightly with both hands. "What should I do? Brother Murong is leaving today." So she decided to rush out. But as soon as she went out, she was stopped by the guards. "Princess can't leave the palace. Please don't make it difficult for us." The little one felt very helpless. At this time, the great tyrant's voice came. "Cha-Cha, where are you going? Come quickly. Daddy has prepared a lot of meat for you." Looking at her once favorite meat, Cha-Cha had no appetite. The great tyrant picked up a piece to feed Cha-Cha. "This is a new roasted beef strip developed by the Imperial Kitchen. Try it quickly." The little one just lowered her head without speaking. In her mind, she recalled the scenes of Murong Ying saving her every time, and the scenes of him taking her to count stars. Then she looked at the great tyrant. Just as she was about to call Daddy, the great tyrant saw through her thoughts. He turned his head angrily and threw the chopsticks on the table. Cha-Cha's tears of grievance instantly flowed down. Ning Fei looked at Cha-Cha in front of her and felt very sorry. In Cha-Cha's heart, her feelings for Murong Ying and other brothers were different. The only thing in common was that they were all very important and irreplaceable. Then Ning Fei stood up and requested the great tyrant, "Your Majesty, let Cha-Cha say goodbye to Prince Murong." At this moment, the great tyrant's face instantly darkened. He didn't know if he could let Cha-Cha go and say goodbye to Murong Ying. Daddy was preventing Cha-Cha from seeing Murong Ying off. Ming Fei pleaded for Cha-Cha, but didn't get a response from the great tyrant. Cha-Cha just sighed and turned to walk away. However, the little one came to the door, waving her little hand with tears in her eyes, saying goodbye to Brother Murong and see you again. Hearing this, the great tyrant stood up abruptly. With a blushing face, he said, "Cha-Cha can even say see you again. My daughter is indeed eloquent." This remark made the others quite speechless. Then the great tyrant walked towards Cha-Cha. Seeing his daughter's pitiful look, he couldn't bear it. All right, it's just saying goodbye. I allow it." The little one was instantly happy. "Thank you, Daddy." Then she ran out while saying, "Mother, Father, I'm leaving." The great tyrant in the room still reminded Cha-Cha to run slowly. Then he ordered Chong Yuan to follow the little princess with some people. "If Murong Ying dares to do anything to the little princess at the last moment, tie him up. I'll personally take him to Northern Xia." Speaking of Cha-Cha, she was running out in a hurry, but couldn't find the way out. Just as she was getting anxious, the sound of hooves came from afar. Sister, you're running in the wrong direction." Cha-Cha turned around. It turned out to be Chong Yuan. "Third brother will take you to find Murong Ying." Then the little one went with Chong Yuan. Cha-Cha tightly gripped the whistle. "Brother Murong, I'm here." However, by this time it was already high noon. The guards urged Prince Murong-ing, "We really should set off now." But Murong-ing insisted he wouldn't leave without seeing Cha-Cha. Just as Murong-ing was looking back, Chong-Yuan brought Cha-Cha. Murong-ing was very happy to see Cha-Cha. "Brother knew you would come to see me off." Then the little one rushed towards Murong-ing. Murong-ing held Cha-Cha tightly. "You must remember, brother told you to wait. Don't be fooled by other stinky boys." Cha-Cha said innocently. "Murong-ing stinky boy? Like brother, this kind of stinky boy?" At this moment, Murong-ing felt a bit embarrassed by Cha-Cha's question. "Yes, like brother, this kind of stinky boy. But a good stinky boy. Only brother. Cha-Cha can't trust other stinky boys besides brother." The little one nodded with a smile. "I remember. I still have this whistle. With it accompanying me, it's like brother is with me." So Murong-ing reached out his finger to Cha-Cha. "You must remember, brother. In 3 years, brother will definitely marry you. Then we'll never be apart. Let's pinky promise." Before Cha-Cha could hold Murong-ing's hand, she was pulled away by the sister-loving maniac. "Murong-ing, that's enough. You want to marry Cha-Cha? Keep dreaming." Murong-ing directly pushed Chong-Yuan away. "I still need to pinky promise with Cha-Cha. Get out of my way." Their hands finally hooked together. They said in unison, "Pinky promise. Hang me if I lie. Not allowed to change for 100 years." Then Murong-ing stood up and told Cha-Cha he had to leave. Watching Murong-ing's departing figure, Cha-Cha's eyes welled up with tears. Chong-Yuan quickly comforted her. "It's okay. You still have third brother to play with. Let's go back quickly. Don't let your parents worry." At this time, in the listening bamboo palace, the great tyrant was restless. Why hasn't Cha-Cha come back yet? She wasn't taken away by that stinky boy, was she? Consort Ning calmly said, "Your Majesty, please sit down for a while." Just then, Cha-Cha returned. Consort Ning quickly came forward and asked if she had seen brother off. The little one nodded sadly. When the great tyrant heard this, he was about to ask something, but was interrupted by Consort Ning. "Your Majesty, let me ask. Cha-Cha, you're sad because brother left, right? If Cha-Cha is unhappy, just cry. Mother is here with Cha-Cha." The little one cried for a while in Consort Ning's arms. Suddenly, Consort Ning felt a bit unwell. She covered her mouth and quickly ran away, leaving everyone else stunned. They didn't know what was wrong with Consort Ning. Cha-Cha saw Consort Ning vomiting continuously and was very worried. She quickly ran over and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" "I won't cry anymore. It's all Cha-Cha's fault." Consort Ning rubbed Cha-Cha's little head and said, "It's not Cha-Cha's fault." Then Cha-Cha turned around and said seriously, "Father, Sister Xiangcao, mother is sick." Upon hearing this, the great tyrant worriedly asked what was wrong with Wanwan. Cha-Cha was seen imitating her mother, continuously bending over like this. The great tyrant quickly embraced Consort Ning, concernedly asking if she had eaten something bad. Consort Ning, with an embarrassed face, said she was fine and just needed some hot water. At this moment, Xiangcao recalled that in the past few days, whenever the consort touched any oily food, she would vomit. She had also been quite sleepy. Then she exclaimed in surprise, "Consort, could it be that you're pregnant?" The great tyrant was delighted to hear this and ordered someone to quickly summon the imperial physician. Soon after, Consort Hua and the imperial physician arrived together. She asked, "I heard Sister Ning is ill. What exactly happened?" The great tyrant was irritated upon seeing Consort Hua. This annoying woman, does she think Tingju Palace is her own home? She's here, even faster than me. Then he sternly asked Consort Hua, "Why are you here again?" By this time, Cha-Cha had already jumped into Consort Hua's arms. "Hua mother, Sister Xiangcao says mother is pregnant." Consort Hua was very surprised to hear this. She looked at the great tyrant with resentment. "You scoundrel, you've harmed my sister Lin again." The great tyrant felt somewhat guilty being stared at like this. He quickly pointed at Consort Hua and scolded, "Why are you still standing here? Don't hinder the imperial physician from examining Wanwan." By now, the imperial physician had already started checking Consort Yun's pulse. The great tyrant and Consort Hua were very nervous beside them. Cha-Cha held Xiangcao's hand, curiously asking, "Sister Xiangcao, is pregnancy a disease? Is it very uncomfortable? Is it serious? Will mother be all right soon?" Xiangcao smiled and told Princess Cha-Cha not to worry too much. If the consort is really pregnant, it would be wonderful news. After the imperial physician finished the examination, he said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty and consort. The consort is carrying a stable life of over a month. The great tyrant was overjoyed to hear this. With a wave of his hand, he issued an edict rewarding all the consorts in the palace. Each person was to receive 3 pieces of fine silk and treasures, plus 10 taels of silver, to share in the joy with Tingzhu Palace. Cha-Chao ran towards the great tyrant on her short legs. She asked curiously, "Why is father so happy?" The great tyrant happily picked up Cha-Cha and lifted her high. "Our Cha-Cha is going to be a big sister. Your mother is going to give you a little brother or sister." The little one stared with her big watery eyes and asked, "Where are the little brother and sister?" The great tyrant told her, "They're in your mother's tummy." Cha-Cha clapped her chubby hands happily. So mother's tummy is the house where little brother and sister live. Then the great tyrant gently lifted Cha-Cha's chin and asked, "Does Cha-Cha want a little brother or a little sister?" Cha-Cha thought for a moment and then had an answer. Looking very excited, she said, "I want a little sister." Lin Fei and the great tyrant asked in unison, "Why?" The little one said she wanted to be like her mother, combing her little sister's hair, making pretty clothes, bathing together, and going to school together. Just thinking about it made her so happy. The great tyrant laughed heartily, praising Cha-Cha for speaking so well, truly like a big sister. However, he said that having Cha-Cha as his precious daughter was enough. Chongyan expressed that he hoped Consort Yun was carrying a little brother. This way, in the future, he could protect Cha-Cha along with father and the other brothers. Hearing this, Cha-Cha puffed up her cheeks and said, "I don't want that. I'm already the big sister." Big sisters are supposed to protect little sisters and little brothers. The great tyrant warmly patted Cha-Cha's head and said, all right, we'll listen to our Cha-Cha." Suddenly, he turned to Consort Hua and said, "Ning is pregnant and needs to rest well. Consort Hua, you should go back first." Seeing that noble consort Hui didn't move, the emperor panicked. She must be up to no good again. At this moment, noble consort Hui walked towards consort Ning. "Sister, now that you're pregnant, you can't spoil that dog of a man anymore. You must protect yourself well." You know, consort Ning was shocked by noble consort Hui's words. She thought, "The dog of a man you're talking about is His Majesty." Noble consort Hui urged consort Ming to take good care of herself and not to spoil that dog of a man anymore. The emperor was instantly infuriated upon hearing this. He angrily ordered her to get lost. The two engaged in an intense stare-down. Noble consort Hui was burning with anger at this moment. She thought, for Sister Ning's sake, I can't be afraid of this dog of a man. I need to think of a way to deal with this. Then noble consort Hui beckoned Cha-Cha to come over. "Cha-Cha, from today on, I'll also move to Tingzhu Palace. I'll take care of your mother together with you, okay?" The little one was delighted to hear this and agreed, even suggesting that brother Chongyan should come too. The four of them were chatting happily. Cha-Cha was holding noble consort Hui's hand in one hand and consort Ning's in the other, saying, "Noble consort Hui, third brother, and my mother and I, we're all one family." Suddenly, Cha-Cha seemed to think of something. She leaned on consort Ning's belly and said with a smile, "And little sister too." Noble consort Hui made a smirking face at the emperor, saying to Cha-Cha, "We are indeed one family." So she seized the opportunity and said, "Cha-Cha will be a big sister, so I'll be the godmother to Cha-Cha and your mother's baby." The emperor was left speechless with anger. At this moment, Cha-Cha was hugging noble consort Hui's neck, calling her godmother. The emperor, looking like he was about to cry, said, "Cha-Cha, what about father? Don't you want father anymore?" The little one immediately said no. Then noble consort Hui spoke up, "Your Majesty, this is a matter between us women. Your Majesty shouldn't meddle." Upon hearing this, even Li Gonggong on the side was trembling. However, noble consort Hui showed no fear of the emperor at all. This infuriated the emperor. He thought, this woman has become more and more outrageous since he became close with Wanwan. Then the emperor said with a mischievous smile, "Noble consort Hui, I think you're too idle today. The abbot of Huowood Temple just sent 2 Buddhist scriptures. Why don't you copy them 10 times first? It'll help calm your mind." Noble consort Hui was shocked to hear this. 10 times? Your Majesty is treating me like a scribe. Those Buddhist scriptures from Huowood Temple are so lengthy. Even half a year wouldn't be enough for me to copy them, let alone a month. Perhaps you're overthinking it. You must hand it to me next month, the emperor thought. I just want to let you know who's really in charge here. Noble consort Hui wanted to argue, but was interrupted by the emperor. "If you can't even do such a small task, how can I trust you to be the godmother to the child in consort Ming's belly and my precious daughter?" Noble consort Hui didn't show any fear. Just 10 times? I'll copy them. What's the big deal? The sensible Cha-Cha told noble consort Hui. Noble consort Hui, my tutor taught me how to write. I can help you write. Noble consort Hui Cha-Cha. Suddenly, the emperor shouted sternly, I'm not finished yet. You must copy the scriptures yourself. You can't let people from Yue Palace or Tingzhu Palace help you. Otherwise, it doesn't count. The emperor looked at noble consort Hui challengingly. You dare not do what I tell you to do. Noble consort Hui replied, Your Majesty, you're targeting me? Consort Ning worriedly held on a noble consort Hui, who told her, It's all right. I'll copy them. Then the emperor ordered Li Gong to bring the scriptures. When Eunuch Li appeared holding 2 scriptures, Consort Hua was so shocked her jaw dropped. How could they be so thick? Consort Ning measured with her hand. To copy such thick scriptures 10 times. Even if your majesty worked day and night for a month, it couldn't be finished. Please allow us to help. If I were to take back my order, it's not impossible. As long as Consort Hua can give up the idea of being Cha-Cha's godmother. The proud Consort Hua immediately said there's no need. Your Majesty, just wait. I will definitely finish copying these 10 times. And I will definitely be Cha-Cha's godmother. The great tyrant was truly angry, but dared not speak at this moment. Cha-Cha pointed at the great tyrant, saying fiercely, Daddy is bullying Consort Hua. Daddy is a bad daddy. The great tyrant immediately panicked. Cha-Cha, listen to Daddy explain. The little one covered her ears, shaking her head saying, I'm not listening, barbecue. The great tyrant was being ignored. The little princess saw Daddy yelling at Consort Hua and was very angry. She pointed at the great tyrant fiercely and said, Daddy is bullying Consort Hua. Daddy is bad. Hearing this, the great tyrant felt like his heart was pierced by 10,000 arrows. Where did Daddy go wrong? Can't Daddy change? However, at this time, Consort Ning continued to twist the knife. Sister Hua just wants to be the godmother to Cha-Cha and the child in her belly. Your Majesty really shouldn't make such a big deal out of it. At this moment, Cha-Cha gave a thumbs up to show that mother was right. The great tyrant was very helpless. 1-1, I can explain. But Consort Ning didn't stop the great tyrant. Instead, she stroked Cha-Cha's little head, smiling and saying, Cha-Cha, tonight let's have Consort Hua stay overnight in Tingzhu Palace, okay? Later, we'll have your brother come in too. The little one was extremely happy to hear this. She quickly replied, Yes, I want to sleep with Consort Hua and mother. At this time, Consort Hua happily high-fived with Cha-Cha to celebrate. Han Mingyuan went to prepare the feast, especially arranging delicious meat for Cha-Cha. At this moment, the great tyrant on the side was so angry he was spitting blood. He said pitifully, Cha-Cha, you don't want Daddy anymore? Seeing this, Eunuch Li quickly asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? Only to see, the great tyrant snatched the scriptures from Eunuch Li's hands. I'm going back to Tongxin Hall to copy some scriptures and calm down. Soon it was time to rest, but Cha-Cha was too nervous to fall asleep. Consort Ming asked the little one why she wasn't sleeping yet, as she had to go to the Imperial Academy tomorrow. The little one couldn't sleep because the teacher would test recitation and abacus tomorrow. Consort Hua poked Cha-Cha's little nose, comforting her. Cha-Cha, are you nervous? It's okay if you can't recite everything. But Cha-Cha felt this wasn't right. I'm going to be a big sister soon. I need to set an example for my little brothers and sisters. Consort Ming was very pleased to hear this. Our Cha-Cha has really grown up. Consort Hua quickly cheered Cha-Cha up. Don't worry, you'll definitely pass tomorrow. Go to sleep now. Lying in bed, Cha-Cha was still silently repeating to herself, I must pass. The next day in class, the teacher asked Cha-Cha to recite the next line of people at birth are naturally good. Their natures are similar, but their habits make them different. If they're not taught, their nature will change. The way of teaching is valuable in its focus. Cha-Cha answered without missing a word. The teacher then asked what's the next line of last night the sound of wind and rain. Cha-Cha smiled slightly and said, How many flowers have fallen? This scene kept repeating. The teacher applauded. Cha-Cha also gained the teacher's approval and received applause and praise from her classmates. Soon it was time for the abacus test. Cha-Cha calculated with proper form. The teacher was so moved he almost cried. The little princess had improved rapidly, no longer thinking about lamb skewers. Then he praised Cha-Cha in front of everyone. At the little princess's age, to show such obvious progress was rare even among the princes. So he handed Cha-Cha a bright red flower. This is my reward for you. Cha-Cha took the flower and bowed to the teacher to express her gratitude. As the bell rang, today's class ended. Cha-Cha pulled Chong Yuan urging him to walk faster. I want to show mother my little red flower. At this moment, Consort Ning and Consort Hua approached from the opposite direction. Cha-Cha happily waved the little red flower in her hand. Mother, I passed. This is the reward the teacher gave me. Chou Yuan behind her also spoke up. Cha-Cha was amazing today. She answered all the teacher's questions. Consort Ming happily asked Cha-Cha what she wanted to eat. Mother will have it prepared for you. The little one excitedly circled around Consort Ming and Consort Hua. Mother, I want to eat braised pork and braised beef. Just then, Consort Hui appeared. Cha-Cha bumped into her. She immediately fell down. Chou Yuan anxiously came forward to ask, Cha-Cha, are you okay? Where did you get hurt? Let Big Brother take a look. The little one was about to say she was fine. Then she saw that the little red flower on the ground was already broken. Cha-Cha saw her earned little red flower was broken and felt very sad. She was about to reach out to pick it up, but Consort Hui picked it up first. With a fake concerned look, she asked Cha-Cha, are you all right? The little one was very upset, but said she was fine. It's just that my flower is ruined. What a pity. At this moment, Consort Hua couldn't stand it anymore. Sister Hui, with such a big imperial garden, you don't know how to walk and have to bump into a child? This was Cha-Cha's first reward, and you ruined it. Consort Ming quickly tried to mediate. Sister Hua, let it go. Sister Hui didn't mean it. Cha-Cha, you are also at fault in this matter. When walking, you need to watch where you're going. You can't just rush around recklessly. You understand? You bumped into Consort Hui. Quickly apologized to her. The little one followed her mother's words and bowed to apologize to Consort Hui. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I'll be more careful when walking in the future. Cha-Cha section surprise de Consort Hui. She didn't expect that such a favored princess would not be arrogant, but instead know proper etiquette. At this point, Consort Hua said seriously, Cha-Cha has already apologized. This red flower means a lot to her. We can't just let this go. Then Consort Hui asked Cha-Cha, let me take a look at this flower, okay? The little one looked pitiful. As Consort Hui picked up the flower to look at it, she thought to herself, this is just an ordinary dried flower. There's nothing special about it. How could it have such meaning for this little girl? But if she could use this opportunity to win her favor, she could get closer to her. This way, it would be easier to gather information about the emperor. Then this scheming woman said to Cha-Cha, give me this little red flower. I'll give you an identical one tomorrow. How about that? The little one was overjoyed when she heard this. Is that true? Come to the Imperial Embroidery Palace early tomorrow to get your little red flower. Then, Consort Hui said goodbye to Consort Ning and Consort Hua before leaving. Cha-Cha happily said, my flower can be saved. But Consort Hua, watching Consort Hui's departing figure, was deep in thought. Since entering the palace, Consort Hui has never actively socialized with anyone. Now she's repeatedly trying to please Cha-Cha and Consort Ning. Sister, it's quite strange indeed. Seeing Consort Hua lost in thought, Consort Ning waved her hand in front of her eyes. She called, sister, let's go back. Consort Hua snapped back to reality. All right, let's go back. Soon, the sun was setting. Consort Ning was doing embroidery, with Cha-Cha obediently keeping her company. At this moment, the great Tyrant arrived. He happily said, the teacher told me that Cha-Cha performed very well in today's test. Come here and let Daddy give you a kiss. The little one proudly said, yes, the teacher even rewarded me with a big red flower. But I dropped and damaged the big red flower. Consort Hui said she would help me fix it. I'll go get it from her tomorrow. As soon as Cha-Cha finished speaking, the great Tyrant recalled the scene of Consort Hui giving Cha-Cha the little fox costume. Sensing something amiss, he then said, Consort Hui, is it? How about Daddy accompanies Cha-Cha tomorrow? The little one smiled and said, okay. So the great Tyrant picked up Cha-Cha and walked towards Consort Ning. Wan, what are you embroidering again? You're pregnant. You shouldn't tire yourself out. Consort Ning, holding her embroidery hoop, looked at the great Tyrant and Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha's birthday is coming soon. She likes that little flower so much, so I'm embroidering a small sachet as a gift for her. The great Tyrant was suddenly surprised. Cha-Cha's having a birthday? When is it? Consort Ning smiled and said, the 8th of next month. At this moment, the great Tyrant's mind flashed back to the first time he met Cha-Cha. With a guilty expression, he said, it's all my fault as a father. I can't believe I've never asked about Cha-Cha's birthday for so long. He then asked Cha-Cha what birthday gift she wanted, but the little one just looked at her father with a blank expression. What do you think Cha-Cha would want as a gift? In a foodie's world, there's only delicious food. Just now, the great tyrant learned that Cha-Cha's birthday was coming up and asked her what birthday gift she wanted. The little one excitedly said she wanted a year's worth of meat. Looking at his adorable daughter, the great tyrant felt that 1 year wasn't enough. Daddy will provide Cha-Cha with meat for her entire life. Then he seriously said to Consort Ning, I must think carefully about how to give my precious daughter an unforgettable birthday. When Cha-Cha was born, I listened to the slander of petty people. It caused you and our daughter to suffer for 3 years. I know the past cannot be changed, but I promise from now on, I will use everything I have to be good to you and Cha-Cha. Just as the family of 3 was happily cuddling, Consort Hua appeared. Sister Ning, I've come to see if the evening meal is ready. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the great tyrant. She said with a hint of hostility, Greetings, Your Majesty. Then she rushed between the great tyrant and Consort Ning and sat down. Your Majesty, why are you here again? They say Sister Ning needs to rest quietly. At this moment, the great tyrant quickly stood up and said, I was just discussing Cha-Cha's birthday plans with Consort Ning. Don't bother me. Consort Hua spoke in a challenging tone, asking if His Majesty had just found out about Cha-Cha's birthday. She said she knew about it yesterday. The great tyrant, sitting to the side, retorted that knowing didn't matter and it was none of her business. Consort Ning, caught in the middle, felt quite awkward. She wondered why they always had to be at odds when they met. Couldn't they just get along peacefully? Consort Hua quickly grabbed Consort Ning's hand and said softly, It has nothing to do with me. It's His Majesty who wants to drive me away, sister. Promise me, no matter how long I stay here, you won't cry. Yes, Yua Palace and Listening Bamboo Palace are one family. Cha-Cha also likes to sleep with sister. How could I be against you, sister? Cha-Cha immediately chimed in, agreeing to sleep with Consort Hua. The great tyrant heard this and became anxious. Can't Daddy stay and sleep with Cha-Cha? The little one firmly stated there was no more room. The great tyrant's heart was instantly shattered. Never mind. Daddy still has to prepare for Cha-Cha's birthday anyway. It's okay. Cha-Cha, be good. Go to bed early. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you to get the big red flower. Cha-Cha happily gave the great tyrant a kiss. Daddy, you should rest early too. Soon after, Consort Ning prepared to sleep with Cha-Cha. The little one, resting her chin on her hand, asked her mother expectantly, When will little brother or little sister grow up? Consort Ning smiled and told Cha-Cha it would take some more time. At this moment, Consort Hua walked in and said, By then, your mother will suffer again. So Cha-Cha must be good, okay? Don't be naughty and make your mother work hard. Cha-Cha will definitely be a good big sister in the future. Consort Ning's little sister is blessed. Suddenly, Chong Yuan's voice came from outside the door. Mother, I want to sleep with my sister too. Let me in. Consort Hua threw a pillow at the door and shouted angrily, Shut up. Go back to your own place. This is for girls only. Why are you trying to join in? As soon as Consort Hua finished speaking, it became quiet outside. Cha-Cha, let's go to sleep quickly. Don't mind that stinky boy. Cha-Cha then said, Third brother is so pitiful. I'll play with you tomorrow? Okay. The next day, Consort Ning woke up early and tucked in Consort Hua and Cha-Cha. As soon as she walked out, she saw Chong Yuan practicing martial arts. After Chong Yuan politely greeted her, he inquired about Cha-Cha. Consort Ning told him Cha-Cha hadn't woken up yet. Then she praised Chong Yuan for getting up early to practice, saying he was diligent. She invited Chong Yuan to have breakfast together. Chong Yuan felt a bit shy and wanted to wait for Cha-Cha to wake up and go together. But Consort Ning informed him that it would take a while for Cha-Cha to wake up. So the two decided to go have breakfast first. At this time, Chong Yuan spoke up, Consort Ning, you're so gentle. Unlike my mother. Consort Ning looked at Chong Yuan with a puzzled expression. Chong Yuan began to complain about Consort Hua. My mother is so fierce. She's always scolding or hitting me. Sigh. I'm really envious. Before Chong Yuan could finish, Consort Hua's cough came from behind. She grabbed Chong Yuan and scolded fiercely. You stinky boy, are you getting too cocky? Then what followed was a series of punches and kicks. Chong Yuan quickly called for Cha-Cha to save him. The little one shielded her brother behind her and persuaded, Consort Hua, third brother didn't mean it. Please forgive third brother. Don't hit him so hard. Consort Hua smiled and said she would listen to Cha-Cha. Then, when Chong Yuan wasn't paying attention, she gave him a big flick on the forehead, which really hurt him. Consort Hua made a gesture and said, I'm listening to Cha-Cha. I won't hit hard. Let's just say, Chongyuan has it tough, so never speak ill of your mother behind her back. You'll get beaten up. Just then, the great tyrant arrived. Cha-Cha, let's go to Consort Hui to get your flower. The little one was overjoyed in the great tyrant's arms. At this moment, the great tyrant was thinking to himself, offering help for no reason. I want to see what she's planning to do to my daughter. The great tyrant, seeing Consort Hui going to such lengths to get close to the little princess, decided to personally take Cha-Cha to get her big red flower. Soon, the two of them arrived at Yushio Palace. Cha-Cha happily told her father that they would soon see the big red flower. The great tyrant poked Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks and said joyfully that he wanted to see what kind of flower made Cha-Cha so happy. At this moment, Consort Hui came out holding the red flower. She respectfully greeted the great tyrant, but in her heart, she was wondering why he had come. Then the great tyrant, with a serious face, asked Consort Hui, I heard you damaged Cha-Cha's flower. The little one, seeing her father's tone was off, quickly explained to the great tyrant, Father, Consort Hui didn't mean to. Consort Hui also put on a fragile expression. This servant knows her mistake. I have already repaired the princess's flower. Cha-Cha reached out to take the big red flower. She also thanked Consort Hui. The little one happily said while holding the flower, Father, my flower is back. Meanwhile, the great tyrant, still with a stern face, said, The consort is quite skilled. I wonder how you managed to do it. Consort Hui explained that the princess's flower was a dried specimen made from fresh flowers. She had learned this skill before entering the palace. The palace had no shortage of flowers, so she could easily make one for the princess. The great tyrant focused his gaze and coldly said, I didn't know you had such skills. It was this servant who damaged the princess's flower, so I should make amends. Cha-Cha, standing nearby, smiled and said, Consort Hui is so amazing. Then Consort Hui ordered her servants to bring out some snacks, wanting Cha-Cha to eat some before leaving. Looking at the box of colorful snacks, the little foodie Cha-Cha was drooling. They looked so delicious. Just as she was about to reach out, the great tyrant pulled her back. You little glutton, you just had breakfast, and now you want to eat again. Look at your little belly. Let's go. We should return to your mother. At this moment, Consort Hui had a regretful look on her face. She had almost managed to feed the medicine. On the way back, Cha-Cha angrily said, Father is bad. The great tyrant gently stroked Cha-Cha's head. Why am I bad again? The little one said pitifully, I want to eat snacks. The great tyrant heard this and said he would give her some later. He also reminded her not to eat food from strangers. Cha-Cha looked confused, but Consort Hui isn't a stranger anymore. The great tyrant was at a loss for words. He quickly changed the subject. Besides Ruru, has Cha-Cha thought of any other birthday gifts? The little one still thought Ruru was the best. Just then, they encountered the carefree prince coming towards them. Cha-Cha waved and greeted little third uncle. Just as the carefree prince was about to rush towards Cha-Cha, the great tyrant stepped back while holding her. Brother, you're going too far. I didn't summon you. Why are you entering the palace again? The carefree prince said it was of course for Cha-Cha's birthday. It's my daughter's birthday. I'll remember it. You don't need to worry about it. The carefree prince looked helpless. Brother, this is the first birthday we're celebrating for Cha-Cha. We've missed all the previous ones. Don't you regret it? Upon hearing this, the great tyrant was clearly displeased. He really knew how to bring up sore subjects. So the carefree prince suggested holding a grand bonfire party for Cha-Cha. The great tyrant was lost in thought. A bonfire party? At this moment, the little one looked at the great tyrant and curiously asked, Father, what's a bonfire party? Does it have to be in a bowl? A plate would be bigger, right? To give Cha-Cha an unforgettable birthday, the carefree prince suggested holding a bonfire party. This way everyone could eat while watching dancing. Plus, there would be lots of delicious food. Third uncle even prepared a whole roasted lamb for Cha-Cha. The little one immediately imagined the scene. She instantly started drooling with desire. Then she happily told the great tyrant, Father, I want a bonfire party. The great tyrant gently patted Cha-Cha, saying he'd do whatever his daughter wanted. Just as the carefree prince was about to speak and discuss the party details with the great tyrant, he was rejected. He wanted to go back and discuss it with Lin Fei. Outsiders didn't need to interfere. The word outsiders hit the carefree prince hard. Brother, you really know how to burn bridges. Then the great tyrant mercilessly left with Cha-Cha. After returning, the great tyrant told Lin Fei about the carefree prince's suggestion. Lin Fei was so excited she stood up immediately. A bonfire party is perfect. Cha-Cha will love it. But the Imperial Garden has a lot of plants. Would it be safe? The great tyrant quickly expressed concern. You're pregnant. You need to be careful. It's boring in the palace. Let's go to the hunting grounds. We can hunt during the day and have the bonfire party at night. So the two happily decided and prepared to give Cha-Cha a surprise. Just then, Cha-Cha's voice came from outside. Father, mother, what are you talking about? The great tyrant then let Cha-Cha come in. The little one walked towards Lin Fei saying, Mother, what were you talking about with father? Why won't you let me hear? To keep it a secret, the great tyrant lied that he was asking Consort Ning if the baby in her belly was behaving. Cha-Cha then hugged Consort Ning and said, Little brother, little sister, are you being good? Don't make mother uncomfortable, okay? Consort Ning laughed and patted Cha-Cha's head. Cha-Cha then looked up and asked, Little brother, little sister, why aren't you answering me? Why do you only talk to father? Don't you like me? Lin Fei told Cha-Cha, How could your little brother and sister not like you? They can't talk yet, and they haven't spoken to your father either. Cha-Cha was relieved to hear this. Then she started whispering to Ming Fei's belly. Seeing this, the great tyrant asked Cha-Cha what she was doing. The little one shyly said she wanted to invite her little brother and sister to the bonfire party. The great tyrant heard this and clapped, saying, Good, good, good. On Cha-Cha's birthday, she put on a beautiful little dress. She looked in the mirror and murmured to herself, I look so pretty. Consort Ning gently stroked Cha-Cha's head, saying, As long as Cha-Cha likes it, that's what matters. The little one made a cute expression and said, Mother, don't I look very beautiful today? At this moment, Consort Ning dabbed a red mark. She placed it on Cha-Cha's forehead. This made Cha-Cha even prettier. Did you ever have such red dots when you were little? Suddenly, tears welled up in Cha-Cha's eyes. She threw herself into Consort Ning's arms. Mother, thank you for giving birth to me on this day 4 years ago. Being your daughter is what makes me happiest. Mother, when I grow up, I'll protect you. I'll also make beautiful clothes for you. When the baby in your belly is born, I'll also be a good big sister who protects my little brother or sister. I know giving birth is very, very painful. So on this birthday, Mother should be the most important. Mother, I love you. Upon hearing this, Consort Ning shed tears of emotion. However, Consort Ning saw the great tyrant at the door. He was also moved by Cha-Cha's words. The great tyrant was actually moved to tears by Cha-Cha's words. Just now, Cha-Cha had said some touching words to Consort Ning. The great tyrant happened to overhear from outside the door. At this time, our little princess also saw her father. Eunuch beside him quickly explained that His Majesty came to pick them up. Seeing the two talking, he didn't want to disturb. Cha-Cha made a face, saying Daddy was sneaky for eavesdropping. Then the great tyrant picked Cha-Cha up, poking her little cheeks. He said Cha-Cha was a little troublemaker, making her mother cry and look ugly so early in the morning. Cha-Cha then said Mother wasn't ugly at all. Mother was the most beautiful woman in the world. Lin Fei happily bumped foreheads with Cha-Cha. If Mother was a great beauty, then Cha-Cha was a little beauty. The little one said if Mother gives birth to a little sister, she'll be a beauty too. At this time, the great tyrant asked Cha-Cha, What if your little sister wants to fight you for meat to eat? Cha-Cha happily waved her chubby hand, saying, No fighting, no fighting. I'll share the meat with my sister. Consort Ming was very happy to hear this. Cha-Cha had really grown up. At the same time, the great tyrant said, Cha-Cha, you're already thinking about the baby in your mother's belly. That's great. But in his heart, he thought Wan Wan's smile was so beautiful. Hearing everyone praise her, the little one said without any shyness, Of course, that's what a big sister should do. The great tyrant lovingly pinched Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks. Even if Cha-Cha becomes a big sister, all the meat should still be given to our Cha-Cha first. Only after Cha-Cha is full can her little brothers and sisters eat. The little one was extremely happy in the great tyrant's arms. Afterwards, they headed to the bonfire party. Along the way, the common people congratulated the princess on her birthday. Cha-Cha was very excited to see so many people. She happily waved to greet them. Waves of congratulations could be heard from outside. The great tyrant told Cha-Cha, They're all wishing you a happy birthday. The little one was instantly touched. she seriously asked the great tyrant. "Father, what should I say?" The great tyrant said, "Cha-cha, just say whatever is in your heart. As long as everyone feels that you've received their good wishes, that's enough." Cha-cha in the carriage shouted loudly, "Thank you all. I also wish you." Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. Consort Ming quickly helped her. "Happiness and prosperity. Joy to your families." Cha-cha was seen smiling and giving blessings to the people. The people outside all responded to Cha-cha in turn. The little one felt everyone's enthusiasm. The carriage traveled for a while and suddenly stopped. Cha-cha asked her father with a puzzled look. The great tyrant told her that the 4 abbots of the National Protection Temple had prepared gifts for Cha-cha. "Let's go get them." Then they got off the carriage. Seeing such a magnificent scene, Cha-cha couldn't stop exclaiming in admiration. The abbot of the National Protection Temple walked up with his hands clasped, expressing welcome for their arrival. Cha-cha was seen imitating the abbot, saying Umitba. The moment the abbot saw Cha-cha, he was stunned. He had never seen such a spiritually gifted child in this world. At this time, Cha-cha bent down and said Umitba to the abbot. The great tyrant was sweating in embarrassment. "Cha-cha, don't be naughty in front of the abbot." At this moment, Eunuchly thought to himself that His Majesty had faced great calamities since childhood. He would often come to pray for blessings with the Emperor Emeritus. He was both in awe and fear of the abbot. The abbot reached out his hand, indicating he wanted to teach Cha-cha personally. Under the abbot's guidance, the little one started learning in a proper manner. The little princess was lovable wherever she went. Just now, the abbot of the National Protection Temple personally taught Cha-cha how to say Umitba. The little one was making gestures properly, but in her heart she was thinking, "This grandpa looks even fiercer than the teacher, yet he's not scolding me." However, the abbot was still patiently teaching Cha-cha. Just then, Cha-cha's gaze locked onto the abbot's beard. Images of cotton and noodles instantly appeared in her mind. Indeed, a foodie's world is only about delicious things. Cha-cha was about to reach out and touch it, but was quickly pulled back by the great tyrant. "Cha-cha, you can't do that." The little one scratched her head in slight embarrassment. The kind-looking abbot asked, "Cha-cha, is the little princess interested in this old monk's beard?" The little one nodded to indicate yes. The great tyrant thought to himself, Cha-cha's curiosity is really strong. She's interested in everything. So he took over and said, "Master, my daughter is still young. If she has offended you, please forgive her." The abbot smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Your Majesty, you're too kind. The princess is innocent and adorable. It's natural for young children to be curious about everything." Then the abbot patted Cha-cha's head and said, "This old monk has something even more interesting than a beard. May I give it to the little princess?" Then he had someone bring the mysterious gift and invited Cha-cha to open it herself. The little one got her father's approval. She then reached out and lifted the cloth covering it. A beautiful blue bracelet appeared before Cha-cha's eyes. This item can protect the little princess from misfortune. On this day of the little princess's age, this old monk, on behalf of the entire National Protection Temple, wishes the little princess a happy birthday and all the best. As he spoke, the abbot put the bracelet on Cha-cha's wrist. The little one happily shook her hand. "I love this gift so much. Thank you, Grandpa Abbot." Then Cha-cha ran to ask the great tyrant, "Daddy, look at the bracelet Grandpa Abbot gave me. Isn't it pretty?" The great tyrant happily replied, "It's beautiful. It's beautiful, Cha-cha. The gift from Grandpa Abbot is priceless. Cha-cha must take good care of it. Do you understand?" Cha-cha was very surprised. She stared intently at the bracelet and asked the great tyrant, "So is Grandpa Abbot's gift very expensive?" The great tyrant replied, "Of course. Grandpa Abbot is a highly respected monk at the National Protection Temple. This bracelet contains all the blessings and good fortune. It's worth more than gold." Before the great tyrant could finish speaking, the little one rushed to the abbot and said, "Grandpa Abbot, can you give me a cheaper one instead?" This shocked the abbot. Why would she ask such a thing? Cha-cha explained with an embarrassed look, "Daddy said this gift is too precious. I'm afraid I might be too clumsy and break it. Then I'd be letting down Grandpa Abbot's kind intentions." The kind abbot told Cha-cha not to worry. This item was created to keep the little princess safe. The little princess was already its owner. From now on, how to treat it was entirely up to the little princess. The great tyrant quickly stepped forward and said, Cha-Cha, this is a blessing from the abbot and Buddha. Later, Cha-Cha should go offer some incense to Buddha to thank him for his kindness. The little one agreed with her father, but also thought about the baby in her mother's belly. She wanted to ask Buddha to bless her mother and the baby too. The abbot, hearing this, praised Cha-Cha, saying that for such a young princess to have such filial piety was truly remarkable. In the Buddha hall, the abbot even personally lit incense for Cha-Cha. The little one knelt there, sincerely asking Buddha to bless her mother, little brother or sister, father, crown prince brother, third brother, consort Hua, and little third uncle. She also didn't forget to ask for blessings for Grandpa Abbot, who gave her the gift. Finally, she silently wished for Murong brother to be bullied. Hearing Cha-Cha mention so many people, the great tyrant said, "Cha-Cha, you'll make Buddha very busy this way." Then the abbot approached Cha-Cha and said, "Let this old monk help you put the incense in the burner, little princess." The little one quickly pulled back the incense in her hand, indicating she wanted to do it herself. This little girl, not even as tall as the incense burner, actually wanted to insert the incense herself. Not tall enough, our Cha-Cha stood on her tiptoes to reach. The great tyrant beside her worriedly cautioned, "Cha-Cha, be careful not to fall." With all her might, the little one finally managed to insert the incense. She then put her hands together and made a sincere wish. "Buddha has heard my wish. He will surely bless everyone." The great tyrant stepped forward and lovingly patted Cha-Cha's head. "Let's go, it's time for us to head to the hunting grounds." Then they said goodbye to the abbot. Cha-Cha also politely waved goodbye to the abbot. The abbot said that if the little princess had time, she could often come to the National Protection Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with him. Hearing this, Cha-Cha excitedly clenched her little fists and asked, "Is there good food?" The abbot smiled and said, "This old monk will prepare vegetarian dishes for the little princess." Cha-Cha's mouth was almost watering. "What's vegetarian food? I've never had it before." Then Cha-Cha smiled softly and said, "Okay, it's a deal." The great tyrant couldn't help but praise Cha-Cha. "My daughter is even using idioms now. She's really growing up." Watching the group leave, the abbot called out reluctantly from behind, "Little princess, you must come visit." In the carriage, everyone looked at the adorable Cha-Cha. The little one told Consort Ming that she had just asked Buddha to bless her mother and her little brother or sister. Consort Ming was very pleased. "Our Cha-Cha is so thoughtful." At this moment, the great tyrant held Cha-Cha's hand and asked with a serious face, "Does Cha-Cha only have her mother in her heart? Didn't you make a wish for Daddy?" The little one, in a panic, immediately held up 3 fingers. "Of course I made a wish for Daddy too." The great tyrant curiously asked what wish she made for him. "I wish that Daddy could help all the people live happy lives, and that they could be as happy as I am every day." Hearing this, the great tyrant clapped his hands happily. "Good, good. As expected of Daddy's daughter. At such a young age, you already know to think of the people's welfare." It was truly a wonderful moment. Consort Hua also came closer. "Cha-Cha teased me." The little one hugged Consort Hua tightly. "The wish I made for Consort Hua is that she will win every fight against Daddy." Consort Hua laughed heartily and high-fived Cha-Cha in celebration. "That's great, Cha-Cha. This wish you made is truly wonderful." The great tyrant's face immediately turned serious. "What are you laughing at? It's my kindness that allows you to sit here." Before the great tyrant could get angry, Consort Ning took his hand and said, "Your Majesty, today is Cha-Cha's birthday. We shouldn't get upset." The great tyrant and Consort Ning locked eyes, and his anger instantly disappeared. "Fine, today Cha-Cha can say whatever she wants." Soon, they arrived at the hunting grounds. Seeing such a scene, Cha-Cha nervously hid behind the great tyrant. "There are so many people." The great tyrant quickly picked Cha-Cha up. "For the birthday of a princess of our Yanqi dynasty, it's natural for all civil and military officials to come and congratulate you." However, at this moment, Cha-Cha immediately spotted someone in the crowd. That annoying Heelan-zi. So she sighed and thought to herself, "Forget it. I shouldn't cause trouble for Daddy." At this time, Chongjing and Chongyuan came riding on horses. The little princess was very happy to hear her 2 brothers calling out. She quickly ran over to them. One brother wanted to catch a fox to make a cape for Cha-Cha. while the other wanted to catch a rabbit to roast for her. The little one looked at her two brothers who could ride horses with envy. She turned to the great tyrant and said, "Daddy, I want to ride a horse and catch rabbits too." The great tyrant was shocked to hear this. "You want to ride a horse?" The little one looked at the great tyrant with longing eyes. "Please, Daddy, can I?" The great tyrant broke out in a cold sweat. "But Cha-Cha, you've never ridden a horse before." At this point, Chongyuan spoke up, "Father, let sister ride on my horse. I'll hold her." The little one happily agreed. "Okay." Meanwhile, Chongjing thought that third brother was too clumsy. "Let sister ride on my horse instead." Hearing this, Chongyuan immediately asked his older brother, "Why are you competing with me?" Chongjing replied, "I'm not competing with you. I'm just afraid you might drop sister." Chongyuan anxiously said, "Then let sister choose." Cha-Cha was full of question marks, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Chongyuan reached out his hand to Cha-Cha. Just as the little one was about to grab it, Chongyuan rode his horse over. "Cha-Cha, third brother will take you flying." The great tyrant was quite displeased. Just as Cha-Cha was about to take Chongyuan's hand, he quickly picked Cha-Cha up. "Forget it, neither of them is very reliable. Daddy will take you riding instead." Watching Cha-Cha and the great tyrant walk away, the two brothers could only stare at each other. Cha-Cha, now dressed in riding clothes, excitedly shouted in the great tyrant's arms, horseback riding, horseback riding. Don't rush, Daddy will take you in a moment. You'll get to experience the feeling of galloping on horseback." Consort Ning reminded from the side, "Make sure to hold on tight to Daddy when you're on the horse. Don't let go. Don't move around." She also told the great tyrant to be careful. The great tyrant felt warmth in his heart and couldn't resist giving Consort Ning a kiss. Consort Ning's face turned red with embarrassment. Before she could finish speaking, Cha-Cha suddenly popped up. "Mother, I want a kiss too." This helped ease Consort Ning's embarrassment. The little one planted a kiss on Consort Ning's cheek. "Mother is the best." Then the great tyrant carried Cha-Cha away, assuring that he would protect his daughter well and telling Consort Ning not to worry. After that, the servants brought the horse over. "Cha-Cha, look, this is Daddy's horse." Cha-Cha excitedly exclaimed that Daddy's horse was so tall and impressive. The great tyrant, carrying Cha-Cha, swiftly mounted the horse. He then took the reins and let Cha-Cha hold them. So the little one grabbed the reins with both hands. The great tyrant told Cha-Cha to pull him away. The little one wondered if this would hurt the big horse. The great tyrant laughed and said of course not. After the great tyrant's explanation, the horse began to move forward. Cha-Cha excitedly shouted, "Daddy, the horse is moving." During Cha-Cha's birthday hunt, she actually went missing. Now the hunting time had just begun. The great tyrant, with Cha-Cha on horseback, asked, "Cha-Cha, are you ready? Daddy's going to speed up." Then the horse whip cracked against the horse's body, and the horse started running quickly. Cha-Cha was very happy to see the horse flying. Then the great tyrant turned back and announced to everyone that the hunt had begun. Whoever had the most spoils today would be heavily rewarded. Hearing this, everyone spurred their horses towards the hunting grounds. Seeing such a scene, Cha-Cha was overjoyed. "So this is hunting. When I grow up, I want to hunt too." The great tyrant heard this and immediately agreed. "All right, when Cha-Cha grows up, Daddy will definitely make the best bow and arrow for Cha-Cha." At the same time, the great tyrant secretly rejoiced. It seemed that choosing the hunting grounds outside the palace was indeed a wise decision. In the distance, the carefree prince, while drawing his bow, said, "Cha-Cha, Uncle will roast lamb legs for you tonight." Just then, an arrow whizzed by and hit a sheep. It turned out to be Chongjing who had hit it. Cha-Cha excitedly called out, "Big brother!" Chongjing, who rushed over, said, "Cha-Cha, Big brother will roast lamb legs for you tonight." The little one giggled and pointed at the carefree prince. Little third uncle said the same thing. It was then that Chongjing realized he had taken the carefree prince's prey. He immediately clasped his hands and apologized, saying he didn't know it was third uncle's prey. However, the great tyrant nearby praised Chongjing, saying his swordsmanship had improved. As for the prey, it belongs to whoever catches it first. The carefree prince heard this and was unhappy. "Fine, you protect your favorite son. Then I'll leave." The great tyrant then praised Chongyuan. "I heard you've already caught quite a lot of prey. Not bad. You have my style from back in the day." Cha-Cha also clapped and praised. "Big brother is so amazing." Chongyuan, being praised, felt a bit shy. "But I'm still far behind third uncle's achievements." The great tyrant was pleased to hear Chongjing say this. He would never have said such things before. He's truly grown up now. At this moment, Cha-Cha looked around asking, "Where's third brother?" The great tyrant lovingly cupped Cha-Cha's chubby face and said, Chong Yuan's swordsmanship isn't good. He's probably chasing rabbits and chickens and couldn't keep up. Let's wait for him. So he ordered everyone to rest and regroup. Then the great tyrant took Cha-Cha and rode away. He also took out some sweet water to moisten Cha-Cha's throat. The little one gulped down several mouthfuls. However, looking into the distance the next moment, she thought to herself how vast this hunting ground was. Turning back to the great tyrant, she said, "Daddy, third brother won't get lost, will he?" The great tyrant's face immediately darkened. This child has always been muddle-headed. He doesn't come to this hunting ground often, so it's not impossible for him to get lost. At this moment, Chongjing anxiously came forward and said, "Father Emperor, quickly send troops to search for Chong Yuan. It's about to get dark, and there are fierce beasts in the forest." Hearing this, the great tyrant decisively ordered Yuan Luja to search for Chong Yuan. It was almost dark. Everyone was searching for Chong Yuan. Cha-Cha was also shouting loudly for third brother. Seeing no response, the little one was about to cry from anxiety. At this moment, Chong Yuan's horse suddenly appeared. Chongjing hurriedly ran towards the horse. Yes, this is third brother's horse. But where's Chong Yuan if the horse is here? Seeing only the horse and not Chong Yuan, Cha-Cha instantly burst into loud tears. Even Chong Yuan felt that something was wrong. The great tyrant immediately looked tense. "No, my prince wouldn't be so useless. Keep searching." Just then, Chong Yuan's horse suddenly made a sound. Chong Yuan looked at the horse with hope. "Do you want to lead us to Chong Yuan?" The horse seemed to understand Chong Yuan's words and nodded. So Chong Yuan told the great tyrant that he would take this horse to find third brother. Cha-Cha nearby said she also wanted to go find third brother. Then she turned to the great tyrant with a worried face. "Daddy, let's go together. Otherwise, third brother might be in danger." Then, several people followed the horse's lead to search for Chong Yuan. As they walked, they heard snoring sounds. Then they stopped in their tracks. Cha-Cha pointed to the distance and said, "This sounds like third brother's voice." Then, Chongjing discovered that the snoring was coming from behind a tree. Cha-Cha hurriedly jumped down. She ran forward while calling for third brother. The great tyrant behind her immediately changed his expression, thinking to himself, "This brat is actually hiding here, taking a nap." At this moment, Cha-Cha came to Chong Yuan's side, happily calling out, "Third brother, we finally found you." Hearing Cha-Cha's call, Chong Yuan finally opened his eyes and said groggily, "Cha-Cha, why are you here?" The little one told him, "Big brother, Daddy, and I came to find you together. We were all very worried about you." Chong Yuan was thunderstruck. "What? Father Emperor is here too." Cha-Cha pointed not far away. "Daddy is right there." Then the great tyrant walked over. Chong Yuan was so scared he was speechless. Cha-Cha, completely unaware that the great tyrant was angry, held Chong Yuan's hand and said, "Brother, we searched for you for so long before finding you. Your horse came to find us on its own." Before Cha-Cha could finish, the great tyrant angrily called out Chong Yuan's name. Facing the furious great tyrant, Chong Yuan stammered, Father Emperor, your son knows he was wrong." The great tyrant said coldly, "Since you're awake now, there will be a wrestling match between soldiers later, to add color to your sister's birthday. You go back and prepare to participate too. I want to see how much you've improved these days." When Chong Yuan heard this, images instantly flashed through his mind. He trembled in fear. Since Muronging left, he hadn't practiced anything at all. If he were to wrestle with those battle-hardened soldiers, he would be crushed in no time. He might not even be able to stand up to attend his sister's birthday banquet. Then, with an embarrassed face, he said, Father Emperor, can we discuss this? Can you change the punishment for your son? Your son will willingly accept any other punishment." The great tyrant smiled slyly. "Change it? Are you sure?" Chong Yuan felt there was hope. There was actually an alternative. But the great tyrant told him, "The Western barbarians have long admired our Yanqi. They've always wanted to form a marriage alliance. Why don't you go be their son-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Chong Yuan quickly grabbed Cha-Cha, saying he wouldn't go so far to the Western barbarians. If he went, he would never see his sister again. Cha-Cha now had a puzzled look. What kind of horse is a son-in-law? Is it as beautiful as Daddy's horse? Why does third brother have to be a horse? Looking at his adorable sister, Chong Yuan said, "Fine, let's wrestle then. It shouldn't kill me. No matter what, I want to stay with my sister." The group found Chong Yuan and set off to return. Seeing Chong Yuan covered in cold sweat, Chongjing said, "Don't worry. I'll go talk to those soldiers first. I'll tell them not to be too rough." However, at this moment, Cha-Cha asked the great tyrant with a puzzled look, "Daddy, What is wrestling for? Wrestling is when two people fight with bare hands. Whoever throws the other down first scores a point. Cha-Cha suddenly became a bit worried. If brother gets thrown down, won't it hurt a lot? The great Tyrant warmly explained to Cha-Cha. Now brother hurts. Daddy wants him to learn a lesson. The little one seemed to understand Daddy's meaning. So if one day brother encounters danger outside and gets hurt with no one to protect him, does brother have to rely on himself? Suddenly, some vague memories flooded into Cha-Cha's mind. So Daddy is letting brother suffer a bit now. So brother will work hard and improve himself. This way, he can become a real man. Then she cheered. I want brother to become a real man. Then the great Tyrant told Cha-Cha to cooperate with him later. So the two high-fived, happily deciding. Afterwards, they arrived at the hunting ground. Chongyuan looked at the arena, trembling. It's over, it's over. I'm really done for this time. Under the great Tyrant's gaze, Chongyuan changed into battle robes and stood at the foot of the arena. But he saw soldiers with muscles all over their bodies. Looking down at himself, he saw a belly full of white fat. This was simply public execution. Looking at the soldiers eyeing him fiercely on the arena, Chongyuan was instantly dumbfounded. This is it. I'm going to be beaten to death. Cha-Cha, however, cheered for Chongyuan from the side. Third brother, you can do it. Third brother is a real man. Chongyuan thought about how badly he might be beaten. He thought, Cha-Cha believes in me so much. If I get beaten too badly later, she'll be disappointed. Then, holding Cha-Cha's hand, he said nervously, brother will try hard not to be beaten too badly. But, Cha-Cha, don't have too high expectations for brother. Chongjing nearby was very displeased hearing this. Your sister is kindly cheering for you. What kind of talk is this? Then he reached out and pinched Chongyuan's love handles. You and I are princes of Yanqi. Stand up straight. Even if your skills are inferior, you can't lose in spirit. Chongyuan tactlessly said, easy for you to say. Why don't you go up if you're so capable? Chongjing replied, if I wasn't afraid of angering Father Emperor, I'd really want to go up in your place. Save us from watching you embarrass yourself. Seeing her two brothers arguing endlessly, Cha-Cha quickly stepped forward to stop them. Don't fight. Big brother clearly came to cheer for third brother. Why are you arguing again? Chongyuan said Big Brother wasn't that kind-hearted, but Cha-Cha retorted, but when third brother was missing, Big Brother was also very worried. It was Big Brother who found your horse. Hearing this, Chongyuan immediately became agitated. What? So he's the one who exposed me to Father Emperor? Chongjing was exasperated. He picked up Cha-Cha, saying, no wonder Father Emperor always says Cha-Cha is sensible. Some people are just unreasonable. Just then, someone on the arena called out, Third Prince Chongyuan, everything is ready. It's your turn to go up. Everyone turned their gaze towards the arena. Seeing Chongyuan about to go up, Cha-Cha happily cheered for him. Chongyuan stood on the arena, looking weak and frail. Below, Cha-Cha was still cheering for Chongyuan. Third brother, you're the fattest. Suddenly, there was a loud gong sound that startled Chongyuan greatly. It's uncertain whether Chongyuan can handle the strong soldiers. Chongyuan was startled by the gong sound. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Facing the burly soldier, Chongyuan seemed a bit timid. At this moment, Cha-Cha walked up to the arena. She fiercely pointed at the crowd below and shouted, what are you laughing at? Third brother will definitely win. Even Chongyuan spoke up angrily. Those who want to laugh, fight me first. I guarantee I'll give you enough to laugh about. At the same time, Chongjing also cheered for Chongyuan on the arena. Hearing his big brother cheering for him, Chongyuan suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Even the great Tyrant nearby felt that Chongjing was different from before. At this time, Consort Hua also started cheering for Chongyuan. Son, don't be afraid. Fight well. King Xiaoyao also encouraged Chongyuan not to be cowardly. You can do it. Seeing so many people below believing in him and supporting him, Chongyuan thought, what else is there to fear? So a fire ignited in his heart. Don't worry, everyone. I'm ready now. He thought even if he loses, so what? At least he dared to try. As the match gong sounded, Chongyuan approached the soldier. Looking at the strong soldier before him, Chongyuan was still somewhat timid. Cold sweat flowed from nervousness. Fighting him, I might as well be dead. Facing the soldier's advancing steps, Chong Yuan felt intense pressure. Clenching his fists, he thought, no, I can't retreat. I can't lose face. Cha-Cha below, seeing such a scene, was very worried for her third brother. Chong Yuan, already at a physical disadvantage, was unnerved by the soldier's gaze. He nervously said, don't dash. Don't hit the face. The soldier respectfully bowed to Chong Yuan. Third prince, excuse me. Then the match began. The soldier suddenly threw a punch, sending Chong Yuan flying. Cha-Cha, with tears in her eyes, worriedly called out, third brother. Chong Yuan, lying on the ground, was very embarrassed, indicating he was still okay. Just then, the soldier rushed forward and grabbed Chong Yuan's throat in a chokehold. Seeing this, Chong Yuan quickly struggled to break free, angrily shouting, let go! Below the arena, the great tyrant also became nervous, silently urging Chong Yuan, fight back, fight back. Ming Fei also had a worried expression. This soldier clearly knew he was sparring with a prince, yet he showed no restraint. The great tyrant patted consort Ning's shoulder, explaining, I was afraid they would go easy on him, so I had Li Yu announce earlier that if they could defeat Chong Yuan, I would promote them. Cha-Cha shouted loudly, third brother, you can do it. At this point, Chong Yuan was already in the soldier's chokehold. Seeing Chong Yuan in such distress, Cha-Cha had already shed tears of worry, thinking, if this continues, will third brother be choked to death? Nearby, Chongjing also became concerned. If you really can't win, just admit defeat. No one will laugh at you. Chong Yuan, struggling to breathe, said intermittently, sister, don't cry. Don't cry on your birthday. For my sister, I'll give it my all. He then forcefully pushed away the soldier's arm. Cha-Cha was very happy at this. I knew third brother could do it. Hearing Cha-Cha's encouragement, Chong Yuan said he would definitely prove he wasn't useless. Just as Chong Yuan was distracted, the soldier locked his throat again. At this moment, Cha-Cha hurriedly shouted, stop choking third brother. Hearing Cha-Cha's words, the soldier was also somewhat distracted, thinking, oh no, the little princess is angry. At this moment, Chong Yuan saw an opportunity. He quickly broke free from the soldier. What will we do next? To prove he's not weak, Chong Yuan is really giving it his all. Seeing the soldier distracted, he immediately rushed behind him. With a running start, he leaped and pinned the soldier down. This move truly shocked everyone. Cha-Cha exclaimed, brother is so amazing. Even the great tyrant, seeing Chong Yuan's effort, repeatedly praised him. Chong Yuan was seen wrapping his body around the soldier, shouting loudly, I'm not weak. Then he forcefully threw the soldier to the ground. The soldier, pinned down by Chong Yuan, struggled hard to escape. Chong Yuan immediately locked the soldier's throat, who also wanted to run. At this point, the soldier was forcefully pushing Chong Yuan's arm. In this stalemate, Chong Yuan was drenched in sweat, thinking, oh no, I'm running out of strength. Cha-Cha, seeing the soldier about to break free from Chong Yuan, was very worried. Chong Yuan, using all his strength, said he absolutely couldn't lose. The little one below the arena, with a serious expression, shouted loudly, brother. Hearing Cha-Cha's voice, Chong Yuan was now full of confidence. Sister, watch your brother carefully from below. Your brother will definitely win. However, seeing Chong Yuan struggling so hard, Cha-Cha cried out of worry. I don't want brother to compete. Brother, let's not compete anymore. Meanwhile, Cha-Cha thought to herself, Father, although I promised you to make brother a real man, I don't want to see brother being beaten on the arena. All of Cha-Cha's actions were observed by the great tyrant. He quickly shouted, Chong Yuan, if you can't continue now, I won't blame you. Locked in a stalemate with the soldier, Chong Yuan replied, I won't give up. At this moment, Cha-Cha was about to walk onto the arena, but she was pulled back by Chongjing. Cha-Cha, Chong Yuan is a man. Let him do what he wants. Suddenly, Chong Yuan threw a punch at the soldier. I'm a man. I won't lose. When Chong Yuan struck again, the soldier caught both his hands. He was controlled by the soldier. Then the soldier forcefully threw Chong Yuan to the ground. Seeing this, Cha-Cha quickly said to the soldier, What are you doing? You should retreat. Retreat. The soldier, hearing this, was embarrassed and at a loss for words. At this time, Chong Yuan had stood up. He thought to himself, I must win. I need to prove myself to my sister, father, and mother. Looking at the burly soldier in front of him, Chong Yuan noticed that although he was strong, he wasn't very agile. He quickly darted behind the soldier and immediately kicked at his heel. The soldier instantly lost his balance. Chong Yuan jumped up and struck him, causing the soldier to cry out in pain. The great tyrant stood up excitedly. Good, well done. At this moment, Chong Yuan pinned the soldier to the ground, shouting, I will win. Below the arena, Cha-Cha and Chong-Jing watched the silhouettes with concern. Just then, the soldier suddenly struck Chong-Yuan with his hand. Chong-Yuan quickly backed away. He was now out of strength, but the soldier still seemed energetic. He then tore off the cloak on his chest. Then he directly head-butted the soldier's abdomen. This is my last resort. Unexpectedly, the soldier was in agony from Chong-Yuan's headbutt. Taking advantage of the soldier's pain, he grabbed his arm. Using all his strength, he lifted the soldier forcefully. With a loud thud, the soldier was slammed hard onto the ground. At this point, Chong-Yuan sat down exhausted, panting as he said, "Cha-Cha, third brother won." Cha-Cha ran towards the arena, shouting, "Third brother!" The crowd below cheered for Chong-Yuan. "Third prince, well done. Third prince is not weak." Cha-Cha ran over and gave Chong-Yuan a kiss. "Third brother, you're the best." At the same time, Chong-Jing also gave a thumbs up, praising Chong-Yuan. Then Chong-Yuan was helped up by Chong-Jing. He shyly said to the great tyrant, "Father, your son didn't disappoint you." The great tyrant was very pleased. "Not bad. You've grown up. Starting next month, you'll train in the military camp. Accumulate more military merits in the future, and you can share my burdens. Become a qualified heir." Hearing the great tyrant say this, people below started discussing. Could it be that His Majesty wants to change the crown prince? Then the great tyrant asked Chong-Jing, "You're Chong-Yuan's elder brother. What do you think of my intention?" It's unknown how Chong-Jing will respond. The great tyrant actually wants to make Chong-Yuan the heir. This statement shocked everyone. He then asked Chong-Yuan what he thought. Before Chong-Yuan could answer, Chong-Yuan collapsed on the spot in fright. With a shocked expression, he said, "Father, don't joke with me. You know what I'm like." This confused Cha-Cha, who was standing nearby. "Isn't the crown prince big brother? How can third brother also be the crown prince?" At this moment, Chong-Jing calmly spoke. "Father, third brother has an unyielding spirit. He can unleash his strength in adversity. He is indeed good material for the military." The great tyrant glanced at him. Then Chong-Jing continued to express his view. "However, third brother still has much to learn. More than military achievements, he needs experience in governance." Hearing him speak like this, Chong-Yuan felt helpless. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" The great tyrant, however, agreed that Chong-Jing had a point. Then Chong-Jing spoke again. "Father, I have more to say. I believe third brother is not suitable to be the ruler of Chu." Chong-Yuan agreed. Big brother is right. However, the great tyrant asked Chong-Jing to continue. Chong-Jing stated that third brother was brave, but lacked steadiness, and was impulsive. A ruler of a country cannot be like this. Before Chong-Jing could finish, the great tyrant waved his hand to stop him. "All right, I know, Chong-Jing, you've learned to speak the truth and no longer scheme behind my back. I'm very pleased." Hearing this, Chong-Jing's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. The great tyrant smiled and said, "Chong-Yuan, you've surprised me today. But you should understand that as a prince, you still have a long way to go. You still need to go to the military camp. Train well. Don't disappoint my expectations of you." Hearing this, Chong-Yuan finally relaxed. "So father was just testing me." At this moment, the great tyrant transformed into a kind old father, gently stroking Cha-Cha's chubby face. "When it comes to being obedient and not causing me worry, it's still Cha-Cha." Then everyone returned to their tents. Chong-Jing was applying medicine to Chong-Yuan, who kept telling him to be gentle because of the pain. This made Chong-Jing a bit impatient. He slapped Chong-Yuan's wound, saying, "You're howling over this small injury. If you ever go to the battlefield, you'll be in for a tough time." Just then, Cha-Cha came in, poking her little head in and calling out, "Brothers!" She had brought a bunch of snacks in her clothes, smiling and saying, "I brought you some treats." This touched Chong-Yuan deeply. "Little sister is the best." Cha-Cha picked up a snack and was about to feed Chong-Yuan. Seeing this, Chong-Jing gave Chong-Yuan another slap, scolding, "Lie still. I haven't finished applying the medicine. What are you eating?" Then he continued applying the medicine somewhat roughly, reminding him, "Your sister is here. Don't embarrass yourself." Chong-Yuan, enduring the pain, replied, "You don't need to tell me. I want my sister to know that I, third brother, am also a man." Seeing Chong-Yuan injured, Cha-Cha felt very sorry for him. Third brother must be in a lot of pain. Chong-Yuan, sweating from the pain, comforted Cha-Cha. "This small injury is nothing. Third brother will have to go to the battlefield in the future. Don't worry, sister. Your brother is very strong." At this moment, Cha-Cha said to Chong-Yuan, "Brother, I'm sorry." This surprised Chong-Yuan. "Why are you apologizing to brother?" The little one, with tears in her eyes, said, "If I could have stopped brother from competing, brother wouldn't have been hurt." Hearing this, Chong Yuan felt touched. He held Cha-Cha's hand and said, "How could this be sister's fault? Besides, didn't brother win?" Then Cha-Cha asked Chong Jing, "Big brother, can I apply medicine for third brother?" "Of course you can." Cha-Cha carefully applied the medicine to Chong Yuan, who enjoyed it very much. Sister's touch is gentler. Cha-Cha, don't be sad anymore. Actually, it's not that brother couldn't win. It's all because of that Murong Ying. She's supposed to be my master, but she didn't teach me any powerful moves. What a little brat. When Cha-Cha heard Chong Yuan speaking ill of Murong Ying, she immediately became unhappy. "Third brother, why are you scolding brothering? This has nothing to do with him." Upon hearing this, Chong Jing and Chong Yuan felt uneasy. "Sister, how can you call that Murong Ying boy brothering?" Cha-Cha waved her hand, indicating she wouldn't call him brothering. "Then what should I call him? I'm not his empress yet, so I can't call him husband." Because the little princess was defending Murong Ying in front of her brothers, it provoked them to curse at Murong Ying. Cha-Cha looked at them confused. "Brothers, what are you saying?" At this moment, Chong Jing grabbed Cha-Cha and said, "Sister, don't listen to Murong Ying's nonsense." "What empress? Wait until he becomes the emperor of Xia to talk about that." "No, even if he's the king of Xia, he can't have designs on you." At the same time, Chong Yuan chimed in, "Cha-Cha, what's so good about that stinky boy? What else did he say to you?" Cha-Cha said seriously, "Brothering told me to wait for him. He said he would definitely come back." As she spoke, she took out the token in her hand. "Look, Brothering gave me this. He said if I'm ever in danger, I just need to blow this whistle, and he'll hear it and come save me." Hearing this, Chong Yuan became very angry. "Sister, listen to your brother. Murong Ying is an arrogant and conceited brat. I can't watch you be deceived by him. Forget about him quickly." At this time, Chong Jing hugged Cha-Cha tightly. "Sister, you're still young. Don't be fooled by him. Don't trust him just because Murong Ying looks good. The better looking the man, the more deceptive he is." Cha-Cha said awkwardly, "Brother, you're suffocating me." Hearing this, Chong Jing quickly released Cha-Cha. "Sister, you must listen to your brother. Men understand men best." Nearby, Chong Yuan, trying to dispel Cha-Cha's thoughts, reached out to her saying, "This whistle is so ugly. Let's not keep it. Third brother will buy you a new one." The little one quickly clutched the whistle tightly. No, don't take it." Then she angrily ran away, silently cursing in her heart. Seeing Cha-Cha run away, Chong Yuan felt unsatisfied. He quickly stood up, preparing to chase after her. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Ming Fei and Hua Fei, who had come to visit him. He awkwardly called out, "Ning, consort Ning." Hua Fei, seeing her son bump into consort Ning, became very angry. She grabbed Chong Yuan's ear and scolded him. "You brat, how dare you take advantage of my sister consort Ning? I see you don't want to live anymore." Unexpectedly, Chong Yuan hugged consort Ning and burst into tears. "Consort Ning, you must persuade sister. We absolutely cannot let her fall for Murong Ning's tricks." Consort Ning smiled and was about to help Chong Yuan up to speak, but was stopped by Hua Fei. "You still want my sister Consort Ning to help you up? Get up by yourself quickly." Seeing this, Chong Jing quickly helped Chong Yuan up. Consort Ning gently stroked Chong Yuan's head and said, "Chong Yuan, I know you're doing everything for Cha-Cha's good. But while doing what's best for Cha-Cha, we also need to understand Cha-Cha's own thoughts. Although Cha-Cha is young, she also has the ability to discern right from wrong. We should respect her own thoughts." Hearing this, the two brothers felt ashamed. Cha-Cha, protecting her whistle, told Chong Yuan, "Third brother, respect Cha-Cha. Third brother is not allowed to snatch it anymore." At this time, Chong Jing spoke. "Consort Ming is right. Cha-Cha has her own judgment. As long as we brothers work hard to improve ourselves and become role models of manhood, letting Cha-Cha see what is truly outstanding, she naturally won't be easily deceived in the future." Chong Yuan immediately agreed. "Big brother is right. We should be role models." However, Chong Yuan now looked at Chong Yuan with disdain. "I can do it, but whether you can is another story." Hearing this, Chong Yuan instantly felt competitive. "What's wrong with me? I could be a man too, for Cha-Cha's sake. So she won't be deceived by scumbags in the future. I'll do anything." "Cha-Cha, third brother won't deceive you. In the future, I'll definitely make you proud of your third brother." Cha-Cha immediately cheered for Chong Yuan. "Third brother, go for it. I believe in you." At this time, Chong Jing calmly said, "For Cha-Cha's sake, we all need to work hard. Previously, Murong Ying taught you martial arts. Now that he's gone back, I'll personally supervise your martial arts training from now on. Let's study hard together. Chong Yuan immediately pictured the scene in his mind. He was terrified. Big Brother was far more frightening than Murong Ying. However, Cha-Cha felt this idea wasn't enough. She said she would also accompany Third Brother and Big Brother. We're the happy three siblings, never to be separated. Chong Jing was going to personally supervise Chong Yuan's martial arts training. This terrified Chong Yuan. Cha-Cha heard this and strongly agreed. She also wanted to accompany Third Brother and Big Brother. Then she reached out her hand to pinky swear with her brothers. Seeing Cha-Cha say this, Chong Yuan instantly forgot his previous fear and happily pinky sweared with Cha-Cha. Good sister, Third Brother will be with you for life. At the same time, Chongjing also held onto their fingers, expressing that he would always protect Cha-Cha. The three siblings happily made their pinky promise. Nearby, Hua Fei saw this scene and felt very gratified. Chong Yuan had finally grown up. Just then, Eunuch Li arrived. My lords, the banquet is about to begin. His Majesty asked me to invite the consorts and the little princess. When Cha-Cha heard this, she happily jumped into Consort Ming's arms to eat meat. Then Cha-Cha arrived at the banquet scene. A table full of delicious food caught Cha-Cha's eye. She picked up her favorite meat and started eating big mouthfuls. At this time, Prince Xiao Yao came over. Cha-Cha, this venison was personally hunted and roasted by your royal uncle for you. Try it quickly. Cha-Cha picked up a piece and savored it carefully. Then Chongjing also came to feed Cha-Cha. Sister, this deer meat is marinated in sauce tribute from the western regions. The little one gobbled it up in one bite. Then Chong Yuan came over carrying meatballs. This time Third Brother didn't catch anything. Next time I'll definitely catch the biggest pig for Cha-Cha. You can eat it however you like. Chongjing heard this and smacked Chong Yuan. Since when are there pigs in the hunting grounds? The great tyrant, seeing the scene so chaotic, shouted loudly, all of you go back to your seats. Don't block Cha-Cha's way. Just then, with the sound of fireworks, the dragon dance performance also began. Cha-Cha was very excited to see such a lively scene. She kept exclaiming, "How fun!" and clapping her hands in approval. At this moment, the two dragon heads were approaching a large sphere. With a bang, the sphere suddenly burst open. A ribbon appeared, with the words, "Happy Birthday to the Little Princess," written on it. Cha-Cha was overjoyed to see this. The great tyrant quickly asked, "How is it? Does Cha-Cha like it?" Cha-Cha pointed seriously at the characters and asked, "Daddy, what does it say there?" The great tyrant was stunned. She couldn't read, but was so happy. At this time, the performer holding the banner shouted loudly, wishing the little princess all the best and blessings in life. The great tyrant nearby told Cha-Cha, "Everyone is wishing you a happy birthday." Cha-Cha finally understood. Then she happily waved her little chubby hands to express her thanks. At this time, the great tyrant asked Eunuch Li to prepare rewards for Cha-Cha. If Cha-Cha likes it, then reward them generously. Then the great tyrant threw out the treasures. After catching the treasures, the performers immediately knelt down to thank His Majesty and the little princess. Seeing this, Cha-Cha looked shocked and said, "Eunuch, please give these to them. Don't let Daddy throw them down anymore. It might hit someone." Eunuch Li silently marveled to himself. The little princess is truly so kind-hearted. Even the great tyrant proudly praised his daughter. At such a young age, she already has a heart that cares for all people, truly worthy of being my child. However, on the other side of the tent, Consort Hui appeared weak and frail. She said she wasn't feeling well and asked her maid to take good care of her. She would return to the tent to rest and watch. After the maid left, Consort Hui entered the tent. Just as she lifted the curtain, a green leaf fluttered down. Consort Hui immediately grabbed it. Looking at the leaf in her hand, she seemed lost in thought. Then Consort Hui changed into a maid's clothes. She looked around, making sure no one was there before walking out. She was seen going to a grove by the river, meeting a mysterious person. It turned out Consort Hui was meeting Helancy. She politely greeted Helancy. Unexpectedly, Helancy slapped her hard across the face, angrily calling her useless. Consort Hui fell to the ground, wanting to speak but hesitating, looking innocent. However, at this moment, Helancy grabbed her by the throat, fiercely questioning her. "Tell me, what is your purpose for existing?" Consort Hui stammered, "To be Lord Helan's wife." Helancy didn't let up, still wearing a fierce expression. "Back then, I saved you from those bandits just to send you into the palace to be my spy. After all these years, you've been completely useless. Consort Hui, struggling to breathe under Elancey's grip, said, Lord Elan, I've already taken care of Consort Ning and her daughter. In the future. Before she could finish, Elancey threw her to the ground. At least you're still somewhat clever. This is a warning. Keep a close eye on things in the palace. If you're this useless again, I won't keep you around. Consort Hui watched helplessly as Elancey left. A tear rolled down her cheek. Lord Elan, after all these years, am I just a wife to you? Consort Hui never expected Elancey would treat her like this. Afterwards, Consort Hui quietly returned to her tent. She happened to overhear the conversation between the Great Tyrant and others. The Great Tyrant was asking Cha-Cha if she enjoyed the party. Besides the performances, they had also prepared gifts for Cha-Cha. Everyone was laughing and talking. Consort Hui felt resentful. It's all because of you that Lord Elan despises me. Just wait, I'll make sure you can't laugh anymore. Then the Great Tyrant took Cha-Cha back to the tent. The little one suddenly seemed to see something and was very surprised. It turned out to be a shining night pearl. Cha-Cha exclaimed, What a big round egg! The Great Tyrant smiled and told Cha-Cha, This is a night pearl. Your royal grandmother had people find it from Hainan. Then Consort Hua and Chongyuan also brought out their gifts. The little one happily looked at the patterns on the lantern. Ha, he's like me with lots of meat. Then the Great Tyrant gently told Cha-Cha, The gifts from everyone are on the table. Go take a look. Cha-Cha's eyes immediately fixed on the night pearl. How much meat can this be exchanged for? Indeed, a foodie only has eyes for delicious things. After looking at all the gifts, Cha-Cha poked her chin and asked with a puzzled expression, Where are the gifts from Daddy and Mommy? The Great Tyrant replied seriously, The gifts from Daddy and Mommy are naturally different from these. Then he had Eunuch Li bring them up. Consort Hua teased, Your Majesty, what can fit in such a small box? You're not just trying to get by on Cha-Cha's birthday, are you? Hearing this, the Great Tyrant's face changed immediately. One more word, and you can get out. Always trying to drive a wedge between me and my daughter. Seeing the Great Tyrant angry, Consort Hua quickly covered her mouth. The Great Tyrant took the box from Eunuch Lin's hands. His face instantly changed to a smile as he said to Cha-Cha, Now we have priceless treasures. All that's left is the best gift prepared by Daddy and Mommy for Cha-Cha. The little one's eyes were full of anticipation. What could be the best gift? The Great Tyrant told Cha-Cha to open the box herself. Cha-Cha glanced at Consort Ning. Consort Ning indicated that Cha-Cha should open it herself. At this moment, the Great Tyrant and Consort Ning were secretly delighted, thinking Cha-Cha would surely love this gift. Even Consort Hua and Chongyuan curiously leaned in. What could it be? The moment of truth had arrived. With a click, Cha-Cha opened the box. What gift did the Great Tyrant and Consort Ning give Cha-Cha? When Cha-Cha opened the gift box, she was very surprised. The Great Tyrant quickly asked, Cha-Cha, do you like the gift from Daddy and Mommy? The little one's expression was now serious and hard to read. Consort Hua suddenly squeezed in. What is it? It turned out Consort Hua took out 2 books. They were clearly labeled 5 years of national studies and 3 years of arithmetic. Consort Hua immediately lost her composure and shouted at the Great Tyrant, Your Majesty, is this what you and Consort Ning prepared for so long as the grand finale gift? I think taking Cha-Cha out for a meal would have been more practical. The Great Tyrant awkwardly retorted, What do you know? How can a meal compare to the gift carefully prepared by me and Wanwan? He then handed the books to Cha-Cha. With these 2 books, I guarantee Cha-Cha's academic performance will improve rapidly. Cha-Cha, do you like the gift from Mommy and Daddy? Cha-Cha, at this moment, thought to herself, I really can't with you too, but just smiled silently. She wanted to find a mouse hole to crawl into. Chongyuan, seeing this, laughed out loud. Do you even need to ask? Of course sister doesn't like it. Who would like to receive textbooks on their birthday? Ha! Yunfei suddenly panicked. Cha-Cha doesn't like it? At this moment, the Great Tyrant angrily grabbed Chongyuan's ear. If Cha-Cha doesn't like it, I'll give you 10 sets of textbooks. You can write them for me every day. Chongyuan immediately covered his mouth, indicating he wouldn't dare say more. Cha-Cha was also at a loss for words. It seemed receiving the night pearl came at a price, and that price was the love from her dear parents. Then the Great Tyrant pulled Cha-Cha over and asked seriously, Do you like the gift from Daddy and Mommy? Cha-Cha stared blankly at the Great Tyrant and just called out Daddy. The Great Tyrant, however, was full of anticipation waiting for Cha-Cha's answer. The little one turned her head away, indicating her refusal to answer this question. The Great Tyrant was thunderstruck at this moment. It's over. His daughter actually doesn't like this gift. He looked up at Consort Ning, seeking help. However, Consort Ning turned her gaze away. This idea was originally His Majesty's. Now that their daughter doesn't like it, His Majesty should think about what to do himself. With no other choice, the great tyrant had to forcefully explain to Cha-Cha, "This is Daddy and Mommy's love." The little one strongly expressed, "Don't come near me." Suddenly, a loud boom came from outside. The great tyrant quickly threw the books on the ground. He embraced Cha-Cha tightly. At the same time, Consort Hua hugged Consort Ning, saying, "Sister, don't be afraid." At this moment, there was chaos and commotion outside. The great tyrant ordered Eunuch Lee to go check what had happened. Cha-Cha, frightened by the loud noise, nestled in the great tyrant's arms. The great tyrant comforted her warmly. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Daddy's here." Then he quickly asked if Consort Ning was scared. Consort Ning, with an embarrassed face, said she was fine. Just then, Eunuch Lee rushed in hurriedly. "Your Majesty, it's terrible. Lord Heelan Sea's tent has caught fire. They're conducting emergency rescue now." The great tyrant handed Cha-Cha to Consort Lin, preparing to go see for himself. Then the great tyrant left the tent with Eunuch Lee. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he encountered Chongjing coming towards him. Seeing such a big fire, one wonders what exactly happened. Looking at the intense fire, the great tyrant thought to himself, wondering what could have occurred. Then Chongjing reported to the great tyrant that it was an explosion in the Chancellor's tent that caused the big fire. The great tyrant looked at the spreading fire, deep in thought. Then he asked Chongjing about Lord Heelan Sea. Chongjing said the incident happened suddenly, and they hadn't found him yet. Before Chongjing could finish, someone came to report that they had found Lord Heelan. As a result, the guards carried out a burnt corpse. The great tyrant was very surprised. He believed it was absolutely impossible. Then Chongjing prepared to step forward to verify. After lifting the curtain and looking, he told the great tyrant that the official robe was indeed the Chancellor's. After the banquet ended, the Chancellor had returned to rest. That's when he met with misfortune. Then the great tyrant seriously asked the guards, "Aren't there dedicated people watching each tent? How could an explosion occur?" From the guards' account, they learned that gunpowder was found near Heelan Sea's tent. The great tyrant realized that someone deliberately tried to take Heelan Sea's life. He immediately ordered the tent to be sealed off and suspicious individuals to be investigated as quickly as possible. At this moment, the great tyrant clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Such a dangerous person was in the camp, and I didn't even notice." Just then, Chon Yuan ran over hurriedly. "Father, Cha-Cha is scared and can't be comforted no matter what." The great tyrant immediately ordered someone to call for a doctor. Chon Yuan beside him said it's very scary here and asked the great tyrant to quickly go see his sister. So the great tyrant rushed back to check on Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha said, "Daddy, you're back." The little one was seen covering her ears with both hands, asking the great tyrant Daddy with a choked voice, "Is there still thunder?" The great tyrant gently comforted her. "Be good, there's no more thunder. No more." The little one immediately threw herself into the great tyrant's arms. The great tyrant encouraged, "Cha-Cha is the bravest." Hearing her daddy's encouragement, Cha-Cha wasn't so scared anymore. She asked her daddy in a cute voice, "Why was there such loud thunder?" The old father kindly told her, "Because there are bad people. The heavens want to punish the bad people. They use thunder to strike them." Cha-Cha said seriously, "But I'm not a bad child. This still scares me. With Daddy here, Daddy will protect you. Don't be afraid." At this time, Consort Ning came over. "Cha-Cha, let Daddy go take care of things. Mother will keep you company." But the little one hugged the great tyrant's neck tightly. "I want Daddy to hold me." At this moment, Cha-Cha yawned in the great tyrant's arms. Soon, she fell asleep. Consort Ming took the sleeping Cha-Cha and with a worried face, asked the great tyrant what exactly had happened. The great tyrant told Consort Ming about the explosion in Heelan Sea's tent, saying he would catch the culprit as soon as possible. Consort Ming was a bit surprised after hearing this. At this moment, Chongjing's voice came from outside. Chongjing told the great tyrant that he had found out that during the banquet, 3 officials had left their seats. 1 was sobering up, 2 were using the restroom, but they quickly returned to the banquet and didn't have time to commit the crime. Also, Consort Hui left and never returned. The great tyrant became serious upon hearing this. He immediately ordered people to guard Consort Hui's tent. However, Consort Hui was depressed because of Heelan Sea's misfortune. It must be the Emperor who plotted to kill Lord Heelan. He was jealous of Lord Heelan's talent. That's why he did such a vicious thing. Suddenly, Consort Huey's maid rushed in. "My lady, our tent is surrounded by the Imperial Guards." Consort Hui immediately wiped away her tears. With a flattering face, she said, "What's there to be afraid of? I wonder who exactly poisoned Lord Heelan." To investigate Heelan C's death in the fire, the Great Tyrant ordered Consort Huey's tent to be surrounded. Then the Great Tyrant went to Consort Huey's quarters. As soon as he entered, he went straight to the point. "Heelan Ci has passed away. I heard you left during the banquet. What happened?" Consort Hui pretended to be weak and replied to the Great Tyrant. This concubine was feeling unwell and came back to rest. "I didn't go out." The Great Tyrant was suspicious in his heart. He learned from the guards that she indeed didn't go out again, but he still had doubts. "It seems I was careless. The consort's body is weak. She shouldn't have come to the hunting grounds in the first place." Before the Great Tyrant could finish, Cha-Cha rushed over. "Daddy, little brother and little sister are not feeling well. Mother is in pain." The Great Tyrant quickly asked Cha-Cha, "Weren't you asleep? What exactly happened to your mother?" Learning that Consort Ning had a stomachache, the Great Tyrant immediately ordered someone to fetch the Imperial doctor. Then, Cha-Cha went back to Consort Ning's tent with the Great Tyrant. After examining Consort Ning, the Imperial doctor said, "The consort is overly worried, affecting the fetus. I will prescribe some medicine for the consort. After taking it and resting carefully, she will be fine." Hearing this, the Great Tyrant ordered Eunuch Li to personally brew the medicine for Consort Ning. But in his heart, he regretted telling Wanwan about the explosion incident. Then he took Ming Fei's hand and said, "I'm sorry. Wanwan, it's all shocking. You were worried. We'll return to the palace at dawn." Ming Fei told the Great Tyrant not to worry and to quickly handle the important matters. Just then, Cha-Cha suddenly popped up, slapping away the Great Tyrant's hand. "Don't move! Don't move! The doctor said Mother shouldn't move. Daddy should listen to Mother. Go handle the important matters quickly. Don't let Mother worry, okay?" The Great Tyrant poked Cha-Cha's nose. "Daddy's not leaving. Daddy's worried about your mother too. But if Daddy doesn't go handle important matters, Mother will worry. If Mother worries, she'll feel unwell. Little brother and little sister will feel unwell too." The Great Tyrant covered Cha-Cha's mouth. "Stop talking. Daddy wants to stay and take care of your mother." At this moment, Eunuch Li brought the brewed medicine. The Great Tyrant took the bowl. He then embraced Consort Ning. "Wanwan, I'll drink the medicine for you." As the two were enjoying this moment, Cha-Cha popped up again. "Wait a minute." The Great Tyrant was very helpless. "What is it now, Cha-Cha?" The little one said seriously, "I want to feed Mother the medicine too." There was no choice, since she was his daughter. The Great Tyrant had to compromise. Watching Cha-Cha personally feed her mother medicine, the little one imitated adults' manner. "Mother, be good." Cha-Cha fed her mother spoonful by spoonful. It was quite enjoyable to watch, but Ming Fei's expression seemed a bit pained. The Great Tyrant beside them was also very helpless. "Is this how you feed someone medicine?" Spoonful by spoonful. The more she drank, the more. At this point, Cha-Cha realized, then can Mother be brave and drink it all at once? Ming Fei took the bowl and gulped it all down in one go. Cha-Cha clapped happily beside her, saying, "Mother is so great." Then she took out candy from her pocket and gave it to Ming Fei. "Mother, eat the candy quickly. Otherwise, it will go into your belly. Little brother and little sister will find it bitter too. If Mother eats it, they won't taste the bitterness." Ming Fei stroked Cha-Cha's head with a gratified expression. "Our Cha-Cha has really grown up and can take care of Mother now." Cha-Cha held up 4 fingers happily and said, "I'm already 4 years old. I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore." As soon as Cha-Cha said this, it made the Great Tyrant laugh heartily. He embraced Ming Fei and Cha-Cha. "Cha-Cha, be good and sleep well with Mother. Tomorrow we'll return to the palace." The next day, the Great Tyrant sent Ming Fei and daughter back to Zhongzhou Palace. But Cha-Cha held onto the Great Tyrant's robe. "Father, aren't you coming with us?" The Great Tyrant said he still had important matters to attend to and would come see Cha-Cha later. Then the Great Tyrant ordered Eunuch Li to invite the coroner, saying he wanted to personally examine Heelan Ci's remains. Soon after, the Great Tyrant came with the coroner to examine the body. At this time, the Great Tyrant asked the coroner to brush back the hair on the corpse's head. As soon as the coroner brushed it back, the Great Tyrant discovered a problem with this corpse. It's unclear exactly what problem he discovered. Just now, when the Great Tyrant was examining the body with the coroner, he asked the coroner to brush back the hair near the right ear. As a result, they found a black spot near the right ear. The great tyrant fell into deep thought. If I remember correctly, Lord Heelan had a birthmark as a child. A birthmark can change color if burned by fire. The birthmark behind his ear should have been red. How did it become like this now? So he ordered the coroner to examine it carefully again. As a result, the coroner found that it wasn't a birthmark, but was painted on with cinnabar. This cinnabar turns black when exposed to fire. So this corpse wasn't Heelan C's. Then where was Heelan C.I.? The great tyrant walked out uneasily, thinking to himself, from the incident until now, if she was fine, why hasn't she appeared? Could she be plotting something? Then he ordered Eunuch Lee to issue an edict to strengthen palace security and have the capital garrison strictly inspect suspicious individuals. Keep consort Hui confined in her own palace. The consorts are not allowed to step out of the palace gates. Summon Prince Xiao Yao to the palace immediately. After hearing this, Eunuch Lee went to carry out the orders. Several days later, Cha-Cha passed by Tongxin Hall, thinking that her father hadn't come to see her for several days. So she prepared to go see her father. As a result, she found two young eunuchs snoring. She thought about not waking them up. She was about to go in herself when the stone door opened. It turned out to be Eunuch Lee coming out. "A little princess, why are you here at this time?" Cha-Cha happily said she came to find her father. The two young eunuchs beside were instantly awakened. Seeing this, Eunuch Lee scolded them harshly. "You're slacking off again. Did you just see the little princess coming?" Cha-Cha quickly waved her hands to indicate they were probably tired. "If you're tired, take a rest. It's okay. I slack off during my lessons too." Hearing this, Eunuch Lee couldn't help but praise. The little princess is so kind-hearted. The two young eunuchs thanked Cha-Cha for her understanding. "Actually, we weren't slacking off. It's just that His Majesty's temper has been terrifying these past few days. We brothers aren't afraid of punishment, but we're afraid of losing our lives. So we've been waiting here the whole time." Cha-Cha scratched her head, very confused. Why would father be angry? At this time, the great tyrant walked out. "Is that Cha-Cha who came?" The little one happily ran towards the great tyrant. The great tyrant picked up Cha-Cha and asked with a smile, "Cha-Cha, did you come to see Daddy?" The little one said of course she did. Seeing the great tyrant's long-absent smile, the two young eunuchs finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's still our little princess after all." Then the great tyrant told Eunuch Lee to bring all the delicious snacks. Cha-Cha sat on the great tyrant's lap. The great tyrant asked Cha-Cha, "Why is your little bag so heavy? What's inside?" Cha-Cha replied, "It's not that heavy, just a little bit heavy. Look, Daddy, the heaviest are these two books. They're the ones you and Mother gave me." The great tyrant was suddenly a bit embarrassed. He quickly explained to Cha-Cha, "Daddy and Mommy gave you these two books to help you improve better. Look inside, it's all knowledge essence condensed by the best teachers in the world that Daddy found. Many people can't even buy them." Cha-Cha innocently asked, "Then can I sell these two books to people who want to buy them?" Fortunately, Eunuch Lee arrived with snacks at this time. Otherwise, the great tyrant would have found it hard to explain. Seeing the snacks, Cha-Cha's mouth watered. After saying, "Thank you, Eunuch," she flew straight to Eunuch Lee. The little one was seen stuffing all the snacks into her school bag. The great tyrant was a bit confused. "Cha-Cha, what are you doing? Aren't you staying with Daddy?" Cha-Cha picked up her bag, saying she wanted to go back and eat snacks with the consorts. When the great tyrant heard this, Consort Hua's voice echoed in his mind. "Your Majesty." No, he wouldn't let them compete with him for his daughter. He went over and hugged Cha-Cha, saying pitifully, "Cha-Cha, look, Daddy's been tired all day. Daddy will accompany you to listen to stories. Stay with Daddy a bit more, okay?" Cha-Cha mercilessly rejected the great tyrant. "No, I want to go share with the consorts." The great tyrant was helpless. Pretending to be calm, he asked Cha-Cha which consort she wanted to share the snacks with. The little one counted on her fingers. "There's Mother and Consort Hua and Consort Hui." The great tyrant's expression changed immediately upon hearing Consort Hui's name. He just stared at Cha-Cha in silence, lost in thought. At this moment, Eunuch Lee was sweating for Cha-Cha. "Oh no, little princess. How dare you mention Consort Hui in front of His Majesty?" Cha-Cha wanted to share the snacks with the consorts. When she mentioned Consort Hui's name, the great tyrant was startled. Patting Cha-Cha's head, he told her, "These snacks aren't enough to share with them. Cha-Cha should stay with Daddy." The little one pouted. "No, I want to go find the consorts. I even want to call my brothers to join us." Looking at his daughter, the great tyrant thought to himself, "This girl is as stubborn as me. With her unyielding temperament, the great tyrant decided to try a softer approach. Daddy also wants to eat snacks with Cha-Cha, okay? The little one stared blankly at the great tyrant, then after a moment said, well, eating with Daddy is not impossible. So the great tyrant decided to listen to stories with Cha-Cha. As they walked back, the great tyrant probed, you're always with Chong Yuan, and it's normal to be close with Consort Hua. When did you become so familiar with Consort Hui? Cha-Cha told the great tyrant, I hadn't met Consort Hui before, but later I kept running into her. She's as gentle as mother. She even made clothes for my little fox, played with me, and helped fix my big red flower. Then Cha-Cha asked confusedly, Daddy, why don't you like Consort Hui playing with me? The great tyrant said he didn't dislike it, but his eyes were evasive. Cha-Cha pointed at the great tyrant and said, every time Consort Hui is mentioned, Daddy is like this. At the same time, Cha-Cha recalled previous scenes. Whenever Daddy sees Consort Hui, he doesn't smile, but he does with Consort Hua. The great tyrant argued, Daddy doesn't smile at Consort Hua either. The little one shook her head, saying it wasn't the same. The great tyrant thought to himself, this little one is really grown up and can read people's expressions. Then he smiled and asked Cha-Cha what was different. Cha-Cha imitated, Daddy doesn't smile at Consort Hua, but he scolds her. Daddy doesn't smile at Consort Hui either, but he's very polite, as if they're not very familiar. Consort Hui is very timid. Because Daddy's not happy, I don't dare let Daddy know. The great tyrant asked, does Consort Hui often come to see you? Cha-Cha counted on her fingers. Consort Hui came to see me once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Before she finished counting, Cha-Cha seemed to remember something. She turned to tell the great tyrant, she doesn't dare come when Daddy is here. The great tyrant's face immediately darkened. So that's it. She specifically chooses days when I'm not around. She's even plotting against my daughter. Looking at the great tyrant before her, the little one felt a sudden pang of fear. Daddy's expression was so scary. Then she called out Daddy in her sweet voice. The great tyrant just told Cha-Cha that Consort Hui wasn't feeling well, so they shouldn't disturb her. Hearing this, the little one asked worriedly if Consort Hui was sick and if a doctor had been called. The great tyrant reassured her that he would take care of it, and Cha-Cha shouldn't worry. Just then, a gurgling sound was heard. Cha-Cha quickly covered her stomach. Oh my, I'm talking about important things with Daddy. Please don't make noise now. The great tyrant laughed. Cha-Cha must be hungry. Let's go find your mother and have dinner together. Then they returned to Zhongzhu Palace. Chong Yuan hurried forward to greet them. Cha-Cha, you're back. Consort Ning has been so worried. When the great tyrant saw this scene, he felt helpless. Why did this boy have to come and disturb his family of 3's reunion? Cha-Cha was about to go play with the little fox with Chong Yuan for a while before dinner. Just as they were about to leave, the stern-faced great tyrant called them back. Chong Yuan, you really don't learn from your mistakes, do you? Liang Xiaoji was startled and turned back immediately. Chong Yuan looked at the great tyrant in confusion. Consort Ning smiled and asked what was wrong this time. The great tyrant was just making trouble out of nothing. He firmly grabbed Chong Yuan's shoulder. After the wrestling match at the hunting ground, I thought you had improved. Who knew you still only think about eating and playing? Next month, you'll go to the military camp. The great tyrant suddenly thought of Heelan C's death by explosion. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Troubles were likely coming. Yet this prince showed no vigilance at all. Chong Yuan was shocked and asked, really going? Cha-Cha worriedly asked, third brother, will there be food in the military camp? At this moment, Consort Hua came over and flicked Chong Yuan's forehead. You silly boy, what do you know? Those who qualify for the military camp will all be inducted into the Imperial Guard or elite troops in the future. Your father is truly thinking for your benefit. Chong Yuan suddenly realized, rubbing his head, oh, so it's that impressive. I want to go. Then he stuttered as he asked the great tyrant, Father, what position are you planning to give me in the military camp? The great tyrant still kept a stern face, while Chong Yuan eagerly awaited his answer. You'll be a general. Before the great tyrant could finish, Chong Yuan excitedly kowtowed in thanks. Father, never had he seen such a thick-skinned, sick son. Just now, when Chong Yuan asked the great tyrant what position he would get, the great tyrant had just started to say, you'll be a general. Before he could finish, this rascal Chong Yuan was already excited. Even Cha-Cha beside him cheered. Third brother is a general now. The great tyrant was immediately at a loss, covering his head and saying, I haven't finished speaking yet. Cha-Cha eagerly asked, Daddy, what does a general do? The great tyrant smiled and asked Cha-Cha, you don't even know what a general does, yet you're so happy. Cha-Cha said she was happy for her third brother. Chong Yuan was now somewhat excited, anxiously wanting the great tyrant to finish his announcement quickly. Just as he was about to ask, the great tyrant interrupted him. What are you so excited about? I'm sending you to be an attendant to a general. Learn well. Upon hearing this, Chong Yuan seemed as if struck by lightning. He instantly collapsed to the ground. Indeed, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I'm a noble prince, yet I'm to be a general's lackey? How can this be? Seeing this, Cha-Cha quickly went to her third brother. Get up quickly. At this moment, Chong Yuan started complaining. Going to the military camp means I can't see my sister every day. I've accepted that, but now I have to be a lowly attendant. I think I'll pass. I'd rather stay and accompany my sister. Hearing this, the great tyrant began to provoke Chong Yuan. Do you know this general is Yinche's top meritorious official? He's trained an iron-blooded army for our dynasty. To protect the country, we need more than weaklings like you. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even consider taking you. Upon hearing the word weakling, Chong Yuan immediately became motivated. Father, I'm not a weakling. I won the wrestling match, remember? The great tyrant coldly smiled. That was just a lucky fluke. Chong Yuan immediately defended himself. No, it's not. Father, you must believe in me. Then he clenched his fists, expressing that he would definitely learn well from the general, and confidently stated that the next general would be himself. The great tyrant sighed softly, thinking to himself, this boy still falls for provocation so easily. Can he really become a general like this? Suddenly, Cha-Cha tugged at the great tyrant's arm with a serious face. She asked earnestly, Daddy, can I go to the military camp too? The great tyrant gently stroked Cha-Cha's chubby cheeks. What would Cha-Cha do in the military camp? The little one shyly expressed that she also wanted to learn from the general. She raised her little arms, saying, I want to learn martial arts with my brothers. Then I'll become a female general. These words brought tears to the old father's eyes. Indeed, daughters are the warmest comfort. So thoughtful. At this moment, Cha-Cha put on a fierce look and performed. When I become a general, whoever dares to bomb the silver tent, I'll catch them and spank their bottom. Daddy, if you catch the bad person who bombed the silver tent, you must let me spank their bottom. Let them know they can't do bad things. The great tyrant gratefully picked up Cha-Cha, praising, Our Cha-Cha is so understanding. Then he turned to Chong Yuan with a serious face. Your sister is even better than you. Chong Yuan quickly waved his hands. No, how can girls be generals? Brother will protect the country. Sister, you just focus on being beautiful. The little one said very seriously, Brother and I are both Daddy's children. What brother can do, I can do too. And the teacher told us there were many female heroes, Chong Yuan. Chong Yuan was startled, but third brother doesn't want you to work so hard. Cha-Cha just said to herself, I'm not afraid. The great tyrant smiled, patting Chong Yuan's shoulder. If you could be a general, naturally Cha-Cha can too. Just then, Uniquely came to report that the crown prince had urgent matters to report. Chongjing indicated he had made a significant discovery. Then he took out something. This was found outside Heelan C's tent. It's the explosive powder. Hearing this, the great tyrant quickly told Cha-Cha to go find her mother, as he needed to discuss important matters with Chongjing. Then the two began to examine the gunpowder. From the police list, the gunpowder was transported from the East Camp. It was also discovered that there was indeed a significant decrease in fuel at the military camp that day. However, to move enough fuel to cause an explosion without anyone noticing is no small feat. The great tyrant's expression was grave. It seemed that the perpetrator had an inside connection in the camp. At first, Chongjing also thought so. But upon careful consideration, there was something odd about how the gunpowder was buried. Since the gunpowder had already exploded, why didn't the perpetrator clean up the remaining traces to avoid leaving evidence? The great tyrant now understood somewhat. Chongjing's meaning was that the explosives weren't forgotten to be cleaned up, but very likely there wasn't time to remove the traces. That's right. So your son boldly guesses that there was more than one person who wanted Lord Heelan dead that night. It's just that someone acted first. Hearing Chongjing's thorough analysis, the great tyrant didn't hesitate to praise him, saying, not bad. You're getting smarter. This matter is critical. You and your third uncle work hard on it. Investigate carefully. There's too much going on lately. You watch over the Imperial Guards and protect the palace. Chongjing assured that he would definitely find the culprit. Then he left Tongshin Hall. At this moment, the great tyrant stared at the gunpowder in front of him for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, who was Heelan C's inside man in the military camp, and who was the person who wanted to kill him? What exactly could make the little princess rush into the imperial prison so desperately? That day, Chongyuan came running in a hurry. He kept shouting, "We caught them! We caught them!" Cha-Cha looked at him with confusion. "Third brother, did you catch a butterfly or a grasshopper?" Chongyuan waved his hands repeatedly. "No, father. We caught the culprit who blew up Lord Heelan's tent. I heard they've already been locked up in the dungeon." Cha-Cha was very happy to hear this. "That's great. Daddy won't have to worry anymore." Then she pulled Chongyuan along to find the great tyrant. As they walked towards Tongshin Hall, Cha-Cha smiled softly and said to Chongyuan, "Third brother, the snacks Daddy gave the other day were especially delicious. I want to eat more later." Before Cha-Cha could finish, they suddenly heard a series of sobbing sounds. Cha-Cha was a bit scared. "What's that sound? Is someone crying?" Chongyuan bent down and quickly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Your third brother is here." Then they discovered someone crying behind a tree ahead. Chongyuan immediately scolded. "It's broad daylight. What are you crying for?" This person was Wen Yue, a maid from Consort Hui's palace. Seeing Cha-Cha and Chongyuan, she quickly knelt down to pay respects. "Greetings to the princess and third prince. This servant didn't mean to disturb you two." The kind-hearted Cha-Cha, seeing this scene, prepared to comfort her. "Big sister, don't cry. Who bullied you?" The maid wiped her tears and said, "Your Highness, no one bullied this servant. I'm just sad for my mistress." Cha-Cha asked again, "Which palace are you from?" The maid replied with a grieved face, "I serve Consort Hui. His Majesty has confined the consort for her mistake. The consort is unwell, so I went to the Imperial Hospital to get medicine for her. But I was driven out." At this point, Cha-Cha was somewhat surprised. She turned to look at Chongyuan. "Consort Hui has been confined?" Then Cha-Cha made a bold statement. "Big sister, don't cry. I'll go find Daddy right now and ask him to release Consort Hui." Then she ran off without looking back. Not long after, a carriage stopped in front of the Imperial prison. It was actually Cha-Cha and Chongyuan who had arrived. Chongyuan asked worriedly, "If we just barge into the Imperial prison like this, won't father be angry?" It turned out that Cha-Cha went to Tongshin Hall. Uniquely informed her that the great tyrant was interrogating the culprits in the Imperial prison. To uphold justice, Cha-Cha was determined. She wanted to quickly find her father and ask him to release Consort Hui, especially since Consort Hui was ill. When the little one reached the entrance, she was stopped by the guards. "The Imperial prison is off limits. It's not a place for children like you." There was no other way, so Cha-Cha took something out of her pocket. She then held up the token to the guards. Daddy said with this, "I can go anywhere. You can't stop me." Then she said assertively, "I want to go in and see the bad person who blew up the stinky egg. Iman, Elanchi." Then the two little ones walked into the Imperial prison. Chongyuan asked Cha-Cha enviously where she got the token from and if he could borrow it. At this moment, Cha-Cha suddenly saw the great tyrant. She eagerly called out Daddy and rushed over. The great tyrant asked worriedly, "How did you two end up here?" Cha-Cha said she came to see who blew up the bad egg. But when Cha-Cha saw the prisoner, she was very surprised. "You? Aren't you the uncle who helped put out the fire in the tent before?" Cha-Cha was very confused. "Daddy, what's going on here?" The great tyrant didn't answer Cha-Cha, but instead asked her why she came to the prison. The little one threw herself into the great tyrant's arms and got straight to the point. "Daddy, why did you confine Consort Hui?" Consort Hui's maid said she's sick. "Daddy, can you let her out?" After hearing this, the great tyrant said coldly, "She's sick? She's sick because of her wicked heart." The great tyrant's face darkened. He thought to himself, so they've set their sights on Cha-Cha. "You dare to come, and I dare to act." Then the great tyrant told Cha-Cha that he had a way to cure Consort Hui's illness, but he needed Cha-Cha's help. He also instructed Cha-Cha and Chongyuan not to tell anyone else about what happened here today. Daddy had someone pretend to be the culprit to catch the real criminal sooner. The little one happily agreed and even made a heart sign to the great tyrant. Then she asked curiously, "How are we going to cure Consort Hui?" The great tyrant whispered something in Cha-Cha's ear. It's unclear what the great tyrant told Cha-Cha, but the little one looked surprised after hearing it. The next day, Eunuch Tingzhu received the confinement order for Cha-Cha from the great tyrant. What could have caused the great tyrant to issue a confinement order for the little princess? Because of this, Chongjing and Chongyin came to Tongshin Hall to plead for their sister. The two knelt on the ground, begging the great tyrant to forgive Cha-Cha. Just then, the carefree prince arrived. He quickly came forward to ask what mistake Cha-Cha had made to anger his royal brother so much. Seeing the carefree prince, Chongyin grabbed onto his leg as if he were a lifeline. "Uncle, are you here to plead for Cha-Cha too? Only you can save Cha-Cha now." But Chongyin was kicked away by the carefree prince, who shouted, "Don't touch me. Quickly tell me what's going on." Chongjing then explained, "Yesterday, third brother took Cha-Cha out of the palace secretly. Cha-Cha used father's token to sneak into the prison, which angered father." Hearing this, the carefree prince grabbed Chongyin's collar. "It was you who caused trouble again, but Cha-Cha is being punished for it, isn't it?" Chongyin cried, saying he didn't know it would turn out like this. Father wasn't angry at first. Before Chongyin could finish, the great tyrant came out. He scolded coldly, "Have you made enough fuss? All of you, kneel down." Chongyin quickly apologized to the great tyrant. "Father, it's all my fault. Please forgive Cha-Cha." At this moment, the carefree prince stepped forward. "Royal brother, if you're displeased with Cha-Cha, I'm willing to take her back to my residence. She won't bother you anymore." At this time, the carefree prince thought to himself, "My royal brother has always been unpredictable. Could he be thinking of sending Cha-Cha back to the cold palace?" The great tyrant said sternly, "As a princess, Cha-Cha is too daring. She even dared to break into the imperial prison. If I don't punish her, who knows what trouble she'll cause next? If you keep nagging, I'll forbid her from seeing anyone for a year." Upon hearing this, the three immediately closed their mouths. Then the great tyrant scolded, "You two tutors, have you finished your assigned homework? Have you memorized the martial arts your master taught? Go copy the rules for students 100 times for me. If you say another word, Cha-Cha will join you in copying." While the great tyrant was scolding the two little brothers, the carefree prince wanted to slip away to check on Cha-Cha first. But he was called back by the great tyrant, third brother. "Since you're here, don't rush to leave. Heelan C's death is what you're investigating. How's it going? I'm waiting for your report." In his heart, he thought, "Wanted to go to Tingzhu Palace? Not a chance. It's over." These three are really under house arrest. Helplessly, he could only raise his hands and surrender. Meanwhile, at Tingzhu Palace, Cha-Cha was cuddling up to Consort Ning. She curiously asked her mother, "Does the baby in your tummy get hungry?" Consort Ning gently stroked Cha-Cha's head and replied, "Of course. The baby eats what mother eats. Won't the baby feel stuffy inside?" Consort Ning told her, "The baby is sleeping. It won't feel stuffy." Cha-Cha asked again, "What if the baby gets bored?" Consort Ning was a bit embarrassed by Cha-Cha's questions. Then Cha-Cha suddenly thought of her books. "When the baby is born, can I give it my books?" It seems Cha-Cha really doesn't like the gifts from her parents. Seeing Cha-Cha had so many questions, Consort Ning picked her up and assured her that the baby wouldn't be bored in mother's tummy. Cha-Cha was once like this in her mother's tummy too, and now she's grown up. The little one curiously asked, "Was I well-behaved when I was in mother's tummy?" Consort Ning said, "Of course." Cha-Cha was very good and obedient. "It's just that when you were in mother's tummy, you ate too much. Like a little fat pig, you made mother gain a lot of weight too." Hearing this, Cha-Cha quickly gestured, "I'm a little lamb, not a little pig." Consort Ning hugged Cha-Cha and jokingly replied, "No, you're not. Mother sees that Cha-Cha is a little pig that makes mother happy every day." But in her heart, she was worried about Cha-Cha, because Cha-Cha wouldn't tell her what happened that made His Majesty so angry. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. Cha-Cha thought to herself, "They're here." Consort Hua entered carrying a food box. "Cha-Cha, I brought many delicious things especially for you. Enough for you to feast on for the next few days." The little one just smiled and expressed her gratitude, but didn't seem particularly excited. Then Consort Hua held Cha-Cha in her arms. "That father of yours, it's bad enough he doesn't want you, but he even dares to punish you with confinement." At this time, Consort Ning noticed Cha-Cha's expression. The little one wasn't very happy to see food today. Is she still upset about being confined? Suddenly, the great tyrant's voice came from outside. "Consort Hua, are you gossiping behind my back again?" Wen Yin and the others were very surprised. What was this pig's trotter doing here? The great tyrant awkwardly cleared his throat. He then reluctantly greeted them. "Consort Ning, how is the baby in your womb? Is it causing any trouble?" Consort Ning smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Cha-Cha was just asking about that too." Women truly are connected at heart. The great tyrant glanced at Cha-Cha, then asked her to come out with him, saying he had something to tell her. Seeing this, a Fei couldn't control his temper, but was held back by Consort Ming. Consort Hua put on an affected expression, saying they couldn't let this pig's trotter take Cha-Cha away. In contrast, Consort Ning was very calm. "Sister, I think they have some family matters to discuss. Let them go." Looking at the two women outside, Consort Ning was secretly calculating. Although Cha-Cha was still laughing and playing today, she felt like the child had something on her mind. His Majesty didn't seem that angry either. It turned out the great tyrant had come out to ask Cha-Cha if Consort Hui had sent anyone to visit her today. The little one said not today, but she was sure there would be tomorrow. The little princess had broken into the prison to plead for Consort Hui, resulting in being confined by the great tyrant. But she was still waiting patiently for Consort Hui's visit. It turns out that in the prison, the great tyrant had told Cha-Cha, "Daddy will spread the news that you've been confined too. If the consort really cares about you, she'll surely send someone to check on you. If she's just pretending, she won't care about you anymore because you no longer have any value to her." After waiting for a day, Cha-Cha hadn't seen Consort Hui, but she still believed the consort was kind and would definitely come to see her. So the great tyrant warmly embraced Cha-Cha and allowed her to wait one more day. Actually, the great tyrant didn't want to discourage Cha-Cha, but to help her understand human nature sooner. He had no choice but to use this strategy. At this moment, Consort Hua, unaware of the situation, sarcastically said to His Majesty, "Now you're pretending to be a loving father again. Your Majesty, seeing Cha-Cha like this, can you still eat? May I ask Your Majesty, what exactly did Cha-Cha do wrong?" The great tyrant immediately scolded Consort Hua. "I see you have no manners at all. Have you finished copying your Buddhist scriptures?" Consort Hua immediately played dumb. "Scriptures? What scriptures?" Then she quickly shifted her gaze to the side. "I don't remember Your Majesty mentioning anything about scriptures to me." Just then, Ning Fei came out. "Sister Hua, let's go give Cha-Cha a bath together." This eased Consort Hua's embarrassment. Hearing this, the great tyrant objected. "Consort Hua wants to bathe Cha-Cha. No way. She's my daughter. Of course I should bathe her." "Consort Hua, don't even think about it. She's my daughter." At this moment, Consort Ning hesitated, looking slightly awkward. The great tyrant told Consort Ning, "You're pregnant. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Let me do it." Soon, the great tyrant took Cha-Cha to bathe. The little one happily played with the bubbles. "Daddy, look." The great tyrant approached and told Cha-Cha not to move around, then directly poured a ladle of water on Cha-Cha's head. In his mind, he thought, bathing a daughter is much harder than reviewing memorials. One must have had it tough before. As a result, water got into Cha-Cha's nose. The little one sneezed several times in a row. The great tyrant hurriedly picked up Cha-Cha. He quickly asked with concern, "Cha-Cha, what's wrong? Why are you sneezing? Did Daddy get water in your nose?" Just then, Cha-Cha saw herself in the water and happily said, "Daddy, look, I have a beard too." Laughing, she smeared the bubbles in her hand onto the great tyrant's chin. The great tyrant was very surprised, but didn't say anything. Cha-Cha happily pointed at the great tyrant. "Daddy has a beard now too, just like Cha-Cha." Then the great tyrant also smeared bubbles on Cha-Cha. Now Cha-Cha not only had a white beard, but white eyebrows too. The little one suddenly plunged into the water with a splash. The great tyrant panicked immediately. What happened to Cha-Cha? Was she angry? The little one suddenly emerged happily, raising both hands. "I haven't gone fishing for so long. I've forgotten how to swim." The great tyrant stroked Cha-Cha's head, smiling as he said, "Didn't Daddy tell you before? Catching fish in the Imperial Garden Pond is dangerous. If Cha-Cha wants to swim, Daddy will have a special swimming pool built for Cha-Cha in Tingzhu Palace. How about that?" Cha-Cha happily hugged the great tyrant. "Daddy is the best." Looking at Cha-Cha before him, the great tyrant thought to himself, "My daughter's young heart has been hurt these past few days. Let her be happy for now." Soon after, the great tyrant carried the freshly bathed Cha-Cha out. Consort Ming smiled as she took the little one. "Cha-Cha smells so nice." At this moment, Cha-Cha seriously told Consort Ming, "Mother, Daddy said he'll build me a swimming pool." Consort Ming was shocked to hear this. Didn't His Majesty confine Cha-Cha? Why suddenly? Consort Hua pulled Consort Ming aside and said, "Sister, look at His Majesty trying to please Cha-Cha again. If he knew it would come to this, why did he do it in the first place?" Just as the great tyrant was about to scold Consort Hua, Li Gonggong arrived. "Your Majesty, it's getting late. Shall this servant bring your meal? And some snacks for you and Cha-Cha to eat together." Hearing this, Consort Ming quickly asked with concern, "Your Majesty, you haven't eaten yet at this hour?" The great tyrant was about to answer, when he suddenly thought he shouldn't make Consort Ning worry. But he had confined Cha-Cha. Wanwan must be upset. Even if he explained later, she would blame him for keeping it from her, a mother. It's better to let her feel sorry for him first. Then when he explains later, it won't seem so heartless. So the great tyrant started acting. My dear, you don't know. Recently, there have been constant wars in the provinces. Officials are frequently sending memorials. I've been so busy that my head is spinning. I just found some time to come see you. How could I have time to eat? Cha-Cha looked at the great tyrant with a sympathetic expression. At this moment, Consort Hua looked at this loving family of three. She thought to herself, you had no time to eat? Are all the servants dead? Would they let you go hungry? I don't believe it. Suddenly, the great tyrant changed his tone. Wanwan, don't worry. I'm not a child. Skipping one meal is no big deal. Consort Ning fell for the great tyrant's trick. She said worriedly, Your Majesty, if you're so busy with state affairs, don't go back and forth. I can bring Cha-Cha to see you. Then she quickly called Xiang Sao to prepare some ginseng soup for His Majesty. Seeing Consort Ning so concerned about him, the great tyrant couldn't help but smile smugly. Wanwan cares about me the most. All this was observed by Consort Hua. Look at that, His Majesty's smile is so cunning. He doesn't look miserable at all. He's just playing the victim. What a scheming man. I'll expose your trick right now. Consort Hua was about to expose the great tyrant scheme, but unexpectedly, Li Gonggong arrived at that moment. Your Majesty, the evening meal is ready. Everyone sat around the table. The great tyrant was clearly a bit embarrassed. These are all Cha-Cha's favorites. Well, let's wait until Cha-Cha finishes eating. Cha-Cha, what do you want to eat? Daddy will serve you. The little one asked with a puzzled face. Daddy, have you really not eaten anything until now? The great tyrant felt a bit shy being questioned by Cha-Cha. Is Cha-Cha worried about Daddy? Then eat more to keep Daddy company. At this moment, Cha-Cha hugged the great tyrant's face. How can Daddy be like this? Not taking care of his own body. You need to eat more to grow taller. If Daddy doesn't listen, he'll turn into a little dwarf. If Daddy doesn't eat properly, he'll really become a little dwarf in the future. Daddy will pout like Cha-Cha does when he's upset. Cha-Cha's actions made everyone laugh. The great tyrant quickly said, Okay. It's all Daddy's fault. From now on, Daddy will eat more. But if Daddy grows any taller, he'll turn into a giant. As he said this, the great tyrant made a gesture that scared Cha-Cha. Then the great tyrant started boasting. The men of our Yin dynasty are trained on horseback from childhood. You can see the height advantage from a young age. Not to mention your daddy. When I was still the crown prince, I already stood out in the crowd. So if Daddy grows any taller, he'll become a giant. Cha-Cha listened excitedly and said, Then Daddy, give some to me. Then Cha-Cha lifted her clothes, saying, This way I won't have short legs. I want long legs too. The great tyrant pulled Cha-Cha close. With a mischievous smile, he said, How could Cha-Cha possibly have short legs? He then started measuring Cha-Cha's leg length. He even compared it to Yunfei's. Cha-Cha was immediately embarrassed. She crossed her arms to show she was angry. The great tyrant quickly hugged his daughter, explaining with a smile, Even if they're short legs, they're the cutest short legs. Cha-Cha immediately protested. I don't want short legs. No short legs. I want to be a female general. I can't have short legs. Consort Ning and the great tyrant exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, this is the second time Cha-Cha has said she wants to be a female general. So Consort Ning asked Cha-Cha, Is your wish to become a female general when you grow up? The little one replied, Of course. I want to become strong. I want to grow up, have long legs, and ride big horses. The great tyrant was very pleased. Good. My daughter indeed has ambition. Extraordinary at such a young age. Then Cha-Cha should study martial arts well with the teacher. He then picked up a piece of meat. You need strength to learn martial arts. Eat more, daughter. Cha-Cha gobbled up the meat in one bite. Consort Hua beside them also praised Cha-Cha. Good girl, Cha-Cha. Too much meat is hard to digest at night. The pastries are softer. Eat more pastries. Seeing Cha-Cha eating so much, Consort Ming became worried. It's so late, she hoped Cha-Cha wouldn't get indigestion. Suddenly, Cha-Cha choked on a pastry. The great tyrant quickly fed Cha-Cha some soup, angrily shouting at Consort Hua not to cause trouble. Yet he himself picked up a big chicken leg and fed it to Cha-Cha, saying, Eat more to grow more. When Cha-Cha grows up, Daddy will let Cha-Cha sit on horseback and be a majestic female general. Then he gently stroked Cha-Cha's little head, asking, Besides being a female general, what else does Cha-Cha want to do? The little one was a bit confused by the question, not knowing what other wishes Cha-Cha might have. 1 second she was confused, the next she was shaking her head repeatedly. What was going on? Just now, the great tyrant had asked Cha-Cha if she had any other dreams besides becoming a female general. The little one thought for a moment, then shook her head like a rattle drum. Raising the chicken leg in her hand, she said decisively, I don't want to do anything else. I just want to be a female general. The great tyrant clapped his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. Cha-Cha, at such a young age, had a determined mind and wouldn't be swayed by others' opinions. How rare indeed. Come, Daddy will reward you with another piece of meat. Just as the little one was about to eat, Ning Fei pulled her away. Cha-Cha, you can't eat anymore. You've eaten too much tonight. As a result, Cha-Cha, with a pitiful face, told Consort Ming, it's not Cha-Cha who wants to eat. It's my little tummy saying she wants to eat. This statement made Consort Hua and the great tyrant laugh. My daughter, even your excuses are so cute. Cha-Cha suddenly felt a bit shy. She quickly told her little tummy to listen to her mother and eat less, otherwise she wouldn't want it anymore. The great tyrant immediately picked Cha-Cha up, saying, that won't do. If you don't want your little tummy, where will Cha-Cha put all the food she eats? Cha-Cha, hearing this, gave a thumbs up. Daddy is right. Little tummy is still very useful. Even if it doesn't listen, we can't get rid of it. Consort Ming joked from the side, if Cha-Cha can't control her little tummy, then Mother will control it. If little tummy doesn't behave, Mother will have to spank it. Hearing this, Cha-Cha quickly waved her hands. Mother, don't spank little tummy. He says he'll just eat a tiny bit more. The great tyrant chimed in, Wan, Cha-Cha is still growing. It's natural to eat when hungry. Even Consort Hua spoke up for Cha-Cha. Sister, look, children digest quickly what they eat quickly. Before she could finish, the great tyrant angrily rebuked. How vulgar. Consort Hua retorted, am I wrong, Your Majesty? That's just how it is. Your Majesty has never raised children. When I was raising Cheng Yuan, before she could finish, the great tyrant exclaimed, help, Li Gong, escort Consort Hua back to her palace. Because the great tyrant suddenly recalled the scene of Cha-Cha's birth. At this moment, Li Gong came to Consort Hua's side, saying with an embarrassed face, Consort Hua, please. As Consort Hua stood up, she said to Consort Ning, Sister, I'll come see you and Cha-Cha again tomorrow. Then, with no one to disturb us, we can have a good chat. Cha-Cha also politely waved. Consort Hua, see you tomorrow. After Consort Hua left, Consort Ning said it was getting late and Cha-Cha should rest. The great tyrant's face was beaming with happiness. Tonight, I'll also stay at Tingzhu Palace. Let's sleep together, the three of us. Hearing this, Cha-Cha clapped her hands excitedly. That's great. However, not long after, Cha-Cha, lying in bed, clutched her stomach and cried out, ouch, ouch. The great tyrant immediately asked with concern, Cha-Cha, what's wrong? The little one said her tummy hurt. She couldn't sleep. The great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms, saying worriedly, I'll summon the imperial physician right away. Seeing this, Consort Ming quickly spoke up, Your Majesty, Cha-Cha probably just has indigestion. She'll be fine after digesting a bit. There's no need to trouble the imperial physician. The great tyrant, having never raised a child, had no experience. Seeing his precious daughter in such discomfort, summoning the imperial physician was his only solution. At this moment, Cha-Cha quickly pointed at herself and said, Daddy, I'll just go digest a bit and I'll be fine. But in her heart, she was panicking. She absolutely couldn't let the imperial physician come. If the imperial physician came, she'd have to take bitter medicine. The great tyrant was very confused. Then how will Cha-Cha digest? As he spoke, he led the great tyrant to the courtyard. So Cha-Cha's idea of digesting was taking a walk. The little one said seriously that walking more would build strength. She needed strength to become a female general. Hearing this, the great tyrant looked at Cha-Cha and exclaimed admiringly that she was truly dedicated to becoming a female general. Of course, the tutor has told me many stories about female generals. He also said that anything boys can do, girls can do too. When I become a female general, I'll be able to protect Daddy, protect Mommy, and protect everyone. The great tyrant was very pleased. Then Daddy will wait for Cha-Cha to grow up and become a female general. As they returned from their walk, they ran into Consort Ning coming out. Your Majesty, you're back. I was about to bring a cloak for Cha-Cha. The great tyrant gently told Consort Ning that such tasks could be left to the servants. Consort Ning, with a blushing face, said, You are my husband, and Cha-Cha is my daughter. It's only natural that I should do this. The great tyrant held Consort Ning in his arms, praising, Wan, you're so good. You've raised our daughter so well. I've really let you down. How did you endure it in the cold palace, Wan? It's unclear how Consort Ning would answer the great tyrant. What could have upset the great tyrant? Just now, Cha-Cha went out to digest and came back. Soon after, she fell asleep. Seeing their daughter sound asleep, Consort Ming finally answered the great tyrant's earlier question. She said that life in the cold palace wasn't so bad. No matter what, having Cha-Cha with her was enough to be content. Cha-Cha is really so easy to care for. She doesn't fuss when it's time to sleep and doesn't pick at her food when eating. Since Cha-Cha became aware, she's even been able to take care of me. The food in the cold palace wasn't very nutritious, so Cha-Cha learned to catch fish one by one to nourish me. Hearing Consort Ning say this, the great tyrant quickly exclaimed, Cha-Cha is truly a gift from heaven to us. I'm so proud to have such a precious daughter. Whenever I'm irritated, tired, or have a headache from those ministers, just thinking about our daughter makes all the anger disappear. He then embraced Consort Ning, saying, Cha-Cha must be a gift sent by the heavens to me through my beloved consort, making our lives more beautiful than the immortals in heaven. Consort Ning comforted him. I know your majesty has been troubled lately. I really don't want to add to your worries. What's past is past. What's important is that Cha-Cha and I have your majesty with us now. The great tyrant smiled happily. Wanwan always understands me. Then the great tyrant gently caressed Consort Ning's belly. Wanwan, when this little rascal is born, what name should we give him? Consort Ming was surprised. Little rascal? How does your majesty know it's definitely a prince in my belly? The great tyrant recalled what Cha-Cha had said before. If it's a little brother, he can protect Cha-Cha along with Daddy and the other brothers. So the great tyrant believed it must be a prince. My love is only for my precious daughter. Hearing this, Consort Ming immediately said, All right, if your majesty says it's a prince, then it must be a prince. Then, your majesty, please give our son a name. The great tyrant suddenly felt awkward. Such a brain-racking question. Let's wait until the little rascal is born to decide. Just then, Cha-Cha cried out in her sleep, No, no, don't go. The great tyrant became very anxious. Consort Ning said it seemed Cha-Cha was dreaming. The great tyrant quickly held Cha-Cha in his arms. Cha-Cha, wakeu. Daddy's here. Don't be afraid. However, the little one continued sleep-talking. Brother Murong, don't go, don't go. Cha-Cha looked so sad. As a result, when the great tyrant heard Murong Yin's name, his expression changed dramatically. What, Brother Murong? Wake up, Cha-Cha. Wake up. The little one was awakened and called out in a sweet voice, Daddy, Mommy. Then she looked around, still mumbling Brother Murong. The great tyrant, suppressing his anger, told Cha-Cha there was no Brother Murong and that she was just dreaming. The little one then realized, Oh, so I was dreaming. At this moment, Consort Ning stroked Cha-Cha's head and asked if she dreamed about Prince Murong. The little one sighed repeatedly. Even Brother Murong in my dreams disappears. Brother Murong said he would come if I blew the whistle, but now I've blown it and he still doesn't come. Seeing Cha-Cha like this, Consort Ming and the great tyrant exchanged glances. The great tyrant indicated he would handle it. Then, preparing to dispel Cha-Cha's thoughts, he said, That's right, Murong-in is just an untrustworthy person. But Cha-Cha, looking pitiful, believed he wasn't Brother Murong and was just trying to comfort her. The great tyrant quickly said loudly, Not only that, I've heard he has violent tendencies. You've seen how he always bullies your third brother. Cha-Cha defended, but third brother even took Brother Murong as his master. Daddy, Brother Murong's martial arts are very impressive. The great tyrant didn't answer Cha-Cha, but instead pinched her chubby cheeks and continued. Murong-in is also very impolite. When in Yanqi, he always snuck into the palace. Before the great tyrant could finish, Cha-Cha told him that Brother Murong came every time to bring her delicious food. The great tyrant couldn't hold back anymore. I think he's just causing trouble and has bad intentions. But Cha-Cha said seriously, Daddy, Brother Murong has saved me several times. He's a good person. I still want to be his empress. These words struck the great tyrant's heart like a bolt from the blue. The great tyrant was completely unsettled at this moment. To make Cha-Cha forget about Murong-in, the great tyrant decided to give Cha-Cha a lecture. The great tyrant told Cha-Cha that a truly upright man should understand reason. Although Cha-Cha was young, she still needed to learn to judge people. So he went on and on, talking a lot to Cha-Cha, until the little one fell asleep. The great tyrant carefully covered Cha-Cha with a blanket. Consort Ning, standing beside him, finally asked about her doubts from the past few days. She had thought Cha-Cha was confined because she had misbehaved and angered His Majesty. But now it seemed His Majesty wasn't angry with Cha-Cha at all. Why was that? The great tyrant held Consort Ning in his arms and said gently, "How could I be angry with Cha-Cha? I'm teaching her that people's hearts are treacherous. I can't let our daughter be deceived. But I've realized there's an even more important matter." He took Consort Ning's hand and solemnly stated that he needed to arrange a marriage for Cha-Cha. Consort Ning was shocked. She looked at Cha-Cha and said, "Arrange a marriage for Cha-Cha? But Cha-Cha is still so young." The great tyrant believed that it was precisely because Cha-Cha was young that this matter needed to be put on the agenda quickly. They couldn't let her be entangled with that brat Murong-in anymore. Once Cha-Cha had new playmates, she would soon forget about that brat. Consort Ning asked if this would work. The great tyrant confidently said of course it would. Moreover, when Cha-Cha grew up, she would have to choose a husband anyway. Being my son-in-law isn't so simple. He needs to grow up under my watchful eye, letting me see him every day to make sure he doesn't go astray. The next day, the great tyrant came early. Consort Lin was also very surprised to see this. Then the great tyrant got straight to the point. "I brought some portraits, Wan Wan and Cha-Cha. Let's look at them together." Then the great tyrant took out all the portraits one by one. He explained each one to Consort Ming. "This is the youngest son of the capital commander. He's 6 years old this year. They say he could recite poems at 2 and write essays at 4. He's very talented." Consort Ming responded that Cha-Cha should choose her own playmates. Then she showed the portrait to Cha-Cha. "Cha-Cha, your father wants to bring this little brother into the palace to play with you. Is that okay? He can not only write poems, but also study with you." Cha-Cha looked at them with a blank expression. "Why do I need someone to play with me? I have third brother, big brother, and little fox. We can all play together." Consort Ming tentatively said, "What about like Prince Murong? Is it not okay to play with him?" Cha-Cha thought of Murong Ying's image in her mind. After pondering for a moment, she decisively raised her hand and said, No, he's not as handsome as Brother Ing." The great tyrant quickly handed over another one. "What about this one? He's Zhuoxiang's grandson. He can ride horses and shoot arrows. He can be Cha-Cha's jungle player. He's much better than that Murong Yin." Cha-Cha puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms. "He's not as tall as Brother Yin." The great tyrant immediately picked a taller one and handed it to Cha-Cha, making the little one sigh. "Daddy's not right. Brother Yin is Brother Yin. Others are others. Can we stop comparing? I only want Brother Yin to play with me, not anyone else." The great tyrant quickly explained to Cha-Cha, "But Murong Yin is far away in the north. As a prince, his movements are not so free. He can't come to Yanqi whenever he wants. Daddy will find you a new little brother to play with. You'll soon forget about him." Cha-Cha became anxious upon hearing this. She reached towards the great tyrant's mouth. No. Brother Yin and I have promised to wait for his return. How can I forget him? Besides, Daddy said we must keep our promises." At this moment, the great tyrant really wanted to curse Murong Ning. Yunfei gently told Cha-Cha not to worry. Daddy just wants Cha-Cha to make more friends. The little one poked her fingers pitifully. "Then I just want Daddy and Mommy." "But Daddy and Mommy can't always be with Cha-Cha." The little one innocently asked, "Why not? Wherever Daddy and Mommy go, just take me along." Consort Ming stroked Cha-Cha's little head and said, "Daddy and Mommy will grow old gradually. They won't be able to play with Cha-Cha like now. Cha-Cha will grow up slowly, and Mommy will have to go to a place very far away." As Cha-Cha listened, tears started to flow. "No, I don't want Mommy to leave me behind." In trying to find new playmates for Cha-Cha, they ended up making her cry. Consort Ming told Cha-Cha, "When Cha-Cha grows up, Mommy will have to go to a place very far away." The little one started crying upon hearing this. Then she seriously asked the great tyrant, "What about Daddy? Will Daddy also go to that far place?" The little one suddenly burst into tears again. Holding the hands of her mother and the great tyrant, she cried, "Mommy and Daddy can't leave me." Consort Lin felt very sorry seeing her daughter like this. "Cha-Cha, don't cry. It's Mommy's fault. I shouldn't have told you these things." At this time, the great tyrant embraced Cha-Cha, comforting her. "Daddy won't go anywhere. Daddy will stay with Cha-Cha." The little one asked the great tyrant between sobs, "Really?" The great tyrant said affectionately, "From today on, Daddy will work harder to stay healthy and take care of himself. Daddy will also watch you get married and stay with Cha-Cha longer." Cha-Cha told the great tyrant, "You must keep your promise, okay?" At this moment, the great tyrant felt a weight on his heart. Of course, Daddy keeps his word, But Cha-Cha also needs to cooperate. The little one indeed understood and asked how to cooperate. As long as Cha-Cha is obedient, Daddy will be happy. When Daddy is happy, he'll be in a good mood and healthy. Then he can stay with Cha-Cha longer. Cha-Cha was completely unaware that the great tyrant was tricking her. Consort Ning stared at the great tyrant, thinking to herself that His Majesty tricking Cha-Cha like this was unacceptable. This made the great tyrant feel uneasy. Suddenly, Cha-Cha clenched her fists and happily said, "I'll definitely be obedient and make Daddy happy every day." However, at this moment, the great tyrant pointed to the portraits on the table. Now Cha-Cha should listen to Daddy. Choose a playmate and get along well. That will make Daddy very happy. Cha-Cha was very helpless. "Daddy, I promised Brother Murong Ying to be his empress. I can't play with others. We can't break promises we made to others." Then she pointed to Consort Ning. "Mother also taught us to keep our word." Just as the great tyrant was about to retort, Consort Ning interrupted him. "Your Majesty, if you don't want Cha-Cha to always think of Murong Ying, you should stop talking about this. You keep bringing it up, which only makes Cha-Cha think of Prince Murong every day. Cha-Cha is still young. She has many things to do in the future and will meet many people. As parents, the most important thing is to let her learn more and distinguish right from wrong. Don't worry that she won't find a good match in the future." After hearing Consort Ning's words, the great tyrant finally realized. Wanwan is right. I was too worried and confused. Then he picked up Cha-Cha, revealing a sly expression. "From today on, I'll keep Cha-Cha busy. Busy with good." Cha-Cha looked at the great tyrant in front of her, feeling terrified. "Oh my, Daddy looks so scary like this." A few days later, the two little ones were walking home from school, dragging their tired bodies. Chong Yin surprisingly asked Cha-Cha, "Has the teacher gone mad? How could he assign you so many exercises? How can you finish them all?" Cha-Cha wearily replied, "It must be Daddy who told the teacher to keep me busy." Chong Yin curiously asked Cha-Cha why. The little one told him it was because Daddy said if she's busy, she won't think of Brother Murong. Chong Yin's expression immediately changed. This Murong Ying is really like a lingering ghost, causing so much trouble. At this moment, Cha-Cha looked up at the sky, wondering what Brother Murong was doing now and why he hadn't come back yet. The scene then showed the back of a young man. He was drawing a portrait of Cha-Cha. A voice nearby urged, "Prince, you should memorize this passage from the sage's teaching soon." Murong Ying put down his brush and ignored the person speaking. Instead, he was in sync with Cha-Cha's thoughts. He was also thinking of her. No matter how many portraits he drew, they couldn't capture Cha-Cha's cuteness. Seeing Murong Ying lost in thought, the teacher called him several times. "The prince is the future hope of our northern Xia. How can you be so negligent and indulge in women?" Murong Ying suddenly became angry and embarrassed. "What indulgence? What nonsense are you talking about? Cha-Cha and I are childhood sweethearts. In the future, Northern Xia and Yanqi will be allied through marriage." The teacher was very surprised to hear about Yanqi. Murong Ying retorted, "What? Is it not allowed? It's none of your business." The teacher told Murong Ying, "The imperial family has had strange incidents recently. There was even an explosion at the little princess's birthday celebration in the camp." Hearing that Cha-Cha was in danger, Murong Ying quickly grabbed the teacher and asked, "What did you say?" Thinking of Cha-Cha, he suddenly became anxious. Ignoring the teacher's advice, he rushed out. Upon hearing about the explosion at Cha-Cha's birthday banquet, Murong Ying hurried outside. As a result, he bumped into his father as soon as he went out. "You little brat, not paying attention to your teacher's lessons. Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" Murong Ying told him that his future wife was in danger and he needed to go save her. Unexpectedly, the king of Northern Xia blocked his way. Just then, the teacher came with Cha-Cha's portrait. "Your Majesty, I am incompetent. I cannot control the prince. He spent the entire lesson drawing this little girl. Your Majesty, I am truly at a loss." The king of Northern Xia carefully examined the portrait in the teacher's hand. Not only did he not get angry, he even praised Cha-Cha. "Which little princess is this? She's grown up to be so charming and adorable." Murong Ying snatched the portrait and proudly said, "This is my future wife, the little princess of Yanqi." Cha-Cha, the king of Northern Xia, praised his son's good taste. He supported this. "You want to go to Yanqi, right? I approve. Take our Northern Xia delegation. I want to formally propose to the Emperor of Yanqi. The crown princess of Northern Xia must be the princess of Yanqi." Murong-ing was overjoyed at this moment. Father, rest assured, your son will definitely bring Cha-Cha back as my wife. Meanwhile, in the palace, Cha-Cha was accompanying Consort Ning for a walk in the Imperial Garden. Consort Ning asked with concern, Cha-Cha, you've been at the Imperial Academy all day, and now you're accompanying me for a walk. Are you tired? Cha-Cha smiled slightly and said she wasn't tired. I want to accompany Mother along with my little brother and sister. Then, Cha-Cha touched Consort Ning's belly and said, Little baby, this is the Imperial Garden. I often catch fish and watch butterflies here. When you come out of Mother's belly, I'll bring you here to play too. Just then, Cha-Cha noticed someone lying on the ground not far away. Mother, what's that? Let's go take a look. Xiao called out to this person for a long time with no response. When they turned the person over, they found he had passed away. This frightened Consort Ning. To prevent Consort Ning from falling, Cha-Cha even acted as a cushion for her. Mother, I'm fine. Did you hurt the little brother or sister? Xiao quickly helped Consort Ning up, anxiously asking if she was all right. Cha-Cha remained calm in the crisis. She told Xiao to quickly call for the imperial physician, as Mother had fallen. After the imperial physician's examination, it was found that Consort Ning's pregnancy was stable. She was just shocked and needed some medicine to calm her nerves and protect the fetus. When Cha-Cha heard there was nothing serious, she danced with joy. Great! Mother is fine, and the little brother and sister are fine too. Cha-Cha suddenly felt pain and realized she was injured. The great tyrant quickly pulled the imperial physician back. Don't leave yet. The little princess is hurt. Quickly bandage her wounds. The imperial physician carefully cleaned Cha-Cha's wound, but Cha-Cha let out a hissing sound. Seeing his daughter in pain from the physician's treatment, the great tyrant snatched the medicine swab. Useless thing, you've hurt the little princess. I'll do it. So the great tyrant personally tended to Cha-Cha's wound. He asked Cha-Cha if it hurt. Cha-Cha held back her tears and said it didn't hurt. The great tyrant told her she didn't need to be tough in front of her father. The little one measured with her hand, saying it hurt just a tiny bit, but it was okay. Then the great tyrant held Cha-Cha in his arms. Thanks to Cha-Cha, your mother wasn't badly hurt this time. But you've injured yourself, child. The little one said. The physician uncle said that if Mother falls, the little brother and sister would fall too. I'm the big sister. I need to protect them and Mother. The great tyrant was very pleased. Cha-Cha is indeed worthy of being the princess of Yanxi, calm and decisive in a crisis. Father must reward you well. The little one was overjoyed at hearing about a reward. Father, can you talk to Mother? I want to eat roasted beef. The great tyrant smiled and said, All right, Father will make the decision. Let's give Cha-Cha roasted beef. Let Cha-Cha eat her fill. But Cha-Cha must also promise Father, for every piece of meat, you'll eat a piece of vegetable. This way you won't get indigestion and worry your mother. Just then, Li Gongong came to the Imperial Garden. There were results regarding the discovered corpse. The great tyrant handed Cha-Cha to Xiao, telling Cha-Cha he had urgent matters to attend to and would come see her later. Back in Tongxin Hall, Li Gongong said the body had been sent to Wuzhou for examination. The great tyrant was furious at this moment. How long has it been? And there's another murder case in the palace. When did my imperial palace become such a mess? Which palace is that palace made from? And who is her master? Find them and lock them in the dungeon first. Li Gongong cautiously reported. Strangely enough, we couldn't find out which palace that maid was from. The servants from the wardrobe department. This servant has already had people thoroughly inquire. We've also checked the list of palace servants in the rear palace, but we didn't find this palace maid's name. The great tyrant was very puzzled after hearing this. Can't find out which palace she's from? Could someone have sneaked into the palace? He then told Li Gongong to hand this matter over to the palace security first. At this moment, the great tyrant suddenly thought of Heelin Zi. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. It seems you've already made your move. I'm afraid you already have your people in this palace. But you think I'll let you succeed?